the absence it shows, near is / and difficult to grasp the god / but where danger is, there grows / also what saves Patmos, SW 2.1, 165. But although he is certain that the promise is given, brought forth in the strange beauty of the poetic character, he finds it increasingly impossible to define a history by situating himself in relation to this promise. Hölderlin may cast this relation in eschatological terms at certain points in the later poetry and thus project an end to the experience of a lack of measure that consistently remarks itself in his effort to found a space/time for the advent of the holy. But to accept this projection as Heidegger does is to fail to recognize that it takes shape in a questioning that Hölderlin does not close, perhaps not even in his final retreat, in Lovely Blueness, is dated after the onset of what is termed Hölderlin's madness. It is to refuse the possibility that in reflecting upon and seeking to bring forth the conditions of poetic representation, Hölderlin both opens a 342 promise and denies it, remarking the trace of an heideggers that refuses itself to any appropriation. Only by beauty, Hölderlin wrote in the sketch of a preface to Hyperion, referring explicitly to Plato, is it possible that we should ever seek unity, ever be moved to question? But the ambiguity of a painted likeness, or the poetic character in general, is irreducible for Hölderlin. It is marked always by an excess or a privation that points beyond itself, but it offers no ground for subsuming its appearance. If in his notes Hölderlin seemed to hold to the possibility of defining an equilibrium of human faculties in tragic art and the possibility of defining a splendidly harmonic form, his poetic reflection on his own language and thus on his own poetic dwelling undercuts any attribution to Hölderlin himself of a founded and founding poetic saying. Hölderlin repeatedly answers in his poetry to an heideggers that he experiences as near or imminent. He remembers a dimension of experience that the metaphysics of subjectivity works to repress, but he cannot achieve the firmness and purity of a poetic character that would bring forth this otherness in such a way as to found a dwelling in its proximity. Hölderlin assumes the finitude of his poetic language in a most authentic way, according to Heidegger's own definition of what constitutes a responsible discourse, namely, one that situates itself in its own act of saying and never closes the question of the place from which it speaks. In this way, Hölderlin reveals exactly what Heidegger himself announced in his earlier work when he said that our deepest and most authentic finitude refuses itself to the measure of our freedom. In this respect, we may say of Hölderlin what Hölderlin says of Sophocles in the notes that accompany his translations: his speech is just. It answers uncompromisingly to a time when the metaphysics of subjectivity reaches its 343 limits. Of course, to a large extent, it is Heidegger's thought that makes possible such an assertion of the historical propriety of Hölderlin's poetic project. And insofar as the answering address of Hölderlin's text to a Heideggerian form of analysis brings into question the very notions of justice or propriety, we can measure its justice perhaps only in relation to the degree to which it brings forth the necessity of rereading Heidegger and reposing the question of measure, that is, the measuring or gathering nature of difference. No final arbitration in such a circular movement of analysis is possibility, and neither is a final decision possible regarding the justice of this movement of thought. Its justice lies in its temporal character or historicity, the degree to which it opens the question of history. 344. Chapter 8. A second look at the question of being. Is the question of being really a question at all? The study of the subject of being interminable, because who could ever think of being finished with being and, even more, with the task of saying so? The word itself has and continues to perplex us with its omnipresent simplicity. We speak it constantly without awareness or attention. But is saying, it is the same as saying being? Is being to be said? Is it not rather to be thought? There is a world of difference there. Even if thinking does not go with saying, the inverse has taken place only too often. Thus, we say, I said it without thinking, and, in all rigors, this manner of speaking describes our habitual way of talking. If we had to think about every word, soon we would no longer be able to utter a single one, or only one, the word, the final word. Being, thinking. Immediately, the name of the man who asked, what is called thinking, springs to mind. What calls us there, if not the it is, that is to say, being? Yes, the name Heidegger will always weigh heavily on this question, whether we like it or not. And it is thus that we can say, contemporary thought never stops being explained through Heidegger. It can think with or against him, but rarely without him. 236 But has it not been thus with all great thinkers? Thinking is always thinking with, or against, and even thinking without is still thinking with. 345. But is being a question? Is it even? And is being a question itself? Does putting a question mark at the end of sentence suffice to make a question? Or is not the questioning of which Heidegger, up to a certain point, made the supreme gesture of thought but a manner of saying? By way of an answer, I come to René Char's aromates chasseurs, the interrogative response is the response of being. The response to a questionnaire is but a fascination of thought. 237 In this division, and that also means hierarchization, between a good and a bad response, I am sure of neither the order of precedence nor even the pertinence of the distinction. To be sure, being is not a questionnaire to which we respond with a yes or a no, a true or a false. How, then, can we speak of being's response? How would being respond? This is exactly like the story of the two lunatics. Are you going fishing? No, I'm going fishing. Oh, good, I thought you were going fishing. Fishing after being, we in fact risk being taken in, or mystified at any rate, we who thought we would reel it in, as we have seen in the preceding pages of this examination of being. The question always presupposes its own meaning, the meaning of being, and, primarily, the meaning of being a question. It is like asking a stone for directions, even if, like Hermes' stone, 238, it points out the right path. In order to question, we must already know which a question is and must dispose of the means to say it. I see quite clearly which Char means. The response to the questionnaire puts a term to questioning, whereas the interrogative response revives questioning, sharpens it, makes it more pointed, more thinking, more pious, from. Most of the time this response is but a replication réponse, an echo that has been sent back and that is interrogative only in coming afterwards. But if there is a question of being, it cannot come after being, it can only precede being. But nothing can precede being, if not being. We might well say that these two buts cancel each other. And even if, late in the game, Heidegger renounces questioning in preference to simple listening, the same procedure is carried out there. Can being be heard, to speak? Do we not always lend it speech? From that point on, what is the difference between the response and the question? The two lunatics pronounce their soliloquies along the banks of the water. They are the same in having been but the invention of an author, himself perhaps no less crazy. But since he will not give his name, he saves face. No one has really posed the question of being. We have indeed asked its name, its identity, where it was going, from where it was coming, in short, all the questions one normally puts to a stranger. But we have forgotten to ask its meaning. True enough, this is a loaded question, these are not things one talks about. The question probably makes no sense, at least not if we are waiting for a clear answer. What do you want being to answer? You yourself, in its place, you would be hard put to answer, would you not? Meaning, you see, would be its interrogative, or simply its rogative, response. In the past, the rogations named a prayer procession instituted on St. Mark's Day and the 3 days preceding Ascension. But prayer, supplication, is not a tormented plight supplice, which rhymes with delight délice in a poem by Nerval that I cannot put my finger on at the moment. Indeed, that is the whole question. Meaning is not simply a question of orientation, even though we must orient ourselves in thought. First, we must discover the meaning of the question, of meaning. Would this be something like a final word that, short of responding, stops us upon the slippery path of the that is to say, perhaps rather a first word, and not just the final word? But the final word, if it comes, will 347 always be the word of the end of everything, including the word. Yet, to begin with, how can the word still be to be said? This cannot be, even being, or its meaning, or the forgetting of its meaning, will never be the final word. Even the word is a word, one among others, calling all the others and thus having lost any privilege over them. What would not be a simple word? Perhaps this is the question that guided Heidegger. But toward where what? Not a word, but the thing itself, unspoken, to be thought. Perhaps he was not led toward a what but toward the toward itself, the to be spoken. 239 This is something else altogether, says Mallarmé, 240 Another beginning toward which a thought without name advances. The metamorphosis of thought takes place as a migration in which one place is left for another. The first place is metaphysics. And the other? I leave it without name. 241. Metamorphosis is perhaps not the right word either. Is there, in fact, a name for this displacement? The other, place, must be left without name. This strategy is perfect, since all names come from the first abandoned place. As we will see in connection with Hölderlin, to the extent that this operation rests upon the force of the name, Nenkraft, this other place, for lack of a name, will never take place or will remain the other of the thought of the same. All thought is the thought of the same, in that it is thought. Parmenides foresaw this about thought, and nothing will break this alliance, this nuptial ring wedding being to thought, not even a thinking of the other that, if it wants to be thought, must be the other of the same. Thus, the thought, of being, will be able to reach this other place only in renouncing itself, which is to reach a constitutive limit. Arrived there, it would cease to be thought, and the thought of the same. At the same time, this place is thought's proper, but inaccessible, except metaphorically, place. What, then, is the metamorphosis if not that poetic voyage that advances toward, let us say, what withdraws every arrival and every shore? It is Abschied, that is to say, death. True enough, poetic, or metaphorical, death is not real death, which is all the more difficult to name thus. But in this gap, the difference between one death and the other, a space, as white as a stone, is marked that digs into thought to the point of opening it up to its other version. In his Poetics, which is the ultimate or first gesture of a thought driven to find the name of the other that, however, is without name, Heidegger introduced thought into the other place, but not necessarily the place thought had in mind, not the place of being, finally delivered from its metaphysical shadow, but only the place of metaphor. Or rather, being seen has indeed reached us, but in the poetic mail. Letters in place of being? With this postal forwarding, what can we hope for, that being returned to us with an acknowledgement of receipt we are to sign in order to certify that it is indeed being? But would not the thinker of being, assuming that he named himself thus, turn in his grave upon hearing me play in this way? A nice metaphor, if by Heidegger we do not only understand mortal remains but a corpus, for example that of the Gesamtausgabe, the definitive edition that was completed posthumously, as though torn from his hands, then Heidegger, both name and locality, might well come out completely turned over by this plough, overturned into a versus, or a poetics. Is this so illicit? We will have done nothing but read the other side, verso, of the page, and how are we to read it if not by turning it over? RSVP, is that to return or to respond? That Heidegger's clerk held onto the page with both hands so as to let us read nothing of it is only fair play. Perhaps he knew that there is nothing but a blank space, on the other side. But this grip must be loosened the day that it becomes the grip of a dead man, or the grip of a text, which, as Heidegger's handwork, of art, it will have been from the beginning. Handiwork, an allegorical hand, this is the hand taking the place of being, one more hand taking Heidegger's place. Offering a hand to being, this turn of phrase figures how, here and there, the thinker effaces himself in order to take the dictation of being literally, gives way or plays dead, takes being's place, even though without him the game cannot be played. He acts as if he were no longer. 350. Anything at all his is a metaphorical, displaced death, and that makes all the difference. Let me be sure that I'm making myself understood here. This injunction would itself demand that it be understood. We might be surprised by the fact that Heidegger made the experience of death as death, that is to say, as what, the pivotal question of Dasein, to the extent that Dasein is never defined in relation to life. In the horizon of being there, dying is not simply ceasing to live, it is always something else. Or rather, it is not a thing, not even dying, but being toward death, just as saying is not simply saying, but being toward saying. This is even the secret of the it is, its coffin, shrine, inasmuch as it contains precisely no secrets. In a letter, Mallarmé confides his secret as a man of letters. Everyone has a secret in him. Many die without having found it and will never find it because, dead, neither it nor they exist any longer. I died and was brought back to life with the key to the precious stones of my final spiritual casket. 242. The conjunction of these two sentences explodes the transition from one death to the other. We, everyone, or many of us, at any rate, can die without having found the secret, death proper. Inversely, only he who is already dead can, not die, but be toward death. In Mallarmé, there is an echo of the dialectic or of the fable of the turtle and the hare. The turtle always finishes first because it has doubled itself, its other, its imperceptible, better, half, is already positioned at the finish line. This is to say that the secret is always like Punchinello's secret. How can one say, I am dead? Therein lies the whole secret. Perhaps, let us weigh our words carefully, we can only say it, and not be it. When we are dead, we can neither say so nor die. Is this what Heidegger wanted to say when he said, when death comes, it disappears? Mortals die death in life. In death, mortals become immortal? GA 4, 165, 243. Everything is thus played out in the difference between one death and another. The first is what we common mortals call death in order to see it at work in others, parents, friends, strangers, it makes no difference, the fact of death remains just as banal and unthinkable. Death happens, to others, never to oneself. This is how Heidegger described the improper relation to death in being and time, the one dies. The other death is mine, the one no one can take from me, my inalienable property, even if I die for something else, even more so than my liberty or my life, which is as much as saying, my being. But my death is secret, since far from being mine, I belong to it, am toward it without knowing it most of the time. The trick is believing that in the name of the secret, a name that is common to the core of its very being mine, I become immortal. This is salvation through the work, as death is not mine, but I must be dead, efface myself as myself in order to give birth to it, which has always been literature's secret. Since Homer, the only immortality is fictive. It is the immortality of fiction itself, of the proper name. I am dead in that I have become the other who can say so. By the same token, the death that comes there only ever comes fictively, in the sense that coming is in the first place, to begin with, coming to speech. That the death that comes there, to speech, be allegorical removes nothing of its power, on the contrary, it increases it in this doubling. It testifies to a limit, and it is in this relation to the limit that what Heidegger calls appropriation, Aranis, is shown. The secret to appropriation resides in its other side, depropriation, entigness, which alone promises the coming of the proper, but only as a promise. Being toward death, the mortal loses and thus finds his own identity, the existence that resides precisely in nothing, has no consistency, does not even belong to itself. 244 Still, we must keep our heads, if only to be able to say this death. To act as if I were dead, and thus to sing the songs of the departed, truckle, I must keep one foot on the ground, if I can say so, the other being already in the grave. Thus, the voyage to death can only be a return to that place from which no one is supposed to return, at least not in their right mind. The madness of an inflamed spirit is never simple alienation. Just as a dead person can never say that he or she is dead, a madman will not say he is mad. Or if he does, then this is another madness. There is but one death, the good one, if it can be put thus, the one from which we do not recover. How is one to recall a self to what will no longer be able to say that it is or that it is nothing, unless by imagining it as returning from the dead? Is it in this return, this future anterior, or the conditional, as when we say, I wish I were dead, that the secret of saying, but also the difference that maintains the letter and being separate and united, are maintained? Both the letter and being name the same, being is the fiction of the letter, since the letter carries the signature of the very hand of being. But the difference between them inscribes itself, passes into, the same. Being has neither a hand to sign with nor a mouth or voice with which to speak, not even to say that it cannot speak. Being always needs an other, mortals, human beings, you, me, whose properness, like that of the letter, is to have nothing proper to them. The difference between the two deaths is an effect of this strange property, a turn in the thought that create fictions. Spiritual death is the only one that is thinkable, no matter what takes place, but it is precisely the death that never takes place, or that only takes place in metaphor, in poetic metamorphosis. To conclude, we can never arrive at what Bodley called the impossible bottom of things, 245, since the thing itself, as such, refuses to be grasped other than metaphorically, in the image, for example, of the thing itself. This is another way of saying that the other side of the page, the other place, will remain cryptic. It does not forbid but rather calls for deciphering, on the condition that we know that the hidden letter will always be missing, or that this letter will always have to be re-invented. There is not thought except at the limit of what forbids thought. There is no thought except as the experience of aporia, doubt, contradiction, paradox, the passage through what blocks passage. Death is one name for this impossibility, and as such it must always be thought as such an impossibility, even though it cannot present itself as such. But that also means that we must think the as such differently, must think it in the experience of its impossibility, which makes possible all identification with the self, for example, death as death, and not simply as the end of existence, that is, as simultaneously impossible in the horizon of being and presence and making this very horizon possible. At once impossible and making, the possible, death opens up another experience of both finitude and simultaneity, of the at the same time that is always doubled by its other time. To elaborate a concept that would not be transcendental, in the Kantian sense of the conditions of possibility of experience, which are at the same time conditions of possibility of the experience of objects, but also lead to an aporia, since the conditions of impossibility of experience also make it possible. To elaborate such a concept in the end amounts to experiencing the limits of the very concept of experience. Put differently, it amounts to making a concept of the experiencing of the aporia of the concept of concept. Every concept is always hollowed out from the inside not only by its other, its double, represented metaphysical as its negative trace, its shadow, which always inscribes itself in the integrity of the concept proper, but by that infinite and yet inexistent interval that inhibits the concept from sticking to itself and closing its identity upon itself, including upon the concept of identity, which always presupposes a difference that cannot be expressed as such. How, then, are we to think the title of this study, Heidegger's Poetics. What does that title have to say, or to say again? But first, we should recite the title, that is to say, crop it and put it between quotation marks, and thus put it into question as well. Poetics? Heidegger's Poetics? Who would have known Heidegger was a great poet? A philosopher, perhaps, although some doubt even that, but a poet, no. We find something like poems in his oeuvre, brief texts, but these are only exceptions, hors d'oeuvres, outside the oeuvre, we might say, compared to the main dish, an austere thought, rigorously philosophical through and through, even, or especially, if it refuses this description and evokes the end of philosophy. But perhaps Poetics signifies a theory of poetry, like Aristotle's Poetics. Heidegger in fact wrote a great deal about poetry, or rather, the restriction is considerable, about the essence of 355. Poetry. It is with the essence that he began, in his lecture on Hölderlin and the essence of poetry. But it is also with the question of the essence that he remained. Does that mean that beyond Hölderlin there is no recognition of any poet, to the point that for Heidegger Hölderlin represented the only poet worthy of the name, or rather of that even more worthy name Dichter? Heidegger also wrote on Trickle and Rilke, 246, and I would be the last to ignore that. But whatever the greatness of these poets, they never achieve Hölderlin's stature. They are expressly not the poet of the poets. We must therefore ask if Hölderlin is not but a pseudonym, and must ask how it happens that he represents the sole example of a genre without precedent, nor successor, for that matter, in short, without exemplarity, a true hapax legomenon, or something said only once, in history. He represents a genre outside genre. Such a genre would situate Dichtung, poetry, less as literary genre outside of any recognized site, outside literature and the law of genres. The simple thought of this poetry, then, would have nothing to do with the poetics in the traditional sense, even though Hölderlin himself speaks explicitly of regaining the technical level of the ancients. Perhaps it makes no sense to want to explain a privilege. A privilege cannot be justified, is not even an exception tolerated by the rule, because it puts itself forward, purely, as being in itself the law, divine law. This is what seems to have taken place. We cannot even say that Heidegger interpreted Hölderlin. No, he encountered him as his law, his destiny, and we argue neither with destiny nor with God. We listen to their word, transcribe it, as Mohammed did. We might concede, perhaps, that for the others who have not yet experienced the revelation, enlightenment is necessary. I caricature, but barely. I have already spoken of a cannibalism of interpretation, but I must revise my terms, for it is not a matter of devouring the other but of appropriating the same, and moreover, it is not the living body that serves as food but the bones, names, or the part belonging to the dead. In a sense, to speak of Heidegger's Poetics is to build a tomb of poetics. Let us be clear about this: all interpretation is violence, unless it is but a paraphrastic rephrasing. And yet, even in this case there is violence, the worst kind of violence, that violence that believes it makes the other speak of and from himself, believes it lets what he carried in himself without knowing it be born naturally. This is something of the Socratic method, but also of the naivete of a Heidegger who, while putting in other words what the poet could only have said poetically, at the end of this interminable explication pretends to efface himself before the pure presence of the poem, as though he lacked nothing but speech, as we say of certain animals. I would not linger over this strange method, that refuses this name and prefers the name of path, which is in all respects more poetic, if it only arose from bad faith or from philosophic superiority. What is decisive is always the relation to the other as such. In the past, philosophy sought to reduce the other to its mercy through nothing other than the force of universalizing discourse, of which the philosopher held himself to be the sole representative, the only one empowered to speak, or, in another version of the discourse of the Master, in 357. making the other a simple moment of the one, not yet and nonetheless already beforehand passed over and appropriated. We could say that Heidegger escapes this shortcoming, though not always, in positing the other as the irreducibly other under the name of Deichten, to poetize. This obliges him to posit the one with which the other is in relation as other than it was in metaphysical relations. It is thus that he will speak of Denken and even of an other thought, instead of philosophy, reason, discourse, etc. This is an audacious and virtuous approach, but if it does not come down to the same thing, it leads back to the philosophical attitude in relation to its, here, poetic, other by presupposing that there is a common element between them, and that this element is one, here, saying. The presiding unity in the relation is always the one, the first, which will say what the other is, even if it is in the name of the other. Thus it is the one and it alone that will master heideggers, precisely in positing it as such, in the element of being, of the one, of meaning. Let us read, for example, these sentences taken from the experience of thought. The poetic character of thought is still veiled. Where it discloses itself, it usually resembles the utopia of a half-poetic understanding. But a thinking poetics, Denk and Deichten, is in truth the topology of being. It assigns to being the place of its essence. GA 13, 84. 358. Heidegger first accords to the poetic a power that the philosophical tradition has refused it since the exclusion of the poets from the ideal city by Plato. But to defend himself against the philosophic accusation that would not fail to be addressed to him, the accusation of irrationalism, of half-poetic ramblings, was not lacking. In fact, Heidegger raises the stakes in a sense by makes thinking poetics a topology of being, as though being were necessarily the first and last poetic word, the word of poetics in its essence. In this way, it is assigned to the poet to become the founder, stifter, of being, no more, no less. But what if being has nothing to do with the matter, the thing itself of poetry? That is impossible, since being always goes hand in hand with saying, just as eternity is the sea in harmony with the sun. 247. It is this going with this harmony, perhaps, in which it is a question of the status of poetry, of poetry's place, its topos, that we will have occasion to put into question once again. Who assigns that status? What remains, the poets found? Hölderlin's statement, from Remembrance on Denken, recurs often in Heidegger's writing as a sort of ordering principle, a guiding word, lightword. And yet, it puts thought in a critical position. What are thinkers good for if they always come after the poetic word? How are they to reach the level of this inaugural founding? By interpreting it. Does interpretation not always come second in relation to the gift of speech? But speech must be received, heard. Would an unheard speech remain? Would it not be lost? And does not the addressee therefore become more essential than the sender, especially if we realize that the sender creates nothing, does not fabricate this given speech, but contents himself with transmitting it, more or less faithfully, like a simple copyist to whom one dictates a message that he does not necessarily have to understand? But who is this one who dictates? No one, and this is why the situation applies to all speech to the extent that it is not we who speak, in the first place, but speech, or language, sprach. We will return to this word. We content ourselves with hearing it speak, and our speaking is but a resaying of the first saying, which Heidegger will name die Sage, though this too might very be a resaying. But there is hearing and there is understanding. There is acoustic hearing and there is understanding in the sense of grasping meaning. For the latter, a poet is not sufficient. Even if, according to an ancient tradition, poets are the messengers of the gods, yet another person is necessary to hear, understand, this divine speech, especially if, in the meantime, the gods have withdrawn, without this withdrawal meaning nothing. Perhaps it is even this withdrawal that calls for the poet through its distress, not, just as the withdrawal or the forgetting of being is what properly makes sense for the thinker. Not only is this forgetting not nothing, it is the only trace of a liberation of being, for what destines it? In a text entitled The Lack of Sacred Names, we read: upon first view, the forgetting of being names a lack, an omission. In truth, the name is a name for the destiny of the clearing of being, inasmuch as being as presence cannot but become manifest and determine every being, when/if the clearing of being retains itself and preserves for thought what came to pass at the beginning of Occidental thought and what ever since characterizes the epochs of the history of being up until the current age of technology, without knowing anything of this forgetting of being as its principle. GA 13, 234. The forgetting of being is Heidegger's only thesis, even though this is not a thesis about being. Being came as presence, this is Heidegger's first thesis, the thesis marking his point of departure. But is also the departure from any thesis on being, from any philosophical position, from any epoch of. 360. The history of being. This thesis concerning being, its coming into presence as presence, is also the forgetting of being, the forgetting of what sending being. Being forgets itself in presence, and when this presence in turn withdraws, we are free to think the sending of being. Forgetting is thus not a lack so much as an open possibility, in this end of epochs, the epochs of presence, to return to the source of the destination of being as presence, a source that nonetheless is itself never present, otherwise it would be but a figure of being, and thus is not, without, however, simply being absent. To common understanding, the meaning of being, its truth, makes no sense, is nothing but a hallucination. Let us not talk about it any more and move on to something else, as Hegel says about death. But what could we move on to if there is nothing outside of being, or if there is nothing but the beings who, deprived of the light of being, flounder in the shadow of their insignificance? In order to certify a death, there must be a body. But if being is indeed dead, has gone missing, we can say nothing more about it. Nor can we file it away, it threatens to return, deviously, one of these days. And we know even less about its mode of disappearance, which could we be a supreme form of being, what I will call being in disappearing. Once again, this is not a privileged path, not a path at all, but a sending. It is that sending that determines the very aporia known by the name of being. It is from within the experience of this aporia that we will read Heidegger's gesture, and his saga. The question, of being, is not asked, and it is even in that, not being asked, that it is a question, of taking another step. This is what cannot be understood immediately, what is not understandable in itself but always through the other, which properly makes sense. It makes sense in that it makes a sign. There is no sense or meaning residing in itself. Put differently. 361. Sense can only exist, that is to say, inexist. From the very name of the Occident, nightfall, but perhaps tomb as well, we know that being got lost along the way without properly being able to know this. In its very disorientation, this name calls for another orientation, not the same one, and thus not that of a lost, legendary Orient. We can say nothing about a source or a mythic origin, even a pre-Socratic one, nothing that would not already be fiction, a projection into the future of an invented past in order to mask the lack of a present that is nonetheless our only present, and our only chance. It is here that I part with Heidegger. And yet this separation is not simple, does not simply lead back to a return, to the things themselves, to take one example of a return. Return to whom? To sender? But he has left, one might say, without a forwarding address, or leaving only the address that always comes back to us, that is, reading. But what is reading? Reading, properly speaking, is the gathering together upon what, without our knowing, has already reclaimed our being so that we might wish to respond or conceal ourselves before this demand. GA 13, 111. This demand, Anspruch, is a promise that is addressed so that we can answer to and for the demand, that is, give it free course, liberate it, correspond to it, and spreken, or on the contrary refuse to let it speak, versagen. We will always already be exceeded by a demand that gets us into debt, makes us indebted to a response, makes us fail to keep our word. This excess marks the irresistible overdraft of sense, which will always have a large advance. Before even being present, if it ever is, there is sense, and it is this structure that I call pre-sense. But this there is never makes sense, at least not immediately, nor simply nonsense, this latter being the opposite of what it negates. To read, then, is to leave the demand, the Anspruch, suspended by the step. 362. That, before being, passes sense in every sense of the word, surpasses sense and passes it on, like a password that will never be given except in being passed from hand to hand. I give this step a name that itself can barely be heard, understood, that suspends all reduction to a one-way meaning, passer. 248. If only the poem dwells, it dwells in this suspension, almost in levitation in a space it does not create but that it nonetheless makes come, that it calls to come. There is nothing to say about this call, nothing that is sensible or senseless, insane, complete nonsense. The poem is made, woven from this coalescence of virtualities of sense that are immediately deposited, and there will be no other way to understand the poem except in undoing this veil. But this deposition will always also be an exposition. To finish, we will never arrive at a pure nudity that is not itself but a supplementary veil. There is no transparency for sense, not that it is like a mirage, always farther away, on the contrary, the closer it is the more it burns. Even as clearly as it incessantly enlightens, this flame still delivers no final text behind it. It burns in order to burn, no more and no less, and thus it always conceals itself. Perhaps we should even call it the concealed. But how do we know if it is concealed? Must there not have been a day, distant but that we can remember, when it was given, delivered into the proper hands? Must we situate this moment in a language of the origin? Will there finally be a moment when we find the access to it again, finally separated from its forgetting, as religious asceticism was in another era? And would this poetry be the future life inside requalified man? 249. But poetry does not save anyone, George Trickle will say, and especially not someone who is requalified. If the Occident has indeed come, or is welcomed to the light of day like that deleterious nostalgia, Rambo, of an Orient or of a lost origin, what must be confronted at present is this loss of sense, this loss that is singular for being the loss of nothing, and that therefore is not truly a loss. What qualifies poetics is precisely that it disqualifies all appropriation in terms of gains and losses, but also disqualifies any definition of a capital one would possess, of an essence or goods it would represent. One cannot have it, only be it. But this is a being that does have itself, does not belong to itself. Concealed thus, it remains all the more, still, to be in that it refuses to belong to itself, and even therein lies its manner of being, differing/deferring all self-presence. Its place of being is the step that defers the coming into presence, into the proper, to which it does not come except in coming as event. 250. There is no place for an understanding of a place proper in the word place, rather, this dying indwelling always differs/defers presence in deferring to its eventually or, if you prefer, its happening. Poetry happens where, against all expectation, language gives up. Poetry is the spasm or the syncope of language. 251. We can never properly say what poetry is, and thus no more so could we say that it is the unspeakable or the spasm of language. With what language would we say this, since language deceases when poetry comes or gains access? However, this improper language will still be the most just, witnessing the deposition of common language, the only language to implement poetic speech, if the very name of poetry is not already a mark of this infrangible impropriety. We cannot say what poetry is, what its essence is, for it exceeds the category of essence. But if this is so, this is not to say that poetry is sublime or sacred, the domain of the beyond language. We cannot say what poetry is because it and it alone says that, but says it in being it and not in saying it. Poetry says this like the blow of suspended language, always taking our breath away, of language cut off and thus coming, not to itself, not to language, but to its event. The poetic event is not what happens but rather that it so happens that something happens in no language and thus cuts language off, cutting out its mark there, its trace. The meaning of the trace is never in itself, nor is it elsewhere, in some transcendent realm. The meaning of the trace is to be on the trace of meaning, if I can put it thus. The poem springs forth from the call to speak what demands and refuses a language, demands it as pure language, and refuses it as simple language. The poem is thus doomed to be missing from its word. Be even in that, it is doomed to keep its word, like a promise. A promise announces. But poetry cannot be announced from the outside. It alone can promise itself. At the same time, it announces nothing, nothing else, nothing that could be extracted from it like its meaning or its essence. The promise announces neither the realm of God nor that of being, but only the promise. Nothing other than the promise is promised. Only and nothing else seem put there to disappoint. Perhaps. Poetic experience, to take up Lacuelabart again, differs from the philosophical concept in that it relates to the decept, the deposition, and is not a matter of enunciations. Nothing awaits us there, neither fortune nor glory. There is no gain, but a step is won, and held onto, and said, if saying is always also holding, although there is nothing to hold onto, nothing but the promise, only the promise. That is the generosity of this untenable, ungraspable, solitude. There is nothing else, and that is nonetheless what poetic experience holds onto tightest and what 365 constitutes the singularity of its dwelling. It holds to this there, will go no further. For now, we will leave it at the point, taking the place of a groundlessness, again. Poetic experience is to hold, to say, but how? Poetic experience here touches upon the limits of language, that trembling place in which the cutting between sense and the insane parts. It touches precisely upon this between that is less something between two people than an interview, a holding, forth, between, hot the one relates to the other, who is not the other except for the one, yet for all that without being reduced to him. Therein lies all the difference from philosophic reappropriation. I have said that there is no sense of sense, but because of this sense, here, always here, makes no sense except in exceeding itself, except in relation to the insane, the without sense, to name it improperly, but since it is without name, it can only be named improperly. That completely other approaches, and yet this is nothing other than the same coming from the other border of its limit. That the other approaches, to the point of burning, does not mean that it presents itself. On the contrary, it withdraws and, as though it were empty, therefore shows the thing itself, which is always about to be touched, on the verge of being. But it remains deferred, delaying, dying indwelling. The path is never a method, GA 13, 233. A path, Heidegger repeats, is not only there for the love of taking a walk through the forest, is never a means of arriving somewhere, by which we understand some place other than there, and it is a question of this very there, of what there is, there. The path is already the thing itself, what we keep going on, about. Thus, Heidegger's Poetics opens up onto nothing else, not even a new interpretation of Heidegger. It opens onto nothing, for even if we took this Poetics from 366 Heidegger's own mouth, it will never be able to return to him. In the beginning was the word, or being the impossibility of a perfect presentation is exposed in the form of this past tense. In the beginning will have been lacking and this lack will have given the beginning, words, languages, everything that ruins unity and self-identity. Therefore, neither a plan nor a method is appropriate for this poetics. In fact, this poetics will begin with and leave off from Heidegger. But I emphasize leave because it is a question of leaving. What is at stake in this departure is simply leaving, not going someplace else. However, by the very fact that there is no point of departure, that this point is anything but a point, the step already runs against its impossibility. It cannot leave from itself but only begin from the other, who is not the self but who, nonetheless, gives the self its departure. Just as there is no concept point, not only as pure, of all heideggers, but as concept, which implies the self-identity of the concept and its name, so too, if we must begin, leave off from, a point, we will have to begin to say it, and that saying itself, will always be excessive. In this sense, we could maintain that Heideggerian language, a construction that appears to me at once legitimate and problematic, constitutes an impossible point of departure to the extent that it simultaneously identifies itself with the essence of language and an absolutely singular idiom. It is all Greek to us, an idiolect Heidegger coined for himself in order to block all immediate comprehension. 252 We might understand this in a more enlightening way by taking this manner of speaking literally, which is already more Heideggerian. Thus Beta Aleman, taking up an indication by Lohmann, asks if a language like the Chinese language, which is characterized by an isolative linguistics because of its nominal nature, would not be more appropriate for Heidegger's language, because it anticipates its tendency to isolate words. 253 This is also why we will have to deconstruct the privilege of the name, particularly of the name as the sacred name. If the sacred names have become unpronounceable, including the name sacred, heilig, saved or holy, unharmed or intact, that implies that an enormous part of Heidegger is ruined. We will have to take his side, mourn him, which will not be a mourning. Not only will nothing save onto theology, not even the negative path, but the very care to save, even to save the phenomena, takes part in the very thing that has given way, around an event that is unspeakable, even as such, and that thus cannot be said even under the name Auschwitz. It is the very bond that relates the sacred, or the saved, to the as such that is at stake in the attempt for an archiphenomenology and that unbinds, and delivers, itself the moment that, and in the very place in which, the impossibility of an appropriation of being, even in the most originary instance of an es gibt, and the withdrawal of its saying are experienced. Impropriety is at the departure, it is general and generative precisely for translating itself, always differently, into the untranslatable singularity, that calls for translation, or retranslation. The name liberates the thing inasmuch as it at the same time redresses it in a skin with which the thing can make a body in order to have figure, countenance, allure, dress. However, the bestowed name disfigures the thing as well, not to give it a figure other than its own, but simply because it figures it and thus disfigures it. Perhaps the only way to play out this play of veiling by unveiling that exposes itself in every work of figuration or of imagination, and every work is a work of these, will be to deposit, to set down, names, at least to undo their property and propriety as substantives. To lay bare this play, however, is nothing other than to play it once again without delivering the ultimate content, truth. Except in no longer playing the game, it is no longer possible to escape the disillusion that always delivers us over to the other instead of to the one. There is no way to avoid the game, if only because the game alone makes sense. Heidegger will not be able to escape it either. It is in the nature of things, these things that are not things any more than there is a true nature. The game is all there is. But the there is not a thing, a new substance. In not showing itself, it shows only what is. There are names, things, but these are only inasmuch as they show themselves to each other, show themselves in each other. Made for this fold, intersecting each other in the interview, the hold, forth, between of that is to say, they deploy what we can therefore call a thinking poetics. And if we must say this of Heidegger, then this signature will have to be countersigned by another. Heidegger, perhaps, will have been but a pseudonym for what must remain without name. They are lacking, the sacred names. No mistake about it, we will have to submit a, written, deposition of this lack. To finish, we must begin to speak it. Or begin again. 369. Chapter 9. The gift of the gods. Hermes, the proper name of a god of paths, of passages, passants, of accesses granted or refused, takes his name from a simple pile of stones, the significance of which we do not know. A passerby threw a stone there to win his favor. Hermes brings luck. He is the god of chance and of encounters, both good and bad, the god of highway robbers. In our time, he is known as the name of several satellite and telecommunications programs throughout the world, signifying a path to communication even in our own time. In a play of thought he declares more binding and more compelling than the rigor of science. Heidegger says that he is also the guardian angel of hermeneutics. 254 This bond passes by way of the message. Hermes is the postal carrier of the gods. He is their messenger, and in Greek the messenger was said to be an angel. He carries their word, their dict, and is also called the radiant lookout, for he has wings and, like a satellite, in a single bound can traverse the immensity of the bitter waves to the island of the end of the world, where Calypso keeps the shipwrecked survivor of Troy and of the furors of Poseidon hostage. Without Hermes, there would be no adventures of Ulysses, no Odyssey. But Ulysses himself, wherever he lands, relates his own adventures. He is his own speaker, even if he disguises himself in the coat of a poor bard. The poets, Plato will therefore say, are the messengers of the gods. But without these winged messengers, who would speak of the gods? The gods are the inventions of the poets, and thus their own, proper messengers. Thus, the messenger finds on his path, and this is the sense inventing or creating it, what it was his mission to announce. In other words, the only God here is the path. It is the path that sends everything, the messenger, the message, and the addressee, us. On the path, there is the Hermes. A passerby threw a stone there, a white stone, a milestone, a mark, er. A passerby finds the Hermes on his path. He knows he is on the right path, gives thanks, throws another stone in the same direction. Sense and the sense of direction precede. The sense or direction of the path is to be a path. It is pre-sense, which has already been given even before being interpreted, explained, shown, hermeneutized. Thus, it is before the word. Sense, meaning, speaks in that it gives hearing, understanding. Like so many other philosophical words, like the word philosophy itself, the word hermeneutics is Greek. At the beginning of what is that, philosophy, Heidegger writes. We have already pronounced the word philosophy enough. But if we no longer employ it like a hackneyed term, if, on the contrary, we hear it from its origin, then it resonates, eoiase. Now the word philosophy speaks Greek. The Greek word, as Greek, is a path. What? 6. From where does the privilege of the Greek come? From a proximity to the origin. But this proximity is not given by the antique character of Greek, Greek being by no means the most ancient of languages. At a decisive moment in his course what is called thinking, of which the second part is devoted to the interpretation, and thus translation, of the first 8 words of fragment 6 of Parmenides' poem, Heidegger held that it was in fact superfluous to translate 371 them into Latin or German. But it is necessary finally to translate these words into Greek, what is called thinking, 140. Translate the Greek words into Greek. Does that make sense? Or rather would there be no philosophy except in speaking Greek? We might believe so from reading the first philosopher, at least the first to be named as such. Socrates was preparing to demonstrate that all knowledge is anamnesis, recollection, another Greek word. The experience therefore had to be conducted on someone ignorant, and Socrates asked Menon to show him one of his slaves. However, the ignorant slave had to know at least one thing: is he Greek or does he speak Greek? All this is expressed in a single word in the text, as though it were enough to speak Greek to be Greek. Why is Greek a condition sine qua non of philosophy, although philosophy is at the same time initiated upon its declarations of universality? Even Heidegger, at least the early Heidegger, subscribes to the credo, repeated from Plato to Kant and beyond, that to philosophize is proper to the human species, is what signs the human as such, and is inscribed for all time as its nature. Must we deduce from this that in order to be human, one must be Greek? It would be absurd to pretend that geometry, under the pretext that it is a Greek word, is a Greek science and nothing but. In the same way, the word poetry has Greek origins, but it is possible that in translating it into Greek we transport it onto completely different ground. Poiesis names technique, facture and the production in general, and in no way a poetic specificity. Perhaps the specificity of poetry has very little to do with matters of production, even if we interpret that specificity philosophically. In any case, whether or not this word is proper, the thing did not wait for the Greeks to show itself, and did not stop with Homer or Pindar, who, moreover, were not yet called poets. Why would it not be the same for philosophy? Must philosophy be assigned a Greek origin in 372 order to be authenticated? Or is this concern for assigning an origin not already a Greek characteristic? If every myth is the myth of the origin, then we can call this trait mythic. But we must reserve the privilege of the invention of mythic thought to the Greeks alone, even though philosophy is characterized, too summarily, in my view, as a rupture with myth and the dawn of reason or logos. Upon first sight, Heidegger seems to repeat the schemes that bring back bad memories. To be sure, every isolated human group thinks of itself mythically, in the first place, as the only humanity worthy of the name. It is a question of cohesion. The Kashinawas call themselves, and names are always at issue, the true men. In the same way, one could say that the Greeks, although less isolated, divided the human species into humanity properly speaking, composed of Greeks and of all those who speak Greek, and the others, the barbarians, those who talk gibberish, since there is but one language worthy of the name, Greek. Philosophy would thus be born from an exacerbated but also singular ethnocentrism, since the Greeks will have been the only people to tie the idea of humanity to a language elevated to a universal status because it alone would be more than a language, logos. Oddly, this word has never signified language, and there is not even a word in Greek to name that. At least not one word. If saying, like being, is said in many ways, these different modes dwell, like being in its analogy, in the unity of the word that designates the word, das word. Heidegger would undoubtedly have refuted this translation. The singularity of this word, in German, is to split itself into two plurals, word are statements, and word are simple words. The Greeks had several words, word for the word, for das word, several words for a single word, that. 373 is, for the word in the proper sense of the word. But what is this proper sense? To determine it, the proper sense must first be distinguished from already the other, improper, senses. The ability to make this distinction constitutes the privilege of the human being and is conferred upon humans by their determination as the living beings endowed with logos, that is, with the word in the proper sense. Is this a circular argument? If logos gives the human this proper and distinctive trait, it is because logos is itself the ability to differentiate, to classify, to give order, what we call reason. Differentiation functions like a language system in which each word is given in relation to the others as not being the others, but also in referring to them, in always being capable of being substituted for by another or of itself substituting for another, logos, that is to say word, that is to say, etc. etc. is again a translation for all the others, all those that remain. It implies the enumerability of the plural and as such might well be the word par excellence for language. It might be this word, yet it cannot be it any more than logos or word can, because there is no word par excellence, no pure word that contains its meaning in itself, separate from the others, without necessarily taking part in them. The pure or proper word is not a word, it is a barbarism. By its very exclusion, the word barbarian gives the trait proper to the definition of the proper word. We could even say that it is the absolutely proper word. Unarticulated, if articulation is the pivotal point of language as an infinite and living speech, it precedes and makes possible the appearance of a language as articulation and the putting into relation of differences, as the specific and proper, relatively proper, community of a determinate language, and thus of a people. The word barbarian precedes the appearance of such a language. 374. Exactly inasmuch as it can never appear except in a language, here Greek, that thus defines itself by the exclusion of its other, the unarticulated. Greek defines itself and appears as such solely in tearing itself from the undifferentiated non-appearing of the barbarian, at least of what is named by those who have the word, properly. For the word barbarian is still a Greek word. The so-called barbarians never called themselves this. Or, to put it differently, the barbarian is always the name of the other, there are not self-named barbarians, and perhaps no self-naming plain and simple. The name always comes from the other. The other is excluded or, on the contrary, appropriated, the movement is the same, assimilation being no less a form of exclusion. Heidegger would like to efface this impure origin in positing a sort of self-appearance of language to itself. That is supposed to have taken place, mythically, with the Greeks, the first to define themselves in relation to others, people and animals, according to the privilege of the word, that is, of the word proper. But the definition to which Heidegger has recourse, man is the living being who has, holds onto, possesses language, or rather logos, presupposes, first, that language is structured like logos in order to formulate that definition, and, second, historically comes after the plural, though always unitary, structure mythos epos logos. If logos comes last, this is not by chance, it is a philosophical and thus belated definition. Heidegger uses the definition shamelessly here, even though elsewhere he will put it into question in order to overturn the inevitable ethno-anthropocentrism it implies. What is most astonishing is the justification of logos by its irreplaceable character. We cannot replace logos by language tongue, long. All animals have a tongue, even cattle. But they do not a tongue, language, properly speaking. It is a simple tongue, less than language, a tongue cut off from its meaning, without logos, that is to say, without saying. A cow, and by extension, in a relation only. 375. Sensible humans, that is, those endowed with logos, can establish, an infant or a barbarian does not have, access to, language, because they have only a tongue. They are lacking this decisive supplement, the meaning of the tongue, language, that ensures that language, properly speaking, logos, and not tongue, makes sense, that is to say, that it says, each time saying its sense, that of saying itself. The dream is of a self that is purely self-productive, but there is no pure sense, unless it is purified of its other. Non-sense, however, cannot appear as such except through the sense that has appeared. But sense itself does not appear as such, as so-called self-named proper, except in demarcating itself from what precedes it or from what it rejects at the same time, cutting all impure descendants, as not being sense. The word must affirm itself in saying itself as such, that is, as not another, or the other, although it cannot be said except in taking the place of another, and of another that could always, according to the law of the that is to say, take its place in turn. The ethnic purification that Heidegger practices is all the more astonishing for its concern for a milieu or medium that authorizes no purity, at least no absolute purity. The worst exclusion concerns animals. Even in the Greek, Aristotelian, definition, man is, before anything else, a living being. There again, a tour de force is necessary to retranslate the so-called meaning of living into Greek. First of all, to call for the translation of as animal is just as erroneous and perverse as the translation of logos as ratio. Then, or at the same time, to carry life over the side of physis, which is itself related back to aletheia. If we in this way avoid any biological or zoological connotations, this carrying over settles nothing, or rather settles its account with the purely living being, by which we understand the being that is nothing but living. 376. Not having access to the truth, to the open, since he has no way to say it, to manifest that it is there, or is the there, how could this being give the human its proper characteristic? And, by the same token, does this being not become cut off from life? Endowed with sense, with this supplementary sense, that is, the ability to speak sense, must it also be deprived of all access to pure life, so that it would be the denatured living being, in other words, metaphysical? Would he, perhaps she, if we push it, alone be able to have access to death, as such? Pushing this logic to the extreme, we must remove the ability to die from animals, from simple living beings. They can only perish. Is this a difference between words? No, it is the difference of being, that is to say, this comes back to the same thing, if you will, a difference of saying, again. How, then, are we to conceive of this pure life without that which delimits it, death? And how are we to think death without life? The Heideggerian concept of death must itself be pure, without a trace of life. But perhaps therein lies the being of the concept, inborn death? What is presupposed is that through language, traversing it bit by bit without, however, itself lodging there, being already speaks, already sends its presense. Is there a presupposition? Perhaps not, or only from the point of view of a preliminary recollection. Let us take as an example the Greek word ousia. In everyday language, we would again need to know if this is not already a philosophy distinction. Ousia signifies possessions, property/propriety, what one has, and by no means what one is. 255. It is only with Plato that the word takes on a completely different sense, which obliges Seneca to invent the word essentia. For the philosopher finds in the word a supplementary propriety, presence, and even the presence of the most proper, that of the very to be through its present participle. That Greek grammar speaks is just as much a privilege as an obstacle for us. The properly proper becomes generality par excellence, what is most common. It is this loss of being in the very name of being that Heidegger marks at the beginning of ontotheology. Theology is added in order to make up for the defect of ontology, incapable of presenting what is proper to presence. Its rights, its propriety must therefore be restored to it. All of philosophy can be read as a repeated combat against the usury of language, a usury that philosophy believes it is reducing even though it produces it as the language of generality, of essence. To that, Heidegger will say, it must be objected that essence is not a good, i.e., proper, translation. In the same way, veritas alters the original, or literal, purity of truth. Perhaps. But if a word is not translatable by another, it is no longer a word at all. A word, whatever it may be, is what it is only referring to, and this structure of referral excludes all propriety from the beginning. But Heidegger's entire development aims to further appropriate language, for example, to make the common word erroneous say, in the word itself, appropriation. But this event would be so proper, so idiomatic, that nothing comparable could properly be named an erroneous. Logocentrism constitutes the essence of logos. Inborn being, neither proceeding from nor produced by anything, is nothing but the self-manifestation to the self of self-saying, Architautology, it being understood that tautology is not in the first place saying the same thing in just the same way, but saying itself. To deconstruct architautology is not to call upon the illogical or the barbarian. On the contrary, there is no other logic than that of identity to self, saying. But this logic has itself come from the other of all selves. It is violent. 378. Because it presupposes this other in the form of the excluded, of the other, or the barbarian. But the other is never the other. To put it in another way, the barbarian is not an other, no, it is the same. A barbarian is a human being just the same, a human being is an animal just the same, etc. But a barbarian is not a human being in the proper sense of being. All that adheres to an impeccable, cutting logic, a logic that cuts into the same. Just the same is not absolutely the same, a human being, and thus is not the same at all, as regards the ground, i.e., being. But what does being mean, what does it want to say, logos? Is this to say that aside from speaking, being, Greek, there is nothing but the barbarian? It must be admitted that certain of Heidegger's propositions give this impression. Being would remain the first and last word, that is to say, the Greek beginning. Yet that is only true for us. And who are we? Heirs, yes, but also the disinherited. But the Greeks were also disinherited. They are, I wonder if I can use the present tense, those who ask themselves what happened to them, which being was, those to whom it happened for the first time, perhaps, in this strange history of being no longer to know what being, and equally, being Greek, philosophers, men, and so on, might signify. The Occident is born of this nightfall, of this fall in which sense, that of being there of being, falls under sense, at once brilliant and void. Now passing over all authority and all authorization, without birth, now burying itself, under its own skin, it never ceases to oscillate between being the inborn and the living dead, self-deliverance, the absolutely modern, and the return of the innumerable specters that it has become to itself. The Occident, I might say, were it not a bit too simple to give it but a single name, is this old man crying like a baby, looking to cut his own umbilical cord even in making himself his own grave digger, or in writing his epithalamium in advance. It is the Republic giving itself as the year zero of a new age of the world, Hitler killing himself after the end of the world, a single figure with two heads, the 379. Obsession to be being itself, and, if that is impossible, if we must necessarily share with the other, to be, all alone, nothingness itself. There is no point of departure because this point has already come, torn to itself in the coming that always exposes it as the other, so that it could not make itself appear except in the moment that it makes itself disappear. I will return to this. The structure of departure prevents all reappropriation, and that is why it must be called the departure from belonging, the departure that does not belong to itself, no more so than does the now. The Greek departure can appear only to us at the moment that it has already withdrawn. What appears, then, is disappearance, cutting, and this is what unremittingly disorients the Occident. There are not pure Greeks, there were already withdrawing at the moment they came, were thrown, into the world. The translation of Greek into Greek, Archie-Greek, that Heidegger dreamed of aims to overcome the gap in the so-called origin and to restore its mythic purity. Because the Greek that appears significant always impure from the point of view of what has not appeared preceding it and throwing it toward itself, to fill this gap we must climb back beyond the Greek to what escaped it in its very springing forth, its departure, its cutting, its divorce from itself, which is its only possibility of being born. But that would also imply a supplementary ascending turn, surpassing us, since, fundamentally, we are taken up in the Greek decline. The other departure, der Endier Anfang, invents another sense, direction, of, and from, the beginning. It says goodbye to itself as if, in this ultimate and probably impossible gesture, it could finally say itself at the point of departure of the departure. Let us return to hermeneutics, a name for this departure that seeks to place itself at the very point of departure. Philosophy parts from what is given to it, being or language, but will never recognize this. I take as an example the 380 Hegelian itinerary. First, only the absolute is pure departure. But this purity must show itself as such, showing or manifestation being the very telos of the absolute. But self-manifestation demands passing by way of the other, but not just any other. No, an other proper to the self is necessary, an other that abolishes itself in itself and does not remain other. A remainder would destroy the absoluteness of the self-same. A same other that effaces itself in its alterity is necessary to serve as liaison, as a point of passage, as a milieu for the production of self. This ideal milieu, that of identity itself, is language, which alone is capable of serving as a pure mirror of reflection. For example, we know that it is the example Hegel says manifests the naturally speculative character of the German language. Aufheben is a speculative word, not only because it at once signifies as the mirror of the spirit of language itself. All language is performatively speculative, as the examination of the speculative proposition through the operation of the sublation of the copula attempts to demonstrate. The word posits itself, effaces itself, and maintains itself in ideality. It shows through, transappears the absolute. Thus, no matter how hard it tries to disguise its real nature, it always returns to that nature, or rather, it comes back to us, with increased capital, an excess of meaning, probably because the so-called natural is already an invention of speculative thought for which natives will suffer the consequences. Thought must make itself appear and thus must alienate itself in the medium of language, from which it can always extricate itself in sublating this medium to its own absolute light. Language thinks despite itself. This classic itinerary had to be set out, see Derrida in Glass 256, summarily to bring out, in contrast, the Heideggerian procedure, which could be presented. 381. As the reverse. Far from meaning pre-existing language, which would be but a mirror of meaning, it is language that presides over the birth of meaning, on the condition, of course, that we know which language is in question. It certainly cannot be the ordinary language we use and abuse more or less like a tool that is appropriated to express what we believe to be our thoughts. This is so not only because this dominant conception of language as a means of expression is, in Heidegger's eyes, a monstrosity against nature, a true unwesen, but also because it supposes that language is in some way a being. But language, if it is the depository, the house, of being, cannot in turn be a being, otherwise it would lead us to a sort of onto-theology, literally speaking, in the manner of an absolute tautology in which the logos is the same. In the same way that simply onto-theology is the system that folds being back into a being, the supreme being, God, absolute onto-theology, that of logos as being, would make logos the folding of being upon itself, saying. I propose completing George's line, where the word is lacking, no thing may be, with the following, where the thing is lacking, no word may be. This disconcerting proposition throws us off the path and demands a thinking of the thing that would be completely other than that of onto-theology. We would, for example, have to return to the piles of pebbles on the path. 257. Heidegger himself corrected George's line as follows, and is arises where the word breaks off, al. 108. Saying, sage, gives the is to the thing. This saying is not the property/propriety of the human subject. Rather, it appropriates the human subject as subject to the word, and yet even there it seems that this power is refused to animals, exactly as, even more radically, it is refused to the thing, which could not even be mute. Heidegger then clarifies. The essential relation between death and language flashes up before us, but it still remains unthought, al. 107. Only those who are capable of speaking are capable of dying. We should even say that only those capable of speaking are capable of being, if it is true that Dasein is above all the capacity for being. This is a maybe, but also a relation to being and to saying, to the world and to death. This possibility is thus not a simple eventuality, even less is it a faculty. It is more a matter of duty, of a debt. We must speak, simply because speaking is a matter of a failing or a lapse that is not a ham failing, but already in the structure of speech itself, the step, not, of being for which a there, a place in which to take place, is necessary marks itself. This lapse is not reducible to a simply negativity, since it is a call to. But it cannot be evacuated in the name of a superior positivity of being either. As such, everything having to do with a foundation by speech, even poetic speech, precisely cannot be sublated or reappropriated, but always remains in debt, as it the translator faced with the original to be translated. Consequently, we would even have to revise the canonical definition of poiesis as making being. Language makes absolutely nothing be that was not there before, simply because being is not made. It gives itself or refuses itself, comes or does not come, but even when it is lacking, and perhaps precisely then, it is always already sent, not as a being, but as what is to be said. Translation was spoken of as an example. Yet we must also understand that there is nothing but translation as soon as it is a matter of rendering what is to be said. Everything, to begin with the very event of a first time, is. 383. Translation traduction or, better, translation. 258 So saying means translating. What is going on here, is precisely going toward, to, as one goes to the sea or to war. In that case, saying would be a goal, an end, a telos. But there is essentially no end to this advancing, no final word. We could even say that what approaches, but can only approach, even though this is no reservation, to approach is already to touch, the thing itself, to be said, most closely is also what remains, in the said itself, to be said, to be re-said, that is to say, in an other way, to be exposed to the other. Translation as translation toward the to be said is in no way a simply technical question. We might even say that it is not a matter for professional translators. It is a question of nothing less than finding a language, as Rimbaud writes, that also always means finding more than one. It seems that in Heidegger's eyes there was but one language worthy of the name, Greek at the exclusion of all other, barbarian, languages, but at the same time we must add that this name, language, is improper or unworthy of the Greek. Greek is not one language among others because it carries the mark of the first time it sent itself being, be this interpretation he form of this small, empty word is. But this first can appear only for us others, moderns, and consequently in the original repetition that is precisely translation as the ordeal of the foreigner. Thus, only the literal translation of what was the master word of Greek experience, aletheia, will permit not only to open us to what is proper to this specific foreigner, not just any foreigner, since he is our source but also our future, but to open to the other what was at his heart, but occulted from him. The strange thing is not to have called what we name truth by such a name, but never to have thought what is said there, literally. Even in dwelling in then open of this clearing, not a single Greek heard or understood what his own language said, not one perceived in the word itself what Pindar named the signless cloud of concealment, the lethe that aletheia suspends. 259. Whether the etymology proposed by Heidegger is true or not is not the question. What is the truth of our word truth? According to Heidegger, it is but a Roman falsity. Latin translation is a complete catastrophe, perhaps even the major catastrophe in history for Heidegger. It recovers precisely what is the very heart, though already occulted from the Greeks, of aletheia, that is, what Heidegger discovered, the precedence of the withdrawal, the retreat, of all presence, that is true, effective, has appeared, and so on. Veritas is a defensive and even obstructive word. 260 It is therefore an archy-false word, so to speak, not only because it makes of truth a compact organization, an impermeable block, like a bunker in the place that the Greeks experienced everything in the lightness of bestowed grace, of dispersing fog, of the clearing, but because it forbids all access to what, in the event of the coming to light, is also the secret hidden from view, say, what denotes the privative, and not positive, structure of the word aletheia. Once again, the question is not to know if the Heideggerian translation is true or not, which perhaps no longer even makes sense. What truth can one authorize oneself when it is a question of its essence? The question is to understand how, thanks to this translation, a reconstruction that passes by way of a deconstruction of the Roman translation, according to the very principle of destruction posited at the threshold of being and time, the original appears more original, so to speak, even more Greek than the first time. We could almost say that the true Greek word is only possible by passing through the translation into that language called German. Unverbergenheit is henceforth the proper name of aletheia, or at least that German reinvented for the cause of translation. This German, therefore, far from coming second, as a simple servant, ancilla was long its title of nobility, commands absolutely the access to the thing itself. The translator is then that creator Heidegger defined as he who advances toward the unsaid and pierces toward the unthought, drives out what has not come to pass and makes the unheard emerge. IM 123. Differing from the true creator, however, does the translator not have something that has been said at his disposal, a model under his eyes that he should content himself with reseeing, putting differently, rendering differently and yet in the same way, simply in another language? This is what we normally call translation, establishing the equation between one situation and another in a theoretically reversible equivalence. Broad is bread, and vice versa. Just the same, we might say, aletheia, that is, truth, and not unverbergenheit or non-occultation, if we can agree that this word might be the good translation of the Heideggerian word. The test is to replace aletheia by non-occultation in any non-philosophical Greek text, and yet what is a non-philosophical text, and that produces gibberish? A translation is good, just, adequate, true, when we can return from the riverbank we have arrived at to the one from which we departed, from the translation to the original, with a minimum of loss or degradation in both understanding and meaning. There will 386. Always be loss, something untranslatable, we say, without thinking too much about it. But if we limit this damage to the minimum, we will obtain, at the most, an approximation, a more or less faithful copy. Such is the most frequent result, and such is the normative, scientific conception of translation. A copy supposes a model. But where does the model come from? The theory of translation follows that of imitation, of mimesis, which in turn determines every theory of Occidental, Western, art. Without entering into a debate with a long tradition that has its grounding in Plato's, and Aristotle's, metaphysics, let us recall the aporia constitutive of mimesis. It presupposes a first, inimitable term that nonetheless makes possible and to a certain point even demands imitation. This will be nature for art, and the original text for translation. To be capable of being imitated, the one like the other must begin by withdrawing itself from the imitation even in authorizing it. An entirely untranslatable text is quite simply not a text at all, but a text that entirely untranslatable, without remainder, is no more of a text. This means that translation exists from the beginning, and it is precisely this original translation that constitutes the untranslatability of the original. From the beginning means that there is translation in the original itself, and that is why translation does not simply move from one language to another, it begins in language proper, or the mother tongue. Translation begins precisely as soon as it is to be said, and that is never entirely sayable. 387. To speak and to say is in itself translation, the essence of which can by no means be divided without remainder into those situations where translating and translated words belong to different languages. In ever dialogue and in ever soliloquy an original translation holds sway. We do not here have in mind primarily the operation of substituting one turn of phrase for another in the same language or the use of paraphrase, Umschreibung. Such a change in the choice of words is a consequence deriving from the fact that what is to be said has already been transported for us into another truth and clarity, perhaps obscurity. This transporting can occur without a change in linguistic expression. The poetry of a poet or the treatise of a thinker stands within its own proper unique word. It compels us to perceive this word again and again as if we were hearing it for the first time. These newborn words transpose us in every case to a new shore. GA 54, 17-18. To translate is to displace sense, and this is what Heidegger demonstrates performatively in translating the word for translate. He displaces the accent from übersetzen to übersetzen, and makes translation a movement of passing over and nearly vertiginous ascension. The ordinary translation from one language to another to the linguist Jacobson renders as translation properly speaking. Interlingual translation is at the lowest level. Then there is that translation Jacobson names intralingual, rewording, the reformulation of turns of phrase by others in the same language, which supposes, as Derrida, from whom I borrow these scientific references, writes, that one can know in the final analysis how to determine rigorously the unity and identity of a language, the decidable form of its limits. 261. Heidegger calls this second translation Umschreibung, but leaves the word in quotation marks, which makes one think he finds it improper, in effect. There is rewriting around the word. At the same time, he concedes a certain originality, ein ursprüngliches Übersetzen, to it, but an originality that is inferior to the absolute originality proper to translation properly speaking, reserved for the heights of the Kuppeldichten Denken. Only there is word characterized by a first time, an absolute first, man walked on the moon, so that not only is this first not altered in repeating itself, it in a certain way demands a constant virginal repetition, the act is virginal, even when repeated René Char. But it demands that of us, the readers. Each time, we must hear this absolutely unheard of word as though it were always the first time it was resonating, which is impossible in the case of intralingual translation, a simple reformulation, replacement, ersetzen. With the translation, übersetzen, of the to be said into a unique and first said there is no possibility of replacement, of substitution, or of ersatz, thus of translation in the common sense of the word. For the very first word, the word is first, always already unique, irreplaceable, as though it belonged to no language, to the point that we might well ask if it is still really a word. 262. Translation does not have, as its essential destination, to communicate, and that is so even if Heidegger speaks of a message. But this word must be retranslated into Greek, must pass over via satellite to the angel Hermes. We do not even have to resort to the Greek. If we closely reread Walter Benjamin's text, The Task of the Translator, we will see a strange collusion, which does not exclude some essential gaps in the translation, taking shape between Heidegger and Benjamin. Both take as a model of the to translate the sacred, or poetic, text. Heidegger explicitly declares many a time that, essential, poetry expresses nothing, does not aim to communicate a content. It is not communication as such that is aimed at, even though it is made problematic in Hölderlin as integral, but the difference between the content to be communicated and the linguistic act of communication. In other words, an illicit rewording, the difference between a signified, which could be outside language, and the very act of saying it, which is itself already the whole sense, effaces itself. Derrida told Benjamin, if there is indeed between the translated text and the translating text a relation of original to version, it could not be representative or reproductive. Translation is neither an image nor a copy. 263. But we must also be able to say that of Heidegger, all the more so since he always destroyed the essence of truth as adequation. That does not mean that the very notion of the original loses its rights, even if the original can no longer lay claim to the slightest right. We have left the sphere of the law, like that of representation. Derrida devotes numerous developments to dissecting, ironically, juridical manuals concerning the rights of translators, to make original, though derived, works. He remains perplexed faces with this claim of an originality, despite everything, of the text to be translated. If there is no longer a model, why could the translation not be called more original than the original itself? Why stop at a first time, when the original is itself already nothing but a translation? But this formulation already betrays the secondary role traditionally attributed to translation. To be but a translation is to occult the cardinal word, to be already, in advance, a translation. Heidegger names. 263 Derrida, Tours, 201. 390. The irrecuperable advance of that jump the origin. Or rather, to retranslate, the o'erspring is found in this already. In Benjamin as in Heidegger, the advance of the original is translated as presence, or rather by presence, for the origin is never present to itself, of what could be taken for a fiction, and even a myth, pure language, die rein sprach for Benjamin, or Archie language, sprach for Heidegger. As Derrida again indicates, this originary language is not a theoretical construction like a universal language in the Leibnizian sense, it is not even a poetic dream like that of Rimbaud, soul for the soul, but is the being language of the language, tongue, or language as such, that unity without self-identity, which makes for the fact that there are languages and that they are languages. 264 It is to that mysterious preliminary unity that Heidegger's three essays, entitled The Essence of Language, are devoted. The central formulation, the guiding or translating word that implements the reversal of the essence of language into the language of essence gives, Heidegger writes, al. 94, die Urkund vom Sprachwesen, not the original document of being language, as this is translated in English, the original being in no way an archive, or, in that case, in the literal sense, the origin is in need of the archive, but the promise, the announcement of the original, and of the original as pure promise. The announcement of the original, and of the original as pure promise. For Benjamin, translation's mission is to announce, almost messianically, the reign of pure language in the reconciliation of divided languages, this language being nothing other than the promise of language itself. This formulation, in turn, is in no way a restriction, not only is a promise not nothing, but the being of language, or better, its maybe, maybe, is given in the promise. Just the same, for Heidegger whatever the diversity of languages, which are secondary, as regards the to be said, the task of thought, die Aufgabe, it's dead, but also the gift that there is promise in this lapse, consists in letting this announcement before all message be said, this before saying in an absolutely literal sense, even in renouncing, as the poet in the poem the word renounces the gem to find the word for the word itself to the extent that it is by, through and thanks to, this renunciation that it is announced as promised and forbidden. Thus, for Benjamin there is a kinship between languages, a kinship that in no way implies resemblance or imitation, but only a common filiation leaving from a point of departure, which is nevertheless never present, or past, which comes down to the same thing, a point that could be defined as parting itself, or derivation as such. In the same way, for Heidegger there is, this time, an affinity not of resemblance but of cohabitation in the original neighborhood of saying, an affinity not between languages but between thought and poetry, a proximity in the always unique manner of being toward the saying. The relation of being to saying, however, can itself never be present to itself, but can only be capable of being shown beginning with the demand, that is, always differently. 265. This saying must be understood literally, without changing the slightest comma. The task of the hermeneut, or the translator, be he thinker or poet, is not to lend a meaning to what does not immediately have one, but to make a sign toward what properly signs the original. An original remarks itself in that it can, and even must, be resaid, in that it calls for replication, although it makes no sense to copy a copy, just as one does not translate a translation. Precisely because the original does not make itself understood, by itself, but always through the other, through this other that will be its unique and yet always repeated translation, and because, taken to the extreme, it therefore makes no sense in itself, each time it opens, in its own way, the path of sense, sensibility, if we can understand this word literally, the pure possibility of sense. It is thus that Derrida, in the guise of a conclusion, writes of this limit. Pas de sens, that does not signify poverty of meaning but no meaning. Pas de sens, that would be itself, meaning, beyond any literality. And right there is the sacred. 266 literality is in quotation marks. This is not and will never be the proper word, and will never revert to a simple matter of literality. For the letter, obviously, has no sense in itself, does not make sense but in referring to the other. The not sense is the opening of sense before all signification. It is passage. Thus the path returns. Heidegger comes back, in the third essay on the being of language, to the privilege of the path, thanks to or by way of the very word for path, weg, as though it were necessary to open the word path to find the path of the word, a properly hermeneutic circularity that, nonetheless, far from taking us to the same point, deports us to the far away. Weg, adverbially, signifies far from the far away toward the near. It is thus that, by way of the bias of the most near, the Alemannic dialect of the verb wegen, Heidegger renders the ordinary self-limitation bewegen, to move, strange. He sends it away to the point of making it signify ascending that sends. 266 Derrida, Tours, 235. 393. Everything, by parodying, but also subverting, a celebrated word, what is essential in ascending is not what is sent, the message, but the sending itself, since the sending is already in the sent, the word. Weg becomes an archy word of language that belongs to the same domain of source and of river as the verbs wegen, to rock, wagon, to dare, and wagen, to sail/drift. In English, the kinship is lost. Is this to say that an uncrossable limit marks itself there? But there is no limit to the crossing. Crossing leads by way of and beyond languages to this being language that belongs to no language inasmuch as it puts them all on the way to being. On the way to saying the word, but only on the way, only in the promise of being on the way toward. What has been said, nonetheless remains to be said. 394. Chapter 10. A glance at the word. Since it is a question of speech, it is best to begin with what being and time has to say on the subject. Only one paragraph is devoted explicitly to speech, paragraph 34, entitled De scène and speech. Language. But before taking up this paragraph, 2 words. They will always be more than 2 words. Being and time is conceptualized according to an academic model in effect at the time of its writing. This model has a thoroughly Germanic rigor or rigidity that, in other fields and in other camps, have proven their validity, a nod to Germany's military history. There are therefore parts divided into sections, chapters, and finally paragraphs. These divisions recall the dialectical method advocated by Plato to fish for the fisherman. 267 The problem of analysis, and it is really an analytic, even an existential analytic, is to arrive at the smallest possible indivisible unit. But the atom, de scène, with a hyphen, or perhaps Dasein, finds itself always already divided, is never where it should be, in the one, but has already passed into the other. Thus scène is found in Dasein, but this latter is not being, only it's there, and yet, never in the first place, never immediately, Dasein has to be it, being. 268 Dasein is the indication of being in the sense that only it is capable of questioning the meaning of being, which is at once there and not there, or there only in the trace, in the very word Dasein. I now come to the place of paragraph 34 in the economy of being and time. It is part of an essential whole in which the three existentials composing the tripartite structure of Dasein take their place, and announces Dasein's tripartite temporality as state of mind, understanding, and speech. The situation of speech is not as clear as that of the other two parts. We can see this in the very title of the paragraph. Whereas, in the previous chapters, Heidegger wrote, Dasein as state of mind or Dasein as understanding, the as is now replaced by an and, a conjunction that ties together in a manner much less strict than as, which properly identifies what is in question. Moreover, where does this isolated addition come from, this supplement, language, that, this time seems to connect with nothing? We might think that it comes as an example, just as each of the preceding existentials was illustrated by concrete modes, fear and anxiety for state of mind, explication and exposition for understanding. But each time these examples constituted entire separate chapters. Here, language appears in the very title of the paragraph, literally as its paragraph, written off to the side, more juxtaposed than connected. What, then, is the place of language? Can this place be shown, experience inside the constitution of the being of Dasein, BT, 209? Can language be led back to the site, to the there of being there? And what speech could show, say, the place of this phenomenon without which no phenomenology is possible? We find the same paradoxes that rule in the very word Dasein again in the relation between being and the human being. Language is a paragraph written beside speech, a paragraph without which there is neither speech nor a speaking being there. It is juxtaposed beside what it nevertheless makes. 396. Possible, just as without Dasein no sen can be shown, even as not there, which is still the only manner, or at least the primary manner, of being there. We recall that the situation of Dasein is not to be there, is to be improperly, Unagentlichkeit. This gap, which at once crosses out Dasein and gives it as being what takes the place of being, is itself the paraph of being, its signature in absentia. Paraph is the same word as paragraph, the written form is just altered, the gra of graph lost, paraph, a flourish at the end of a signature. Add de to sen and you will have distinguished the signature, countersigned what could never have signed except with the hand of the other. For its beauty, I add the citation given by the dictionary, a quote from Jules Renard. At the bottom of the page, he improvises a signature. The tail of the paraph loses itself in the paraph itself. 269 being loses itself in its signature, in this double that it nonetheless has incited, that should have been but a lieutenant, a placeholder, a substitute, but that has played its role so well, has held the place of being so well, that it has become being, literally exempting being from being present, as being. This is the end of my two opening words, words of paraphrase. No, one more word, which will take on the appearance of a footnote. In the concern to return to the original, Greek, acceptance of the word, Heidegger begins by translating logos literally as read, clarifying that this literal translation can only receive its validity from the determination of what read means, BT, 55. And what does it mean? For that, read must be retranslated into Greek, this time by a word borrowed from Aristotle, acioe or a with acute a with ring above a with acute, to manifest, make seen. But what will be named apophantic, according to a literal translation of the Greek, is a derivative mode of explication and thus of understanding, and not of read. Things are complicated if we recall that the Greeks had no word for sprach, language. They understood this word in the first place as read, BT, 209. Did the Greeks speak German in the first place? But a German purified, it goes without saying, of the word sprach, among other things. And us? How are we going to translate? For example, the central sentence, Das existential-ontologische Fundament der Sprache ist die Rede, BT, 203, the existential ontological foundation of speech is speaking? This is a ridiculous and precious tautology. If we write, the foundation of language is speaking, we obtain a formulation that is barely less hollow. Do we say, the foundation, and why not add existential ontological, of sleep is sleeping? We say nothing as long as we do not know what speaking and meaning mean. To speak does not necessarily mean speaking or even meaning, but, apophanes thai. And language? Does it mean? The text is clear on this point, Sprache is language and only language. The reference to Wilhelm von Humboldt at the end of the paragraph suffices to assure this univocal sense. But to understand it correctly, we ought to forget what Heidegger will say later when he has turned in on the way to language. For the moment, it is not to say that language speaks. No, only Dasein speaks, but another word, it speaks in a reed, which is not a language, but a manner of being there. And as for language, the whole question is to arrive at situating it, there. In On the Way to Language, Heidegger returns to hermeneutics, a word that, along with the word phenomenology, had almost disappeared from his language. On this occasion, the Japanese man expresses his regret that the 398th discussion, or situation, if you prefer, Erörterung, of language remained quite sparse, to which Heidegger responds that he should read paragraph 34 more closely, al. 41-42, 137. But his interlocutor does not allow himself to be sent back to his studies so easily, and does nothing but express his regrets about the brevity of the text. The fact is that Heidegger is not very talkative bavard about speech, although he is more talkative about chattering bavaridage. Being and time is not entitled being and speech of course, but speech is implied in it from the beginning, that is, from the exposition of the preconcept of phenomenology, paragraph 7, a problematic concept in the literal sense of the Greek word, that which is thrown before and thus responds to the project of Dasein. Discovering from the beginning that the very word phenomenology already projects phenomenology as such, the analysis operates according to the hermeneutic path, meaning is anticipated in the word. It is always a question of the concept of logos. Heidegger does not stop after having retranslated logos into Greek, or rather acioe as a with acute a with ring above a with acute. This original meaning, he says, is always already second and derived. Logos precisely would not be taken for the primary place of truth, BT, 57. Let us recall the difficulty in assigning a place to language. One could take language for the natural place of logos, and this latter, in turn, for the place of truth. But Heidegger, inverting that, first thinks logos as the place of language, at least as its ground, its base, and, second thinks truth as the place of logos, which from then on becomes second. In the meantime, truth must have changed meaning, or place, and emigrated from the spoken to, what? The thing itself? Is that what we should say? 399. Aesthesis, perception pure and simple, sensible of something, is true in the Greek sense, and indeed more originally than the logos in question judgment. Inasmuch as aesthesis aims at its idea, or the being who is not properly accessible except by it and for it, for example the sight of colors, then perception is always true. Sight always discovers colors, hearing always discovers sounds. The pure knowing is true in the most pure and original sense, that is, doing nothing but discovering, so that it can never cover over, is perception which looks purely and simply, takes in the simplest determinations of the being of beings as such. This knowing can never cover over, never be false, it can at the very most remain non-perceiving, an agnowing, insufficient to give access pure, simple, and appropriate. BT, 57. What is a pure and simple perception? If perception, be it sensible or non-sensible, suffices to give access to a being, as such, to phenomena, what is the need, in addition, of a phenomenology or of a logos? Are they not but supplements? Can we say just as simply that there is a phenomenon pure and simple? Since it is a question of seeing colors, one thinks of Wittgenstein's aporias, how can we see blue if not as blue? But this as introduces a distance into the relation to the self, the very difference of being, like that difference of saying as. It is not a matter of privileging seeing for itself, for each sense, in its proper domain, carries out a discovering of beings, and thus hearing discovers, is true, no less than does sight. The philosophic tradition from the beginning, Plato and even Heraclitus, has simply privileged seeing as the mode of access to the being and to being, BT 187. Being can be seen, according to Aristotle, it can even be touched, but it is important to see that to see, here, is to understand, touch, grasp. Moreover, this is what everyday language says when we say, I see that. Heidegger cites St. Augustine's Confessions, where it 400 is a question of concupiscencia as the desire of the eyes. Even though, rigorously speaking, it is a matter of the eye, seeing applies to all the senses as soon as the knowledge of things as they appear is at stake. To see is to know, asaa, to have already seen. And yet this side of being is by no means evident, even when it is expressed as evidence itself, the idea, that which one always already has in view. To see is to see as, this or that. The seen being returns to us from that as which it is seen, it concerns us only in this form. Let us imagine for an instant that the seen thing is not discovered. Heidegger would say that this, by nature, is an impossible experience, for in this case nothing would be seen and there would be nothing nameable. There is not blue unless it can be said as such. Of course, it is not speech that produces blue materially in its blueness, but without it, that is also to say, without seeing it, which is never seeing blue but seeing as blue, there is not blue. The priority of seeing in this sense comes from the absolute precedence of Dasein in that it has the sense of sense. Dasein is always already thrown into a world that makes, or does not make, sense, it always already understands, even if in not understanding. We could even say that not understanding is already a possibility of Dasein, and of it alone. An animal bet can never be stupid bet in the sense of the stupidity bêtise that, paradoxically, would constitute the sad privilege of the human. Of course, we would have to question again this evidence that removes all sense from animality as a result of the elevation of aesthesis to the height of truth. We could almost say, and this is what Heidegger will say in his course on Parmenides, that the animal does not see. We do not see because we have eyes, but, as in the old evangelical saying, we have eyes with which to see. 401. Just as an eye without the capacity to see is nothing, so too the capacity to see remains for its part an incapacity if it does not already bathe in a relation of man to the discoverable being of the look. But how can a being appear to man, if the latter does not in its essence already relate to beings as such? But how can this relation be established if man does not establish himself in relation to being? If man did not already have being in view, im Blick, he could not think the nothing even once, not to mention an experience of beings. GA 54, 217. The privilege of the human is that of the relation to, in general, and even with the most general, being, but also the most empty, nothingness. Before being this or that, the human is already in view of being, in that the human is in relation to. There is no intellectual tension in grasping the sense of this or that about understanding. Rather, understanding has to see what already addresses itself to us, even before we have expressly paid attention. Understanding can usually do without words, that goes, as we say, without saying. I walk down the street and I have already understood everything without having to say anything, without saying sidewalk, road, cat, and so on. I have already seen all that, and thus have explained and understood it, without having had the need to articulate it. To translate this phenomenologically, which should not be necessary either. It goes without saying a pre-predicative seeing pure and simple of that toward which we are oriented understands and explicates bt. 189. This signifies that understanding is anterior to enunciation, but also that there is not seeing pure and simple, if by that we understand a mechanical operation. The eye is, as simple eye, blind. For example, how could it see the absence of anything whatsoever? To see an absence, a thing or a person as absent, we must already have what hides itself from optical vision in view. But this thing. 402. That hides itself, even inasmuch as it does not appear, nevertheless appears as such, as lacking or having disappeared. This, as writes Jean-Luc Nancy, is not second, derived, added in an ulterior step to the first grasp of the being. In particular, it does not depend upon linguistic enunciation. It is rather it that makes this enunciation possible. Language as articulation is not first, here, a sort of beyond language that is no other than the articulation of the Auslegung in comprehension is first. 270. This coming of sense to its anticipation defines the very structure of Dasein as being toward. I follow, I understand. We should not believe that sense exists outside of this coming, that it subsists somewhere as something waiting to be captured. But sense is also not the effect, the production, of a Dasein that would have sense in itself the way it carries something in a pocket. Neither transcendent nor immanent, sense comes, gives itself in announcing itself as, but gives only its announcing. There is not sense except in pre-sense. Yet we must ask how this announcing can be anterior to language and even beyond language. That it precedes enunciation and makes it possible, perhaps, all of paragraph 33 demonstrates a second derivative mode of making explicit in what is enunciated. To enunciate is to make seen, then, in relation to what is already shown, it is to communicate what is said to others, that is, to make it seen in common, mitzuhenlassen. If we examine this triptych closely, we see that speaking always arrives after sense. We might say that the word remains, in all this matter, of seeing, making seen, taking into view, understanding, in the position of a supplement. Sense always already arrives before the word and does nothing but express itself in it. It expresses itself there, signifies, speech always signifies, even when it is insignificant. On 270 Jean-Luc Nancy, Le Partage de Voix, Paris, Gallimard, 1964, 32. 403. This point, Heidegger agrees with Freud, the insignificant already signifies, sometimes is even what is most significant. There is no word, provided that it be a word, that is not, in advance, traversed by sense. Even when we do not articulate well, or when the language spoken to us is foreign, we first of all hear incomprehensible words and not a sonorous babbling, bt. 207. Sense has always already arrived ahead of speech. Only that being with the structure of being to, Dasein, and it alone, can make, or not make, sense. If this strictly existential conception of speech does not confirm absolutely the canonical definition of language as the property/propriety of the human being, especially if thought as subject, it leads back to its major prejudice, its prejudgment, in that it denies all access to language to other living, and a fortiori inanimate, beings, and does so in the name of sense. In view of language itself, this conception refuses language all autonomy, all identity proper, contrary to what the same Heidegger will affirm later. This can be seen in the choice of the very word for speech, die Rede. It can indeed be said that language, die Sprache, speaks, spricht, not that it chatters, redet. 271 One always chatters, and this permanent chattering defines the everyday state of spoken existence. Jared, the one says, chattering. But chattering causer does not take place by itself, it has a cause, even if it is not necessarily causal, a cause in the sense of the cause to be debated. To speak is always to relate oneself to something, it is to speak about something, let's talk about it, even if this subject does not need to be pronounced expressly, as such. It is enough that it be in view, and we always take it up from a certain point of view, Hinsicht. It makes up part of the common world to which we relate. That is why speech always takes the form of a communication. Being to, is always a. Being with, being there is always a common place. Even when it is impossible for me to communicate with the other because I do not know his language, for example, I communicate with him in advance, being of the same world, while with a seal or an oyster I could not complain of not being understood. This shows once more that it is a question of meaning. This communication can do without words. We understand each other better in half words or even in silence. Thus, the strange praise of silence that breaks out in the middle of a paragraph devoted to speech. Those who remain silent in the presence of the other not only do not say anything, they say more than those who are never short of words. Their silence speaks. But how are we to distinguish the silence laden with sense from the silence that simply has nothing to say, especially when we hear or understand that the mute absolutely cannot remain silent? Does he remain a Dasein then? Has he not fallen to the status of a stone? And what are we to think of this powerful silence that reigns in the stone, as Trickle says? So many questions remained unanswered at the time of being and time. To speak, or to remain silent, is, properly speaking, to have something to say. Even when we have nothing to say, and thus speak to say nothing, we say that. Speaking, or remaining silent, spricht das Dasein aus, BT, 205. We translate this as Dasein expresses itself. But Dasein does not express itself like a lemon that expresses its own juice from itself. Dasein has no juice, no interior, it is always already aus, expressed, out of, outside. It is toward, and it is as such that it is, exposed, to speaking. Dasein is disposed to speech because speech is a disposition, Stimmung, to which one always already feels oneself disposed, even when not in the mood to talk. Expression is not a matter of the exteriorization of internal feelings that could otherwise remain. 405. Unexpressed without damage. There are no feelings in themselves, all feeling is affected, a feeling oneself in which the self designates nothing other than the harmony, or the touching, of he or she who feels and of the felt according to a certain sense. This is what intonation, and in Stimmung there is Stimme, the voice, the modulation, and the tempo of a speech manifest, Heidegger writes. Nothing except extreme artifice can speak in an absolutely neutral manner. The voice always betrays. It always allows sense to pass through, but in another way, as though it flowed back from the pure throw to the being thrown. Understanding, then, is not excluded. On the contrary, every disposition, joy or melancholy, and even the neutral disposition of those who have nothing to say indeed gives something to be understood, something of existence itself. But we should rather say that every disposition gives something to be heard/understood entendre, and this is not exactly the same thing. This inflection of sense could well be the place of poetic speech that Heidegger curiously mentions in a short sentence, to my knowledge the only one in the entire treatise to define the poetic mission. The communication of the existential possibilities of state of mind, that is, the disclosing of existence, can become the specific goal of poetic speech, BT, 205. That poetry be associated with the reign of affections is nothing new, but that as such it be a revelation of the possibilities, existential, and not simply existential, of Dasein is not evident in the context of Being and Time, a treatise that pretends to be scientific and whose style is nothing less than poetic. Dasein is its own Erschlossenheit, its own illumination, it illuminates itself, is its own torch, if I can put it thus. Poetry is one of the flashes that opens the fundamental mood, Grundstimmung. And yet this flash no longer appeals primarily to sight. It even seems lost from sight. One page later, Heidegger writes. 406. Hearing, Hören, constitutes even the primary and proper opening of Dasein for its most proper capacity for being as the understanding of the voice of the friend that every Dasein carries with it. BT, 206. The voice of a friend. This is not yet the still more secret voice of being, Stimme des Sinns. Der Freund remains masculine, not feminine, and not neutral, or neuter. Is this voice the call, the silent cry that each time does not say a word, 272 of conscience, of that knowledge that wants to call us back to our radical nothingness, Nichtigkeit, in order to awaken us to our most proper capacity for being, the ability to die? No doubt the topos of the interior voice will recall the voice of the daimon that haunts Socrates, stopping him every time he goes too far, a voice that says nothing, or rather that says nothing unless it is to prohibit, and that accordingly, like silence, always has more to say than the voice of the one says. In any case, should we identify the friend? Because Dasein is always a being with, a being haunted by its other, we change registers with this voice. It is not only that that strange but all the more insistent evocation stands out against the preceding expositions that gave preference to seeing at the expense of hearing, but that with the indissoluble conjunction, true-fold, of speaking and hearing or understanding, Heidegger approaches the dark continent of speech. At the same time, he insists upon solidly fastening this hidden face to the privilege of sense, evidence itself, and thus insists upon making hearing depend upon understanding. Das Dasein hört, weil es versteht. Dasein hears because it understands. Dasein does not hear because it has ears, otherwise every living being endowed with ears would be a Dasein. The same reasoning follows for sight. The metaphor is more real than the actual organ. Dasein hears because it knows what it is listening to, because it is there, because it understands. Hearing is thus always already more than hearing, it is to be thrown in to a world, next to things, a world that always already makes sense. It is almost not necessary to have ears to hear understand. A deaf person can obey, listen, horken, obodier, in lip reading the sense that must be followed. Words are always, as simple substitutes for the thing itself, subsidiary. One can understand by the sight of a simple gesture, a hand sign, for example. If to hear is to understand, then we can understand better Heidegger's statement about Mozart in Der Satz vom Grund, the principle of reason to hear is to see, 118. It is not to have eyes for the invisible, but to have regard and eyes for what addresses itself in advance, in an instant, Augenblick, that is the flash of vision, the flash of the coming of sense. This instant has already preceded itself, sense must have gotten ahead of itself. In that it is analogous to being to death as that getting ahead of the repetition upon itself. This explains that most of the time we understand only which is already seen, understood, come. To understand, in this case, is nothing other than collecting what is lying around, as it were, under our eyes. On the other hand, authentic und in no way appeals to something present, but announces itself as what has already passed itself, over, in an absolute past. In the same way, Dasein does not understand itself except in getting ahead of its end, in understanding it as already come, which alone permits it properly to repeat its end. 408. Speech should be the medium par excellence of sense, even more so than music, which always makes us hear sounds. Unfortunately, speech also makes us hear something other than pure sense. It makes a noise of words, and so is often deafening. It can no longer hear itself, speak, or rather, we do nothing but speak. This is the phenomenon analyzed by Heidegger under the name Gerede. We chatter and chatter, which composes idle talk, about what? Well, about nothing, nothing special, we say. It is already enough just to chatter, because, most often, there is nothing to say, and even for that reason we chatter on. Most media is inundated with idle chatter. If not, if we always had to think before speaking to find meaning or sense, very quickly no one would open their mouth. But the average being does not need to rediscover the sense all the time. He has always already expressed and understood himself. This self-understanding is his very existence as evidence, as what is self-evident and goes without saying. Moreover, that we do not know, and do not want to know, about such evidence can only reinforce this evidence in its so-called self-named legitimacy. It does not need to be elucidated, being clear as day already. It follows just the same for being, whose sense is lost in unquestionable evidence. Just as evidence is the perversion of seeing, language alters speech. Far from making the thing itself seen directly, it becomes a screen. Just as there are no pure sounds, but always sonorous things, there is no pure word, ever word being always already signifying, referring to. Even though a sound, almost always, refers immediately to the thing that produces it, the wind, a truck, and so on, 273. A word is far from being this transparent. Not only does it refer to more than one thing, it begins by referring to other words, which themselves refer to more than one thing, and to more than one word, so that the thing itself ends up being dissolved in an infinity of references. The worst thing is that in the end the very distinction between the thing and the word is obscured, the word unduly taking the place of, and in turn functioning like, a thing itself, which constitutes a fetish. In these conditions, how could the word act as transparency, as a sign showing a pure sense and effacing itself in this showing? For saying, there always remain too many words. In other words, no words should have, remained. Does the eye, instead of making the phenomenon seen, show the optic nerves? The eye must not make itself seen, just as hearing must not make itself heard, otherwise one has, as we say, visions or voices. The principle of Dasein is the transparence of the self, Durchsichtigkeit, in which sight still has something to say. The struggle against what we call the misuse of words in order to re-establish their, so-called, purity in fact ends by resembling a struggle against words themselves. To tear live speech from language, we must rid it of all parasites, of all those innumerable deposits that ruin its claims to transparence. This leads to a paradoxical result: the purest word is the silent without, the word that no longer allows any other resonance to murmur in itself except that of the extinction of every other, of all heideggers to its proper self. It is the archy word that resembles the most used up and extinguished word, like two peas in a pod. Forcing this somewhat, I would say that, at least in the reading of being and time, language is a major obstacle to the transparency of the analysis, that in certain respects it is even the tomb of sense. Sense is perhaps maintained in language, but it is buried there just as well. Words are like the successive shrouds of the thing itself, they conserve it even in veiling and enveloping it in a fold that is so intricate that the thing itself becomes indiscernible, never entirely. 410. Able to be laid bare without remainder. At the end of a phenomenological dance of Salome, there will never be the ecstasy of finally seeing, the naked truth. But that is inscribed in the very structure of revealing, which is at the same time always, and perhaps even first of all, reveiling. If speech is an existential, language has no clear ontological status. On the one hand, it appears on the side of the thing as the depository of words that seem to subsist there. On the other hand, a language lives and can evolve or even die. Dasein, even, or especially, because it is in relation to death as such, is not in the first instance a living being, it cannot be dead. And finally, does not language, as a natural process analogous to a forest or a river, escape the existential project of sense? Are the noises and chatter any less words than those we pronounce in public speech? Do the oracles rendered by the leaves of the oaks of Dodona have less or more meaning than a treatise on ontology? If we focus everything on the side of sense, and if we reduce sense to simple signification, do we not evacuate everything terrestrial, though not necessarily human, from speech, sonority, musicality, but also the geographic and even geological character of everyday language as speaking of the land. Paragraph 34 of Being and Time closes with an admission of failure. We possess a science of language, and yet the being of beings that it takes as its them remains obscure. Better yet, the horizon of a possible questioning of its subject remains veiled. BT 209. When we speak of the being of language, we presuppose that it is a being. The question of the being of beings is the question of ontology. Every logos presupposes language, even if this is not in the form of a determinate language. With language and the question of its being, the whole enterprise, whether it calls itself phenomenology or ontology, finds itself shaken, put into motion at the same time that its foundation is hit. 411. Heidegger knew this, and near the beginning of Being and Time writes, "For this task grasping beings in their being, it is not only words that are lacking, but most of all grammar." BT 63. In paragraph 34, he evokes the necessity of liberating grammar from logic. BT 209. This liberation passes by way of a deconstruction of the entire ontology underlying Greek logic, which served as the guiding thread for the elaboration of the fundamental structures of the forms and elements of speech, the doctrine of the categories and of predication. This deconstruction calls for the construction of a more fundamental ontology in which the preeminence of logos over being is reversed. Following this path, we arrive at the foundation of the phenomenon of sense, as the anticipating structure of Dasein, but we also and in advance find language, already constituted, before sense, as making explicit and understanding. If speech as existential is withdrawn from the ontology of the subsisting being, language remains and dwells a being whose kind of being is not clear, to say the least. Sense does not show through there. It seems to escape all control in words themselves and make a, one, body with the flesh of the word, to the point that to say brought and bread, even if one wants to say the same thing, is still to say two irreducibly different things. This holds true to the point that meaning, wanting to say, is never assured of itself, never certain that it is not betrayed by what it says. The letter can always betray, even when it is, according to an ancient tradition going back to Greek grammar, most reliable. 412. Assent, seeing, is that which is permanent and presents itself as such, appearing, phenomenon. The latter manifests itself primarily to view. The Greeks considered language optically, in a certain broad sense, that is, from the point of view of writing. It is there that what is spoken acquires appearance. Language is, that is to say that it maintains itself in the image of writing, im Schriftbild, Loi du Mot, the eye of the word, in the signs of writing, in letters, grammata. This is why grammar represents language as being, while through the flux of speaking, language loses itself in the impermanent. IM 64. In English, Schriftbild is translated as the eye of the word, literally the image of writing. It is not a question of an eye proper, at least if we understand by that the physical organ of seeing, which Heidegger would challenge. Earlier, he described the decadence of the eye when it passes from the original vision that for the first time intuitioned, Scott, what ruled a preliminary sense, and considering the eye in this manner, as seeing, puts it to work, as work. The eye is decadent, then, when it passes from this original vision to the degraded view that is nothing more than pure and simple contemplation or looking over or gaping at. 274. To see is not to contemplate, mouth hanging open, wide-eyed, the eye of Cyclops, which, because it does nothing but see, is blind. To see is to project, in a flash, the very thing that gives sight. Language takes on consistency, appearance, and stability, in short, a body, in writing and only there. There, it sets itself down, but also remarks itself. This indifferent remark that permits every word to be similar to itself and thus to differ from every other word is the letter, the typographical character. It is seen, it is the eye of the word. This eye remains at the same time absolutely blind, the letter sees nothing for itself. Yet it permits recognition. It is this very mark that gives consistency to a speech that, otherwise, constantly risks taking flight, verba volant, scripta manent. Thus, the consideration of the letter corresponds to the metaphysical tradition. If writing seems rehabilitated here, it is in the name of being as a stable presence, and not in the name of difference that is unassignable as such. 275 Everything remains in the horizon of the as such. Good grammar, the grammar of being, therefore fails to say its meaning. The word is not sufficiently visionary, including the word being itself, which says, and does, nothing remarkable, that is the word or mark for it. We would have to invent another glance, another trait inscribed in the very body of language, and that would be different from this blind and indifferent vision that is the letter. We would have to surpass the letter and finally touch the spirit of language. But is that itself not already a blind word? Hölderlin reminds us so perfectly. King Oedipus has one eye too many, perhaps, the eye for what is not to be seen, see appendix, in lovely blueness. But if it is only in light that what appears can allow itself to be seen, light itself remains in a dimension of opening and of liberty that Heidegger will name die Lichtung or das Erinnern, the flash that makes come, but also the coming as event. In Erinnern, in the eye of this word, there would be, though as a distant trace, already become tain, the og, the eye. The word gives us the eye at the very moment in which it no longer gives anything to be seen, nothing but the invisible that is in the visible without residing there, in the letter, just as silence always returns to sound in every word when it is left to go on its way, returns to haunt it in its body, the dead body of a live language, ready to be reanimated every time a fresh breath is lent it, as though we, those endowed with speech, were but the puppets of a theater of shadows. This is the moment in which language speaks. At this moment, everything is reversed. But has philosophy not always carried out this reversal of the glance? From beings to being, and now, from being to what? 415. Chapter 11. The path to language. The phrase "the path to language" sounds like the route to Compostela, a pilgrimage with a precise goal. But if we can arrive at Compostela sooner or later, we cannot arrive at language. We, the beings endowed with speech, are already there. Yet are we there properly speaking? Are we the there of speech, or do we rather still have to be it, this there? The path to language does not lead toward us. On the contrary, we must travel far to find this near, this there, that we have to be. The path of the most near is also the longest path. Those who wish to follow it are from the beginning caught in an interlacing of knots that are peculiar in that they spiral upon one another more and more tightly, as Heidegger's formulation shows, die Sprach als die Sprach zur Sprachbringen, to bring language as language to language al. 112. It is a question of language, language is what must be brought to language, zur Sprachbringen. We cannot consider anything but in speaking. But speaking supposes the capacity to speak and thus already supposes language. The entire question turns around this already, the gift and the possibility of speaking, this gift, which is itself the gift of speaking. The path resembles a serpent biting its tail, it is a hermeneutic circle, or what I call the advance of presense. As Heidegger writes, the circle is a particular case of interlacing. 276 The figure of the circle is the kind of metaphor proper for the kind of translation and relation that takes place in language. It always returns to the same. But in the returning there in the formulation, it necessarily complicates itself. The same to which language returns is not exactly the same, since it must be repeated textually by the conjunction als, as, the marker or distinctive sign of meaning. To carry language as language to language is not simply to speak of language as one thing among others. This is so not only because what is aimed at and thematized is the same, but also because to carry to language, here, is to speak as such, because what is proper to language is to say as, it is to appropriate, onion. But to appropriate as what? As die Sprach. We did translate die Sprach as language, but language is no longer the same, no longer the original, the German language. Here we are once again stopped short by a problem of translation. Can we not leave the difference between languages aside, especially if there is nothing but language? The English reader risks being completely lost, for he will almost never find the word language in the translation published under the title The Path to Language. Why? Because in translating Sprach as language, we would lose the play that recurs everywhere in Heidegger's language, Die Sprache spricht. Translating this as speech speaks brings out the tautology implicit in the German more clearly. Still, this translation will only be provisional, for Sprach is language. The translator adds, in the form of an it goes without saying that no linguistic notion, definition, or distinction whatsoever has its place here. True, Heidegger has displaced just about everything, so that linguistics will find its offspring, notably the famous distinction between speech and language, in his work. But does mimetically? Art of arroyal weaving, or dialectics, for Plato. From that, we have falden, to fold, and das Gefold, a word invented to express the unity of the fold pli gathered upon itself, enfolded, made its own accomplice complice. 417. Renewing this ignorance, in the sense of the verb to ignore, of linguistics not risk proving right all those who critique Heideggerianism for its lack of rigor? Thus, Mesconic writes. Heideggerianism, which is a cult of language, cannot, however, say language for Sprach. Instead of tongue it says speech or the relatively neutral language. It says the opposite of what would be necessary. It says exactly the word that language hides. For the entire conceptual organization of Sprach is turned toward the elimination of speech in Saussure's sense and of discourse in Benvenist's sense. 277. On the one hand, Mesconic is right to denounce an absence of technical rigor that comes from a will to dissimulate in the translation of Sprach as speech, because this translation in effect masks the turning from being and time to on the way to language. This turning is characterized by the disappearance of discourse, read, and the gathering together of the reflection on language in the single word Sprach. Speech as read remains an existential of Dasein, while Sprach, of which we have seen how little its place is assured, overflows the framework of the existential analytic on all sides. On the other hand, it is always a question of speech, except that speech does not in the first place return to those who speak it, even if they are Daseins and not subjects, but to itself. We might well regret the absence of all consideration for linguistics, and notably for the distinction tongue/language, by Heidegger, but this position is just as deficient in rigor as the incriminated translation. We forget what foundations linguistics, and grammar, rest upon and act as though this distinction were self-evident, without even questioning the language spoken by linguistics, for example. This distinction cannot work, however, unless we presuppose tongue as an activity emanating from a human subject. Nonetheless, in saying language, does Heidegger not essentialize the thing, and does he not do so through a language, German, itself originally linked to Greek, as though this language were the only language, but most of all, as though that went without saying? This essentialization even seems to be made absolute, since it is a question of the language of essence, though of an other essence, it is true, of an other wesen than that named essence, quid ditas, by ontology. Language has no essence because it is not a being, and a fortiori, not an enunciator. In this sense, it does not speak, pronounces nothing. And when we say, or utter, language speaks, we utter nothing either. This is not a valid utterance because no one utters it, no one is at the base of this utterance to support it. But then again, who said that in order to speak a subject was necessary underneath what is said? Let us be sure to understand this, it is not a question of withdrawing speech from us to transfer it magically to another, here, language. No, it is always we who speak, and even who speak all the time, even when we do not utter a single word aloud, but merely listen or read, or even when we are not particularly listening or reading, but attending to some work or taking a rest, PLT 189. Not to be able to speak, for the human being, would be like not being capable of being. Man is subject to speech precisely because it furnishes him with the ideal element of presence, the constant support that permits him to relate to everything. But speech is not language. In a sense, language never speaks, at least not in the way we speak, it alone speaks, in another, though differently. This gap must be maintained to understand what speaking is as such. This as such signs the speaking of language as the place of a gap, a. 419. Gap in language, an inassignable place in speech as utterance, a place essentially not phenomenalizable, and that is why being and time cannot situate it in the structure of Dasein. A phenomenology of language will be, if not a square circle, at least a monstrous construction. Where is the phenomenon in language? And yet, offering itself to no present intuition, but no longer being hidden, language becomes the supreme phenomenon, a monstrous showing theratology before ontology. A monstrous, but also simple, phenomenon. There is nothing external to language. If something remains outside speech, it is not as a domain foreign to language but remains withdrawn from speaking in speech itself, unsaid. What is withdrawn remains of the same ingredient of language, or more precisely, there is no material, nothing but language. Language and language alone can speak, not the stuff, not the sound of language, not even its mouth. 278. A unique and solitary phenomenon, language speaks, does nothing but speak. It alone speaks, properly, speaks for the sake of speaking. This monologue, however, must not be thought, as Novalis, who is cited at the beginning of The Way to Language Al. 111, thinks it, according to the model of human speech. This is not an internal monologue or the voiceless dialogue of the soul with itself that defines the discourse of thought since Plato. Language does not hold a monologue for lack of an interlocutor or in doubling itself to become its own interlocutor, for it is not a speaker at all. But it needs to be spoken, and thus needs interlocutors, others. Or rather, it needs an other who would be appropriate to it, who becomes properly himself by way of the speech that language gives him, that he will only re-say, in hearing it speak. There is no speaking proper to this other, the speaker in general, there is only the re-said. Paradoxically, the purer the re-said, the closer the pronounced, human, speech to speaking properly, without adding anything of its own. It is thus that language, this non-subject without presence, alone speaks properly, speaking, properly, comes from it as, appropriation. This interlacing of relations that makes human speaking a relation to speech is at the same time extremely simple. To speak is to hear or understand the voiceless speaking of language spoken, a speaking that cannot resonate except in the re-said returning to itself. Therefore, at its origin all speech would be tautology. But here we stumble upon the inability properly to think the same that characterizes philosophy from the beginning. If, for example, we define the same as its other, nothing will say the same in its propriety/property, if, that is, it has property/propriety and is not rather that propriety/property. But then is the same not the same as the proper? Is the same tautological, and logical? Is it even? Must we renounce saying anything whatsoever about it, except in re-saying it, language as language, being as being, etc.? Is it in this original re-said that an inassignable difference opens itself in terms of identity to self, in terms of the same or the other? This difference would even precede being and thus could no longer be qualified as ontological, no more than, in all rigor, we could speak of a being of language. If, as an annotation in the margin of the integral edition puts it, GA 12, 230, The language of all languages is the is, of the that is to say, whether uttered or on the contrary mute. Can we still say of a language without the verb to be that it is a language? Does not all speech come down to, saying, it is? Such is the question, Derrida writes. 421. The alliance of speech and being in the unique word, in the finally proper name. And such is the question inscribed in the simulated affirmation of difference. It bears, on, each member of the sentence, being speak always and everywhere throughout language. 279. The generalization of the is to the structure of every language reflects the becoming planetary of the logocentric Occident. But at the same time, can we forget what Heidegger was the first to name, the forgetting of being, that is, that being speaks neither everywhere nor always, that it speaks only with a mute voice, in a silence that nevertheless resonates through and as the received speech. To hear or understand this silence would already be a first step. For that, we would have to renounce the enunciation, including that utterance that says that being speaks through every language. Renouncing the enunciation does not amount to remaining silent, as Wittgenstein believed. This renunciation must still be a reply, must already be language's announcement to itself, its resaying of the finally proper name, die Sage. Saying what? That is to say, saying. There is no need to linger over the meaning of the name sage, not that it is insignificant that in spoken language it means legend, but because we go astray in looking for the meaning of this or that proper name in Heidegger's language, like in every language, of that matter. A proper name is not proper except in showing, designating, and not in meaning. That is also why it is untranslatable, or translatable only by the same, since it is the very name for saying the same. One of the particularities of the German language, which did not fail to overdetermine Heidegger's own language, is that all nouns are endowed with capitals and thus are readable as proper names. The capital initializes the word according to a paradoxical trope of originality, since nothing is more common and essentially reproducible than the letter. But it is also on this double scene that Heidegger plays, die Sage, the proper name of language, which says even more properly than die Sprache what speaking properly speaking is also, in common use, a legend. If Heidegger makes an issue of this, it is because this name is the name of the verb that says what saying wants to say, sagen, to say. For us, a legend is but a manner of saying, and is precisely not the most proper one. It is only an it is said, a story, a rumor, fabrication. But the proper trait of a legend is that it has no author proper, a lack that we ordinarily interpret as an effect on community. It is said on did. This on one is the vox populi, and the legend is always popular. However, the people, far from only producing the legend, is itself legendary in the sense that it says itself and thus makes itself appear as people through and by the legend. The Greek people, along with its resultant culture, is born of the Homeric myths. It recognizes itself and reads its proper being, its genius, there, even though Homer's existence remains legendary. Myth is without author because, like language, it is not a speaker. A myth comes before being said, it is only said. It comes before the separation of discourse into two antithetical poles, the transmitter, active, producing, and receiver, passive, accepting the said that has become simple information. Those who speak the legend, far from being inventors, always already receive it, and yet, receiving it, invent or reinvent it, not only from another, himself having received it from another in a chain that loses itself in the darkness of the ages, a chain that we call oral transmission. The very act of reception is at the origin of legend, it is the originary said. Even though information is always exterior in a discourse, what forms itself, in myth, is nothing other than the language for saying it, that is to say, for resaying it. Language precedes all content as self-formation, if the fatal categories of form and content still. 423. Apply. Saying itself as coming from the Greek language, which itself, says itself in myths, the Greek people takes form as Greek. Every myth is the myth of an origin, that is, a process of identification. We must also emphasize that in Heidegger's particular, almost idiomatic, usage of sage to designate what is proper to language, nothing refers to a myth in particular, or even to myth in general, if there is such a thing as myth in general. It is more a matter of a structural analogy. Every word, whatever it be and whatever we undertake to make it mean, is a word of language, including that word chosen to designate language itself. That language says is never in our power, and it is in this that language says before meaning or wanting to say, or rather, we can only want to say, beginning with the saying of language. But what does saying mean to say? Saying, that is to say, showing. This is said and shown in the very word. In Greek, dikere comes from oscioie, as in German, the old sagen. And to show is to make seen, to let appear. But is this not already indicated in the apophantic function of discourse? Is there a difference, phenomenologically speaking, between the showing speech of being and time and what is named showing, die Siege, in On the Way to Language? In what way does showing constitute the archi-original ground of saying, that is, of language? To respond, let us examine the way in which Heidegger treats the canonical representation of language, the one that is put in place from the beginning of Aristotle's Perihermeneus, on interpretation, and that, nearly unchanged, remains the theoretical matrix for every Occidental philosophy of language. Heidegger writes, only a careful exegesis would permit an adequate translation of this text, al. 114. To translate, we must interpret. And reciprocally, to begin with the title, Hermeneia names translation as much as 424. It does interpretation. After having translated the passage in his own way, Heidegger emphasizes that each of the words used by Aristotle to name the complex and differentiated relations of voice to the passions of the soul, of writing to the voice, and finally of the passions of the soul to things, each of these words, different in Aristotle's text, is here translated by a single German term, because they are understood through it. This means that our translation disregards the different ways of showing, zaine, that are mentioned in the text, al. 115. With one word and only one, zaine, showing, Heidegger destroys the entire structure of relations that lays out the conceptual architectonics of language for philosophy as well as for Occidental linguistics. And he does so, according to his custom, in the name of the origin, returning the sign, zeichen, to showing, zaine, first, then returning showing to aletheia, the first and ultimate point, which permits him in turn to discredit, in the name of this source, all that is downstream, that is to say, the whole tradition, as a same and single decadence. Designation is no longer a showing in the sense of bringing something to light. The transformation of the sign from something that shows to something that designates has its roots in the change of the nature of truth. Al. 115. In a note, Heidegger refers to his 1942 work, Plato's Teaching on Truth, which clearly exposes this mutation as a degeneration of original truth. But if already with Plato truth was no longer the aletheia of Parmenides, then it seems difficult to maintain that Aristotle, who comes after Plato, was closer to the origin than his master. What is more, Heidegger was later compelled to 425. Recognize that his thesis of a mutation in the essence of the truth could not be defended. 280. The sign, in the sense of what signifies, designates, is thus derived from the sign that shows directly, in other words, makes enter into presence. What happens, in history and as history, is that what is derived, the offspring, far from showing the origin, the father, takes his place. Out of the inability to present him directly, it represents him. But that is the very definition of the sign in classical rhetoric, that which holds the place of something else, takes its place because this thing is absent and because it must therefore be represented. But this question remains: in what way is representing less a presenting than showing? In what way does the signifying, linguistic, sign show less than a direct sign, a pointing finger, for example? Heidegger does not respond and would even seem to take the question as not having been posed, since it is self-evident that metaphysics, in the decadent species of grammar and rhetoric, has lost view of the thing itself, even though the sign, whether written or not, is entirely oriented toward the latter, ta pragmata, in Aristotle's text. Most commentators follow Heidegger blindly in this penchant for declining the question. For example, François Fedier, who devotes about 100 pages to the interpretation of the first lines of Peri-Herminias, attempts very courageously, but also very imprudently, to return to a mythically pure and purely phenomenological source. Inevitably he stumbles on the taboo word, sign, since we read athiasa in the text. The contortions he goes through in order to avoid the word sign coming to signify sign and thus signification, in short, to purify the sign of any conventional and arbitrary representative element, are sufficiently symptomatic, or amusing, to be cited. In a sense, this is very much our word sign, but as it is employed in everyday language, not as it has been taken up by linguistic science. We know that linguistics distinguishes the signifier from the signified in a sign. We could even naively believe that it is a question of a phenomenological type of distinction. But when I hear said, these clouds are a sign of rain, there is no means whatsoever of applying the above scheme. In effect, a certain type of cloudy sky does not signify, it does not make a sign, even less is rain thus signified. We say on the contrary, these clouds announce rain, which simply means that when the sky looks like this, rain is not far off. 281. But there is no pure sign, there can only be signs of, and that is rigorously inscribed in the being of phenomenology, so that a sign that does not signify would quite simply not be a sign. To want to eliminate the signification of the sign is to try to reduce the gap between the sign and what it shows. In the example cited, in everyday speech, clouds are not a sign of rain, they are already the rain. They are, at any rate, made of the same ingredient/stuff, if I can put it this way. Thus, the signifier and the signified are conceived as two sides of the same coin. But the signified as referent remains, in the Aristotelian tradition, irreducibly heterogeneous, and without this leap from one to the other, there is no signifying relation, or else signs are conceived as reproductions of things, imitations that must nevertheless be produced by the things themselves, though we do not really know why or how. What we always try to reject is the sign of the sign, which does not refer directly to the thing itself in its simple and immediate presence to itself, but only to another sign, exactly as the letter refers to voice, which refers to states of the soul, these being the only direct signs of things. But are they not also already inscriptions? This structure makes all of language, voice, like writing, a supplement, a simple convention for representing the thing affecting the soul. And if voice seems more immediate than the letter, it is because we can imagine a voice being affected more easily than a letter. Nonetheless, it must be reaffirmed that the sign does not come after the thing. Everything is a sign, just as everything is sensible to us. Contrary to what we hear taken abusively from Heidegger's considerations on the forgetting of being, that is, of difference, the thinking of the sign remains faithful to the original phenomenology. The quotation marks impose themselves as soon as the origin is seen as precisely nothing but an effect of a time lag, as soon as phenomenology is seen as never original, but always derived, without, for all that, it being possible to show from what it is derived, that is its point, not, of origin. The old difference, between signifier and signified, between beings and being, etc., does not exist in general unless it appears, and it does not appear unless it is shown, said, though always in the name of the other. Thus, the sensible is not named except by its other, the sense that gives it the power to be sensed/sensing, but that itself is never sensible except through that to which it gives sense, we can never sense pure sense. We cannot even show it, for that it would have to coincide entirely and without remainder with what it shows, the sign, to the point that there would no longer be any difference precisely at the origin of sense and yet never showable as such, neither as origin nor even as sense. It is nevertheless toward this supreme identification that all of metaphysics tends, in a hyperbolic process that rejects, with the same stroke, all artificial signs, letters or even voice, in the insignificant exteriority that. 428. According to a pharmaceutical term we are now familiar with, returns to affect and infect the purportedly pure interiority of the thing itself. Is this not what Heidegger attempts in postulating an intact origin of saying as showing delivered from all supplementarity of the sign? Let us return, however, to what Heidegger said about the sign in Being and Time, paragraph 17, reference and the sign. Signs, we read, are themselves first of all tools whose specific character as tool consists in showing, bt. 108. The fact that signification comes last is certainly not insignificant. The example is of course exemplary. Recently during the 20s, motor cars have been equipped with an adjustable red arrow whose position, at an intersection, for example, shows the direction the car is going to take, bt. 108-09. Heidegger speaks of the indicator that was still moved by the driver himself. It is a tool that has a certain utility, but this utility does not characterize the sign itself. One can, in fact, always replace the indicator by an arm stuck out the window. Even in this case, the arm alone does not suffice to indicate direction. A code is still necessary, the meaning of the gesture must be understood, and thus the sign already signifies. That it signifies means that it is never immediately accessible. An arm might be stuck out the window to hang one's hand outside, to wave to a friend, or to indicate direction. Thus, it cannot be seized properly, as the sign of the sign, as a sign showing direction sense, except by a being who already understands what it refers to, a being who has a sense of direction sense, to put it thus, which is spatial in the sense of the spatiality of Dasein, being endowed with distancing, placed at a distance that draws near, and of the sense of orientation. The sign, Heidegger writes, is not properly grasped if we just stare at it and identify it as a showing thing that occurs, bt. 110. The arrow does not show itself, it is not the arrow we must look at, as in the story of the idiot who looked at the 429. Pointing finger and not the moon that it showed, no more than it shows a determinate thing, something odd, or a beautiful person, but it shows its own sense or direction sense, that is, going toward. Oddly, this is nowhere readable, neither in the tool itself, whether artificial or human, nor in the thing shown. In this sense, this sign comes very close to the word that delivers its sense neither according to the signifier nor the signified, but only in what is called, very vaguely, context. In the language of Being and Time, one would say the world. A sign must be instituted. Why? Because things, in their ordinary use, tools in the broad sense, and anything can serve as a tool, even the sun, are not noticed, not remarked. The intention of the sign is to bring out the Zuhanden, ready to hand, which is ordinarily unapparent. The sign remarks the Zuhanden, makes it appear as such or such a thing. That is also why anything can become a sign. There is no pure phenomenon that is non-signifying from the beginning and to which the value of being a sign would be added later. The question, then, is to understand what could be there before the institution of signs, as such. 282 If, on the one hand, there is no non-signifying phenomenon, signification, on the other hand, never comes from the thing, there is no necessary and intrinsic link between them. The example of tying a string around one's finger demonstrates this. A well-known mnemonic sign, it seeks to remind us that we must not forget, but since it does not say what we must not forget, it is by itself incapable of presenting what it is the sign of, so that a second string is often necessary to signify what the first means. and yet the second knot might very well signify something completely different, or even signify nothing at all, if it was tied mechanically. But the string, whatever its signification, which is not attached to it materially, and which it can therefore lose, nevertheless does not lose its status as sign. A sign without sense, or having lost its sense of direction, is called an enigma. We will return to that. If we understand the word as a sign par excellence, as what refers to, but that, considered in itself, is incapable of presenting the thing to which it refers, then the institution of signs is essentially nothing but the institution of language, with all the aporias that that institution does not fails to raise at its origin. A language is necessary to institute a language, just as one must know the sense of the sign in advance to institute it as such. And since there is no sign except as such, we must conceive of a self-institution that, nevertheless, has nothing natural about it, rigorously speaking. The privilege of the sign, then, comes from what I have called presense. But there is still another type of sign. This time, the word is not zaine but wink. It appears, for example, in the dialogue with the Japanese friend, when he says that the turn of phrase language is the house of being makes a sign. The translator once again regrets the very word sign, he even sees it as the most patent failure of his translation, because on the way to language literally leaves behind the notion of sign, that notion that, throughout the history of metaphysics, is key for understanding speech. According to him, the sign in question is infinitely more immediate. Winken means saying without words, but rather directly with the body. 283. But in what follows in the interview, Heidegger expresses his reservations as to the use of this word as the key concept, Leitbegriff, for language. How to prevent this conceptual drift? To prevent it in the sense of excluding it is impossible, Heidegger insists. We cannot get around the concept, as Heidegger himself attempts to do, because 283 Fedier, Interpretations, 109. 431. The concept is part of experience, or because all experience is conceptual, beginning with the concept of experience, and thus of the path. The return of the sign in the translation of wink is a sign of this closure. It is also why the wink does not leave behind the notion of sign. It is always a sign, since it leads from one place to another, but not in the same sense. Far from being rendered more present, the other place, what would be called the signified, on the contrary remains essentially distant and concealed, and it is as such, in its absence, that it makes a sign. Therein lies its difference from the traditional sign, and this has nothing to do with what is visible and does without words, and thus would be closer and also more proper. On the contrary, there is nothing less immediate than the wink. Thus, the phrase the house of being that is used to qualify language is not comprehensible in an obvious way, it presents nothing self-evident. But it makes a sign toward what signs language, that is, precisely a dwelling that is always more enigmatic inasmuch as we consider that being resides nowhere. It does nothing but haunt. It haunts or inhabits, these are the same word, language. Every word carries a, half-effaced, trace of its passage or passance, which is ungraspable in itself. This sign is of the same order as the oracle of Delphi, of whether Heraclitus says that it neither shows, unveils, says clearly, nor hides, but makes a sign. The oracle calls for interpretation but refuses it as well, at the risk of appearing as nothing but gibberish. But the sign it gives, in the way one gives signs of life, precedes signification. Hegel, who summarized all of Western thought, would say that it is impossible for a sign not to end up by signifying, even if it has no determinate signification. It is in this way that metaphysics will always be right, having by definition reason in advance. But that does not rule out envisaging a sign that would not have its sense in the signified but only interpretation he fact of making a sign, in 432. Calling. To what? Not a what, but rather a where, a precisely that where from where it makes a sign. This place is not an origin, not a single point, is neither sense nor foundation, and perhaps does not even exist. But it so happens that it makes a sign, or gives its word, in the manner of a promise. Language has all the traits of a promise. It calls, makes eyes at us, says, come, but with an obscure mouth, nod to trickle. But it says this inasmuch as it comes even in this calling and maintains itself in it, going no further. In this sense, it is not the sign of something else, and thus is not completely a sign. But no more is it something else. It is a cut-off sign, cut off from its other half, always calling it, but from its absence, from this very cut. The word is not, properly speaking, because it would signify totally, present its transparent sense without obstacles, but because, cut off, it remains open to. The ellipses mark what remains to be said. The word is dedicated, promised, and yet, in this promise, nothing else promises itself, neither the kingdom of being nor that of God, nothing but the promise. We will return to the promise, or rather it will return to us, ungraspable and yet thus to be held onto. For the moment, let us defer the promise, which will be still another way of holding onto it, and return upon the path of language that we will never have left. How could we, if we are always already there? Let us return there to retrace the path. The second moment of the text begins with a return to language, to the as that marks its return, properly speaking. Language alone speaks properly, or as. This experience, of the return to the self that defines experience as such, is not a simple return, not a flashback. It would not be a question of gathering together the diverse traits after the fact in order to arrange them syntactically, it is rather a matter of an a priori synthesis in language itself. This synthesis links language indissociably to our speaking so that our speaking is taken in advance and 433. Initiated in the speaking of language. Speaking thus enters into presence as that to which presumably speaks, that with which presence is concerned. That includes fellow men and things, namely, everything that conditions things and determines men. Al. 120. Language is this commonplace, an open house, Rimbaud will say, and is open onto the mode of presence to, or more precisely of the loan. The rules of the loan characterize presence just as well as speech. To lend comes from the Latin prestere, to furnish. This verb is constructed in the same way as presentar, with the prefix pre, next to. Presence or speech are only ever loaned. But in general a loan is subject to recall. But to whom is speech, or presence, to be refunded? It cannot even be returned to itself if it is not a responsible person. This failing is nonetheless the structure of the promise. Because it cannot answer for itself but requires an other to do so, to respond to this loan, a response, then, that pays into appropriation without return to sender, to the forwarding party, speech does not let itself be gathered up in a single unifying trait. It will only ever be able to let itself be resaid, named, that is to say, renamed. The nature of language exhibits a great diversity of elements and relations. We enumerated them but did not string them together in a series. In going through them, that is, in the original count, zaine, which does not yet reckon with numbers, zaine, some kind of belonging together became manifest. The count is a recounting that anticipates the unifying element in the belonging together, yet cannot bring it out and make it appear. Al. 121. Why cannot this unifying trait appear? Is it because of an incapacity in thought? Thought does not succeed in producing the experience of unity, but this failure is nothing new, it stems from the beginning, and that is why this unity remained unnamed. All names for what is aimed at under the title sprach. 434. Fail, are missing from the name and lack a name. This unity, however, is not a number. As we know, Heidegger considers everything marked by the sign of calculating, if not worthless, at least secondary in relation to the original, which alone counts. But in this evaluation of the principle, there is already a AC count. It counts without numerals. How is this possible? The numeral is taken as secondary, in the same way as the letter in the composition of words, but what would a word be without letters? How, above all, could it remain present and identical to itself? Cipher numeral is a word that comes from the Arabic cifr, 0. The 0 is unknown to antiquity, but also to Heidegger, it seems. The 0 is like the sign, it can be anything because it has nothing proper to itself. For Heidegger, counting begins with unity and not before, a unity that already gathers diversity together onto itself. Before, there is nothing, or there is the 0, which, however, is neither known nor named. From this point on, we understand why Heidegger considers numerals to be harmful to thought. Not only do they reduce all unity to the indifference of number, but they threaten the closure of the one, it's a priori operation of synthesizing the diverse. The diverse can always be gathered together in the fold of the one, Einfalt, even though the 0 escapes it. Gathering nothing together, neither unifying nor initiating, neither closing nor totalizing, the 0 puts the privilege of logos into danger. This privilege is always an account as well, but moreover a gathering together upon the self, theology, even negative theology. Heidegger dictates that the unity he seeks be called Aphris. This is indeed a dictation. In our inability to find the one of being language, we give it a name, acting as though it too were not one name among others in language, conferring upon it a governing status when, like all words, it is rules by what it 435 is charged with saying. I will translate Aphris 284 as cutting up or simply cut, thinking of the cut in a fabric or a verse, virgin verse / indicating only the cut, or, still more precisely, the cutting of woods, a clear cut that is more severe than the thinning of a forest that gestures in the direction of clearing, Lichtung. But the word for the one of the cut of this fabric or this forest that is language must itself be cut to make the woods of which it is made appear, ris, the tearing or breach that can be a crevice but that always follows a layout. Ris, Heidegger writes, is the same word as ritzen, to make lines, or to cross out, for example, to score a line on a wall. But this example, which has made so many artists dream, from Leonardo da Vinci to Rauschenberg, is immediately described as a devalued form. That tracing, a sign or the word, be in effect crossing out, that deletion or the effacement of the trace be at the beginning of literature, cannot but disturb the scheme of a full unity that is dear to Heidegger. This unity of the being of language for which we are looking we shall call the design. The sign in design is related to sekere, to cut, as in saw, sector, segment. To design is to cut a trace. The design is the drawing of the being of language, the structure of a show in which are joined the speakers and the speaking, what is spoken and what of it is unspoken in all that is given in the speaking. Al. 121. The gathering together is carried out through what is addressed or called for, assigned. This definition of the cutting up, or design, of language thus repeats exactly that of the sign, the only difference being that what orients, guides, and gives sense is here reintegrated into the structure. Ordinarily we think what is to be said as external to saying itself, which becomes indifferent to the former. Any manner of speaking will be good as long as it serves its objective, to make seen, to manifest, to present what is at issue, what is to be said. The signature of being language, on the contrary, is to gather together everything, what is said and what is not, those who speak and their speaking, upon this assigning. If this assigning comes from language, if as a consequence it appropriates everything, folds every element, even what is not put into speech but remains maintained in itself, into the fold of the proper that it puts to work, the demand does not remain any less enigmatic, almost the effect of a magic trick. How can we say that it is language itself that carries out this assigning? With what speech? Is it language or us lending this goldsmith's hand? Does the wall mark its own lines, the earth trace its own furrows. Even if this were the case, an other would always be necessary to remark it. And it is there that everything vacillates. It is possible that without the remark or the reset there is no mark, even no original mark, at least no mark as such. The mark will always have remarked itself and thus appeared, but it only appears on the basis of the non-mark, of a non-mark not even speakable as such, and especially not under the improper name of a nothing, on an asmic space that at once makes the first mark possible and impossible. Remarking itself, the mark crosses itself out in its originality. It is always already repeated, the mark's double, the sign of the sign. At the origin, there is the crossing out of the origin, the line on the wall, the tane of the mirror. Propriation happens, as event, on a ground, improperly named as ground, of general and generative impropriety. To say, to show, to sign, these verbs are all in agreement, but never return to themselves. They leave toward, the departure from belonging that is at the point of departure of all assigning. In the beginning was neither the word nor even being, but the departure, the not to itself of departure. We will have to. 437. Cross this departure out, however, in order to imagine what will have presented itself and been lent to presence only as a departure and not as a return to, the, self. No one will come to reclaim his goods, the to say belongs neither to one, he who says, nor the other, the saying itself, it departs belonging from the self. Neither language, which has no address and is not in a position to receive, nor anyone will again find there, ac, count there. But Heidegger will not loosen his grip. He does not want to abandon language to its wandering, which never renders its appropriated and even thereby renders it speaking. Let us read a brief passage from the end of The Way to Language. At question is the transformation of language into information under the influence of the mechanisms of technical equipment. On this path, that language said to be natural is threatened by a growing formalization that is a putting into arrangement, putting it under arrest. The gestal, its fable, sage, is the final word of the sending of being, but since it is still a word breathed into language by Heidegger, it is not the end, of the word and of language. The introduction of this, proper, that is, also strange, name immediately follows this invocation of silence, thus even remaining silent, willingly reattached to speaking as being its origin, is from the beginning a response, al. 121. There are thus nothing but responses to the silent assigning of the to be said. Our speech is this silence of language in that it makes language resound, lauten, without, however, making it signify, lauten, anything. The difference is that of an umlaut, as such, gestal, as noun coming from language, returns to language again, is reappropriated there. It is in this way that language has us, but also dupes us. Every word returns to language, even though we think we are its initiators. We need language to speak, even though it gives nothing in giving itself. If it requires us, this is not. 438. Because it ceases to be the only one to speak, but because it remains the only that properly speaks. Language always has the last word. At least, Heidegger says so. Or resays it? Resays what? Something resaid? 439. Chapter 1-2. Poetic Essence. The first lecture Heidegger gave with the intention of clarifying Hölderlin's poetry is entitled Hölderlin and the Essence, Wesen, of Poetry. As often happens in Heidegger, above all in being and time, the end, far from juxtaposing one thing with another, is and is, Hölderlin, is, the essence of poetry. Thus, if we cut this title off so that it says nothing but the essence of poetry, we mutilate the explication at its heart, as if we wanted to understand nothing of the specificity of this choice, this election, in which the name of a singular, albeit quite remarkable, poet finds itself associated with the essence of poetry. This association is a suturing that demands rethinking the essence as other than a generality that is valid for everything and thus for nothing. If Wesson designates something other than an abstraction, it is only thanks to what precedes it. Without Hölderlin, we remain riveted to universal discourse and criticism. And yet, let us ask what role Hölderlin plays in this interpretation. His role is that of a guide, he leads from one place to another. He is a bridge. What is proper to an artist, we read in The Origin of the Work of Art, is to be that passage that destroys itself, or almost, in the passage itself. Nothing more than a something remains, et was, not even a human being, a something that is indifferent in relation to the work, which alone counts. We must therefore acknowledge, with Heidegger, that it cannot be Hölderlin himself, any more than any other poet, who is at issue. Not a few consider Hölderlin to be the Cézanne of poetry. We can pass him over, since we do nothing but pass by way. 440. Of him, he is there only to give place to his poem. The poet effaces himself before the poem, which alone remains, alone rises up there, in its abrupt presence, like a temple. The name of its architect, which marks a false origin, can be passed over in silence. And thus we must say simply, the essence of poetry. And yet, a name such as that of Hölderlin is not so easily effaced. There will always be something left over from it. Take, for example, Heidegger's text entitled, Poetically Man Dwells. This title is a citation taken from by Hölderlin's poem, In Lovely Blueness. The poem is sometimes attributed to Hölderlin, which holds little controversy, since scholars have all but agreed that given the arguments in favor of his authorship, it is unarguably from Hölderlin's hand. We find just a trace of the debate among Heidegger's commentary, Al. 111-136. Must we say that it is a matter of literary history and that, as such, it is not essential? It could be then explained that the transmission of the poem is a simple avatar. The poem is attributed to Hölderlin by the person who has transcribed it, cited it, and given it as a citation, exactly as though it were a poem by Empedocles transmitted by a late scholastic. The scribe was called Waiblinger, and he never claimed the poem as his own. At any rate, he would have been incapable of writing it. Everything, we are told, carries the mark and signature of Hölderlin, and no one would contest this seriously. We can thus suppose that Waiblinger was but a copyist who took dictation of the very words of the poet, that he was a simple scribe or clerk. Perhaps, but on two conditions. One is that Hölderlin was really himself. But the unfortunate man was already, if not completely insane, at least sufficiently other to sign most of his poems with another name, Scardinelli for example. The other condition is that this poem be a poem. But it has been transmitted to us in prose and, whatever the efforts of the editors. 441. To attempt to restore it to its original, or supposedly original, poetic form, it remains in prose. But what remains, then, of this pseudo-poem by Hölderlin? What remains is, the interpretation, Heidegger's commentary, which properly identifies the contents of the poem as being by Hölderlin. After borrowing the phrase from this poem, the interpreter immediately moves on to what it means. The expression of meaning will in effect be all the easier for the fact that nothing else remains. To be sure, Heidegger specifies that it will be necessary to restore the phrase to the poem with caution, but on what grounds can we restore a statement to what will never have been a poem except by attribution? What is this restitution that seems to proceed from a pure and simple institution? In the same spirit, if I borrow a fake Van Gogh, how am I going to restore it to the true Van Gogh who never painted it? 285. But, before even know to whom the writing of this poem falls, whether Waiblinger or Hölderlin, the poem must first return to itself. It is for having heard this internal echo that Heidegger will be able to identify and authenticate the poem, not only this poem as being the same poem, but, absolutely speaking, as being the poem of the poem. Let us therefore read the text entitled The Poem, which begins by explaining that it is not possible to speak about the poem from a superior and external position. We are only permitted to articulate the poem's specificity as poem through the poem. But such a speaking is reserved for the poet alone. He does not speak about his poetry, even to say the same thing about it in another form. Rather, he poetizes through what give the poem its specificity, its 285 or when Heidegger attributes the shoes by Van Gogh to the peasant woman. Cf. Derrida, Restitutions, The Truth in Painting, Tr. Ian MacLeod, Chicago, University Chicago Press, 1990, 259. 442. Voice. In other times, poets attributed this voice to the Muses, and this is also why we can speak of the vocation of a poet. But to speak through such a voice as a poet is another, and is rare, even impossible. This would be more than hearing oneself speak. It would be to hear the source of poetic speech, it would be being at this very source. However, Heidegger affirms in the form of 3 brief sentences that crack like bolts of lightning that there is a poet to whom that has happened, a singular, and even enigmatic, poet. There is one. His name is Hölderlin, GA 182. We might ask how Heidegger can know this. Has he heard voices? Yet that is not the strangest thing. That there was such a poet or not, the poet of the poet, is less remarkable than the fact that he keeps his name is Hölderlin. We should not be able to name him other than as himself, the poet, the only one, since he identifies himself completely with that voice that makes him what he is, supposing that one could be a poet, that this were a state. This is an absolute identification analogous to the one Heidegger has already made with language. The identification surprises here in that Hölderlin is a notable name, but all the same is only one name among all the other names of poets. If we can envisage a pure language and therefore a pure poem, how can the name Hölderlin be hoisted to such heights? We must begin by agreeing on the meaning of the word the poem, or the poet, by separating the two meaning at its essence. The scalpel passed into the duplicity of the definite article, which can signify either the universal or the demonstrative. 443. The poem can signify the poem in general, the concept of the poem, which is valid for all poems in world literature. But the poem can also signify the poem that is notable, ausgezeichnet, that is, signed, gezeichnet, in that it alone suits us in being assigned to us, because it dictates affinity from itself, the destiny in which we stand, whether we know it or not, whether or not we are ready to submit ourselves to it. GA 182-83. What is excluded from this division is nothing less, we will have to take its side, than the concept of the poem, such as it is valid for the entire history of world literature. This is not small matter, the inventor of the notion of Weltliteratur being none other than Goethe. But the universal, being what is valid vought for everything, is worthless vought rein, it leads the poem back into the horizon of comparisons and values, or of literature, for Heidegger, an abusive term associated with cosmopolitanism, the dissolution of the proper in the troubled waters of culture, that is, of the market's entropy to a lower denominator. But it is not just any poem that is in question, but this unique poem, notable because it is signed by a drawing, a line that delimits an archi-proper figure. Its particularity is, in 2 words, that it is destined for us. But why it and not another poem? Is not every poem addressed to us? But it, the poem by Hölderlin, and it alone, says, and says in the form of a poem, as its own poem, this destiny itself, to begin with its proper destiny, but also with ours. It is the very suitability or affinity that it would be suitable for us to consider first. This affinity precedes us, just as the poet never invented the voice that dictates the poem, he only submits himself to this assigning, GA 183. By the same token, we are nothing before this affinity, there is no we unless we belong and respond to the poem thus addressed and addressing. But how do we belong to it? In hearing or reading it. Is that sufficient if, whether? 444. We know it or not, accept it or not, this destiny assigned in advance? And why would reading Hölderlin, and him alone, be a destiny? Part of our difficulty comes from restricting ourselves to the horizon of reading in general, to the concept of universality, instead of following the sense this poem manifests literally. Max Kammerl understood this, reuniting the two lessons of Heideggerian interpretation. What we must learn from you Heidegger is that Hölderlin is a destiny, equally in the sense that it is in him, or better, in his language, that our destiny, the dissolution and institution of a world that concerns us, takes place. And we must also learn that Hölderlin is a destiny for those who encounter him, like Empedocles, he leaves nothing without metamorphosis. 286. It is also a question of the hermeneutic relation to a language that can give itself only if it is received, and that can only be received if in advance the possibility is open that it come to speak to us. As Kammerl put it, it would thus be pedantic to agree with any particular part of Heidegger's interpretation. In a sense, it is all or nothing, either everything is unacceptable or nothing is. But, before everything, to accept will have changed meaning. It is not simply a matter of accepting this poem as what gives itself as a poem in order eventually to measure it against a kind of pre-existing essence, poetry, and thus judge, pronounce something about this poem. This poem will always come to tell us what poetry is, but only on the condition of opening the space for this coming, that is, of thinking that space. 286 Max Kammerl, L'Echem in Poétique de Hölderlin, Trdle Bohan and Ederubersi. Paris, Aubier, 1989, 113. 445. Heidegger affirms quite plainly that what the phrase poetically man dwells, which has been attributed to Hölderlin, says does not speak our thought. Despite this, we are thinking the same thing that Hölderlin is saying poetically, plt. 218. In his response to Kammerl, who described his essay on As on the Day of Celebration as a disaster, Heidegger will say, unlike that of poets, all direct thought is a disastrous accident in its immediate effect. From that, you see that I cannot identify myself with Hölderlin in any way. An exposition goes even so far as to posit what is opposed to it. Is this arbitrary or is it supreme liberty? 287. In a sense, we could respond that it is both. But this response would short-circuit the Heideggerian notion of liberty, which excludes the arbitrary. So, if there is no identification with the poet, there is an identification, that is, of what poetry is, of its essence, a destining identification, insofar as the poem is not only destined for us but destines us. Let us emphasize, however, that this destiny of the poem, to be readable as destiny, comes from its own possibilities. As a poem addressed to us, it calls for our consent convenance, a division, and thus a sometimes violent taking of sides. Liberty is not the abstention from all bias, and the objectivity, or at least what criticism presents as such, of a neutral reading that would not engage itself is nothing but cowardice disguised as method. We could then speak, as Nietzsche does, of a factalism of facts, if texts are too often taken as intangible golden calves. One example among others of an oriented reading is the text entitled Hölderlin's Earth and Sky. It takes as its point of departure Hölderlin's late 446. Poem Greece, see Appendix 2. Along the way, Heidegger makes much of the following lines. A great beginning can come, even to the humble. The lines are largely undetermined, there is no indication of the nature of this humble, also translated lesser Geringem, any more than there is of the great beginning, grosser Anfang. To be sure, the outline carries the title Greece and begins with the evocation of the voices of destiny. It would be simply puerile to deny the poet's mediation on destiny. This meditation passes by way of a reflection on the relations between Greece and the Hesperides. We find these relations explained in the remarks on Sophocles' tragedies, of which Hölderlin undertook a translation that was his final work before his collapse. Heidegger lingers over this at the beginning of his commentary, even going so far as to indicate in a long note that Hölderlin's meditation on the return to the homeland and on the national will not be the object of our attention here, not only because many things remain difficult to interpret and because the whole is not univocally assured as to its meaning, but because Hölderlin finished by leaving this stage of the path behind him, having gotten over it. GA 4, 159. But in the name of what can he affirm this with so much assurance, since Hölderlin's poetic path, to take up Kammerl, is interrupted at precisely that point? There are the late poems, of course, those said to be written in his madness. And it is even because Greece is one of these, and because it is named thus, that Heidegger can predict the sense of a path that is hidden in obscurity. It is only in the name of the title, Greece, that he can identify the 447 side of the poem. But he does not question the legitimacy of having recourse to such a proper name that perhaps designates nothing identifiable, at least nothing that could lead back to the thematics of the return to the homeland, as Heidegger comes to admit, moreover. And yet, seeing everything through the philosophic window, he does not stop calling upon the context of the remarks to explain what Greece is for Hölderlin. Where is the humble lesser? We must look for it in the place for which Hölderlin calls, looking outside through the philosophical window, GA 4, 171. This expression refers to a passage from the letter to Bollendorf, cf. GA 4, 157-58. But there it is a question of all the sacred places on earth and not only of the Greek places. Or must we assume that, for Hölderlin, Greece was the only sacred place? But then how could one sing the angels of the native country, how could one begin anew in liberating oneself from the shadows of the past? Greece then, is given as the Oriental or the non-Greek but original element that Hölderlin sought to accentuate in his translation of Antigone, as he wrote in his letter to Wymans of September 28, 1803. I hope to show Greek art, which is foreign to us by national conformism and the faults to which it has always known to adapt itself, to the public in a more lively manner than is habitual by accenting the Oriental that is renounced and in correcting its artistic faults when they take place. SW 6.1, 434. This correction must be an improvement of the original text that through translation will become even more original. This is madness, if we follow Goethe and all those who are learned and objective. But as Reinhardt writes, Hölderlin in no way acts thus from a taste for Orientalism. 2. 448. Say nothing of the exotic. 288. It is a question of correcting the Greek cultural tendency, become second nature, which consisted in a struggle for differentiation, and thus against the Asian, the Dionysian, the Aorgic, and, thus, of restoring the natal Greek that was, as a poem puts it, lamentably idle. Once the great beginning is identified with Greece as Orient, Asian, it is no longer difficult to situate the other pole toward which it tends, the lesser humble one is the Occidental. But Greece, the Oriental, is the great beginning whose coming still takes place in the mode of the possible, GA 4, 176. It is true that Heidegger does not understand the Occident as a cultural or geographic notion, and especially not as reduced to Europe, this little point on the Asian continent that Valery described, but as what is called to become the country of the evening, Abendland, in the meeting with the Greek great beginning, itself less past than fallen into the future or the possible. And we could follow Heidegger here in his meditation on the origin, Herkunft ist Zukunft, origin is future, of what reigns at present, the globalization of technique as gestal equipment in which the enlightening trait of being manifests, be it as retrade, withdrawal. In this Besinnung, a thought on the trail of sense, sin, always remains well beyond commentary, even the most exact commentary. At the same time, in this movement of the identification of sense, not only are the limits of the explanatory genre surpassed, but the text, in case we could still speak of a text when dealing with Hölderlin, is no longer anything but a pretext for a still more original text that is unwritten and to come, as is this country of the evening exposed in its returning origin. There is perhaps nothing to deplore here, except from the perspective of literary criticism. It is in fact a matter of a destiny, of a meeting, that is, again, of a translation. As Commerell so precisely put it, Hölderlin, that is to say, Heidegger as well, leaves nothing without metamorphosis. The poem has no need of translation into pseudo-common language, since it is that translation that, miraculously, changes nothing in the original, or rather is that original as pure language. There is no loss in passion from one medium to the other, since the poem is this medium, but is it immediately an immediacy that does not exclude mediation, however, inasmuch as it carries it out, opens it. The poem makes a sign in the double sense that it gives the sign and remarks itself, this poem as the poem properly speaking, but also transmits the sign. Its making sign, or sign manifestation, is at once pure and common, pure inasmuch as it is suitable and cannot be changed, unlike the arbitrary signal, and common because it makes its reception come with its coming, and thus suits us, makes us its addresses. The sign is the double mark of poetic destiny, it is what Hölderlin's poem gives and what renders the poem, and with it his signature, notable. He is the poet of the poets because he bears witness that he has received the sign, is poet, and nothing else. This is an absolute vocation or calling, not to this or that, but to the calling itself. Every poem by Hölderlin will carry the sign and, by this very fact, no longer even needs to be signed. Yet the name remains. Why? Because an other must remark it, an other who will be marked by the sign of election. An other is always necessary, but not just any other, not a reader in general, but one who would already be elected to read in himself the very sign. He cannot be this unless he is already inscribed in the poem, called by it to such a destiny. And yet, let us read the final 2 lines of Homecoming. Cares like these, whether he likes it or not, a singer-poet must bear in his soul, and often, but the others not. 450. The poet disburdens the others of all worries, at least of such worries. Is this to say that he expects nothing of them? In The Poet's Vocation, we read that a poet willingly associates himself with others, so that they help to understand. When it is a matter of understand, the poet willingly associates himself with others, but when it is a matter of his mission proper, he is alone with others, but when it is a matter of his mission proper, he is alone before his God, alone in being able to grasp his sign with a firm hand or letter. It is thus that the poet questions whether he must name the God. Will I name the high? A God does not like the unseemly. To grasp him our joy is almost too small. Often we must remain silent. They are lacking, the sacred names. Hearts bet, and yet discourse remains behind. SW 2.1, 99. Will I name, this task does not fall to another. Naming risks being unseemly, it being a matter of the very high. He, this God that in lovely blueness, declares unknown and yet manifest like the sky, has no name, or is named only by attribution, a name that always remains improper, because the sacred names are lacking. Or is it because a name is but a name? Joy has no need of naming and thus seems closer to being suitable, even if it is too close and difficult to seize, the God. Joy makes us speak, in madness. It is the supreme sign of that proximity that is incomprehensible in terms of distance, space, and even measurement. Let us now read what Heidegger says of nomination. There is a double bind, Zweifelgebunden, at the origin of the poetic vocation. 451. Dichten is the original naming of the gods. But its nominative force is conferred to the poetic word only when the gods bring us to speech. How do the gods speak? And since ancient times the signs, Winky, are the language of the gods. The saying of the poet is to take these signs by surprise in order to send them back in making a sign to his people. To thus surprise the signs is a receiving and yet at the same time a giving, for the poet already sees in a flash, Erblicht, the accomplished in the first sign, zaine, and heartily installs this perception in his language to predict what is as yet unaccomplished. GA 4, 45-46. The signs of the gods are neither signals nor significations. Far from presenting or representing, they have the property of making everything foreign. They must be discovered, taken by surprise, like a robbery, a pickpocket. But this taking must be a reception that allows the very thing that it must take to be given. The divine sign, in all rigor, does not make sense, and yet, if only to be taken as sign, it is already received and thus, if not understood, at least translated into a language, that is, a language of signs. The poet divines not the sense of words actually pronounced by a god who would already speak a language similar to the common language of mortals, but the sense of being a sign of what is addressed, the flash as the sign of a god. Here the sacred tradition of the Greeks is found again, the poet, the robber of fire, the hermeneut of the gods. Situating himself between men and the gods, he can thus with right be described as a demigod, not half god and half man, like a mythological monster, but in between, so that for the first time the dimension in which men and the gods turn toward, and against, each other. 452. And thus inhabit the same region is opened. That is why Heidegger will say of the poet that his proper being is to take measure, but this is a taking that is itself first of all a gift. Just as the unknown God nonetheless manifests himself as such, as unknown, in the blueness of the sky, in the same way the God appears, in poetic speech, unknown and manifest, unknown, and thus all the more manifest. This also means that the poem measures up to this taking measure in that what gives measure is itself what hides all possibility of measuring it. What gives, the there is, the es gibt, is precisely never a given. Taking measure is a relation of in, ex, scription. Just as the God delegates himself in the foreign or the invisible in the visible, so is the divine sign in the word of the poet. Poetic speech is the experience in accordance with that appropriation. It holds everything in a relation, as in this solitary phrase Heidegger cites as the lightword, the guiding word, for the reading of Hölderlin, alles ist innig, everything is intimate. Heidegger comments upon the phrase as follows. The one is appropriated in the other, but so that it remains properly itself, and only in this way does it achieve this proper, gods and men, earth and sky. This intimacy, Innigkeit, does not signify a mixture and a dissolution of differences. Intimacy names the cohabitation of what is foreign, the reign of estrangement, and the demand for a sense of modesty. GA 4, 196. That means that without an enduring poet no one can perceive the signs of the gods, but also that without an other who would perceive, vernehmen, the language of the poet, it would fall into the void. This other must not himself be a poet. And yet he must be sensitive to poetry, must say it in its difference. Thus, it is always difference that gathers together. 453. The equal always moves toward the absence of difference, so that everything may agree in it. The same, by contrast, is the belonging together of what differs through a gathering together by way of difference. We can say the same when we think difference. GA 4, 218. Despite the abrupt not, nicht, that closes homecoming, Heidegger will be able to explain why others are nonetheless necessary to share the concerns proper to the poet. These others are not only a people, but exceptional, and chosen, individuals who are meditative and patient, who would be companions on the voyage, neighbors who are nonetheless different from the poet. And because the Germans are the people of poetry and thought, there must, be thinkers in order that the language of the poets become perceptible, vernehmbar, takeable, receivable, GA 4, 30. This fantastical operation that comes down to effacing the name of Hölderlin in enlightening, or purifying, it beforehand, that is to say, in renaming it with the stamp of thought, such is the Zauberkraft, the magic force that will have marked the reading signed Martin Heidegger, a sleight of hand from which we are not close to returning. Nonetheless, we must do so in the very name of Hölderlin, though not to bring guarantees of his word and its exactitude. In the name of Hölderlin will always be in the name of the other he has become, urged on by a necessity he qualifies as sacred. If it is sacred, this necessity is such for always coming from the other, from what calls for a name and yet refuses it, calls to saying, but saying is not always naming. The sacred exceeds the name, even the proper name, by virtue of the very logic of the name, which identifies but at the same time substitutes itself for what it names and, taking its place in its name, enslaves it, or at least reduces all its proper strangeness. In a 454 sense, all nomination is a burial in beauty. If we consider language from the point of view of the name, as Heidegger often seems to do, thereby remaining faithful to Occidental philosophy and grammar, we make a language an empty tomb. The name is all that remains of the dead. Mourning is the celebration of the name, and that is why Heidegger, perhaps following Hölderlin, accords such importance to the sacred mourning that marks the Grundstimmung, basic mood, of the poet in a time of need, crisis, a time of the lack of sacred names. We might even ask if he did not retain the name of Hölderlin only in order to crown it with a burial wreath. We should remember that in the beginning Heidegger seems to recognize that no one has the right to speak in the name of the poet. It is the poet who makes experience, and he alone should be able to speak of that experience, if anyone can do so. But at the same time, it is another who says that, it is Heidegger who gives this law of poetic experience. Not only does the poet take dictation of a poem breathed by the voice of another, not only is it yet another who says it, but this voice that dictates is no one's voice, but the voice of the poem. This is a strange subject, difficult to recognize as a subject of, and to, the law. If the poem is really the author, rather than the poet, who is all the more faithful in that he will have effaced himself and added nothing of his own to the poem, then the poem should hold the copyright. What remains, then, of the part due to the poet? Only exactitude. The poet is closer to the original, as though he were but a more faithful or literal translator, as if, experience, this poem had already been written before having been written. Heidegger often invokes the neighborhood of thought and poetry. Both have a common place, the same element, language. Thinking does not take place without saying, and poetry also says. The country in which each of the 455 neighbors lives in its own way is language, since it is the dwelling par excellence, the house of being. It remains to be known where difference, that from which the same carries out its gathering, is situated. Difference does not reside in the form, of saying, and thus does not reside in that ancient difference between poetry and prose. Hölderlin thought every bit as well as philosopher, perhaps even better, but he always thought poetically. 289 The difference is, roughly, that only the thinking can say it, the difference. The thinker will say, and even assign, poetry its place. But this assigning, the putting into dwelling or situation, Erörterung, so that poetry will not be the effect of the arbitrary, must always be carried out in the name of poetry itself. That the poet lives as neighbor in the same country does not suffice. The place from which he speaks must still be localized, identified exactly, which is not easy, because in general poets hardly concern themselves with exactitude and too often pass for vague spirits. Their words must therefore be taken from them and made into a fate that renders them worthy of being thought. Adding a hyphen to Abendland to make of the word a country of the evening, for example, signs the self-limitation with the princely stamp of thought. Fortunately, there exists a poet, only one, whether concerns himself with exactitude, above all the exactitude for marking what is his name is Hölderlin. With him, the neighborhood poses no difficulty. He in fact accomplishes the work reserved for thought. He wants to delimit more closely the specificity of poetry, what marks the vocation of the poet as such. At least, this is what Das Gedicht, the poem, by Heidegger affirms. This is not a poem signed Heidegger, since he never claimed this vocation, but is the poem in the name of which Heidegger will be able to remark the poetry determination. Poetic determination is made, first, in the name of the name, since the poet's task is situated in nomination. But it is in name of the poet that the neighboring thinker can say this. Of the name that it is the poet's mission, this time Stefan George is being considered, to find, Heidegger writes. We do not right away understand name in the sense of a pure and simple designation. Perhaps the name and the meaning word are here understood rather in the sense of the expressions, in the name of the king, or in the name of God. In the name of here signifies, at the call, by the command. Al. 61. The name gives authority, it has the force of law. He who acts or speaks in the name of, is discharged of all personal responsibility. He is no longer anything but an executor or a mouthpiece, a speaker carrying the word. But how could a poem make law? To be sure, the voice that commands the poet and gives his poem its authenticity is not purely transcendent, not the voice of God. Still less is it the voice of an institution, even a supreme institution. And yet this voice remains foreign to the poet precisely as his source. But this source not only is not given to the poet, it must still be instituted as what commands him, enjoins him to be a poet. Such is the double bind. Why would the determination of what is proper to the poem in the name of the name not be faithful? 1. Provisional and almost personal. Answer is that it does not render the echo that others believe they have perceived in the 457 flow of Hölderlin's language. Bettina von Arnim, for example, compares the poet with someone who would have been carried off by the current of a wild torrent, like the demigod of the Rhine, and this power is the language that has drowned his senses under its rapid, irresistible rush. 290. She then adds, he says that it is language that informs all thought because it is larger than the human spirit, which is but a slave to language. Von Arnim, 246. We could easily seize upon a kinship with the Heideggerian thinking of language here. Only language speaks, man is neither owner nor master of language, simply the respondent. Nonetheless, the ascendancy of language in Hölderlin is translated in its poetic form, rhythm, which is a flux, flow, flood, a quasi-demonic carrying away. The poet must not abandon himself purely and simply to this current that comes to drown his senses. On the contrary, he must resist, like the Ister that reluctantly abandons its source and would almost like to flow against the current. Hölderlin calls the moment of this resistance that bears witness to the presence of spirit to the point of falling toward the highest caesura, a suspension of language, or, again in von Arnim's terms, this living suspense of the human spirit upon which the divine ray rests. Von Arnim, 248. This is what gives the poems, especially the poems of the years preceding his madness, their striking character, their not only obscure but agonistic character, as if the poet had attempted, despairingly, to retain this stream, to maintain control of his speech. Heidegger again accentuates this tendency in cutting from the fabric of the poem only excerpts, fragments, but ones that, if possible, make sense in themselves. They are what appear most solid to him, most graspable, like the rocks emerging from a torrent, to take up that image again. These rocks are, precisely, names, more capable of being show than the rhythm of the poem. They have the advantage of giving a grip, of being identifiable, since, resting below, they are those elements that always remain the same. For a long time now, grammar has called them substantives. 291. Let us take as an example the 7 lines. The precision carries a certain weight, its value is that of an incision, without title, published for the first time in 1951. It is still a matter of the name of the gods. But since they are so close, the present gods, I must be as though they were far away and obscure in the clouds, must to myself be their name, only, before the morning dawns, before life blazes up in noon, I will name them silently to myself, so that the poet has his part, but if the celestial light goes down, I willingly have that light of the past in mind, and say, flower nonetheless. GA4, 192. I will name them silently to myself, so that the poet has his part. Literally, this would simply be has his. The his is not clearly identified. It is the share or part reserved for the poet. But does that mean that the role of the poet is restricted to naming? And what does naming oneself, for oneself, in silence signify? Heidegger begins by emphasizing the repetition, with an interval of 2 lines, of a verb, must. He moves on immediately to the necessity, not, that will even become, at the end of a vertiginous ascension of the gods to the divine, to finish at the sacred necessity. This is the unspoken demand that reigns everywhere and under which his poeticizing upholds itself. GA4, 187. The force of this sentence stems from the conjunction of Anspruch, a statement that has the force of law, an injunction, in the name of the sacred, and ungesprochen, unspoken. The statement uttered here does not breath a word, it commands in and to silence. In the name of the sacred, in the name of the sacred necessity, naming is an utter necessity, but naming in silence. Naming is necessary, and yet they are lacking, the sacred names. Or should we rather say that the name is necessary because it causes a lack or failure? A name, even a sacred one, will always only be a name, not the sacred itself. Unless soft, it is saved soft, passed over in silence, a silence that, even more than any name, would witness the lot of the poet. This silence is here a mark of modesty toward the Greek gods, who have fled, they have had their time. It is silence that responds to the silence of oracles, of dances, of celebration, and that thus corresponds with what, departing in the distance, addresses a final greeting, I willingly have in mind the light of the past. Only a trace of the Greek gods remains, the name. And as for the name pronounced under the pressure of sacred necessity, it remains, sacred though it be, improper for presenting what came forward under the name of nature. If this name is not entirely suitable, this is not so much by virtue of its Latin origin, improper for translating true physis, of which Hölderlin was not thinking anyway. Nature names birth. At birth, the newborn indeed receives a name, but it is not the name that gives birth to him. The name is even the part belonging to death and, most often, the name of the father, very rarely that of the mother. If the illegitimate child can be distinguished from the legitimate one, it is precisely in not having received the name of the father. In the natural state, a fiction Hölderlin borrowed from Rousseau, there is absolutely no need for names. The necessity of naming what comes to the world without a name comes from the father, who wants the law, always his own, to be respected. Nature, like the mother, always remains an improper name. 460. Even in that, as name, the without name submits to the regime of the institution and transmissibility of a heritage, a property/propriety. That does not mean that one could go without names in general. But what is naming in general? Does naming consist of something being endowed with a name? And how does one come to a name? The name tells what something is called, how it is customarily named. Naming is assigned, angewiesen, to a name. And the name results from naming. We turn in circles with this explication. The verb to name derives from the substantive name, onomen, uiia. GA4, 188. This is an example of Heideggerian rhetoric, a vicious, and not even hermeneutic, circle response to a false question. What is naming in general? Naming refers to a name and the name results from the act of naming. But this circle is only vicious if we are trying to determine an exact origin. At this point, of origin, there is no origin, neither verb nor noun. This circularity without origin, a name comes from the very thing it calls, makes come, is the very sign of an other originariness, say, of that birth or origination from the other. The name always comes from the other, it is received, but at the same time is irreducibly called by the very thing that has no name. But Heidegger does not understand it in this way. There must, in the name of what, be a precise origin to nomination, and this origin is the name. Not the verb, which is said to be merely derived, including the verb to name. This derivation permits us to return to the origin of the name for name, in which the Greek onyma, the root gn dash, the same as that of gnosis, knowledge, is embedded, driven like a stake into the soil of language. This entire process is, moreover, largely prepared for by German grammar, which permits the nominalization of verbs much more easily than English, which would never say naming as it says dinner. 461. Yet, phenomenologically speaking, there is no way to demonstrate that the noun produces knowledge, to say nothing of the unveiling opening, aletheia, as Heidegger understands it. Heidegger is, moreover, obliged to agree a bit later, when it is a matter of the nonetheless supreme name of nature. But he does not concede this except for this very specific name that must veil. In this exceptional case, in effect, the thing to be named is too close, and the name must allow us to gain some distance. The name of this naming that advances in the distance is calling. But is not all nomination a calling, before being a designation? In a sense, the name does procure an access to what it names. It does see knowledge, but only in the sense of a bringing nearer for the one giving the name. When, at a party, so and so is introduced to me by name, having been introduced, he is henceforth more accessible, I will be able to recall him as so and so. In the same way, the newborn who receives a name at birth stops being a stranger to the world, but that does not mean that its being is unveiled to me. It is simply presentable from that time on. The name attributes an its but in no way a being. It allows an entrance into the common dwelling place in which everything and every being has its place. The name is primarily social. But it does not communicate, and makes known only the most general character of what it clothes, nothing of its proper being. It makes generality, and thus identification, possible. Everyone must have a name. It is the first sign of identity. Let us imagine for an instant that no one had a name, or that our names changed from day to day, the entire state would collapse. Identity always comes from the other, like an attribution that, whether we like it or not, and whether we know it or not, is always arbitrary. There is no natural name, nor, therefore, is there any natural identity. Not only nationality, but also gender, and sex, man or woman, are arbitrary signs. This is also what makes the name of nature all the more strange, and more appropriate. It manifests language as this radical generative impropriety of all appropriation. 462. But Heidegger does not want to accommodate himself to the arbitrariness of the name. The name, especially for the Most High, must itself be geschickt, suitable, naturally and almost magically appropriate. This constitutes a fetishism that is, moreover, the mark of the proper name, sacred. To tamper with the name is to tamper with being. A fragment by Heraclitus says that the one refuses and yet accepts to be named Zeus. The refusal comes first, in the beginning is not the name. But what calls for a name that would be in accordance with this call and thus always remains lacking, is all the more lacking the stronger the call. Heidegger says that the supreme name, that of the unknown, and yet manifest like the sky, God, must remain secret. Not that the poet could keep it for himself, otherwise he would fail in his mission, determined as that of calling the gods, giving them their proper names. Is this name secret, then, like the name of God in the Jewish tradition? Heidegger makes no mention of that whatsoever. However, he cites an excerpt of the 8th strophe of the hymn The Rhine, a proper name, where it is said that, since the gods feel nothing by themselves, is necessary, if such a thing may be said, that in the name of the God / an other feel compassionately. / of this they have need, SW 2.1, 145. We should feel that these lines verge on sacrilege. The gods feel nothing, an other is needed. This is perhaps nothing other than the other side of sacred necessity, to feel in their place and in their name. In the name of the gods, an other is required. But not to name. No, to feel. The gods in fact feel nothing and, for example, neither suffer nor die. They lack that. It is to this experience, the experience of sense, of suffering, and of mortality, that men are closer. For there to be sharing, taking part, and, primarily, giving this part or role to he who, if it is permitted to speak thus of the gods, is deprived of it, is necessary. It is to this deprivation that the poet bears witness, and this is also why he must. 463. Speak in the place and in the name of the gods. In a certain manner, he compensates for this lack with his divine, and divining, words. With this evocation of the need of the gods, Heidegger recognizes that Hölderlin touches upon the fundamental experience of his dictordom. This experience goes well beyond the simple nomination of the gods or of the sacred. Not only are the sacred names lacking, not only do they give no feeling and are improper for presenting what does not want to be known, but their lack bears witness to the essence of poetic experience, precisely that the lapse is already the announcement of the sacred. This also emerges from the final lines of the poet's vocation, on which Heidegger comments at length in his 1935 lecture course. How can the lack of God, Gottesfell, come to help the poet? This is a strange, almost impious, affirmation in the mouth of a poet whose mission was to name the sacred. Heidegger indeed remarks upon the difficulty, increased by the fact that an earlier version says precisely the opposite: as long as the God is not lacking, the poet has need of nothing. But since this version bothers him, Heidegger relegates it to the title of a simple outline, CFGA 39, 233. This also permits him to reject Helen Gratha's interpretation, which explains the about face from the outline to the definitive text by means of a detour or a returning of the poet faced with the overly present divine, a return to natal sobriety. For Heidegger, the lack in question is in not way a simple absence, a lack to be regained. To understand that, it suffices to place the accent differently, not on fell, which nonetheless carries the nominal group, but on its determinant, Gott's. This lack is not nothing, since it is, the lack, of God, belonging to him like his proper mark. Far from signifying a deficiency, this divine lack is the sign of an excess, of the height or presence. But again, why? 464. Is presence associated with the divine? Why would it be unthinkable that, on the contrary, the lack of God, as lack, opens something like another space for poetic language? This would be less a specifically atheistic language, even in the literal Greek sense, than another space of the sacred, another link of language to the divine in which the lapse would be the very place of a promise, of an other coming, of the coming of an other than he who, until now, has been named God. The Greek gods remain irreducibly distant, inaccessible to the senses. The Christian God made himself human but by the same token put himself to death as God. Hence, not only is God dead, he has been for 2 millennia, and yet nothing has changed, but the name of God is extinguished. Something else is necessary, not another name, but the other of the name. To arrive at that point, we must say farewell to the very name of poetry. The home, rather than the essence, of what is called poetry, Dichtung, is the call to come, O fire, come. It is also what calls for calling what comes in the call to come by its name. But the name is lacking, and it is precisely because it fails to make come, to make enter into presence, that it calls for something else. For feeling. But the sensible is unspeakable, or the unspeakable is only sensible, not nameable, or nameable only by improperly, in the name of names, of a rule of appropriation by the other. The sensible and the unspeakable will always be given in the name of the other of the name, and the very name of poetry is an exemplary sign of this. Not of a call for a more proper name that, finally, would ward off this lack that always haunts language, but of a call to bear witness, to witness what, beyond essence and presence, speaks, an unspoken demand. 465. Chapter 13. The Witness of Being, Andenken. As the subtitle of this chapter indicates, I will be discussing Andenken, remembrance. But which Andenken, Hölderlin's poem, Heidegger's exegesis, or both? Heidegger's text dispenses with having recourse to the poem, since it includes that poem integrally, first, and then includes it in the form of citations, so that the poem is doubled but also cut up and finally also recited inasmuch as the clarification recounts it to itself, word for word, so to speak. Heidegger's text is a true linear explication to text that recalls the verse-of-verse exegeses of the scriptures. This will come as no surprise if we consider that hermeneutics was born in the context of speculative theology, as Heidegger himself reminds us. 292. Reading Andenken, by which I mean that of Heidegger, do we not get the feeling of going through a chapter of revealed theology? Hölderlin's, assigned, mission is not only to name the gods and the sacred, his poem itself has become sacred. But for those who read, Hölderlin's, Andenken, the poem appeared, Heidegger recalls, in a popular review, the Almanac of the Muses, nothing sacred, in the theological sense at least, immediately emerges. It is one of Hölderlin's rare great poems to mention the name of no gods, nor even of the heroes of antiquity. If we take an inventory of the proper names, we find, successively, Garonne, Bordeaux, written Bordeaux, Bellarmine, the Indies, Dordogne, and once again Garonne. If we accept Bellarmine, Arminius, the German hero, who is not a god but a romantic hero, there are only place names, all of which refer to the real situation of the poet, his stay in France. But Heidegger refuses such prosaic notations. Andenken does not recount the memories of Hölderlin the tutor, GA 4, 84, it says something completely different, which is what we would like to believe. If there were nothing but memories of a voyage put into verse, this would not be a poem by Hölderlin. Andenken, thought in remembrance of. The poet thinks and does not content himself with describing, even poetically. He thinks about. But about what? About friends. Where are they? And, moreover, who are they? They are of Bellarmine and his companion, that is to say, Hyperion himself. Or should we say, Hölderlin? Hyperion is the name of the poet. He himself is the companion of whom we now ask where he is situated. But the poet must know quite well where he himself is, especially now that he is the greeting party who makes himself recognized as he who has returned to the homeland to remain there. GA 4, 128. But what if he had not truly returned to the homeland? What if he got lost on the way? What if he no longer knew where he was? Is this not what happened to Hölderlin, to the point that he even lost his proper name? If it is indeed a matter of a certain return, this is perhaps not a return to his country, but a return in time. Is Hölderlin Hyperion, he who goes beyond, thinking of his youth? Is he addressing an emotional memory to that youth? Is he thinking of his companion Diotima? Do the brown women, Bronnenfrauen, of these places remind him of her, even though she left for even farther away than the Indies, left for a place from which no one can return, if not in memory? Heidegger does not ask these questions. No doubt they would appear too naive. 467. To him, or too biographical. Perhaps. But let us read a bit of what he says about women. This name here has kept its earlier resonance when it designated the mistress or the protectress. However, in the present context it refers only to the birth of the poet in his being. GA 4, 107. Must woman, and especially the women of these parts, Brown women, be nothing but mothers. These women hardly seem to interest the thinker, at least in themselves. He will indeed note that there is something strange about the expression of these places. These are, in fact, strangers, foreigners. He justifies this expression that to the modern ear has the brutal effect of being at the limits of juridical or commercial language in advance by explaining that it is a matter of maintaining this distant presence at a distance, which is its proximity, GA 4, 108. 293. It still remains a question of brown women. I emphasize, because this adjective of color is immediately interpreted in a rather determinate sense. Brown recalls the earth of the south, where the element of the fire of the skies shines with an excess or clarity. But the fire of the skies, according to the poet, is the natal element of the Greeks. This is as much as saying that the brown women are there to refer to the Greeks, but not necessarily to Greek women, that they are simple signs of the stranger or foreigner who must be appropriated by the natal, that is, the German. From this arise two lines of another poem, Gesang de Duchen, as well. 293. Elsewhere, Hölderlin writes the highest poetry is that in which the non-poetic element also becomes poetic, reflection, in Samtlichwerke SW 4.1, 234-35. Kommerl would see in that the breath of Empedocles capable of metamorphosing everything. But this is also the entire aesthetic of German Romanticism with its theory of generalized prose. Heidegger does not want to hear another word of such an aesthetic, because it would lead Hölderlin back into the genre and the age of literature. 468. Thanks be to German women. They have kept the friendly spirit of the images of our gods for us. SW 2.1, 4. A commentary follows that it would in fact be better to leave silent, but that I will cite pitilessly, if not in its entirety. German women save the appearance of the gods in order that they dwell as the instituting event of history. German women save the coming of the gods in making it pass into the tenderness of a friendly light. The safeguard of the coming of the gods is their constant contribution to the preparation of the celebration. 294. However, Heidegger recognizes that the praise of Andenken does not name German women but the brown women of these places. These are not blonde protectresses. The others, then, must be monsters like Antigone or Niobe, become like the desert, or like Diotima, alias Suzette Gontard, an adulterous woman who wrote to her lover, "It was her last letter, are you coming? The whole land is mute and deserted without you." 295. Come, is the very call of love. This poem is called Andenken, in remembrance. But the expression is especially used for the memory of the dead. Of whom does Hölderlin want to preserve the memory? In order to answer, we must enter into a domain that Heidegger always held as rigorously insignificant: personal memories, biographical memory, and memoirs. Let us, then, enter into this domain that has been forgotten, or occulted, by pure thought. It has long been believed that it is only with his return from Bordeaux that the poet learns of the death of Suzette. Pierre Bertas has contested this version and maintains, on the contrary, that Hölderlin had been notified, by his half-brother Karl, of the worsening of her illness, consumption, no doubt, which had eaten away at the young woman for a long time. This very news might have motivated Hölderlin's hurried departure from his position as tutor in the home of Consul Meyer. Perhaps he had time between June 7, 1802, when he was notified in Strasbourg, and June 22, the date of Suzette's death, to visit her one last time. All that is very possible and would explain the state of absolute distraction in which he arrived at his mother's, and even his subsequent madness. As an ultimate proof, Bertas gives the adventurous, to say the least, interpretation of a central verse of Andenken, a poem he takes to be a memorial to she who has disappeared. It is not good to be soulless of mortal thoughts. SW 2.1, 189. The core of the lines would then be a cryptogram: Sterblichen Gedanken, mortal thoughts, would not name the thoughts proper to mortals, as Heidegger interprets them, but thoughts of death, relating to death. These thoughts would not relate to death in general, or as death, but to the death of Sg, Suzette Gontard equals S, Terblichen, Greek, Edenken. We must recall that at the end of Hyperion Diotima dies. Offering his book to his loved one, with the personal dedication, to whom else but you, Hölderlin already presents it as the memory of his past happiness. Here is our Hyperion, my dear. This fruit of our happy days will bring you, despite everything, a bit of joy. Pardon me for having made Diotima. 470. Di. 296. The general disposition, Anlage, of the book demanded it, as though writing called for the death of its heroine. Andenken, however, was written well after the death of Diotima. We might think that at this point Hölderlin had forgotten it. But what would forgetting signify for a poet such as Hölderlin? The valiant forgetting that another poem celebrates is certainly not a simple negligence or an infidelity. Andenken does indeed speak the faithful thought, in memoriam, and it is in this light that we should consider Sinclair's bitter remarks, complaining that his friend remains married to a tomb. Bettina Brentano in turn takes up these remarks in a more romantic form. Ah yes, he who marries the tomb, the living have quickly considered a madman. By day, he dreams, as we dream at night, but in the depths of sleep he is awake and full of compassion. He goes hand in hand beside the other who has long ago disappeared from the surface of the earth. 297. The final line of In Lovely Blueness, says, life is death, and death is also a living, SW 2.1, 374. Heidegger cites the line, GA 4, 165, but to pull it in the direction of a thinking of death as such, as though death were not always the death of a singular, living, being. Whatever this passion, be it encrypted in the poem or not, it is at least clear that there was nothing soothing about the German woman for Hölderlin. On the contrary, she ended up consuming him. Was she not her god, her idol? Did she not think much harder about his image than about that of the God of the Church? But Andenken never evokes the gods. That perhaps only renders the poem all the more divine in a sense that escapes every theology, but Heidegger just as much, it seems, even if he affirms that the Greeks had no religion, a Latin word. According to Heidegger, it is the evocation of the days of celebration that leads to commemorating women. Perhaps. But is it because the celebration is that of the engagement of the gods and men, as a passage in the hymn, the Rhine puts it, and thus the celebration of the moment of equilibrium of destiny? Again, perhaps. But is this destiny the hidden birth of history, of the history of the Germans? That is taking identification too far. It is not a question of Germans in this poem. What Germans could be at issue? Those of 1800, those who, according to one of Hölderlin's letters, have nothing to do with the poet, so that he is forced to take the path of exile? Or those of 1942, who apparently still have nothing to do with his poetry, or indeed have something else to do? Or is it a question of a mythical Germany still to come, at least as long as destiny has not come to hear and understand Hölderlin's words, or those of Heidegger? When Heidegger evokes the solitude of creators who live nearby on the separate summits, this neighborhood of peaks separated by abysses, he not only images the neighborhood of poets and thinkers in a nearly Wagnerian framework, this time of peaks, this swell, only he who, like the shepherd, knows only the steep paths and the source, the mountain pastures and the clouds, the sun and the thunderstorm, can sense them, cf. EHP, 162. He also gives the solitude more dreadfully current tones when he writes that the two, poetry and thought, spring forth the actualization of the Dasein of a people through the state, politics, GA 39, 51. A people, what people? Between the first course on Hölderlin, 1934, and on Denken, which makes a retreat, withdrawal, toward the polis as the place the sacred assigns to history, GA 472. 4. 88. A great deal has happened in the time of peoples. This probably explains the disappearance of any mention of creators of states, but not of the Germans. We must simply presume that their time has not yet come, or that they must become themselves in hearing the still unheard words of the poem, that they will not hear except in lending an ear to its privileged interpreter. Let us try to hear then. The northeast wind blows. To me it is the most beloved of all winds. For it announces the spirit of fire, and promises sailors a good voyage. SW 2.1, 188. The northeast wind, Heidegger writes, is led out of its native country Germany in the only direction it indicates, toward the sky of the southwest and its fire, GA 4, 84. To this point, everything is perfectly exact. We are even astonished to read such trivialities. Where could this wind carry but toward the southwest, that is, toward the place the poet remembers, and about which he has thoughts? But go now, and greet the beautiful Garonne, and the gardens of Bordeaux. SW 2.1, 188. For those who are familiar with the geography of France, southwest indeed names that Atlantic region, the Aquitaine, the region of water, that spreads from the Garonne to the Pyrenees, and the ocean can only be the Atlantic. If this wind continued its march like the sailors whose sails it fills, it would in effect go to the Indies, but the West Indies, America then. But at 473. Present the men have left for the Indies, and that, the poem specifies clearly, at the windswept point, at the foot of the vine where the Dordogne descends and together with Garonne, broad like the sea, the river pours out, SW 2.1, 189. The description is exact, an irreproachable topography, including the evocation of the vine, of the famous Bordeaux wine. But Heidegger did not understand the poem in this way. Reading the fire, he reads Greece under the pretext that elsewhere Hölderlin in fact says that the fire of the sky is proper to the Greeks. Reading the Indies, he reads beyond Greece to a more distant Orient. True, the earth is round, but the first person to experience this, painfully, of course, was Christopher Columbus, one of the discoverers of America. There is a poem by Hölderlin entitled Columbus, of which only a few beautiful ruins remain for us. It begins with a breath at least as intense as the northeast wind. If I wished to be one of the heroes, and might freely declare it, then it would be a hero of the sea. SW 2.1, 242. Another fragment consisting of only 2 stanzas is entitled Diotima. I could name the heroes and make silence reign over the more beautiful heroine. To make silence reign over Diotima is what Hyperion Hölderlin promises, a deathly silence, if I can put it thus, and a silence that Ondenken cannot but keep. But Ondenken will be able to name the heroes, the sailor friends, those who have left for the Indies and perhaps even farther, and who fear to go to the source. Yet what source? The fatherland? Strangely, the poem does not breathe a word of this. Perhaps this silence has more to say about the nature of the source than any commentary. Speaking the source is perhaps 474. Never possible without speech at the same time failing, forbidding itself to speak. Perhaps this is the sign of proximity, the sign that the source differs from itself in an infinite distance, that it only promises itself, but thus refuses itself to all immediate speech. The source, for the poem, would be this breaking off of speech at the source. The source of Heidegger's exegesis does not reside in the poem itself, however, but in his reading of 5 lines of another poem, Bread and Wine. For spirit is not at home in the beginning, not at the source. It is the prey of the fatherland. Spirit loves the colony, and valiant forgetting. Our flowers and the shade of our forest delight him, the overcome. He who gives his soul was nearly burned. 298. Heidegger read in these lines the fundamental law of history that the poet is to found, the historicity of history has its essence in the return to the proper, a return that cannot be made except in the initial form of a voyage to the foreign, GA 4, 95. This historicity, however, is but a transposition of the Hegelian dialectic. In order finally to be at home, in order finally to return to oneself in full self-presence, one must leave oneself, go and alienate oneself in the other. The other is not other except in already being in relation to its other, the proper, and thus in being appropriated. Memory would be but a remembering of the proper via the stranger, though not just any stranger, no, a stranger who already, from the beginning, recalls the proper. Thus, the not being at home of the beginning is already being at home as the speculative result of the source that must, in order to know itself absolutely and as the absolute, produce an image, an other who, being other for the self, already in advance, in anticipation, this forgetting in fact forgets nothing. Nothing is lost, and we could say that the poet's exile, if it is certainly less aggressive than a colonialism, in Heidegger's eyes, is, on the other hand, no riskier than tourism. But the poetic experience of exile in Hölderlin is 1,000 times more radical and exposed than what Heidegger makes of it. Let us recall the words of Mnemosyne, the poem on memory, we have almost lost language in the foreign. What does it mean for a poet to lose language? It is almost losing life. And yet it is possible that language must be lost to speak and live as a poet, to speak as a madman. Where does the source begin? It does not begin at the source, at the beginning, but at the end, the sea, where the horizon extends to itself to the point that we lose sight of it. But the sea/ that takes memory, gives it, SW 2.1, 189. What does it mean to take memory? Heidegger writes that to the extent that taking memory is equally giving it, and giving is taking again, the sea that takes memory gives, GA 4, 142. This is a variation on the theme of repatriation through the voyage to the foreign. In the same way, Heidegger wrote that those who have left for the East, sin it is thus that he reads the Indies, must always be more valiant in their forgetting, of the fatherland, since once they have arrived at the Indies they will have arrived at the turning in which the voyage that led them to the colony changes into a return to the source, GA 4, 142. A bit later, in a still more marked way in the identification, he writes, the Indus marks the turning that leads to the German nation, GA 4, 139, emphasis mine. Nonetheless, and I do not make the remark to oppose a meaning different from the Occidental orientation that is a disorientation, a detour in the turning of the Orient, it might well be that the sea takes memory, and does not give it back. But does the sea not give? 476. Memory also? Yes, but because it takes it, and takes it in the first place. Taking is before giving in the stanza. What is most disorienting in this image, moreover, is indeed this anteriority of taking. What if, by chance, the sea takes in the same way that love, which rivets attentive eyes, takes, that is to say, carries away, transports, ravishes? Where would this theft leave us? What would it give, if it gave anything at all? This question carries us beyond the classic scheme of the ordeal of the stranger that, whatever Heidegger says of it, faithfully reproduces the initial journey of spirit in what Hegel named the experience of consciousness. Heidegger writes, the extent to which what these lines, which put the law of historicity into this language, are saying poetically can be derived from the principle of unconditional subjectivity of absolute metaphysics proper to German thought, such as we see it in Schelling and Hegel, according to whom the being in itself of spirit first demands the return to the self, which in turn cannot take place except through being outside the self. The question, then, that we will content ourselves with considering will be the extent to which such a reference to metaphysics, even if it makes historically exact relations appear, obscures the poetic law more than it enlightens it. 299. This is to say that here Hölderlin would no longer be thinking in the framework of historicity. whether formulated in dialectical terms or not, that he would be thinking in other terms, without reference to historicity, or rather in the thinking of an other history, a history that is more legendary, more mythic, more poetic, more inflated with golden dreams. He would be thinking a history with a more imaginary, more wayfaring geography, which removes nothing of its force. On the contrary, it is this imagination, the march to the stars, that made Columbus a modern hero, rather than the assumption of a destiny, whether national or not. Columbus was Genos and probably Jewish, and the Spanish sovereigns who had just expelled the Jews confiscated his discovery from him. If Columbus is a modern hero, it is for having first accomplished the famous Hesperian return to the homeland. He went looking for the Orient in the west, the origin in the end, noon at 2 o'clock, Baudelaire would say. And he ended up finding the Hesperian Islands. But at the same time, this was also the beginning of the end for this reign of the naive or of the native that he discovered, and Columbus' return was anything but a salvation. The disorientation was only beginning, the sources drying up one after the other, and the poem is invaded more and more by the numerous frantic voices. You are a know-nothing is written about Columbus in French on the manuscript. Or about the tutor Holderlin. Does every lesson, like Holderlin's poem, escape itself in the moment of concealment that is nothing other than the coming of speech promising and refusing itself? It is not our place to decide. Rigorously speaking, it is impossible to account for this, for to do so would necessarily mean doing exactly what Heidegger does, speak in the name of Holderlin. Even in the name of a truth of the text he would be forgotten and disfigured. In the name of what are we going to correct the Heideggerian exegesis, of an exactitude of the text? 478. Through erasures, drafts, his reworked fragments, Holderlin seeks an ever truer and more correct expression. Paul de Man affirms in an article I will discuss for its methodological value. 300. It is this myth of exactitude that governs both philological and philosophical readings. Heidegger distinguishes between correctness, Richtigkeit, which is nothing other than adequation, and the truth that is discourse, Richtig, aber nicht wahr. Correct, but not true. It is thus that he often puts critics in their place. But this is only to obey another type of presupposition. Truth is a presupposition, we read already in Being and Time. After having enumerated a number heresies Heidegger knowingly commits against the most elementary rules of text analysis, I have taken down some of them: the use of the apocryphal poem in lovely blueness, ignoring contexts, isolating lines or single words to give them an absolute value, most often through information foreign to the original, and so on. De Man concludes in a surprising manner, however, these heresies are not arbitrary because of a lack of rigor but because they rely upon a poetics that permits, or even requires, arbitrariness. De Man, blindness and insight. 250, emphasis added. The arbitrary corresponds to what I call the dictation of presense. It has nothing to do with the arbitrariness of a simple convention, that of signifier, for example, but rather amounts to an absolute legitimation. In the name of the same that presides over the neighborhood of thought/poetry, that is to say of the same as such, commentary must be appropriate to the poem from the moment that the poem already inscribes appropriateness in the same. Yet why have recourse to Holderlin? Did Heidegger really need Holderlin to say what he had to say? What need does he have to cover himself with such a reference, which is at once doubtful and prestigious, even though Heidegger is the thinker who has shoved aside all available authorities? De Man, Ibid. 252, that is indeed what the phenomenological prescription to go straight to the things themselves signifies. De Man is right in responding that it is not because Holderlin is a poet. To see this, it is enough to see how Heidegger treated Rilke, who nonetheless said the same thing with his open no. A witness for this presence is necessary. In effect, all others have failed, the philosophers have fallen under the forgetting of being, and Heidegger himself is not sure he has seen being, and, in any case, he knows that he has nothing to say about it beyond the fact that it conceals itself. De Man, Ibid. 253. This is an abusive, though not entirely false, simplification. A witness, and a single one suffices, is needed who could put before our eyes the deposition signed by the very hand of being, the witnessing of its presence in the sense of evidence that is just as indisputable as the stigmata of Christ for Thomas. This deposition Heidegger found in Hölderlin's poetry, which carries the very signature of being. Exaggerating a bit, de Man will even be able to affirm. There is nothing in his work, not an erasure, no obscurity, no ambiguity, that is not absolutely and totally willed by being itself. Only one who has truly grasped this can become the editor of being and impose commas that spring forth from the very necessity of thought. 254. That a witness is necessary, perhaps. But why have chosen Hölderlin? De Man begins by distancing national, read German, motives as unrelated. 480. Although they seem relatively central if we remember that the Heimat is identified with being. For de Man, the principal reason for this choice lies elsewhere. Hölderlin says exactly the opposite of what Heidegger makes him say, de Man, Ibid, 254-55. The paradox only seems obvious. On this level, the opposites in fact meet up again. To state the opposite is still to talk of the same thing through an opposite sense, de Man, Ibid, 255. And that is already a great deal, because that proves that this thing is indeed the same, if we recall the way in which Heidegger described identity through the gathering together carried out by difference. But how can de Man establish that Heidegger does indeed make Hölderlin say the opposite of what he in effect says? For that, we must know what Hölderlin really means. We must, like Heidegger, although in an opposite sense, identify Hölderlin's proper meaning as indeed being that very meaning. The opposite. In this game, we risk being able to demonstrate nothing at all, if not the presupposition of a signified, X. But let us examine the de Manian demonstration more closely. It relies principally on a commentary of the hymn as on the day of celebration, of which Kammeral had already said that it could well, I'm not saying that it is, be a disaster, Unglück. It is not accident that this text is chosen by de Man, for it begins with an antiphilological affirmation characteristic of the Heideggerian exegetical method, as Beta Aleman has already remarked. The text that serves as the basis of the present commentaries, reviewed from the manuscript outlines, is founded upon the explication we are going to attempt, GA 4, 51. Heidegger established the original text and did so according to his exegesis, which, however, should come after the text. 481. The first difficulty with de Man's essay concerns the identification of the signified under the name of nature. 301 Through the adjective omnipresent, de Man deduces that nature signifies the immediate presence of being. Elsewhere, de Man affirms, its language is being present. But the privilege of presence is not absolute in Hölderlin. An absence, of the fled gods, for example, is not a simple object to be lamented. As I said above, there is a lack at the heart of speech that calls, a lack that does not call so much to be filled in as it is already the height of the sacred, that is, of what passes by presence, the open. This immediacy is never present in Heidegger's commentary, which says exactly the opposite. Omnipresence maintains the extreme opposites of the highest sky and of the deepest abyss in opposition to one another. What thus maintains the one drawn up against the other in its adversity remains torn apart the one outside the other. It is thus that opposition emerges in the most extreme acuteness of its alterity. GA 4, 53. De Man must not have read this passage very closely or he would not have imprudently assimilated nature to the immediate. It is true that he could not read otherwise, since in the Hegelian manner he understands the immediate as the absence of mediation that immediately negates itself as such. This misunderstanding or presupposition led de Man to declare as contradictory upon the notion, borrowed directly from Hölderlin, of rigorous mediacy. In 2 words, this notion is not contradictory unless we take the principle of non-contradiction as being intangible. even in its dialectical version, that is, in the explication of a syllogism by the inclusion of the excluded third term. Heidegger's thesis can be considered as demonstrated if the following identification is granted: the intercession, which is language, is also the immediate itself. De Man, Ibid. 260-61. De Man here touches upon the sensitive point I have tried to show, the identification of nature, or a name for being, with language or speech. This is the core of Heidegger's poetics, but it in turn rests upon the supreme identification that governs the identity of being and thought, that of being as being. It is difficult to see how either Hegel or de Man could get out of this knot that binds Occidental thought from its beginning. Simply, instead of seeing in language the knot of identification, they consider it only as a means to an exterior end, the revelation of the absolute to itself. It is as if this absolute could be present, to itself, without language, or even when the absolute merely makes use of language as a middle term, a medium, without this medium, which is in the beginning thought of as doomed to effacing itself in the transparency of sense, in fact coming to take the first place, as the engine of the machine that, otherwise, would remain nothing but inert oppositions, and even stammerings. But just as Heidegger presupposed this identification, of being with and by speech, it finds powerful motivation in Hölderlin himself. De Man relies upon the following line: was ich sah, das heilige sei mein Wort. What I saw, the sacred be my word. He quite rightly remarks that the verb sei, be, is not an indicative but a subjunctive with the value, here, of an optative marking a mere wish. Not only does the line express the eternal poetic intention, but, he adds immediately, this cannot be anything but an intention, never a fact. In short, it is the moment of the beautiful soul. The poet's word indeed calls. 483. Presence but does not establish it. But on the one hand, is not calling nothing but a mere wish? Is it always and everywhere necessary that what is called enter into presence for the call to be true? Can we conceive of the poetic call based on the model of a simple desire that always wants its fulfillment? And, on the other hand, how are we to understand the final line of Andenken, was blijft aber stiften die Dichter, but what remains, the poets provide, SW 2.1, 189? This statement, for Heidegger, constitutes one of the 5 traits qualifying the essence of poetry. Must we then say that he invented that essence, that he takes his desires for realities? No matter how we turn the formulation, the desire to found being, in the very word, the word for being, but a word that is other than the word for the other, is not simply a mere wish. It is the poetic vocation such as it called upon Hölderlin but also destroyed him. In a sense, this wish has realized itself only too fully, and my word, in order no longer to be anything but the word, similar to the word of the oracle, no longer belonging to the person who proffers it. We must still hear or understand this word. As Heidegger remarks, no information is given about what remains, since for once the thing is not named. He the poet does not name the thing upon which we would immediately like to put our finger, the content of what remains, GA4, 145. Is there only content there? Or would what remains not characterize itself precisely in such a way as to escape the too easy distinction of container and contained, of signifier and signified, etc.? Whatever we establish as the meaning of the poetic word, something excessive that is always persistent and even recalcitrant always remains. Das Übrigbleibende eins gerade nach Verbelbenden rests, GA4, 144. This remainder is an unassimilable residue that is irreducible to a determinate. 484. Signified. It is not the remainder in general, but a single remainder, Heidegger emphasizes, reading an earlier variant, for once. This is a remainder, then, that is what remains of a proper remaining. And that fundamentally is what the poet founds, nothing other than his own word, which as written bears witness as what remains, of the said event. The word is the letter itself, which must be kept, the source that leaves its place with difficulty. It remains inasmuch as its permanent source, the source in which it dwells, is always springing forth. There is not other secret, the poem is the going to the source, since it comes from this very source. But how can what comes from the source return there again? What comes from the source moves only in one direction, toward the sea, and, even if it regrets leaving its native place, this can only be nostalgia. Or must we rather imagine that this image, of the source, the river, and the sea, is but an image that disfigures the movement of the proper precisely in figuring it? Does the Greek physis mean coming to the self in coming from the self? Is this once again poetry as physis, no longer as imitation but simply identification, though an identification that will always produce a remainder that cannot be appropriated? The text is what remains and what, no matter what happens, is never at itself, never at home. To answer, it is enough to see how difficult it is to establish the variance in what remains itself. Put differently, if by some extraordinary chance identification ever took place entirely, so that the word were the sacred without remainder, then there would quite simply no longer be any speech. No words would remain. There would no longer be anything but the sacred, period, that is all. But if the sacred and the word are two, separate, it is simply that, whatever the sacred character of the word, we must be able to say, the sacred by my word. Is this exclamation already the sacred? If it is but the announcement, the call, of the sacred, it should efface itself, just. 485. As commentary must disappear in the end before the coming of the poem itself, so that the sacred itself comes in person. This self-effacement might be the poet's vow or wish, the very dream of art, to efface itself as art to the point of no longer appearing as art, efface, but rather as being, come purely from itself to itself. At the same time, this vow must be said since it is the whole misfortune of even the fortunate word that a remainder, a trace of this effacement, always remains. Effacing is not nothing, it is perhaps a supreme writing, though there is not supreme writing. To this Holderlin's manuscript bears witness, made as it is of deletions and an overabundance of corrections that we would like to efface. That is what all exegetes, philologists, and philosophers dream of in order to have a final state, a final word that would be the word of the end, a remaining. But only the poets institute this remainder, what remains, the text, only they establish that, in writing it. But since writing will always be leaving one trace too many, one remainder too many will always remain. The poem will never be sufficiently effaced, or it will only be sufficiently effaced in being rewritten, without end. The beginning, the source, will never be at the source. The sacred be my word is still a statement that remains. There is no full word or statement, there is no content in the remaining that the word remains, that is, in what always defers the coming through the very call to come. A remaining, a requiem? The attempt undertaken to characterize dwelling and foundation without consideration for content, to cite Heidegger against himself, GA 4, 147, does not truly respond, as we have already seen, to Heidegger's attempted explication of the final statement of the poem. Does it respond more fully to the statement itself? We cannot answer this question, only poets can respond to. 486. Their words. They keep their word, are above all men of their word. And Holderlin was the first to promise to keep his word. His word demands that he keep his word. The sacred be my word, concerns a sacred promise, a sermon, sacramentum, because the sacred is the promise itself, the word to be kept. At the same time, they are lacking, the sacred names. Even the name of the sacred does not keep its word, none of these letters is sacred, they are not even letters of nobility. The name sacred lacks the name necessary to keep the sacred promise. But this lapse is not a simple failure. It can always appear to be such a failure, if we take the sacred as acquired in advance or if we take the remainder as subsisting, whatever be the variations or variants. Here all the schemes of cause and effect are null and void. Remaining is not produced by poetic institution, no more than the sacred is its result, which would, in effect, be sacrilege. The word's lapse is the very heart of its sacredness. It is the breaking and the price, and the hold, of poetry. Because it leaves this coming that remains to come without voice, poetry calls for a saying that would be entirely calling, and nothing but. We must stand fast in the very place of the failing that marks the promise of an ineffaceable debt. The word will not be in the sacred unless it defers the sacred in calling it to come, which also means that the word will never be in the sacred, if by the future we understand an as yet unrealized present. It is a matter, here, of the sacred or of the promise, as it is of death. Death is not a possibility to be except in remaining in its pregnancy, continually growing fatter from its most proper and unrealizable, or rather, untenable possibility, that of impossibility. The promise cannot be kept, that is what must be kept. But, aber, what remains, only, the poets say. They live close to the source, that is why they are poorer, essentially poorer. They cannot take up residence there unless they keep their word. But the word cannot be 487. Kept in an appropriable way. It cannot be kept unless one renounces oneself, renounces standing for oneself, just as the source keeps nothing for itself, but gives, lets what will distance itself spring forth irreversibly from this place. Irreversibly, there is not return to the self, and that is what escapes Heidegger just as much as it does Hegel. Hölderlin knew this and thus also knew that he was going to his ruin, without return. It is always already too late to be born or even reborn. Birth cannot but escape the mortal, and even the god, in another sense. It is omnipresent, the all-powerful, which, however, leads everyone to maturity and ruin in its marvelously light arms. It is the nature that gave man language, the most dangerous of goods, so that, creating, destroying and disappearing, and, thus, returning to the eternally living, a return not to the self, but to nature, he testifies to having inherited from nature what he is, a man of his word, who keeps his word of nature only out of love for nature, and for love of the love that conserves the universe, for the love of the being of love, whose letter is a being disappearing in the very difference. To the letter, EHD, 166 to 172. It is possible that the poetic crisis exceeds every critique by reason, which does not mean that commentary is exempt from an elementary critical spirit, from a criticism of itself, that is, of its status as commentary. This crisis puts nothing less than identity itself at stake, beginning with the identity of criticism's own language. No one can entirely master the word. The word is ungraspable. Even that phrase, the word is ungraspable, is ungraspable. But we are grasped by this ungraspable word, in the lack. But a poetic lack. 488. Chapter 14. Antigone in the place of being. At the beginning of his 1943-44 lecture course on Heraclitus, Heidegger relates two anecdotes, GA 55, 5-28. Both concern the site, the place of philosophy in the city, or rather what the Greeks named polis. One of the anecdotes is famous, and Heidegger returned to it at length in the letter on humanism. Some visitors come to find Heraclitus and discover him close to a bread oven warming his feet. Since they are amazed, there is nothing very interesting or tragic about a thinker who feels the cold. Heraclitus responds sharply, "The gods are even here. In this very place, close to the fire, in the ordinary light of day, in the home of the familiar dwell the gods, the strangers/foreigners. In the same way, there, in the habitual place, is the inhabitual of being." The second story is less famous. It is told by Diogenes Laertes. Heraclitus had retired to the sacred enclosure of the temple of Artemis. But there, in the consecrated place, his fellow citizens find him in the middle of playing knuckle bones with children instead of devoting himself to meditation. This time less friendly toward them, these are not foreigners but the inhabitants of the same polis. Fes, Heraclitus questions them, what are you amazed at, somber knaves? Is not that more worthwhile than conducting politics with you? The remark is stern, and could be applied to the fellow citizens of Heidegger, himself also retired to his sacred enclosure, the heights of Tottenauberg. One could then explain Heidegger's retreat after he had taken note of his great stupidity, the 1933 rectorship, in the following manner, it is 489. Better to teach Heraclitus or play dice than to tangle oneself up in the political affairs of the day. That would support a judgment his former student Hannah Arendt has spread widely. Heidegger's error was less to have believed in National Socialism than to have occupied himself with politics, a typically, one could say hereditarily, philosophical mistake. The philosopher is fundamentally unadapted to the everyday world of affairs, in the Greek sense of pragmata, because he dwells elsewhere, in clouds that make him fall into a pit as soon as he puts his feet back on the ground. This is the story of Thales and of the servant who laughed about his fall. Of course, blindness is never an excuse, all the less so since Heidegger otherwise pretended to have a piercing view on history. But it is true that since Socrates and Plato the ground is pulled out from under the feet of the philosopher uniquely preoccupied by the invisible world of being. Heidegger immediately challenges this interpretation of the position of the philosopher, however. He does not dwell elsewhere, but in this very place. One might be tempted, he writes, to interpret the situation, in ironic quotation marks in the text, in a modern way. The philosopher would recognize himself here as an apolitical man who is not completely at his task except in the enclosure of his private life. But beside the fact that the distinction public life/private life is not Greek and that it is only true in one way, the qualification of private shows in what sense the Greeks thought man as essentially political in his very being. We must still agree upon the sense of this small word, political. This is not, despite its origin, an originally Greek word. Since an introduction to metaphysics, that is, since 1935, Heidegger contested the translation of polis by state, Stadt, or city-state, Stadtstaat. 490. Polis means instead the place, Stadt, the there in which and as which being there, das Dasein, is as taking place historically. The polis is the place of history, the there in which, from which, and for which history takes place. To this side of history belong the gods, temples, priests, celebrations, games, poets, thinkers, the king, the council of the ancients, the assembly of the people, the army, and the navy. All of that does not belong to the polis, is not first of all political, for having a relation with a man of state and a strategy and for relating to affairs of state. On the contrary, it is political, that is, historically situated, as far as, for example, the poet is only a poet, but then really a poet, the thinker only a thinker, but then truly a thinker. IM 117. In other words, what is contested is the modern, and more particularly Hegelian, interpretation of the political as the matter, above all, and thus also exclusively, of the state, that concrete universal that would govern all human behavior. It is not because the philosopher would keep himself at a distance from political affairs that he can be qualified as apolitical. As a thinker, and only that he might even be more political than any politician, by which I mean, more originally political, that is to say, concerned by what is at the beginning of politics, the polis. Thus, Heidegger would have come back to the polis as to that place which makes a place for any politics and which, as such, is absolutely not a political concept, GA 53,99. This strange retraction governs Heidegger's position, a position that in a certain way is no longer one at all, but rather a deposition. If we can speak of a Heideggerian retreat, it is not the traditional one of the philosopher gliding in his metaphysical clouds, but no more does he espouse the position of the theoretician, of the thinker of the political, the position of Schmitt, for example, who situates himself above the melee and climbs back to the side of the political to delimit its foundation, its principles. Not only does 491. Heidegger refused to allow himself to consider the principle properly speaking, not original, but is already nothing but a consequence, a modern derivative. 302. A principle is what governs because it comes first, it is a translation of the Greek arche. A good prince must govern according to good principles, by which we understand principles that are philosophically proven. And that is why for Plato there are no good rulers except philosophers. But what if the principle of the political is erroneous as such? What if it is not the political, especially the state, that is at the point of departure of the polis, but, inversely, the polis that is at the point of departure of all politics? The polis is not and cannot itself ever be a principle, at least not in the sense of an indisputable principle that is sure and certain, beyond question. This explains as well that Heidegger, when he undertakes a dialogue with the Greeks on the essence of the polis, does not immediately do so with the philosophers who wrote politics, Plato, Aristotle, but with the poets that these same philosophers had excluded from the polis, and, above all, with Sophocles. If Antigone is in question, it is without doubt for having given rise to the most radical philosophical interpretation, that of Hegel. But the singularity of Heidegger's questioning lies in that he does not at all situate himself on the same level as Hegel. The horizon is not the state, not even self-consciousness. Antigone does not come into question except through a very particular view of a dialogue with the Greeks in which it is the essence itself of Occidental destiny that is in question and whose initiator is himself a very singular poet, the poet of the poets, Hölderlin. 303. Man is essentially political. Evidently, everything depends upon what we thus call and what is included in, and thus excluded from, the definition of the political. The Greeks, inventors, among others, of democracy, excluded from the lot slaves, women, and even barbarians. The polis is, primarily, a belonging to the place proper. That is why banishment is a punishment worse than death, it deprives man of the place of being. For us moderns, that is to say, for a subject that thinks itself at the origin of itself, as at home, in itself, beforehand, the question of place makes practically no sense. On the spatial model, place is identified exactly with contingent exteriority. Above all, the subject determines all being, here or there, as self-consciousness, so that the here itself no longer refers to the presence or absence of the gods, of the others, but gives itself as the immediacy of self-presence. Heidegger never pretended to subtract the adjective political from the subject man. On the contrary, he clearly affirms that everything must be political for this subject, but only if we consider it as being certain and resting upon an unshakable foundation that is nothing other than man, ego, and/or the state, society. In other words, this determination is valid only for the modern subject, itself a redundancy, there is no subject but the modern one. In this historical determination, there is no domain of reality that could be subtracted from this imperialism of the all-political, but also from the all-subject, where the essence of political totalitarianism originates. Heidegger goes so far as to give to the totalitarian the sense of the unique path possibility for the fulfillment of metaphysics, which corresponds to the perfection of technique. The fundamental modern form in which the specifically modern human self-consciousness organizes every being, all while relating it to itself, that is, self-consciousness, is the state. That is why the political becomes the normative self-certitude of historical consciousness. The political determines itself from history conceived according to consciousness, that is, history technically proven. The political is the fulfillment of history. Because thus the political is the fundamental technico-historical certitude of all acting, the political will be characterized by the unconditional putting out of question, Fraglosigkeit, of itself. The unquestionability of the political and its totality belong together. The foundation of this conjunction and its terms do not rest, however, as one naively believes, on the accidental arbitrariness of dictators, but founds itself in the metaphysical essence of modern reality in general. GA 53, 117-18. All this development to end up at what? To explain or even justify modern totalitarianism straight out? It is rather to found not the accidental arbitrariness of dictators, a significant plural, but the very principle of dictatorship in the metaphysical essence of modern reality. To put this differently by retranslating concretely, if there were Hitlers or Stalins, are Descartes and his project of unconditional certitude at fault? When all is said and done, it is the connection itself, the order, in the sense of the chain of reasons but also of what orders, plans, and dictates its reason, that would have to be questioned, even though it has sheltered itself from all questionability in self-certainty. It is to an interpretation of modern reality, however, that Heidegger in the final instance committed himself. He denounces the ignorance of those who did not have this view in what is and who attribute to abnormal and even pathological. 494. Individualities what falls within the jurisdiction of the norm par excellence, even though it be in itself an enormity of the result of a radical wandering errance, of the forgetting of being the technicalization of all reality. Consequently, we can understand why he qualified National Socialism as the decisive encounter of modern man with planetary technology, and also how this explanation effaces the singularity of the Nazi phenomenon, anti-Semitism. For on one level of essence there is no essential difference between Nazism and communism, or even democracy, to the extent that it too is modern and submits to the command of technology. Against the modern model of the state, it would be necessary to erect the more authentic model of the Greek polis. We could interpret Heidegger's gesture in this way and, once again, would follow the wrong path, not only because he nowhere proposes to return to the Greeks, but also because the polis is anything but a model, which it never was, except from the modern perspective, from Rousseau to Hegel. It is not a model because it is highly questionable, and that for the Greeks themselves, the worthy of question, in contrast to modern politics, which shelters itself from every question in its principle of unconditional self-certainty. But if the polis is in no way primarily political, and if, moreover, there is nothing that could be removed from the political, what can we still say of the polis? Can we say that it is not a being and thus that it is a nothingness, a utopia? The projects for an ideal polis in Plato testify to the fact that, since the Greeks, the polis was already seen as such a utopia. But we can also think in a fundamentally Greek way that the polis announces the place of what is not a being without being pure nothingness, being. It would be tempting to see it thus and following similar disjunctions, at least rhetorically, in Heidegger, the essence of the technical is in no way technical, similarly, the essence of the political, the polis, is in no way political. 495. The whole question remains in knowing if such a passage to the essence is possible, or if it does not content itself with repeating the metaphysical leap from the ontic to the ontological, from consequence to principle. To accomplish the retrait 304 from the political to the polis, the recourse to an essence or a foundation, thus to all founding by the originary, even being, must be avoided. This is what Heidegger will have understood, too late, of course, and it is why the look he casts upon Antigone in 1943 is fundamentally different from the one he cast in 1935. It is a retracted look, as though facing the horror of an error. How could he have identified the splendor of being with what took place and for which Heidegger will have but a single word, Unheil? From now on, it is not longer a question of aligning thinkers, or poets, and creators of state on the same side. But most of all, heroism has entirely changed meaning, if not camp. Before, the founders, including those of state, Hitler, for example, were called apolis, without city and without place, solitary, trapped in the middle of nowhere, and by the same token, without status or borders, with neither hearth nor home, because as creators they have to ground all that. At present, it is rather Antigone, she who has no place, is a polis, and who, in the imagination of all Occidental history, has always symbolized the resistance to the arbitrariness of the reason of the state, who is perceived as the witness of being and, as such, as the exemplarity par excellence of Greek man, the most unheimlich. This exemplarity is itself exemplary, that is, without example, absolutely inimitable, an exception literally speaking. It is what is withdrawn, subtracted from every law of figuration, from fictioning. Antigone prohibits all fiction of the political. This is no longer a foundation, not even a poetic foundation as Heidegger still conceived of it in his 1934 lecture course on Hölderlin, because, especially as hearth, home, and dwelling, how could the place, since it is as place that polis must be translated, be founded, and how could it give place to a foundation? It is this failure, of refoundation, that carries the retreat, here marked with a hyphen because it is not simply a prudent withdrawal, not at all. It is difficult to reproach Heidegger for having been timid, he who will identify himself almost entirely with the supreme audacity of Antigone, but a step upstream toward what conceals sense from, and thus gives it to, the political as such, the retreat of the place polis. Heidegger's retreat comes from the retreat of the polis, which can never establish itself as the foundation of political space. Every fundamental position is exposed to being but a wandering, all the more since it wishes it were solid and certain of itself and of its truth. The polis is and remains the properly worthy of question, fragwordage, in the strict sense of the word, not simply what can be questioned, fraglich, in any question or debate, fridge, but what relates to the highest and broadest contemplation. That it be thus is still evident from the late considerations that have been transmitted to us in the works of Plato and Aristotle. Amongst other things, Plato says this in his Politeia, Book V, 473 ff. If either the philosophers do not become masters in the polis or the so-called current rulers and holders of power do not philosophize in an authentic and appropriate way, there will be no end to the disaster, unheil, for the polis. GA 53, 105. Unheil, the word is strong and could well be the way Heidegger salutes the current so-called rulers and governors. At least, we could read it this way, if we wished, to save Heidegger from the very disaster that he had saluted 10 years earlier with a heil. 497. For the moderns, this view of Plato will appear perfectly Platonic, Heidegger continues. Everyone knows that philosophers glide in the clouds and that they lack all practical sense, all contact with reality. How could they manage affairs of state? But it is not about that, since the polis is not the state, especially the modern state, and since the affairs are not the essential part of the state. But neither does Plato say that political leaders should occupy themselves with philosophy, as if it were a matter of the type of a collection of beetles. It is not a matter of putting politicians in the place of philosophers, or inversely, but of arriving at the place of being. According to another of Plato's statements, philosophers confine themselves to the brilliance and light of being, and that is why it is so difficult for the ordinary eye to discern whether or not someone is a philosopher. GA 53106. Being does not have a place any more than the polis does, which is founded on the truth and essence of being. We do not find it anywhere, like a thing that is or is not in its place. It is not a current affair, not an affair at all. It has nothing to do with that, nothing other than to dwell there, in its brilliance, sometimes, like Antigone, to the point of losing sight and life. That Heidegger also had taken non-being, unheil, for, in the place of, being is certainly not pardonable, but bears witness that such a dwelling remains the most exposed to aberration and to loss. Heraclitus could still retire in the inviolate sanctuary of the inviolable Artemis, the goddess of physis, Heidegger says. But today, at present, in this time of distress when there is no present, no place in the wandering of the planet, Earth, is inviolate or inviolable. A guest, the most unheimlich of all, the most disturbing because the most familiar, and the least known, is standing at the door, nihilism. he is already. 498. There, he has entered even before having knocked. He is everywhere and nowhere in particular because he is already confused with being, because he takes the place of it, in the form of the human. Everywhere at home, he nonetheless remains foreign to everyone, the other, he who must be excluded to re-establish the purity of a purely fantasized home/heim. We could call him the hatre, host, haunting, other, he who haunts the dwelling, that guest you never wanted to accommodate, who snuck in, fraudulently, by the same means that we believe ourselves sheltered at home, the only master, ourselves and no other. Making the other nothing, we by the same token engender in our interior our other, our interior enemy. Hegel would say, we will return to that, the Trojan horse that will have surrounded the place beforehand by the very fact that it is thanks to its exclusion, its annihilation, that, like a phantom, it can cross the most closed-off walls of an intimate interior or of a nation, and even a Europe or America, that we believe to be very much our own, cemented, like before, by a wall. The polis is what takes the place of being, what institutes itself as the place of being in place and in lieu of being, just exactly as Dasein does. That means that it is the first place in which being shows itself under the figure of the difference, of the conflict, strife, eris, between beings and non-beings, appearing and appearance, the true and the false, etc. The polis is not worthy of question for the pleasure of the question but because it opens the space of questioning, above all, of this question, who are we? Traders or heroes, free beings or slaves, men or gods? Each time, a difference installs itself in the very place of being, already opens itself in accordance with the polis. This is also why tragedy is the very display of political being. Not because there would be exceptional destinies, but because already, beforehand, Dasein, or the exposure to being, to the risk of being, OUEIA, is. 499. The exception to everything that is. Only Dasein can be what it is not and vice versa. It has no definition, no pre-signed law. It must assign itself, in the name of being, which it is not but which it takes the place of. Polarity is thus the trait or the cut, operis, of all polis as such. Perhaps the polis is the place and the domain around which all that is worthy of question and strange, unheimlich, in a worthy sense turns. The polis is, that is, the pole, the vertebra in and around which everything turns itself. In both words, polis and polos, the essential thing that the verb pelion says, in the second line of the chorus, finds itself named, the constant and change. The essential polarity of the polis concerns the being in entirety. The polar addresses the being in that it turns and concerns the being as manifest. Man in a worthy sense is referred to this pole, inasmuch as man, understanding being, stands in the middle of beings and here each time necessarily takes a stand, with its circumstances, Zustanden und Umstanden. Status is the state. Thus polis signifies as much as state. We are thus already on a false path again when thinking polis as state, we knowingly or thoughtlessly confine ourselves to modern representations of the state. GA 53, 100. Now, why does the discussion surrounding the original meaning of the polis intervene in the middle part of the course on the Ister? Let us recall the structure of the course. 1. The poetic language of the essence of rivers, the hymn the Ister. 2. The Greek interpretation of man in Sophocles' Antigone. 3. Hölderlin's poetic language, the essence of the poet as demigod. There is not obvious justification for the excursus on Antigone, and Wood could reconnect the first and third parts of the course without harming the interpretation of the poem, since the essence of the river and the essence of the poet are the same, by means of the medium of the demigod. If not direct, the connection is at least necessary, for Dasein is the being between, the place. 500. Between, and as such is the very site of connection. This place between, far from being a just milieu or a measure, protagoras, is defined essentially as excess, immoderation, and thus asks the question of what the milieu, being as hearth, as the second part puts it, is. The between, as existence, is ecstatic. From the first part of the course on it is a question of the place, but of the place as incapable of being situated in a space. It is not a fixed point, but always a movement toward, a direction sense, an orientation. The river is the chiasmus characteristic of the thinking of the turn. It is the locality of mobility and the mobility of locality. About the form of such a phrase, Heidegger writes that the appearances of a pure place of language is not easily overcome. The words must be understood beyond the immediate, that is, logical, meaning of the type of pronouncement X is Y. Is it a question of speculative phrases, of the type God is being? For that, there would have to be a subject. But if one term is reflected in the other, it is because their identity does not pre-exist the reflection of the one in the other. This is not even a reflection, since nothing is sent back. We cannot make an image of this for ourselves, because in passing from one term to the other the scene changes, making this a metaphor that is even more radical than a literary metaphor that supposes a stable point of comparison to which we return to relate one term to the other. This displacement does not spare the place itself, the place in which it intervenes. It is the displacement of displacement, the voyage of voyages, and thus the locality of the locale. Or better, none of these take place unless they are said at the same time, unless saying travels with he who speaks. This is what makes language the dwelling of being, a nomadic dwelling that does not wander aimlessly, for the nomad is always governed by a nomos. This economatism is itself double, economy and nomadism. On the one hand, the dwelling comes from the spacing that bestows locality, and thus the river. 501. Determines the here, dort, and the there, de, through which a coming to dwell is possible and begins. The river not only grants the place in the sense of a simple position that living men occupy. The river itself retains the place. The river itself inhabits, GA 53, 55. It inhabits in the sense that it gives place, bewohnt, which is to be understood as bewohnt, the capacity to inhabit, just as the thing, das Ding is described as bedingen, the capacity to thing, be thing, condition. This is a gift, a dowry. The river Bahudi, this habitation, safeguards it precisely in giving place to an inhabiting, and it is huts that man lives, GA 53, 55. But on the other hand, no place is fixed forever. The essence of the place in which the coming to dwell finds its beginning and its access is that it travels. The essence of this voyage is the river. The place is here and there, not by chance, but according to the hidden law of a coming and going, wandering, migration. GA 53, 58. But the here and the there are not points in a given space succeeding each other in different ways. There is no succession but an accession that is always also a decession. The preceding place is always kept or conserved in the following, to be sure, but, on the one hand, this apparent succession follows no necessary order, history is an unregulated succession, and, on the other, there is no result, no final point that totalizes the others. For the place always changes direction or meaning sense in that it is or gives direction or meaning, orientation. To be sure, the history of meaning always begins with the orient, if not, where would the orientation be? Indus, in Holderlin's poem, From East to West, from the Morgenland, the country of the morning, the Orient, to the Abendland, the country of the evening, the Occident. Nonetheless, a place between must be introduced between East and West, and this will be Greece. 502. Turned in both directions, bipolar. This also explains the median position in this course. However, this median is itself the place of the turning in direction/meaning, the perfect trope and thus the only beginning. We see clearly here in what way Heidegger distances himself from Hegel, who saw in Greece the moment of infancy, of abstract immediacy, to be passed over. The crucial point is that the Ister, a Greek name, the archaic form for the Danube, runs against the current. But it seems to me to nearly run backwards, and I believed it must have come from the east. SW 2.1, 191. At its source, the Ister seems to return upon its steps or to linger, it dwells. Then, after a bend, it withdraws and goes toward the east. But the essential point is this hesitant beginning. It makes the orientation appear other. The Occident is this very disorientation of meaning/direction sense. Or rather, the change in meaning/direction is essential to the Occident, so that meaning/direction appears only as this turning of meaning/direction upon itself. Its meaning/direction is the turning of meaning/direction. The same obsession governs modernity from the Copernican/Kantian revolution to the Heideggerian care, passing by way of Hölderlin's return to the homeland and even the Nietzschean inversion of values. Even if it means changing the political translation of this obsession, we can say that Heidegger inscribes himself, despite himself, it is true, in this tradition of the rupture. Meaning/direction appears as the turning, but this turning is itself one more turn, a return in two senses, alteration and iteration, itineraric, again. This is the return to a beginning necessarily lost in that there is no beginning to the quest for meaning. 503. Direction, for the Occident, except in the experience of the loss of meaning/direction. But by the same token this is also the invention of this origin by means of a supplement of the origin, a hyperbole in the movement of radicalization. To access to the polis as that locality that is worthy of question is just as much to gain access to the poetic inhabiting Hölderlin would open. Just as the community offers itself only as inoperative, out of order, so the poetic foundation of place will in no way be a production of the idea according to a hierarchizing principle. This will rather be an exposition at the limits of the unfoundable, a going to the foreign that alone makes the path of becoming native. But what is the foreign here? It is not, according to the evidence, just any foreign that could lead us there. The foreign related to the return that is but one with it is the provenance of the return, the initial welcoming coming of the proper and of the native. This foreign to the historical humanity of the Germans is Greece, for Hölderlin. GA 53, 67. This return is not simply a loop that returns to the same in passing through the other. For this other is precisely nothing other than the source of the same, and that is what must be appropriated for the same to become properly the same. There is indeed a turn or a turning, but it does not turn backwards, precisely because what we are to turn ourselves toward does not represent itself. It has not moved behind, but, in a sense, in front of us, it remains waiting for its own beginning. It is the welcoming in everything that demands the appropriation because it is provenance as promise, and promised land. The 504. Relation between the proper and the foreign is in no way simple or even dialectical. The ordeal of the foreign is not only a voyage, wanderschaft, in a foreign and distant land, preparing for the return and thus appropriation. It is not a question of an indispensable education in life experiences in the mode of the Bildungsroman, but of the very experience of the proper, which is not completed upon the return but starts in the foreign, a beginning that is itself already and only an appropriation. In the beginning, there is the foreign as this provenance of welcoming. Experience is this and nothing else, a going to the source, toward provenance, that is, the foreign. There is not return as telos, there is nothing but the turning that makes the experience of the foreign a remote source. Such is the free use of the proper that Hölderlin says is the most difficult to learn. In the beginning, there is nothing but the Greek. But the Greek is properly Greek only when it is shown as the other pole. Wir lernen nichts schwer als das Nationelle frei gebrauchen, we learn nothing more difficult than freely to use the Nationelle. SW 6.1, 425. Das Nationelle is a foreign word, even in German. It is not even certain it exists. To be sure, national makes sense, but we must realize that in this first year of the 19th century, the nation is a new idea in Europe, and especially in Germany, where nothing corresponding to a national, united state exists, be the state monarchical or a republic, one and indivisible. It is only as a consequence of the French invasion and in reaction against Napoleonic oppression that the concept of the German nation arises, notably in Fichte's famous Addresses to the German Nation, 1809. Oddly, even though it is in reaction to a foreign invasion that German national sentiment is born, and even though the idea of the nation came directly from the French Revolution, the revolution is given as an ideal of universal liberation. But this is indeed the history, it is made of appropriations, and of misappropriations, of foreign elements, it is an, and. 505. Perhaps the experience in which the proper always comes from the other, but also alienates itself in use. To attempt to grasp what Hölderlin meant by nationale, and thus the proper, we must see what the word relates to, what the other word it forms a couple with as its foreign. This other is precisely what Heidegger would have named spirit, culture, in opposition to nature. Or rather, since culture is a Latin word that partakes of the bucolic and religious, the other of nationale is Bildung, what Heidegger evokes in his Schelling as the condition of the German nation. Passing from culture to Bildung, we pass from one culture to another, if I can put it thus. But while a foreign language can be learned, one's native language cannot. It is given. The native language must be taken just the same, so that it quickly becomes apparent that the difference between the foreign and the proper, as soon as it is a question of language, as we have seen, is more than a matter of translation, is infinitely fragile and perhaps even interminable as such. But nationale indicates the proper in a determinate aspect, that of the nation or of a people. In this regard, it is a question of provenance, of history, if you please, but a unique history. To put it bluntly, it is a question of destiny, that is, of the suitability of provenance. In this history, we Germans, Hölderlin would say, must learn the proper, must learn to appropriate our provenance, Greece, for ourselves. I will not enter further into this extremely complicated relation designated under the name return to the homeland, a relation that in many ways marks a stage that has been passed over in Hölderlin's progression. We would, in effect, have to untangle a tight interlacing of conceptual relations, and yet it is a matter of concepts, forming a chiasmus, an asymmetrical one, moreover. Before all else, we would have to 506. Question the identity not only of these, given, forged terms, but of the addresses. To put it bluntly, about which Greeks are we talking? And as for the Germans, whose entire history is precisely a problem of identification, can we forget that in Hölderlin's eyes they did not exist, or that, inversely, those who really existed had nothing to do with the poet? Can we forget the statement from the letter written to Bollendorf just before Hölderlin emigrated to France? But it is at the price of bitter tears that I have resolved to leave my fatherland again now, perhaps forever. For what do I have in the world that is more dear to me? But they have no use for me, SW 6.1, 427-28. They have no use for me is the English translation of a German expression that speaks of usage or of employment, Brauchen. Hölderlin is out of work because there is no need of poets. And there is no need of them because, since Plato, poets are perfectly useless, they are useless mouths because, excluded from the city, they have been reduced to silence, because the nation functions differently, according to another poiesis, because they believe they do not need to learn the proper, since it is given. But precisely because it is given, the proper is forgotten. It is a law of culture, Hölderlin says, that with cultural progress, what is properly named nationale will always have the least privilege, SW 6.1, 426. To translate this better, culture's original trait, the one that at first comes as being a head, principle, will become blurred, will retreat into a retrait. For with culture, What occupies the foreground is precisely what is put on stage or given form, fictioned, or fictionalized. Form has features and draws everything toward itself, rejecting everything else in the shadows, the unformed. But everything else, the remainder, is precisely the given. Thus the foreign element, which must be learned, acquires a decisive, formative, hold over everything, quite simply because it is what gives form. For example, rational logical clarity, conquered by Greek philosophy after a long struggle. 507. Henceforth passes for the prerogative of the Greeks, their privilege, their gift proper, thus covering the origin, all that is obscure, terrible, chaotic, or Dionysian in them, and that it will take Nietzsche to uncover. This vision is too simplistic, though. The proper risks appearing as the dark side of the moon, a bit like the repressed unconscious. But that it has been forgotten is perhaps not the effect of an unhappy fate. It may be that there is something proper about forgetting, because the very status of the given is never to be able to appear, or not as such, in the light of its form. Thus, far from being lost with the progress of culture, it would preserve itself all the more profoundly in the being in disappearing that would mark its proper being. Let us enter into the course of the explication of Antigone. If polarity is the proper meaning of the polis, then the place in which this polarity is displayed will not be the political but tragedy, Greek tragedy, of course. More precisely, the exemplary place of this display, for Heidegger, but already in a sense for Hegel, will be Sophocles' Antigone. Although here and there, and notably in an introduction to metaphysics, Heidegger is interested in the figure Oedipus, it is on this occasion that he gestures, with reservations as to its subjectivism, toward Reinhardt's recent interpretation of King Oedipus as the tragedy of appearance. The text he will comment upon the most often is the famous first chorus of Antigone. To what extent Heidegger up until this point identified with the figure of Antigone, we can only adumbrate in this study. Oddly, the figure of Oedipus, of the blinding constitutive of a Dasein who wants to know too much and who, according to the phrase Heidegger takes from Hölderlin, has perhaps one eye too many, could have better described the thinker's political error, on the condition that he recognized it. There is no 508 indication that would allow us to determine if this is so. But Oedipus could not have described that error unless we once again situate the tragedy of the thinker on a strictly political level. According to Heidegger, however, we must take everything the wrong way round, or at least on another level of precedence. It is thus that I read the historical preliminary to Schelling's treatise on the essence of human freedom, 1809, Napoleon reigns, that is to say, in this case, oppresses and outrages Germany, 1. Should we read, 1936, Hitler reigns, that is to say, in this case oppresses and outrages Germany? This would be tempting, all the more so since if we identify Hitler with Napoleon, we could imagine Heidegger at Erfurt in the place of Goethe, but this time in order to respond firmly to the politician for whom tragedies are things of the past, was Napoleon a Hegelian, and who declared that the only destiny in the present age of the world was the political? No, spirit is destiny, and destiny is spirit. But the essence of spirit is liberty, Schelling, too. It would even be tempting, here, to replace Napoleon by Hitler, in whom 2 years earlier Heidegger also saw the soul of the world riding under his windows, and in the place of the Come to Paris, there the conception of the world is grander, from Napoleon to Goethe, put Come to Berlin, from Hitler to Heidegger. We could then dream about the scene that did not take place, about a Heidegger telling Hitler, attentive, for once, his four truths. But, besides that neither Hitler nor Napoleon could stand contradiction, this dream is not only utopian and even the utopia properly speaking, a spiritual politics or an enlightened dictator. The ancient philosophic tradition goes back to Plato, the founder of utopia as the politics of the idea, is a bad staging. For it is in the very name of spirit that 3 years earlier, in his rector's address, Heidegger called upon his dumbfounded auditors to see in the Führer, or at least the National Socialist Revolution, the destiny of the German people. Destiny and liberty are confused and cancel. 509. Each other out in the identification with the absolute by which the subject determines itself, above all in producing itself as self in a sublime staging. What, after all, does this call to liberty mean? Nothing other than the philosophical, dictatorial definition, dictating the law of the subject as total reality, give yourself your own law. And yet, it is to Antigone, the same woman who stands facing Creon, another dictator for whom destiny is politics, the same woman who has always figured the spirit just beyond the law, to cite Derrida, the politics of friendship, that is, the spirit of a beyond justice, in accordance with the disproportions of the law itself, that the thinker addresses himself in 1943. It is to Antigone that Heidegger addresses himself, then, to bring out the question of the Greek interpretation of man as the height of Aaiui, dwelling. An entire chapter is given to the translation of the word, which Hölderlin rendered as ungeheuer, monstrous, unheard of. Already Heidegger proposes unheimlich, precisely because it maintains an intimate relation with Heim, Heimisch, Heimat, what I will call dwelling, heard, the home explicitly assimilated to being. But it is a matter of emphasizing a multiplicity of meanings, this multiplicity itself being run through by a duality, or rather by an intimate adversity that constitutes the heart or home of being man. In his recapitulation, Heidegger clearly distinguishes the polar nature of the unheimlich. The terrifying can be what provokes terror, but also what, even while it is giving birth to terror, holds back permanently, suspended before that which permits no approach and so displays the dwelling in the distance that is reserve, respect, modesty. It is, then, the venerable, ehrwürdig. Terrifying, it tears out of the beaten paths, aporos, in the chorus, but by the same token toward the secret, German heimness the sacred as prohibited, limit, and 510. Thus place. The unheimlich already names a power, a reign, Walton, in the double sense of a violence, of which an introduction to metaphysics speaks more precisely, and of creative power. Finally, it is the inhabitual, but it is always inhabitual in the double sense of what contradicts habit and the familiar, of the inhabitual, thus disquieting, and of what bestows an inhabiting because, reserved in everything, it is what is addressed or, better, consented upon, das in allem Geschicht. This duality is the very heart of the being of man in that it announces his belonging to being, that is to say, to the different that is being itself in that being is not being and yet gives place for all beings. That is also why it is important to understand that the proper is in no way a being either, that if Antigone represents the highest degree of unheimlichkeit, it is precisely for representing nothing at all. Antigone is herself the supreme audacity inside the domain of Aaiui. Being this audacity is her nature/essence, Wesen. She undertakes as the ground of being undivided by divided by Aia, that against which nothing is to be done, since it appears in itself, no one knows from where. Antigone undertakes as the consented what is sent to her, from that which deploys itself, west, beyond the gods above, Zeus, and below, Dike. But that is not even the dead, though it is also not her blood ties binding her to her brother. What determines Antigone is that which first gives foundation and necessity to the privileges of the dead and of blood. What that is, Antigone, and that means the poet as well, leaves without name. Death and being man, and bodily life, blood, in each instance belong together. GA 53, 146-47. I jump directly to this passage because, like a radical short circuit, it explodes all interpretation relating to Antigone, especially that of Hegel, who saw in the Creon/Antigone conflict the conflict between two determined spheres, the universal state and familial religion, public and private, masculine. 511. And feminine. These two terms are themselves structured hierarchically, according to an evident metaphysical principle, so that the feminine is immediately devalued. Hegel speaks of a process of undermining, sap, or of alteration. Womankind, the everlasting irony in the life of community, changes by intrigue the universal end of the government into a private end, transforms its universal activity into a work of some particular individual, and perverts the universal property of the state into a possession and ornament for the family. 305 The irony of this text is that Antigone, acting for the good of the family, or of her blood, what ties her to her brother, against the universal laws of the state, is the unheimlich saint. Her family is of an other genre/gender. Thus, the conflict is not between the familiar, Creon, and the inhabitual, Antigone, for as Hölderlin had already remarked, Creon also exceeds all measure. The conflict is between two equal but opposed reigns, as Karl Reinhardt puts it, 306 Two modes of unheimisch sein, a being displaced, Creon, lost in the bustling activity without opening into being, and Antigone, lost in the without name, but truly on the path toward dwelling, in the coming to dwell through the belonging to being. We must understand this: to belong to being is to belong to nothing, not even to the dead or the gods below. But we should not go about our chores too quickly. If we can reject the usual concepts and categories with which there has been such a struggle since the time of Hegel to penetrate to the essence of Antigone, as Reinhardt writes, 64, because these concepts and categories are either too general or too narrow for this single tragedy, it is especially because they are falsely dialectical. They impose from the outside dualistic schemas that, in opposing each another, do nothing but neutralize one another. If, as Reinhardt again says, the need to think dialectically has not gone completely without finding satisfaction in this play, 65, but also something upon which to break itself, it is because the two reigns in opposition carry so far in altitude, as in depth, that their dispute touches upon difference itself, less the difference of the virile and the feminine, or of the general and the particular, than that of being itself, as difference. It would actually be easy to show that, even in Hegel, the virile does not correspond with the general, or that, inversely, the feminine is not necessarily identifiable with insurgent particularity. Refusing to make the distinction between her brother and friend and her brother the enemy, Antigone transcends political law, refuses it the status of human universality. For her, every brother is all, completely, brother, or man is not political in the first place. Inversely, in taking the first initiative of the act, in repeating it, even overtly, she manifests more virility than Creon, who, as Hölderlin puts it, does nothing but follow in her footsteps. We must avoid simplifying Hegel's interpretation excessively, and thus must not forget that if femininity is the irony of the community, it is created by that community, which makes femininity its own interior enemy. There is no community except on the basis of a sublation of the family. If only one of the brothers was honored, it is because he was the only one to identify himself with the polis, to have made of it his family. Without the very value of familiarity, proximity, presence, no political legitimacy can be assured. We still see the demonstration of that fact, which we call the nation. There is no nation without this natural, cultural, value of fraternity that culminates in dying for one's country. Is this the privilege of men? 513. The crux of Heidegger's interpretation is situated in a very peculiar reading of the famous Creon/Antigone dialogue. He is concerned with determining the reasons that pushed Antigone to break Creon's edict, that is, the edict of the community. I emphasize, for it is precisely this identification of the prince with the community that Antigone begins by denouncing. She contests the legitimacy of the prince, of the Führer, one might say, even though Creon is in no way a tyrant in the modern sense. At the very most, he would be a dictator in the literal sense, decreeing the law, but in the name of what principle? After all, was Creon not right, from a strictly political perspective, not to treat the usurping brother the same way as he treated the legitimate brother, even if, below, among the dead, perhaps, who knows, says Antigone, another custom reigns, a custom that nevertheless does not have the force of law on earth? When it is a matter of justifying herself, of saying why she has dared break the political prohibition, Antigone calls upon other laws, to be sure, the famous unwritten laws of the gods. But there is something almost sacrilegious in calling them unwritten, as Hölderlin remarks. It is to act in the place of the god in order to recognize the spirit of the Most High as outside the statute, outside the law. This is an absolute excessiveness, for if there is no divine law, or at least if this law is not written, which plainly comes down to the same thing, at least from the human point of view, what is a law that would not be textually formulated? It is not only to conspire against the divine itself, which cannot know itself, humanly speaking, except in rigorous mediateness, Hölderlin recalls in translating a fragment by Pindar. It seems to deprive oneself and one's action, even if pious, of all legitimacy. That is why, in the logic of such an excess, Heidegger, like Reinhardt, translates Antigone's response in verse 450 thus. 514. It is not in effect Zeus who ordered me to do that, nor the dike either, living with the gods below, who set that law among men, and your edict did not appear so strong to me that, from its human spirit, it could extend beyond the unwritten and steadfast words of the gods. Essentially of neither today nor yesterday, but from always, that is. And no one knows from where it has appeared. GA 53, 153. When we read that, OAO, we cannot help being a bit lost. To what can that refer? If that, as it was traditionally read until Reinhardt, Hölderlin included, no longer designates Creon's edict, what is that which comes from neither the present nor the past, but from always, although no one know from where that appeared? Antigone transgresses the written laws, but in the name of other laws, laws without name that she essentially cannot cite. If for her Creon is committing an infraction, is guilty of having legislated where no man has the right to do so, where the action of justice is extinguished, René Char would say, that is to say, where there is no longer any law at least no written law, we can ask ourselves precisely where she situates herself. She does not have the law on her side either, neither that above nor that below, neither heavenly Zeus nor subterranean dike. She no longer has anything, and yet it is from this nothing stronger than anything, from this is, West dies, that translates the Greek oao, it lives, what life, that she knows herself to be strong, living, dwelling on earth. In face of and against everything, she lives from that. She lives from it but she dies from it as well, or first of all, immured living in a tomb without hymen. What is that? Without name, at least without a written name, according to Heidegger it is, the most intimate hearth and home of being, but a home that burns and consumes every being who attempts to make his dwelling of it, a hearth and home that dies in dwelling. Only being toward death do. 515. Beings come to dwell. Inversely, human beings are not at home except when outside dwelling, like he who can be outside all beings and permanently there, in this dwelling of the proximity of death as the coffin of nothing. This nothing is not pure nothingness. On the contrary, a polar adversity exists in the nothing. It depends upon the side of the differend on which one places oneself. From the perspective of what is, of beings or of the real, being is nothing, as in Buddhism, being is emptiness. But from the side, which is not a side and certainly not a perspective, of being, those who confine themselves to beings everywhere and always achieve nothing. This is the meaning of the pantoporos aporos, but also of the statement in the Sophist speaking of the aporia in which the philosopher facing the meaning of the word being finds himself. The place of the human being is this non-place in the middle milieu of all, beings being. But because this non-place cannot be occupied like an ordinary place, because one cannot simply pass by there as one passes through a city or a country, one cannot thus bypass it. It is lost and man, in turn, is under the orders of, left by and over from, being. He forgets being because he can understand it, but because he does not understand except with it, he can never do anything, unlike with any being. Because of this fact, man is in his very being a catastrophe, and even the unique catastrophe at the heart of all that is. Man is a catastrophe in the literal sense of the Greek a with acute, not a fallout of the original paradise, for the origin is precisely the catastrophe, the eruption of the different at the very heart of being, commanding simultaneously its retreat and the deployment of historical powers, of wandering. We should no longer assimilate it to a negativity, Heidegger continues, even negativity that is dialectically sublated or transfigured in the Nietzschean affirmation of the totality of the will. 516. Rather, if we must give an example of this catastrophe at any price, we must give the example of Greek tragedy as that representation of polarities that cannot install itself at the center except in decentering themselves and each other. Nothing acts in the sense of a subjectivity, there is nothing but pathos, the a with acute a with ring above is, for Heidegger, the fundamental trait of all doing and all acting, ouanuia, that which constitutes the dramatic, the action of Greek tragedy, GA 53, 128. It is on this occasion that Heidegger challenges the modern interpretation of tragedy, the heroes or heroines of Greek tragedies, supposing that they could be qualified in this way, are neither martyrs nor exceptional characters, pathological geniuses. The tragic must not measure itself except against the truth of being and the simplicity in which it appears. That is why almost nothing happens in Greek tragedy. It begins with the decline, GA 53, 128. What declines the decline is destiny. Heidegger cites a statement by Aeschylus about destiny, which is also the central figure of tragedy in Hegel, a figure without face and that swallows up all faces and figures by the fact that they posit themselves, oppose and exposes themselves, to perish one at the hands of the other or even at their own hands. It is not without importance that this statement be cited in the profession of faith that is the self-affirmation of the German university. For from the beginning it relativizes and makes fragile everything that this address affirms, and affirms in the sense of a self-affirmation. Aeschylus' statement colors the entire rectorship address with a properly tragic tonality, as though Heidegger had known in advance that his taking a stand was doomed to failure and even disaster. Prometheus, the mythic inventor of philosophy, of that knowledge that must come before everything as the original knowledge of being, of statute and of law, recognizes nonetheless that knowledge has considerably less force than necessity, which alone has the force of law. Thus, tragedy not only 517 precedes philosophy, which according to its proper concept and destination must nonetheless precede everything, but marks it like a branding iron. Not only every work, be it a work of art or of political institutions, this confusion can be fatal, cannot but fail before destiny's overpowerfulness, but this destiny also defines philosophy at its birth. All philosophy fails, that responds and belongs to its concept, Heidegger will repeat in his Schelling of 1936. 307 If philosophy is tragic, this is still in a sense other than that in Nietzsche, where it is a matter of a Dionysian affirmation, a self-affirmation, up to the point of affirming this breaking and failure. Philosophy is tragic because the destiny of being calls its own retreat, forgetting and decline. That signifies that there is still something above being which destines it to appear, and to disappear. But what destines? That remains without name, no one knows from where it has appeared, Antigone says. But, bowing to this nomos, to this edict without name, adjoining herself to it as to the address of being, of it proper being, a with acute a with ring above to a being put to the test of the without name, Antigone is immediately exposed beyond all human possibilities, not only in an implacable antagonism vis-a-vis the commonplace, the polis, but also in the position of her proper self, which is lacking all content. She is a polis, not as upsipolis, like Creon, who dominates, or believes he dominates, within the commonplace. She is absolutely without a proper place. Sie ist unheimes Schlechthin, and that, Heidegger specifies, has nothing to do with her actual death, for it is something at least, which thus reattaches her to being and gives access to the home back to her. 518. The figure of Antigone, such as Heidegger describes it, is perhaps not historically exact. What would a historical exactitude mean here, but is it gripping? She seems to draw herself up purely and simply, and to a certain degree resembles the rose of Cilsus, which flowers without reason, flowers because it flowers. She is, and this being explodes being, if we can say so. She destroys all appearance, all positions, true or false, at the same time that in a dream marriage such nuptial destruction accomplishes the essence of being, at least, of Greek being appearing as such, which nothing else that appears, or then, with the completely other, the daimon, the phenomenon in a pure state. In the end, Antigone has absolutely no reason to have taken the daimon upon herself. Neither the cult of the dead nor family ties clearly suffices, in Heidegger's eyes, to found such a gesture. On the contrary, Karl Reinhardt writes more scrupulously. What carries the appearance, the choice, the death of Antigone, what embraces them and supports them like the most profound and universal ground from which only the particular can draw its growth is no less radical than what was, for Deianire, Ajax, Hercules, the source of their being. Only that, however, this rootedness, in the present case, is still more removed from our modernity. It is a matter of funerary cult and myths of the classical epoch. Reinhardt, 118. Heidegger, however, writes. But because the exegetes of this tragedy incessantly try to find an explication for Antigone's deed in her speech, that is, a statement about the being who causes her act, we arrive at nothing but a return to a being, be this the ancient cult of the dead or blood ties. We misjudge that Antigone speaks of neither. We still cannot that she absolutely does not speak of a being. GA 53, 144. 519. It is thus that, looking to return beyond the cult of the dead or blood ties, thus beyond beings and toward being, Heidegger comes to say of the cult of the dead and blood ties that it is being as home that gives these two ontically and historically determined forms foundation and necessity, the belonging proper to man and to him alone, to death and to blood is itself only determined by the relation of man to being itself. GA 53, 147. I emphasize because that means curiously that animals have no relation to either death or family. But in all rigor, this extreme ontologism remains a humanism inasmuch as the relation to being is that of a privileged being, man, and can even justify an archi-nationalism with a superior force. Even if I do not like these terms, it is an anthropophallocentrism. In the same way, if what Reinhardt calls the voice of nature that is most proper to man, Reinhardt, 115, speaks through Antigone, each of these words remains to be investigate, voice, nature, the most proper, and of course, man, it being a matter of a female figure, though invented by a man for men. If the blood and the dead, that is, the ground, are rooted in the relation of man to being, they can by all right appear as sacred, still more so than they could in a simple mysticism of blood and soil which would only be biologically and politically, or rather, ontically, legitimate. To put it otherwise, if for Heidegger the conflict at work in Sophocles' tragedy is not between state and religion but at the very heart of being, that which constitutes its most interior adversity, if the tragic counterplay plays between being unheimus in Creon's sense, bustling activity without opening into being, and the other being unheimus in Antigone's sense, becoming heimish from the belonging to being, then the stakes are simply displaced by a degree, returning toward the originary. For despite everything it is difficult not to identify Heidegger's Antigone with a form of religion, be it a religion. 520. Without gods, without rites or dictates, a religion without religion that could be called poetic, though in a sense that is absolutely unheard of, unheimlich. 521. Chapter 15. A return to the origin, of art. Why reread origin? Heidegger himself tried to do so. He felt the need to add, first, an epilogue, partially written later, and then an addendum, written in 1956, 20 years later. This was certainly no exception to a long practice of rewriting. The essay What is Metaphysics would be coupled with an afterword and a preface, and was thus framed by strict limits that aimed precisely at situating and even containing it. But here, something else is at stake, the truth of writing, we might say. At the end of the addendum, Heidegger tries to imagine the trouble his reader will have reading his text from the inside. There is an unavoidable necessity for the reader, who naturally comes to the essay from without, to refrain at first and for a long time from perceiving and interpreting the facts of the case in terms of the reticent domain that is the source of what has to be thought. PLT, 87. The reader is not at the origin, at the source. He remains on the outside. Does this troublesome situation nonetheless define only the reader? The author is also not without difficulties, different difficulties, especially that of knowing to speak, each time in the language most opportune for each of the various stations on his way. PLT, 87. Heidegger emphasizes that he is in no way responding to the enigma of art, he is not going to say what that might be. In a sense, he too is on the 522 outside. Yet the question of the origin, like that of the essence, is heard beginning with the first words of the text. What something is, as it is, we call its essence or nature. PLT, 17. Immediately, the origin conceals itself. It does so, on the one hand, in a double referral from the artist to the work, and vice versa, that amount to a troubling reflection, and, on the other hand, in this third, and first, origin that would be art but that can by no means be shown as such. There is no essence of art. The empirical method, like the transcendental method, does nothing but build illusions. Nothing but the circle remains, a going from the one to the other, from the other to the one, without every being able to find an exit. This is a circle that we must not hasten to call hermeneutic, if by that we believe we are able to designate an honorable exit. Something like an essential limit, and not merely a limit of thought, is touched upon in this essay. Heidegger remarks upon it twice, when in the supplement he returns to put his finger on the wound. He cites himself. For this reason there is the note of caution. In referring to the self-establishing of openness in the open, thinking touches on a sphere that cannot yet be explicated here. PLT, 86. This reference in effect touches upon the limit question, that of the essence of being, or of difference. Let us say it openly, although, perhaps, from the outside, to say that truth institutes itself is to efface difference and thus to accomplish the gesture proper of metaphysics. In other words, from the inside, this is to say exactly the opposite, to show an essential finitude of being, of the identity that can never establish itself but by the effect of a difference that is strictly unspeakable as such, and that, therefore, must not be expressed as simple, if ontological, difference. Which of the two meanings is the true one? 523. It might be impossible to respond to this question. We enter into an essentially undecidable area. My hypothesis is on the exterior level, since I do not see how one could get into a text, if it even has an interior, but since there is not exterior either, no outside text, we will not be able to leave the circle. But my hypothesis also finds itself contradicted by a generous internal movement. From the moment a text allows what will have been said only in disguised words to be heard, even in the form of pure eventuality, it must be read in this way, if not saved. A text can never be saved. Like the origin, it escapes. In the same way, it can never save anyone. According to this text, art is determined as the putting, in, to work, of truth, which is perhaps no big deal inasmuch as truth gives the horizon of all Occidental art. Even postmodernity, or what calls itself thus, is held entirely within this circle, whether or not it is committed to a different concept of truth. Conceptual art, for example, which has nearly banished every notion of the work but still speaks the language of the work insofar as it always envisages its work in the frame of an installation, cannot but produce the truth of what it represents in its own manner, by bricolage or some other whim. It serves no purpose to evacuate metaphysics if only to continue living in its shadow, its light, its idea, its concept, only barely weakened, sanded down, impoverished, a white conceptology. If the Heideggerian determination of art as the putting, in, to work, of truth, the installation of truth into a stela, as Lacoue Labart would say, gives the truth of art and its concept, it is perhaps not a question of opposing it with another conception of the work, as the installation of truth, possible and what will remain inconceivable as such, inconceivable but not strictly unthinkable. 524. Or if this is unthinkable, it is because the thinkable is not of the order of what is called thinking, of the identity of being and of thought, of presence and representation. The unthought toward which we will be called is not so much what has escaped thought, a sort of beyond that would be graspable, with what hands. It is what escapes thought, like the being it thinks, what does not demand that it be thought, but what gives being to be thought. And here, that means the work, which only is, gives itself, under the figure of art. In one, and even the thesis, of art as thesis, in the essay, Heidegger posits the fundamentally historical character of art. This can be understood as a reductive ontologization, which it is in part. But we must also see what, in this very violence, opens an abyss under us, we who are accustomed to believing in the eternity of the concepts of art, truth, etc. There is perhaps no art, at least no art in its truth and carrying the name of art, except in the Occident. Philosophy has taken as its point of departure, its undisputed principle, its need to be rooted in the essence of the human being. To say that the essence derives from a philosophical origin, that it is the work or fiction of philosophy, is to show the clearly circular definition of the origin as begging the question. The more a principle wants to be originary, the more it is, as such, repetition. To speak of the origin when considering art is already to make art speak the language of the fundamental, of essence, of truth, it is to ontologize. Heidegger knows this. That is why he is not concerned with the origin of art, but with the origin of the work of art. The question is displaced. Must art, or what is named art, always and everywhere be the origin of something like a work? Without a work, art is, rigorously speaking, nothing. It is around this nothing that origin turns, around poetics. 525. The first thing Heidegger establishes concerning the work is that it means nothing. It means nothing else, and in this sense it is not an allegory, a symbol, or a sign that would refer to an external signified. Of course, it is always possible to make what Heidegger says with the names world and earth conform to the old difference between signifier and signified, form and content. This explains why, as a preliminary measure, he takes so much care to deconstruct the three dominant interpretations of thingness. Considering art from the view of poetics falls within the same strategy of destruction. It is precisely because poetics breaks the old difference, which was always hierarchized on the side of the signified, into pieces that it is elevated to this distinguished role. It remains to be seen if poetics does not, despite everything, correspond to the old theological function of meaning, especially if the new difference reintroduces the old division under other names, earth/world, that are more difficult to situate. Let us remember that poetics is not a question of allegory or metaphor, as, for example, when we say we find a monument or a painting poetic. Thus, we might ask if the temple itself says everything Heidegger makes it say. Does it say anything at all? How could a temple, or a painting, speak if speech is refused to stone? If the temple speaks, it is not for having a mouth, even an oracular one, and a tongue. Besides, that is now what speaking is, the voice of being is voiceless. If the temple speaks, it is in the same sense that language speaks. It says, shows, or rather lets itself be, said. To speak is to show, and if the temple shows, it is because it is the showing without intermediaries such as words. It shows before all speech, in the open of this essentially voiceless milieu that is the disclosure of being, before language as a means of expression and communication of a sense, through words. Language is this as well, of course, it would be fatuous to deny that. Otherwise, Heidegger 526 would not have needed to communicate the other, correct, conception of language. Yet that is but an expedient, a derived and secondary supplement. What is essential is that. But having arrived at this point, we should be stopped short. Projective saying is poetry, the saying of world and earth, the saying of the arena of their conflict and thus of the place of all nearness and remoteness of the gods. Poetry is the saying of the unconcealedness of what is. Actual language at any given moment is the happening of the saying, in which a people's world historically arises for it and the earth is preserved as that which remains closed. Projective saying is the saying which, in preparing the sayable, simultaneously brings the unsayable as such into a world. Language itself is poetry in the essential sense. But since language is the happening in which for man beings first disclose themselves to him each time as beings, poesy, or poetry in the narrower sense, is the most original form of poetry in the essential sense. Language is not poetry because it is the primal poesy, rather, poesy takes place in language because language preserves the original nature of poetry. PLT 74. What is unsayable is nonetheless said, and said in the formulation the unsayable as such. For we read that the essence of language consists properly in that it carries beings as beings except through language, and thus, as sayable. The as, als and not we, is the mark proper of language, the mark by which language makes it possible to say anything at all. Without the as, which being and time named hermeneutic, is that of the putting, in, to work, into the open the manifestation of saying itself. It is clear that this manifestation must go before every given language, for example, must pass into the temple as temple. If not, this would not be a temple but merely a heap of 527 rocks. 308 This would not even be the earth, because it cannot appear as earth, or what refuses to appear, unless it enters into the space of as, and, for example, but is it one, into the space of the nameable. Earth is a strange name that reappears often in Heidegger's work with very different meanings according to the context. I will not examine this polysemy because it is possible that the question of meaning has not object here, at least in the sense of an ultimate signified. Earth is a pseudonym for the without name. It corresponds neither to the material, not the sensible, nor even the elementary, or the ahistorical, and resists all appropriation by meaning, so that wanting to say earth as such is properly to disfigure it. This is nonetheless what happens in the project of the world. Earth appears, then, as an inappropriable remainder. Earth wants to say or means the unsayable, which precisely cannot and does not want to say, or be said, and which nonetheless will be said, but as unsayable, in and through the work. The entire nearly unbearable tension of this struggle between world and earth lies in that the earth, or the unsayable, always has the final word. It will never say itself entirely, it will never come into the full presence of the work. This means that the work is doomed to ruin from the start, but also that this ruin is its very fulfillment, for only the ruins manifest the final word as such, give the final word to the unsayable in that it ends, in the work breaking itself, and thus in the poetic word that is cut off, by manifesting itself as unsayable and thus being said. All this comes down to saying the same thing Trickle says. One can never communicate. As a result of the poem saying the unsayable without communicating it, but in showing it to the work as what ruins the work. This incommunicability, far from being simple deficiency in speech, is quite simply speech's chance, its most proper possibility. The unsayable, as Heidegger puts it clearly, is nothing, or is the origin itself as the leap into what comes before everything, including every work. What founds the work of the origin and makes it original is this leap into what comes before everything. We imagine the conflict between world and earth like that between two unequal instances, abstract or symbolic actors, and even like mythological powers in a philosophical version of artistic Genesis. There is Genesis there, but certainly not in the sense of a creation of the world. This is so because there is neither creation nor creator, and also because what we call the world does not correspond to what Heidegger understands as the world. The world is, here, the very project of the there. But there is indeed Genesis, that of the truth. We often pass blindly over the sentence that tranquilly pronounces, the truth of opening becomes in the project of poetry. Becoming is not opposed to being. Where this project is problematic is, as always, in its origin. Where does it come from? The question is inadmissible, it would be to question the origin of the origin. The origin has no origin. The origin with a capital must be distinguished from the origin without one. We thus remark the process propriation that marks the entire operation of the leap into an original language, the leap from a common to a proper noun. But the effect, even the origin, of this leap is always a counter-jump from the proper to the common. This cannot but affect all of Heidegger's language with a dangerous ambiguity, and this is why the only origin of the work of the origin is the immemorial, which cannot have an origin. This amounts to saying that the historical is without origin and thus is immemorial. If it could put up with a 529 logic that is itself posited as an origin without origin, the reading of Heidegger would push to such logical nonsense. But as with the unsayable, we must reverse the perspective and see that if we can only speak of the immemorial, it is because history reigns everywhere, even where it appears to be dissolved in the mists of time. According to Heidegger, however, history appeared all of a sudden, in a moment he can even situate in history under the name of the Greek beginning. Therein lies Heidegger's logocentrism. There is a questionable bias, here, even if it be philosophical justifiable, philosophy being, according to its very name, this bias. Every beginning is essentially illegitimate, and yet we must start somewhere. To begin is to appear. The beginning is this sudden, unjustifiable manifestation that cuts and strikes like a flash of lightning. In the case of Heidegger's reading of history, the flash of lightning that sends being in its brightness is identified as the absolute beginning, at least the absolute beginning of history. But from where does it take its leave, from where does it depart, and from what does it separate? From the before, which then, and only then appears as the before, but which is no more beginning than after, since it simply is not a matter of being as having entered into presence. We must therefore say that the immemorial is fundamentally just as unsayable as the unsayable, but that it is said as such by the springing up of the historical, since the immemorial is the very point of the springing up. But this springing up is a point that cannot be situated, and it is here that Heidegger fails his own thought. When it is a question of two instances like world and earth, then, we must realize that it is not only a combat between unequal forces but a struggle in which defeat is the only possible outcome, at least the only one in order for the combat itself to appear. 530. Earth, or rather reserve, itself double, will always have the finally word, but since it is the word given by the other, the world, the earth sees its victory stolen from it. By the very fact that it will always appear victorious, it will appear, and thus will be defeated. This is not a simple dialectic in which the loser wins, for this would always suppose that the goal is to win, to aim accurately, to say the truth. To be sure, the truth is what is at stake, but as the opening of the combat. As soon as the combat is open, the games are done, since the open says the coming of truth and thus equally of the world. The world reigns, and therein lays the entire tragedy. Let us take Oedipus, as soon as he attains royalty, he is lost. But is not lost in advance? If not, the tragedy, the putting into work, knowledge, of this loss would not take place. It is the tragedy that wants Oedipus's ruin and wants it not out of sadism or even for catharsis, but because it is his destiny to be ruined, to break himself against destiny. His proper destiny is to be a tragedy. Short of not being, tragedy can do nothing against this being. But as soon as tragedy is, it is finished. That is precisely what Sophocles says in Oedipus at Colonus, not being, not sprung up into being, oioi, prevails over logos. But as soon as tragedy appears, it returns as quickly as possible to non-being. We unjustly call that pessimism and even nihilism. It is simply the tragic manner of being, in tragedy. It is certainly not the only manner of being, but that is all we can say about it. Were we to say that this is not the best way to be, we would be blind to what commands, and begins, this being, blind to what Heidegger calls its Entschlossenheit, resoluteness, intent, purpose. Being decides itself as such or such, a being, but first it decides itself absolutely, in the sense that it decides to be. In tragic being, that means signing its loss in advance, from the beginning, in truth, as departure or bias, taking being's side against non-being, such is the risk. This is why Heidegger says that being is Abschied, that its departure is its catastrophe. The history of being is the catastrophe of the origin coming into its. 531. Own. This accession, this act of absolute birth, signs its death certificate in advance. The proper will enter into presence only under the figure of the figure, and even it if calls for the status of the proper, in the statue of the god. For example, this figure will never be able to efface its improper origin, its proper status as figure. To enter into presence will always be to enter into, disfiguration. But does Heidegger not write exactly the opposite when he holds that the statue of the god in the temple is not a representation of the god but a work that lets the god himself come into presence, and, is therefore the god himself? In a sense, Heidegger is right to distance the ordinary meaning of representation, external mimesis, making according to a model. According to what model does the sculptor operate? He can only represent the god in terms of human beings, according to what is called the anthropocentrism of the Greeks, which is accompanied by a divinization of the human morph. What Heidegger does not determine is the ontological status of the statue that is the god himself. We cannot understand this as pure and simply identification. The god is not stone, and yet he is the statue in the sense of an analogy with being itself. Just as the god manifests himself, makes a remarkable modality of presence, visibility, eidos, that has entered into presence, so to the statue brings the truth of appearing into presence. In its brilliance, what appears effaces all difference between the present and presence, what appears and appearing. The work as bringing into the open of presence is presence, difference that has been effaced because returned into the work. But the effacement of difference takes place in the name of an analogy with being, a metaphoricity, a transfer about which Heidegger does not speak. The work has the divine quality of bringing the god into presence, because presence itself is quasi-divine, or better, because Aletheia is a goddess. 532. All this does not appear until the reading of Parmenides, the 1942-43 lecture course we have already encountered on the occasion of the discussion of the privileging of sight. But it is indeed the sense of presence, of being as presence, that is at issue. Heidegger simultaneously rejects anthropocentrism and theomorphism because both presuppose a person or subject as their basis. Nonetheless, he avoids explaining the whole question of figure, of Gestalt, by immediately positing that figure as conceived or experienced from the moment, I hesitate to say, in the image, of its entrance into presence, that is to say, as aletheia. Aletheia procures visibility, is the source of every image, but is not itself an image. Therein lays the whole aporia. How is it that Aletheia could be a goddess and that Parmenides spends a great deal of time describing her palace to us? Heidegger denies that it is a question of allegory there, alleging that if truth, non-concealment, is a goddess. It is because if we change the accent in the Greek word theia, it can also mean pure view, as in theory. However, if the statue of the god is the god, then in all rigor we must then say that it not only gives itself to be seen, as a particular image, but that it is this very glance. The fact of deliberately choosing the temple because it is made in the image of nothing clearly indicates the rejection of a mimesis from the pure, sacred, domain of the open. The temple, as its Greek name indicates, is the cut, the enclosure that is sacred because it is withdrawn from the profane. Accordingly, the paradox of this delimitation is that it exposes nothing but pure facade, a pure in front of, before. The behind, the inside, remains empty. There is nothing but the purely phenomenal, nothing that would be behind and of which it would be but the appearance or representation. There again, we must acknowledge that Heidegger is right. 533. The temple represents nothing at all, no more so than does the statue, in the temple. But it represents in an other sense, in a sense we must call theatrical, in the sense that the theatre and theory are representations conceived of as putting into presence, that is to say, by the same token, stagings. Lichtung, the clearing, is the theatre of being, its scene, and thus implies staging, the works that, present it. Otherwise, there is no possibility whatsoever of understanding Greek tragedy as the ne plus ultra of the putting, in, to work, of truth. Truth is this open scene and nothing else, the exposition that is also a deposition, a written deposition, truth being unable to present itself as such except, for example, in Parmenides' poem. The as such, which is the essence of presence and thus of sight, implies the gap of a double that precedes it. But the double also takes its place as the figure, the persona, the mask of this entity essentially without figure, without face, without presence, and that would be called aletheia. Since Parmenides, the philosophical theatre of concepts is announced as a staging that cannot figure the blinding whiteness of eidos except in contrast to shadows or simulacra, phantoms, or ventriloquist sophists, because these are the only, technical, means of presenting what, according to the evidence, can never present itself in person, or rather what will present itself only in person, that is, in a mask. Aletheia becomes an allegory, a double of itself, inasmuch as it cannot present itself except in dividing itself, splitting itself into truth and appearance, presence and absence, the whole series of binary concepts. The paradox of this philosophical theatre is that the blinding whiteness of truth immediately turns into the sepulchral whiteness of specters. What aletheia figures is nothing other than the myth of the truth of being, of a pure phenomenon, of the sacred as the other name for difference, difference appearing by suppression of all content, of everything we would call reality as opposed to appearance, the inside in relation to the outside. We must. 534. Admit that this is neither a simply myth nor a simple metaphor, all the less so since the metaphor always has a metaphysical origin and is thus derivative in relation to this origin at the origin of every figure or trope, but also every concept, beginning with that of metaphor. Like aletheia, truth is essentially or rather the, myth. At the end of Parmenides, after having spoken of the essential difficulty of seeing the open, of how we cannot see truth come but how that inability is the sign that it has already come, or that being itself is already assigned to us, and for this reason always withdraws itself again, Heidegger writes. Aletheia is the looking of being into the open that is lighted by itself as itself, the open for the unconcealedness of all appear. Could what has such an essence be a mere concept? The endeavor of our entire foregoing reflection has been nothing else than to bring us to a thoughtful experience of this astonishing question. Aletheia is theia, goddess, but indeed only for the Greeks and even then only for a few of their thinkers. 309. Occidental myth expresses the beginning, that is, the still concealed essence of the truth of being. The word of Occidental myth preserves the belonging of Occidental humanity in the home region of the goddess Aletheia. GA 54, 240. As long as it thinks of being, that is, as long as it thinks, it is impossible for an Occidental humanity to dymyth such a myth. This is the myth of the origin itself. We cannot climb back above it except in passing beyond being and thought. What such a step beyond would be clearly would make no sense. And thus could not be said. Thus an unbearable limit would mark itself, but in the conditional. As the reader will now be able to see, the limit is the place proper to thought, that from which it begins to think, what gives thought its identity as the thought of identity, and, of the identity of being and thought. From the beginning, identity, unity, and totality trace the contours, in the archetypal figure of the circle, of this eucyclism of aletheia that Parmenides' poem describes. However, what this figure can never think is the cut that gives its birth, the alpha of its proper name, or, it only thinks this cutting in the form of originary negativity, and even a nothing. Similarly, the erection of the temple is always preceded by the cut in the earth, in the unsayable, a cut that implies that the sacred or the saved, heilig, is never at the beginning but must always be reinstituted, cleaned of all blemish in a mimetic repetition, of the sacrifice, for instance. This cut, which opens the possibility of the proper and the sacred, of the property that by definition is always private, remains, however, unsayable, as such. It is even unsayable as unsayable, because it precedes the as such, making it simultaneously sayable and unsayable, as such. Let us now examine the following three passages. Great art is never contemporary, zeitgemäße. Great art is art that carries its essence to complete fulfillment, that is to say, puts into its work the truth that must become the measure for a time. But the work cannot conform to the times. To be sure, such artistic products exist. But they have not leaped ahead because they are without origin, but always nothing but an after effect. In the wake of all essential art, there is always epigonal art, after art. This art has the same air about it as essential art, can even have more beautiful effects than it, and yet differs from essential art by a jump, and not merely a degree. 536. But where art is, truth takes place. History is. This is why we can also say the following: where there is prehistory, there is no art, but only pre-art. This means that the products of prehistory have no need of remaining simple tools or a simple product in current use made by means of these tools, a utensil. They might very well be this means to an end we can classify neither as utensil nor as a work of art, Kunstwerk. But the work of art never, presents anything. And that is so for the simple reason that it has nothing to, present, being itself what in the first place creates what enters into the open for the first time thanks to it. 310. Nothing appears to connect these three excerpts to one other, in particular, the third of the first two, at least not immediately. The first two, which are separated by a page, can be articulated around the question of great art, which each excerpt delimits in its own way, the first, by excluding epigonal or after art, nach Kunst, the other by excluding, in just as categorical a manner, Preart, Vorkunst, from this same field, which is the only art to merit the proper name of art. Heidegger holds that in great art, the artist remains indifferent in relation to the work, almost like a temporary past that destroys itself in its own creation. If we take him literally, this declaration resembles a declaration of war. We can understand why Heidegger holds to eliminating the personality, the lived experience, of the artist from his meditation on the origin of the work of art. But we cannot at all see how it is possible purely and simply to erase such names as those of Rimbaud, Truckel, Van Gogh, and so on, as though they were pseudonyms. We can of course say that lived experience is the element in which art dies, plt. 79. This conjunction of what is lived and death seems to be nothing but a paradox, which is without doubt why Heidegger felt obliged to add, the dying occurs so slowly that it takes a few centuries, plt. 79. Heidegger seems to repeat Hegel's lesson in the Lessons on the Aesthetic, to which the third excerpt alludes, taking up, in order to contest, the word darstellen, to present or represent. Questioning great art, the art of the origin, Heidegger cannot avoid the topos of the death of art. The art of the origin, great art, is Greek in its essence, that is, as art. The Anfang, the beginning, in the sense of the original jump, Ursprung, that jumps out in front of everything that is going to come, that precedes everything and thus already contains it, this beginning takes place, Heidegger writes, everything to come is already leaped over, even if it's something disguised. That is to say, it takes place in the West, Occident, for the first time in Greece, PLT, 76. There might perhaps be other beginnings elsewhere than in the Occident, but in the Occident there is no other beginning except Greece. What was in the future to be called being was set into work, setting the standard, PLT, 77. Even if it is repeatable, the Greek beginning remains irrecuperable. It is irrecuperable in the sense of being the beginning itself, the Anfang like Anfang, an overdetermination that seeks to carry the Greek Anfang to the absolute summit. It is the beginning, of being, quite simply, and not the beginning of an epoch. Epochs cannot take place unless the possibility of epochs has been opened as such in the first place. Before Greece, there is no history, there is simply prehistory, and thus we can say that there is no art either, on the condition that we think art, and its history, as opened by and in the open of being. But what if art was not in the first instance, not originally, a question of being? Would it be possible to think art without being, as one could and even should, according to Heidegger himself, think God without being? Perhaps not, at least not philosophically. For it everything that has been said of the Greek beginning can be upheld, it is only as 538. This regards the birth of philosophy. But this birth is belated, even with the Greeks. Similarly, is it possible to tack the history of being onto that of art in order to read the history of art according to that of being? The beginning is what is greatest, and the art of the origin is great art. The logic is extreme and disconcerting. How are we to speak of an absolute beginning or of an absolute greatness? Is there a beginning without precedent? And is greatness not a relative notion? What is the measure of the great, or of the sublime? Let us linger a moment over this strange notion of the beginning. The work is the work of the origin, not in the sense of creating it, but rather in the sense of issuing from it. There is no art except initial or original art. But as the origin of the work, the origin must also withdraw into the work and thus escape it as origin. The origin must escape the work exactly as the work escapes its author. It remains ahead but is no longer confused with a primitive state or a golden age. It is mythic like the origin of language is mythic and yet never ceases to spring forth in every child's words, cfplt, 76. It is unlocatable and nonetheless as though on the edge of every utterance. If there is no origin of language, other than as unsayable, as cry or unarticulated chant, it is because language is itself the origin. Language is even more originally the origin when considered as the ursprach of a people. Poetry, if we remove from poetry every historical form and even the word poetry itself, which is inappropriate, if we recall that the initial poem comes from nothing, and yet never from nothingness, PLT, 76. This is yet another apparently gratuitous difference of pure terminology, a play on words that nevertheless shows language to be the original place of difference. It is thus that we should understand the origin. There is nothing similar to it, nothing comparable. It erupts suddenly, immediately, then, but not in the 539. Hegelian sense of the immediate that has not yet been mediated, negated. For Hegel, the beginning is already in the end and is surmounted by the end as result, while for Heidegger it is the beginning that already contains the end in itself. It does not contain the end of inherent necessity, everything that is born must die, but because it has already projected the end and thus passed it over. The singularity of the beginning is that, although immediate, it does not conceal itself from mediation, since it authorizes and founds that mediation. Thus, what follows will not cease to be in relation with this beginning that nonetheless has already arrived ahead of it. Thus, the Greek beginning determines the entire history of philosophy, even when it takes a new departure, with the Cartesian cogito. Every sending remains determined by the sending itself, its initial cutting that suddenly cuts out the country or the space in which the parts will be played. We will be able to play different roles. The nature of the game is already inscribed from the beginning without our being able to return upon it. It is in this way that history is a free succession. But as succession, it can never be free as regards the beginning itself. We end up with this double bind: the beginning is liberation, ungrasping, but begins is under the hold of this understand holding, prisoner of this original liberty. An enigma is pure springing forth, says Hölderlin in the Rhine, SW 2.1, 143. Such is the enigma of the source that even in springing up it conceals itself in itself and withdraws in what springs from it. The origin is the size zaine with the self, what I call the departure from belonging, which is to be thought as the simultaneity of belonging and its distancing or departure, as a farewell, Abschied. Being cannot spring up except in splitting as difference, from beings. In his commentary on Hölderlin's line, GA 39, 235, Heidegger speaks of the suffering of being as the eruption of a counter-will at the very heart of the pure. The river that most purely springs forth wants to return to its 540 source. It is this counter-will that makes a destiny, a pathos, of the river. Thus, the origin is itself pathetic, or rather, tragic, witnessing a conflict at the very heart of being, a conflict similar to the one reigning in art between earth and world. It is the work of art, and here, Hölderlin's hymn, that carries this conflict to its summit, though never to its resolution. The work makes the conflict in breaking off there, this break repeating sending and the cut it occasions. The work of the origin breaks, and this is why we cannot have a relation with it except in breaking ourselves upon it in turn, in having the experience of the beginning as unheard of. There is a duplicity in the origin itself, thus justifying the Greek determination of art as mimesis. But this is an imitation that would in each instance be original. The origin can never be present to itself except in the mode of repetition. It must reject what it allows to spring forth, a rejection that in its turn springs back upon the result, the work. It is thus that the Greek beginning sprang back upon itself in engulfing itself in its own originality. But this collapse, this initial catastrophe, also sprang back on what follows, on us, to the point that all originality cannot be determined except in relation to the Greek beginning. There is nothing original about the Greek origin, at least not in the modern sense of the origin as that which seeks to distinguish itself. On the contrary, far from wanting to singularize itself, the origin effaces itself in itself, for to the essence of being as such belongs the fundamental rejection, throwing back, that springs back from itself to itself. Being lets poetry spring forth in all liberty in order to find itself originally in poetry, and thus finds itself in poetry in reconciling itself as secret. GA 39, 237. 541. The original work does not want to emerge from the source but to return to it. This is why we do not distinguish it immediately and do not find it except at the end, when we have stopped looking for a point from which it would emerge like a reef from the bottom of the ocean. This is also why Heidegger says that the true beginning remains withdrawn and takes on the appearance of a falling back. To return to the source is not to return to something, and especially not to a past model. On the contrary, it is continually to confront the absence of models and precedents, to confront the without origin and without sense at the origin of presence itself. It is to face the original lack of a foundation, this founding lack that is the secret of the purely springing forth. It is to leap, but with a bound that can support itself on nothing or that must leap beyond itself. No one can leap who has not already leapt in projecting the space he has to cross as already passed over. The beginning already contains the end latent within itself, plt. 76. And this, so that every leap will only be its own repetition, but the repetition of what has already withdrawn in projecting itself into the future. The projection, this throwing in front, such is the initial Entwurf, design or plan, of the poetic, throwing itself into its own abyss, not to fall into it, but to resource itself there. But must we not also recognize that for Heidegger the Greek beginning remains the only reference for, and even the model of, every beginning? In relation to the beginnings, medieval, modern, that follow, it in fact has the exclusive privilege of being absolutely original, the very privilege in which being sends itself for the first time, even if this is also to send itself to its end. It is the beginning of the history of being, and thus is the beginning of destination as such. This is what emerges clearly from the second excerpt at least, where there is as yet no history, and that means no history of being, there is no art, no great art, that is, but only pre-art, or prehistory. If we replace art by 542 Greek art, we get the same, almost tautological, formula. Does Greek art therefore provide the measure of what is and is not yet, or no longer, art? That the art of prehistory not yet be art appears a questionable prejudgment. In what way is Lascaux not already all of art? But that pre-Greek or simply non-Greek art be nothing by a prehistory of art transgresses the limits of even the most extreme biases, of the spirit of the temple, all the more so since in prehistoric, or prehistorical, art, the anonymity of the creator has never been so pronounced. One thinks of the megaliths or of the statues of Easter Island. But is this effacement of the artist not a characteristic of great art in Heidegger's very eyes? Another question then arises. If art properly speaking only appears with the beginning of history, and if this beginning is given in the Greek beginning, how is the immemorial dimension that makes the whole originality of the work of art to be preserved? If truth is essentially terrestrial, it is truth that is played out in the conflict between the double reserve of the non-historical ground and the manifestation of the work, which always projects a world. But can we say that there is no world except the historical, and thus Occidental, world? Is there no Native American, Indian, world, for example? Do world and historical necessarily form a pair, including in the pair of shoes that manifests the world of the peasant, who is closer to the earth than to history, even the history of being? One final question: what are we to do with an art without works? Must we qualify it as post-art out of concern for symmetry? Heidegger obviously does not speak of this, and it is not unusual to be curious of Heidegger's, feigned or willed, ignorance when he admits to knowing neither where modern art places itself nor even if it looking for a place. That he took a painting by Van Gogh as 543. An example, moreover, that he spoke of the path of Cézanne or even ventured as far as Klee, though to say nothing of him, to mark the limits of thought, is hardly convincing. In effect, even Cézanne, in whom we can see the beginning of modern art, produced a Greek œuvre simply in that he produced an œuvre. Is copy nature not the repetition of the guiding doctrine of mimesis, that is, of good mimesis, that mimesis that does not make itself seen as imitation, that effaces every trace of imitation and installs itself in being, just like nature? Cézanne puts truth into works, he installs the being open of beings in the rigorously limited space of his canvas, and in that remains in the cut of Greek beginning. The same would no longer be true of Duchamp. An art that would no longer respond to the principle of exposition, an art neither determined not determining, and that thus would give no historical mission for any people, would risk not being art, in Heidegger's eyes. What truth, what historical assignation emerge from the ready-made? None whatsoever, and this would not be art. In linking history, especially in its essential meaning, and art so closely, we obtain a strange delimitation of the history of art. It is neither progression nor evolution, but a sudden and unique leap which would correspond, in the end, to a kind of swallowing up in the moving sands of the without history, of that ahistoricality that characterized America for Heidegger in 1943. A post-history of post-art, the postmodern, would logically correspond to the prehistory of pre-art. Before the beginning, there is not nothing, but a muddle that is the prisoner of matter, which cannot appear as such, and after the beginning there is not nothing either, only the unbridled reign of just anything at all. In both cases, there is no truth because there is no work. But can we even speak of a before and after? Does this beginning not abolish precisely the conception of time as a succession measured according to before and after? Can. 544. This temporality that being and time described as vulgar qualify the history of art in the historical and non-scientific meaning of the word? This is still not the strangest part. If we formalized Heideggerian discourse, we would obtain the following sequence: pre-art/great art/post-art. But the second moment, the central moment between the before, past, and the after, future, is precisely not the moment of the present, since it designates the Greek beginning. We must recall the moment when Heidegger firmly holds that works are no longer what they were, that they are ruins or vestiges, has-beens, die Joasnen. Even if we could encounter them now in some museum, for example, they have been torn from their world, itself irrevocably swallowed up. They are, at present, but traces, half-effaced signs, vestiges. They are this in a different way, of course, because their mode of presence has been extinguished irrevocably by the modern alteration from presence into representation. Transformed in advance into, thrown, objects, the works can no longer be present by way of Greek presence, regardless of whatever concern their curators may have for their preservation of these works. It remains to be determined if this original presence is not already a myth, the myth of self-presenting presence. Does that mean that Greek presence is the only authentic one, or that there is only a Greek present, that at present, and compared to the splendor of the Greek beginning, of being, there is no present, malarme? Indeed, and that is confirmed if we examine the status of the third moment in the series. True, if Heidegger does not speak of this moment, and I have had to reconstruct it to complete the logic of the sequence. But this silence in itself speaks clearly. Where are we placed? And do we even take place? As regards his own contemporaries, Mallarmé was not certain of this. Do we have a present that would be something other than the vestiges of a disappeared, and 545. Irretrievable, world, or the premises of a world to come, and that perhaps would no longer be a world? If the Greek temple has so much presence, it is not only that it retains the trace of the initial beginning, that sending, that destines the present itself, but that it in advance opens the entire continuation that, in its way, will still be Greek art, but in which the properly Greek, the divine, will have withdrawn or completely obscured itself. In its departure, which is also its swallowing up in the departure, the temple thus seems to carry everything along with it, stamping presence without temple, modernity, with non-presence. Such is Heideggerian reading of what for Hölderlin was certainly less largely negative. But what is proper to the beginning is that it collapses into itself, returns to the nothing that is its point, not, of departure. The beginning in which the present destines itself for the first time can never be present to itself except in an infinite distance, a gap in which the present then appears, and then only, as having been. 311. Not only does the beginning contain the end, but it does not appear, as such, except at the end. That is why there is no possible return to the Greeks, not only because the return to the departing male slot is impossible, but because for the Greeks, sending, beginning, the opening of being, cannot appear as such, precisely because they were entirely immersed, and even ruined themselves, in it. That is why we must think, be, more Greek than the Greeks, more originally, cfga 53, 100. We can achieve this only in thinking sending or the beginning itself in its finitude. It remains to be seen if such a passage to the limit can be accomplished without a certain return of speculative thought, that is, of the limitlessness of the limit. The question will be left open in order to return to the first moment in the sequence, that moment that is precisely never first, since the beginning has not yet begun there. The same intermination that reigns in prehistory seems to reign afterwards, in post-art, as well. The things given as works of art cannot be works, since there is no putting into into the open, but they are not simple utensils either. They float in an undetermined ontological system, halfway between the utensil and the work. That sort of psychedelic spoon, for example, is at once more than a simple spoon and less than a work of art. This obscurity is made clear, however, as soon as we consider the status of those things that are displayed to us in museums of modern art and that we indeed often hesitate to qualify as works of art, so much do they resemble nothing at all. We could even find something that corresponds exactly to the psychedelic spoon in the ready-made Zaine Duchamp. Moreover, is it not significant that modern art was born through its association with the primitive art that Heidegger so cordially ignores? Considered with a neutral eye, one indifferent to all aesthetic sense, and it is thus that it must be viewed, the ready-made is nothing other than an equipment in common use. The only difference is that it is an unusable utensil that almost approaches the status of Lichtenberg's knife. It is a work of art only because it is displayed in a place considered artistic, a gallery or museum. This exposition recalls the installation in the open at the same time that it neutralizes it. It is no doubt to this neutralization of meaning that the ready-made owes all of its ability to fascinate us. But neutralization or intermination is by no means less taken up in the cutting of initial determination than is simple. 547. Imitation. That is perhaps what escapes all postmodernity, a term that is like a catch-all in that in it we at once embrace romantic tendencies aiming at the suppression of historical difference in a medium of reflection and the final repetitions, representations, or installations of the ultramodern avant-garde in the fulfillment without end of a self-destruction that is no less mimetological. All of this leads back to the metaphysical gestures of the anti-metaphysical reversal, that is to say, of a complete nihilism. It remains for us to think what an art without works, without sense, without truth, and above all, what this without would be. For without might well mean a simple privation, the insignificant or absurd, just as so many works said to be modern present themselves as just anything at all, in which case there is nothing more to do but pull the rug out from under them. Another possibility for this without would be that it refer to sense or meaning in a manner that would be complex indeed. That would imply that sense or meaning would never be whole, present to itself in presence, but always self-affected with a without sense. But it would also imply that the without is also not whole, in other words, that there is no pure nonsense, or that the without sense is not nonsense, and thus that the without is not reduced to a negation or to a nihilism that is always the weapon sense uses to reduce the other to its mercy. This also means that the work is not the final instance and remains what cannot be passed over, not because there would be nothing else, but precisely because by its very breaking it testifies for the other to whom it refers, without, however, this reference making sense. Let us return to origin and to the final question of Darstellian, showing, theatrical representation. There is, as always, the problem of 548. Translation: we should translate Darstellian as to represent rather than to present, on the condition, however, that we understand this representation as a theatrical representation and not a representation of the world. In the theater, it is not a question of ideas but of the scene. In the same way, to be successful a painting that would represent a battle scene must give the spectacle of the conflict itself and not a representation of war. But in the metaphysical interpretation of art, Darstellian itself becomes representation in the reflexive sense of the word, where the German prefers the word Vorstellian, as a result of the well-known aesthetic categories form and content. That is why, it seems, Heidegger rejects Darstellian just as categorically as Vorstellian. If representation is a matter of carrying content into the form of art, as Hegel understands it, then art represents nothing. Instead of putting, in, to work, or into the open, we have a simply putting into form that makes art appear secondary, a supplement. But art must be initial. If we understand Darstellian in the sense of the Kantian transcendental exposition, however, then art represents, though not content, time and space being a priori. The Greek temple represents nothing, but it presents the scene. It does not spring up ex nihilo, it comes from the earth. It is not a question of knowing what that resembles, since it is the image of nothing, but rather of knowing how to think the image when it is the image of nothing. Perhaps the image does not let itself be thought without an image. And the image of the trait could enlighten us. He who draws a line retraces the tearing, the retrait, withdrawal, of the earth that does not want to be exposed. That is why Heidegger cites Dürer, for in truth, art lies hidden within nature, he who can wrest it from her, has it, plt. 70. But art does not hide itself literally, like a treasure hidden in a field. It hides itself as nature hides itself, or better, encrypts itself, according to Heraclitus. This analogy exposes the trait. 549. Proper to the origin, it generative impropriety. The retrait, withdrawal, into nature cannot be extract except in being retraced, retrait, in art, and as the art of the origin. That is why from the beginning every work cannot be but an extract, an excerpt of the origin in withdrawing, retrait, a trace that makes a sign toward its whiteness. What does a work of art sign? The origin, to be sure. The trait of this origin is that it does not mark itself except as retrait, in the double sense of non-appearance, withdrawal, and repetition, retrait. This duplicity itself refers to the traits proper to what does not have the status of a work, the thing, because of non-appearance, and the equipment, because of repetition. The originality of the work therefore always already appears second, its propriety being to draw together two distinct heterogeneous, if not conflicting proprieties/properties under a single face, a face that is itself bifacial, double, and perhaps not even a face, since it also partakes of invisibility, that of the thing. However, the work does not draw together distinct traits into a composite whole after the fact. As the work of the origin, its drawing together must be a priori like the synthesis of transcendental schematism with which, moreover, the work has a close affinity, schematism being the production of figurability as such. The complexity of this operation does not exclude an extraordinary simplicity, that of putting into the fold, which cannot be represented as a simple duplication. I have already spoken of the duplicity in the origin, where the springing forth is always recovered or refolded into what springs forth, so that it withdraws in it. The work always appears at fault, its beauty even comes from its own brilliance in withdrawing its origin from view, and thus appears as natural as a tree. And yet does not Heidegger himself speak of producing, herstellen, as one of the constitutive traits of the putting into works? Let us. 550. Examine this moment that constitutes the second constitutive trait of art, alongside, and with the same originality as, the first, installation, Aufstellung. Initially, it is difficult to see in what way the two traits are different. Herstellian, Heidegger tells us, must be understood in a corresponding sense, in analogy with, and in such a manner as to respond to, Aufstellung. We translate herstellen as to produce and thus pass over the thing if we think of the fabrication of a product, be it the furniture made by a craftsman or an automobile on an assembly line. For it we see what the work is supposed to produce, we must admit that this is not producible, either by craftsmen, industrially, or artistically. The work would in fact produce, the earth. It would not produce a material, whatever it be, but the occluded, the closed-in, the inaccessible, and, a fortiori, the unproducible. Herstellen is thus not to produce in the common sense of products in use, but aims at an ontological or onto-phenomenological mode, which the Latin producere, to put in front, as one produces a play, a document, would mean. In this sense, though, the difference between Herstellen and Aufstellen, not to mention Darstellion, is reduced still more to a thin film. The production of the eidos of the show by the shoemaker and that of the eidolon of the same shoe by the painter differ only by a degree, and it will not suffice to reverse the Platonic hierarchy to exit from the mimetological schema. Mimetologism is not only the devaluation of imitation in relation to the thing itself, reputedly inimitable, as we too often believe. It lies in the elevation of what has existence only in a pair to an unparalleled status. If we take the example of the temple, we might naively believe that, since the temple apparently imitates nothing, Heidegger avoids a renaissance of the opinion, luckily superseded, according to which art would be an imitation and a copy of the real. It is also not a question, Heidegger specifies, of a conceptual or 551. Eidetic imitation, that of an idea of the temple. After rejecting the claim of an idea mimetism, Heidegger adds that in such a work, if it is one, it is indeed the truth that is at work. Heidegger does not think of the case of a work that would imitate itself, but let us leave that aside. For what is essential is precisely this primacy of the essential or of the thing itself over everything else, and notably over products, equipment. Where does the originality of the work come from? It comes from the production that produces nothing, at least nothing that would be usable, by which I mean, nothing that refers to something else. Artistic production would be an absolute production strictly in that it would no longer refer to intraworldly beings but would give place, purely, to being, the it is. This is why Meyer's poem is then cited. It seems to copy even the essence of the fountain, but in truth, it only puts the truth to a work. The stream goes from basin to basin, each time overflowing the basin, this overflowing figuring the movement of being, an overabundance, the gift that exceeds itself. This, then, is my interpretation, which should not be taken literally. The poem does not imitate the movement of being, which would permit making a metaphor of being, in the figure of springing forth, of the fountain, of the excessive gift. There again, metaphoricity passes by way of an analogy. Just as a fountain gives and takes, pours and settles back again, so too does the poem. It is the poem that puts into a work, that is to say, figures, and does so because the poem issues from being itself. The fountain figures the springing forth of water just as the poem figures the springing forth of being. There is the same double movement of giving and taking. What remains unexplained is how the truth, the disclosure of being concealing itself, can be put into a work without immediately being in the image of the work. The work is putting into the open. 552. And the open a putting into works. It is this analogy that should be accounted for. The example of the Roman fountain, PLT, 37ff, leads us back to the privilege of language, recognized and tortuously demanded by Heidegger. It is a question of language playing on two different levels. Its duplicity is even its primary property, which makes it unique. It resonates, like music or birds, but it installs as well. What it installs is in fact something other than the earth, it is what must always remain something else, the transcendent, the world. But do we not therefore return to the metaphysics of the sign, that which is put, installed, in the place of something else? That this thing not be a thing, that we can call it, for example, being, a god, or the world, changes nothing in relation to the sign. The temple is an allegory, it speaks for something else, not for itself, but for being. It could certainly be noted that being does not pre-exist the temple, of course, but that it is constituted by the temple's erection, constituted in the strict sense in which the temple joins and gathers together, in a certain way cements the world in the same manner that it is itself situated, materially, in the stature of its construction, an assembling of stones, certainly, but not in view of the stone itself as a mountainous mass that raises itself up only in assembling rocks according to their own folds and fractures. In the mountain, stone is living, physical. In Aristotelian terms, in contrast to the mountain, the temple has its telos outside itself. In this it is a different being, a techne, and not a physis. It imitates the physical mode of being, no doubt, but this imitation, in the assembling, the joint, the folding, also supposes a gap, that of the production of the eidos as such. It is precisely this as such that makes all the difference. For if we can say that the mountain constitutes itself as mountain, only we can say this, only. 553. We can read the geological formation of the earth. The earth will never read anything. It gives to be read, but does not know how to read, nor even what reading, or connecting, reconnecting, making a relation, is. It is a bit like Pythia of Delphi, an oracle, pure orality, but not signifying the slightest bit except from the moment in which the a priori schema of meaning is projected upon it. Illiterate, the earth nonetheless gives to be read, but by something else, and in another manner. It is in this sense that the primary, non-analogical, mimetic scheme is improper. In no case does the temple rise up in the manner of a mountain. Were it to resemble anything, natural, whatsoever, the temple would not be a temple, because the mountain resembles nothing, or resembles only when appearing as an a priori scheme that has been instituted or installed, on the one hand, and, on the other, which is only the other side of the same condition, because the temple must emerge from the earth, must make a violent exit, which is also a breaking and entering, even though what exists is materially nothing other than the earth. What else could there be on earth than the earth, and yet is something radically other, the temple as temple? This as seems to add nothing and in effect creates nothing. Nevertheless, therein lies the whole operation called aufstellen, installation, the installation of the there, which precisely is not there, not available, but which always arrives, suddenly, takes place in giving place. The there, first named Dacian then Aletheia, is Heidegger's major, and perhaps even only, discovery. What remains to be discovered beyond the open presence, however, would not be a matter of being invented as one invents an expedient. It is historical and is in no way eternal, since with its coming comes time. Time is therefore not eternal either. It is historical, and that means that it does not always comes, it comes only at certain moments, decisive moments in which it decides itself. But it never decides itself, except in 554. Cutting itself, in cutting itself out, for example, in the figure of the temple. The ancient philosophers said that nature makes no leaps. That remains true. Only history can leap. As long as it comes, history is this leap. Sometimes it even leaps so far that it is irretrievable. Thus it arrives with the Greek conception of presence, it names difference itself, the leap that nothing can equal and that resembles nothing, or that could not but have the semblance of an original work, a temple, for example. The lesson, through a reading, of origin can thus be summarized by the following: presence is the poetic discovery. Being is a poem, and even the initial poem. It is the poem of which the Greek temple is an example, always an inadequate one, it is true, since there can be no bispiel, example, for this spiel, game. But the inadequation of this example bears witness precisely to the non-presentability of presence as the law and origin of all presentation or exposition. That is why, in the end, the ruin of all exposition will testify for this very deposition. Being will have said its final word in forbidding itself to appear as such, in entrusting itself to what will never have appeared except in its absence or by proxy, the earth. If truth is terrestrial, it will have been all the more guarded, since the earth always keeps its secret. We will always be able to make it speak, since it has never had speech except through a mouthpiece, except by say of an example, or better through the archetype of what will have been a work, the extemple. 555. Chapter 16. The step, not, beyond. Under the title of a point, not, of departure, let us stop at the title, step, not, beyond. 312 We should probably renounce translating, passing beyond. For if nothing is more dangerous than language, then this is indeed a dangerous passage. What does it mean to pass not only from one language to another, but across language itself, to pass through the word pot, for example? In that word we do not simply pass, as from one bank of a river to another, from what would be called signifier to what would be its unique and transcendent signified. This passage itself, the effacement of the signifier for the benefit of the only signified that could properly signify, does not come to pass, for example, but is it a simple example? What do we signify in uttering the word, and it is primarily a word inscribed in a specific language, Greek, being? If the signifier being is incapable of signifying anything, this is the original aporia, the stop in stepping, even though at the same time the signified seem to be self-evident, and thus empty, then all of metaphysics rests upon a deceptive passage. Before taking the step and passing to the signified of this step, not, beyond, therefore, we must question the meaning of the passage itself, a regressive question that does not, however, return to anything already there, such as a simple past. All of Heidegger's steps could be read in the step backwards, Schritt zurück. But, walking always being a passage from one foot to the other, we must also go beyond overstepping, including the overstepping that is metaphysics, and wrong foot the title, hear it with another ear, as an injunction imposing a limit, not beyond. To be or not to be, to step or not to step. That would be the question of aesthetics. But what is aesthetics? Recently invented, at the end of the 18th century, the word is a scholarly term translated literally from Greek. From the beginning, mimesis, the imitation of nature, but here of a dead language, presides over its destiny. A foreign word, nothing is original in it, so that it is difficult to know to whom it could be traced back to. It cannot be returned to the original Greek, where aesthetikos, an adjective first, not a noun, has nothing to do with Baudelaire's aesthetic curiosities or with plastic surgery. For the word aesthetic does not particularly relate to beauty but refers rather to meaning or sense. The aesthete understands, has a feel for the situation, is astute and find the right word for things. Discerning, sifting, like a sieve that separates the wheat from the chaff, he is, in short, a critic, or a philosopher, which comes down to the same thing, depending on one's point of view, and theory makes a point, a decisive argument, on viewing. But as a noun designating the aesthetic science, just as logic is the logic episteme, aesthetics is a metaphysical invention. If the word is modern, the thing itself that the name aptly denominates is, Heidegger writes, as old as the consideration on art and the beautiful in Western thought, Nietzsche, 79. 313 To avoid any ambiguity concerning this antiquity, which for him is the condition sine qua non of authenticity, Heidegger adds that philosophical consideration of the essence of art and the beautiful even begins as aesthetics. Nietzsche, 79. Even if the word did not exist, the thing was there. What is more, it was there as such. I emphasize because it is not obvious that a thing could be as such without the name that gives it being, at least if the as such is considered the primordial process, or, of logos, that is, of, philosophical, language. This is one of the curiosities of aesthetics. Before taking up the other, let us ask why aesthetics is the way in which science, philosophy, the foremost knowledge of the thing itself, conceptualizes what is named, improperly, art, techne. With simple recourse to a Greek word, we could have imagined a technical science. Oddly, the word technical, which also first appeared as an adjective in the 18th century, is exactly opposed to the aesthetic, that which, in the domain of art, concerns the processes of work and expression more than inspiration. 314 This definition reflects a division as ancient as the aesthetic thing. Not only is the division a divorce, it is a violent hierarchy, for such has always been the properly metaphysical trait, below, process, Technique, above, inspiration. The sensible and material are the support for the latter, leading beyond, and above, toward the supersensible, idea, concept, and today, value. Inversely, the processes of work and expression are systematically reduced to the level of the basely material, just as the artist will be elevated above the artisan, the simple craftsman. It may be needless to point out that such an evaluation only appeared with the elevation of art to the absolute, corresponding to the absolutizing of subjectivity. In Greek, a technides, or poet, is neither a simple worker nor an immaterial genius, and what we translate as art was also called mechane. Could art, then, be the deus ex machina of philosophy at its end? Aesthetics as a theory of art thus appeared before the word, and essentially as the ontological point of view on a phenomenon that never claimed for itself the pure contemplation or theoria of being. If the aestheton names the sensible not for itself but already in opposition and subordination to what gives sense to the sensible, namely the idea, which is never sensible, then the name aesthetics reveals its metaphysical origin. The beautiful has the privilege of making the non-visible of pure sight seen, of therefore being the postal carrier, or delivery person, of being, he who carries the letter of being to the right destination. The beautiful produces being, not by fabricating it. Being is neither made nor engendered, but in that it displays or exposes it, lays bare. Hence, art has always been thought according to what I call the principle of exposition. Commenting on the sentence from Phaedrus affirming that in the hierarchy of beings, to beauty alone has the role been allotted to be the most radiant, but also the most ravishing, Heidegger writes, "The beautiful is that which, by a double movement into and out of itself, delivers itself to our senses from the first appearance, and by the same stroke carries us into being, that is, what at once subjugates and ravishes. The beautiful is thus that which tears us from the oblivion of being and opens up the view on being." Nietzsche, 196. The beautiful, as appearance, but an appearance that must allow being to appear through itself, just therefore efface itself as appearance, must become transparent. The beautiful has no value in itself but only on behalf of what it allows to appear through and beyond, IAOA, trans, uber, itself, transcendence pure and simple, being. Transparency equals transcendence equals metaphysics. Every concept of art, including that of modern art, rests upon this transparency of this trans-appearance of being, the disappearance of that which appears, simple medium, for the benefit of the appearing itself, the end in. 559. View. If art is rooted and sensible and is thus the source of the conflict, Zwiespalt, this is also in order immediately to leave its place there, to move beyond and outside itself, to elevate us beyond the sensible. Nietzsche, 198. Even Nietzsche's aesthetics, presenting itself as anti-metaphysical, but as a reversal of the hierarchy that governs the relation of the sensible to what exceeds it, remains, for Heidegger, the height of metaphysics. To make the ecstasy of the senses the essence of aesthetic emotion or of the sentiment of surpassing oneself is to fall back once again upon transcendence or metaphysics, even though, transported to the physiology of sentiment, of artistic subjectivity, this metaphysics may be unrecognizable. In the Greek tradition, phenomenality has been thought in terms of light, inasmuch as light makes everything appear. But in turn, everything makes light itself appear insofar as light opposes itself to the obscurity of the impenetrable. Consequently, thingness, matter, has always been determined negatively, as obstruction, recovering, lethe in relation to aletheia, truth as non-concealment, diaphanousness, transparency. The imbalance evident in this conception has been translated by the privilege given to the spiritual as immaterial. The sensible that shines and resonates displays itself as that work of art which must not stop there. On the contrary, it must permit a passing beyond toward the there of pure being or of the idea. But what comes to pass, with art, is precisely that this does not come to pass. An interruption, a caesura takes place in the movement of passing beyond toward true presence, that of being, instead of being a mere figure of transition in the movement giving access to the self, presence is distanced from itself by a death in speaking. As Jean-Luc Nancy writes, showing, exposing, saying, figuring, all these words express the same thing. The poetic technique of art is nothing other than 560. Placing apart, at a distance from presentation, going out of pure presence, making absent and thus absolute. 315. As a poetry example, examples always being necessary, or rather two, for like hands, two examples are always better than one, take Valerie and Ponge. Both speak, though quite differently, of transparency, one in order to pass immediately to the source, to the truth that shows through in language. We say we are thirsty for truth. We speak of the transparency of a discourse. 316. These expressions are only figures of speech, tropes, metaphors, truth not being, properly speaking, potable, not water. With Ponge, on the contrary, the metaphor, if it does not disappear, changes meaning, because at issue is no longer a one-way passage from a material base, water, to a superior truth. This time, the glass of water figures language inasmuch as by means of language transparency shows through the glass of water. Allegory, here, inhabits a diaphanous palace. 317. The metaphysical division can be translated by the traditional conceptual couple of form/content. But while in science and philosophy form is only a manner of speaking or an inessential clothing for true content, the signified, in the arts, inversely, it is form that prevails. However, with Ponge's glass of water, it is impossible to establish a similar precedence. Form and content are in effect equally transparent. The glass allows the water to appear, and the water, being itself transparent, returns to itself as itself, a glass of water. This is why the glass is best suited for the water. It presents the water in the best possible way, without adding anything of itself, but in addition, the best way to present a glass, in the execution of its duties, is to present it full of water. 318. This double reference annuls precisely the movement of transcendence, without, however, remaining a pure immanence. All this does not take place without recalling the double movement Heidegger spoke of concerning beauty as Ekphanstaton, receiving station. The difference is that, far from being a simple moment destined to be passed by in the passage, toward being or truth, the thing does not efface itself as signifying material for the benefit of an immaterial signified, nor is it the reflection or representation of that signified returning to the source of production, the ego or self. Transparency is not the fact of the idea but comes from the thing. Form and content, glass and water, remain absolutely heterogeneous, even if they display the same transparency in their indissoluble unity, the glass of water. The relation between them should be described in strict analogy to the analogy of the thing and word, glass of water. Beginning with V, ending with U, the only two letters in the form of a vase or a glass, the word glass of water, water glass, would in some way be adequate to the object it designates. 319. I will not try to give a scientific justification for this literal correspondence between what we call the signifier and what we call the signified. Such a justification would not only be impossible but would run against the current of Ponge's intentions. Every justification demands a reason for being, a foundation, and there is no foundation, or reason, to language by the very fact that it is through language and language alone that something like a foundation can be furnished or a reason given. Were I here to say water glass now, I would be obliged to represent things, the word and the thing, differently. We would perhaps hear the sound, the toll glass of another bell. Is language not the constant promise of a glass of water from all faucets? That is the least one can demand of a potable language. But potable only means hardly passable. Oh! There is something rotten in the French language. 320. Not only in French, every language is rotten from the inside in that it is never more than a language and not the language, die rein sprach. We translate this as pure language, and I note that, no doubt erroneously, Punch derives the verb to rinse from the German rein, pure. Further, through what is probably an unintentional anagrammatical transposition, rain is written in some editions as rein nothing. Despite everything, there is perhaps a kinship between all languages if only nothingness is pure, but the pure nothing does not exist. Every language has something rotten about it. As witness, I need only the English word pure, which has given us puree as well as purge from the Latin purger, to cleanse. The word comes from the Old French, pure, signifying to pass through a sieve. It is thus, in fact, that one makes a puree or produces literary criticism. Punch sees the rotten in the example of potable, which, instead of meaning capable, or being drunk, in conformity with its proper meaning, means just barely sufficient, just enough not to be entirely incapable. In short, adequate, or passable. Every student knows that the grade pass is practically shameful. But the word itself says nothing of the sort. It expresses only the capacity, the capability, thus, potentially the excellence, of passing. Perhaps this is because language, more than a house of being, is a sort of 563 brothel in which words and things, meaning and usages, are exchanged and are always more or less on good terms and always in good, clean, hands. I call languaging this game of language with itself. But that also means the game with the use of language, its passage, thus, with us who pass through it. Purity is the most common phantasm concerning the property/propriety of a language, but it is just as impossible literally as it is spiritually, in that philosophy desperately seeks to avoid any metaphor, image, or ambiguity. If language opens up a play between words and things, if sometimes this milieu, this place in between, is a pure transparency between them, it is on the basis of that impossibility which makes possible a relative transparency or propriety. What is at stake there could also be called, improperly, that is, according to the condition of general or generative impropriety of any language, clear passage. At once less than a concept and more than a word, this term, by no means an end/backword, but in these conditions not a forward either, unless we understand it as an invitation to pass, that is, as with the to say, this term, then, by its inflection which is neither negative nor positive, but rather neutral, would translate the passage of sense, the passage that is already the whole sense. There is no sense without passing, meaning or sense does not exist for itself. Sense occurs, or does not occur, only through what takes place between itself and the other, which is nonsense only from the perspective of the positivist theory of sense, logic. And what takes place? Nothing but this, the glass of water, nothing else, or the thing itself. But this is just as much the glass of water I drink as the one I read. Let this book be a glass of water. In this passing out of difference in which the signifier is valid as a signified, but in which the signified is, in turn, in the position of signifier, the entire system of metaphysical subordination. 564. Collapses. In other words, showing itself, art, transparency in both senses, from the sensible to the intelligible and vice versa, displays nothing, at least nothing that would be beyond. There is no thing beyond art as exposition, production, process, and so on. But if technique is already the whole of art, there is no sense in opposing it to aesthetics, for aesthetics always comes too late, and remains excessively figurative, a metaphysical supplement. This brings me to the second curiosity of aesthetics. The thing was there, not named, not properly, and yet already as such. This is somewhat surprising. Plato wrote no aesthetics, for example. We must wait until Hegel for the appearance of the title aesthetics, that is, also its end, an end, if not of the name, then of the thing, of its object, art, the beautiful. Art enters into the aesthetic the day it is declared, if not dead, then at least a thing of the past, surpassed as regards the absolute. Philosophy, as though this baptism were also a death certificate. The name is always the name of the dead, the name of the Father in the name of whom the Son would sacrifice himself only to be reborn in the Holy Spirit, his spectre or spectator, the concept. But is there a concept of art? And why not? Has not a new form of modern art been baptized conceptual? If this art really exists, one should conclude that there must be a concept of art. However, the very fact that there is a conceptual art might also mean exactly the opposite, as only a species of the genre art, the other species thus being necessarily non-conceptual, the concept of art that would synthesize both in its unity, dialectical or not, threatens to be simultaneously conceptual and non-conceptual, or of an other conceptuality, heterogeneous to itself, and thus non-absolute, non-conceptual. Art, the concept, to begin with the name art itself, always threatens to be without concept, or is rather the threat of the concept, and of the name, of the 565. Name as the substantive of the subject concept. According to the necessity of phenomenology, the concept must be capable of presenting itself, of figuring itself. But as such any conceptuality find itself threatened, exposed precisely to the exposition that, for want of a proper concept, could very well be the work in which, for want of a proper name, what is called art is at play. In place of the concept, this would be the deceptive position of art, to begin with its name, which has never been a proper name, or has never been anything but a proper name, that is, a name without signification. 321. In the epilogue to The Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger begins by returning to what he had crudely asserted in 1936. Then, despite everything, a concept of art was put to work, unconcealed, art as a bringing into work of truth, itself understood as the play of concealing itself. The foregoing reflections are concerned with the riddle of art, the riddle that art itself is. They are far from claiming to solve the riddle. The task is to see the riddle. PLT, 79. How one sees an enigma is yet another enigma, for in principle an enigma can only be heard. According to an ancient philosophical tradition that triumphs right into the arts, where everything culminates in figuration or representation, Heidegger systematically privileges sight. I will insist upon this precedence of theory, theoria, which is the precedence of sense as pre-sense presenting itself to itself, only to remark, again, that it flows from the metaphysical project and that it prescribes mimesis as the founding concept of aesthetics. If theory, the pure sight of being, precedes all poiesis, all technique and production will come later, will be a making after. Art is never original in relation to being nor in relation to the theory in which being gives, presents, itself as such and not through, the sensible or the work of art. The immediacy and transparency of art are its most impenetrable veil. The very reason why art does not reach the absolute is precisely because it makes means, that is, art itself, absolute in relation to the end, truth, or because it interrupts the end or sense. The enigma is art, art as such and not art as it is felt or lived. Everything is an experience, or liveness. Yet perhaps experience is the element in which art dies. The dying occurs so slowly that it takes a few centuries, PLT, 79. Following this, Heidegger quotes Hegel's famous statements about the end of art in view of the absolute, which only philosophy can present, being it in its process of exposing itself outside itself to its proper self. If Heidegger says that the truth of Hegel's judgment has not yet been decided, he keeps himself from saying it. This final word, this decision, Entscheidung, will not fall until the end of history, like the last judgment. But until then the judgment remains in force, PLT, 80 it is the final word. Before the end, it is already the end, though not yet properly spoken, for that, we must await the final word. But since this will be the word of the end, of history, that is to say, of saying, it will not be able to be spoken except as the end of the word, of itself, will never be able to say itself except as the so-called self-calling final word. As long as art is a historical figure, it is necessarily finished, since it has been passed by in the movement that is the history of its coming to its end, a movement analogous to that in which the work of art comes to be as completed, fully executed. To take this a bit further, as long as art puts itself, to work, s. 567. It is finished, in the double sense of perfection and of death, or of becoming immortal. So true is this that now the only finality for art is to enter into a museum. There, as Hegel predicted once again, the muses are transformed into statues. Statues are now the cadavers from which the living soul has fled. 322 But we must note the strange status of these statues animated, if not with life, at least with a becoming cadaver. How does something that has never lived die? Let us recall that lived experience, or Leibniz, would be the element at the heart of which art would be in the process of dying, slowly, like a Greek statue damaged by the centuries. If there is a concept of art, it constitutes itself by demarcating itself from what it is not, life, for example, and it will be necessary to return to the example. But how can art die if it has never been alive? Of course, we can speak of living art in opposition to a dead art frozen in the rooms of a museum freezer or stored in a basement. Yet even to the extent that, strictly speaking, only the artist is living and the work is a work only when detached from its producer, when it is, lives, for itself, autonomous, the distinction between living and dead art is reduced to a simple point of view, an image, a metaphor. Statues resemble cadavers and always have. They neither speak nor move, they look only with an absent glance, like Baudelaire's Venus, but the implacable Venus looks at some unknown thing in the distance with her marble eyes, Elle fut event Venus, in Elle spleen de Paris. This explains why the statue is surpassed by the gesture of the young girl who offers the fruits of art, that is, art as signum or vestiges, and who, in opposition to the statue, looks, at us. The painting of the eye is itself the quintessence of painting, the painting of painting, and the painting of art in general, writes Nancy, Muses, 95. Just as I would be hard put to say where the painting I am looking at is, I would be equally hard put to say where the young girl is looking who is in the painting that itself is, nowhere, or, is, the inside of the outside and the outside of the inside. 323 If painting, far from only representing already present things in another place, or way, only renders them present or visible, this visibility is never simple, it double itself with a veil of invisibility that, however, is nothing other than visibility itself. What is proper to the visible is to have a lining doublure of invisibility, in the strict sense, that it makes present as a certain absence, Merleau-Ponty, 85. Visibility is itself traversed by a, minimal, invisible, but understood as in the visible, difference, and it is in this difference that art lives, in English, art inhabits this difference. Referring to exteriority, art, here, painting, does not refer to anything other than itself, and this is why Merleau-Ponty writes that painting can be figurative only on the condition of being self-figurative, Merleau-Ponty, 69. Speaking of the statue of the god in the temple, Heidegger writes, "It is not a portrait whose purpose is to make it easier to realize how the god looks, for no one knows this, rather, it is a work that lets the god himself come into presence and thus is the god himself." PLT, 43. The statue is the god. How is one to understand this, as an identification, a fetishism? But if statues have become cadavers, so too have the gods. Were the gods ever alive? This is why Heidegger can affirm that great art, the Greek art Hegel described under the title of art religion, is, at present, nothing but a vestige, a has-been, though in German Joessen is also a recollection or remembrance, Erinnerung, of Wesen, a living being or essence. From the beginning, art is finished, if only through its vocation, its determination, Bestimmung the putting, in, to work, ins work setzen, is the bringing to an end. The statue, dead before it is alive, it precedes what Hegel calls the living work of art, thus represents the first manifestation of the artistic spirit precisely in that it manifests itself as pure exposition or figuration, although in such an exposition spirit does not manifest itself, not primarily as self but a part or exteriorized as pure exteriority or figure. This figure exists, is there, is placed there, is already dar stellion, and its being there, its Dasein, is as a thing. And yet it is not a simple thing, not a stone. Even if the indwelling God is the black stone, is the statue, this thing is already penetrated, crossed through, transfigured as figure or appearance by the light of consciousness, Hegel, 428. In the same way, for Heidegger the stone has no world, Plt. 45. The end or finality of art already shows through, it effaces itself as thing or obscure stone to make room for pure being. A statue, however complete, remains incomplete inasmuch as it must still be animated, inhabited by a living eye. A nascent eye must appear from under the skin of the stones. This eye, which looks like it is growing from the interior of the stone like a pure spirit, does not, however, belong to the stone, it comes from elsewhere. The work is not a simple thing, but is produced, shown. And it is precisely this characteristic, a being produced, that wants to appear and that art produces in its own way. But just as the thingness of the statue is not the thingness of a blind stone, its being produced is fundamentally different from that of a simple equipment. 570. What differentiates a work of art from a common equipment? Equipment does not reside, however, in technique. Duchamp demonstrated this by exhibiting a thoroughly common equipment, ready-made, as a work of art. The difference is precisely this as, the operator of exposition. Both equipment and work are manufactured products, artifacts, and there is no point in looking for a difference in their technique. The work of art may be technically more complex, or, on the contrary, more rudimentary. We pass over what marks a work as such if we insist upon remaining on the level of technique. The difference has nothing to do with appearance, so that a equipment can look more beautiful than a work of art. Similarly, the example of Van Gogh's shoes is in no way chosen by Heidegger for its so-called aesthetic value, as if the painting as painting, and all the more so for being signed by Van Gogh, were more beautiful than the same shoes on a farm, or in an urban setting. The difference does not even lie in that the painting would merely represent real shoes or even the essence of the shoes, shoeness, or that one cannot take a step in the painted shoes. The difference is much more unapparent, but, as unapparent as it is, it passes by, through, appearance, traverses it to bring it out as such, that is, as the transappearance of the that it is, the appearance of being. Thus, Heidegger writes, to be sure, that it is made is a property also of all equipment that is available and in use. But this that does not become prominent in the equipment, it disappears in usefulness, Plt. 65. Whereas the equipment, product, makes its being produced disappear, the work produces it, exposes it as such, and says it. Thus, the difference between equipment and work of art is the appearance of saying, and of saying as the space or clearing in which the appearing appears manifestly and as this being manifest. Once again, an example, the only difference between any old urinal that comes to hand, so to speak, and the one we encounter in a museum in the form of the 571. Same urinal exposed is not so much that one cannot admire the first or relieve oneself in the second, but that the urinal in the museum is not shown as a urinal but as, under the name of, fountain, which is to say, Achtung, this is art. In the same way, Duchamp's window looks in every way like any other window, except that it is called fresh widow, which translates to, attention, fresh paint. The painting is fresh and widowed of a letter in order better to espouse being, to nearly literally espouse itself. Another virgin disrobed by the image of writing Schriftbild the missing N is also that letter that is added, the name, the proper name that signifies nothing but shows. It thus functions as the supplement of being or that higher element that the statue remaining in exteriority. The determination of thing without self-consciousness lacked. This higher element is language, the supplement of the soul. Language is the soul existing as soul. Hegel, 430, without which statues are but corpses, and not even exquisite corpses, since, as live as they might have appeared, to the point of being the God himself, they, as we say of dogs, lack, but, one thing, speech, event more than sight. Difference passes by way of language. Language marks the work as work of art. This precedence of language, which Hegel repeats at each moment of the art religion, from oracle to epic and tragedy passing by way of hymn, of language as the perfect element in which interiority is just as exteriority is interior, Hegel, 439, marks the discourse of Heidegger as well when he defines all art as being essentially Dichtung, poetry. Even if he distinguishes Dichtung from poetry, he nonetheless adds that the work of language, poetry in the strict sense, has a privileged position in the domain of the arts, plt. 73. This privilege of language, or rather of logos, flows from the function attributed to art, ins Worksetzen, aufstellen, being open, exposed as such. The statue, for Hegel, or the temple, for Heidegger, are already 572. Speaking works, even if they speak without saying a word, which is perhaps the purest way of speaking. They speak by saying what art does. Putting into works is putting in the open, exposing into the there that the work installs inasmuch as it is the there, is there, Hegel also says, is exteriority of the interior, laid bare. When Heidegger says that this painting, by Van Gogh, has spoken, dieses hat gesprochen, this is in no way because this thing would have attained speech through the intermediary of Herr Professor, but because the painting has openly shown the being manifest of the produced, or equipmental, being. But it is indeed the painting itself that gives sight, of what? This, at the very least, that it is a painting. Here, Derrida goes one step further, saying what Heidegger does, see truth in painting. That is to say, on the one hand, that Heidegger saw what can be seen nowhere. In painting there is nothing such as truth, which always lies beyond painting as a simple exposition. The painting will have been only a pretext, quickly passed over to get to the thing itself, meaning. On the other hand, and with all the complexity of a deconstructive reading, Derrida does not content himself with saying that Heidegger had visions, or, in this case, voices, this has spoken, nor does he want to bring the metaphysician who always sees something other than what is there back to reason, or what passes itself off under this name, the evidence so dear to objective art criticism. Derrida's extra step is to say what no one has ever seen there, namely the painting as shoe, and, as thingness. With what Derrida calls the remark in painting, it is not a question of making the shoes speak again, even to make them recite the ancient language of allegory or the Mycentidiabim. This, what you believe to be shoes, is, in truth, a 573. Painting. 324. On the contrary, if there is a placing into abyss, and not into truth, it is in a double interlacing of thingness into painting and of painting into shoeness. It is a double interlacing in the way of a double underline or remark. 1. This is a painting, but this is the shoes. The painting is in the shoes that we are and that consequently overflows the frame. 2. Conversely, the framing painting, that which gives itself as painting at a first glimpse, remarks itself. It is thus not a simple remark as a, more or less shifty, pair of shoes. If the painting could speak in its turn, it has spoken, Heidegger said. Would it not say it would indeed, I, like all painting, am a shoe. 325. The painting is in the shoe which is, in, the painting. Everything overflows the borders, the part is bigger than the whole which is in the part, etc. There is no way to say what, of the shoe as thing or of the shoe as shown, is, shown, exposed. In taking as his example a pair of shoes in painting, Heidegger seemed to have set loose a time bomb that, in an exemplary way, tears all of aesthetic discourse to pieces. The example explodes the frame as being already the whole of art. The this, far from disappearing in the universal truth that is its negation, resists the law of generalization, that is, of truth and of language, in interrupting its well-regulated play by not merely playing alongside, Beispiel, as an illustration of the main text, but as this text's only means of presenting itself, never as such. Still, it must present itself, in this necessity lies its defect, presenting itself for lack of the thing itself, which will never have been presented, especially if it is presence itself, except in its absence. It is here that one could ask if what Heidegger presents as an example, a simple Darstellung, presentation, not of painting, since the example of painting is useless and could be replaced by any representation, and certainly not of the shoe, by of the activity, of the poetique proper to this painting, is not already the final word on that in regard to which, in his lectures on aesthetics, Hegel says that we no longer have an absolute need to bring content to presentation in the form of art. If Heidegger's principal thesis is in agreement with this assertion, it is because, for him, art precisely never presents or exposes anything, for the simple reason that there is nothing it could present. And if art cannot present anything, it is because it is itself this nothing, this absence of content or message. It is this absence that it openly exposes it as the very place of art, the truth. Heidegger puts an end to art in another way, not in declaring it finished as regards its supreme destination, that of presenting the absolute by exposing it in a sensible figure, but in accomplishing it as absolute exposition. This is also why language for him acquires its primordial dimension. In language, Hegel already said, and as Wittgenstein will repeat in a different way, there is never anything but language, nothing but self, pure autology. In withdrawing the being of language from subjectivity, in making language absolute, does Heidegger not accomplish the secret vow of metaphysics, the disappearance of the thing in the thing itself? Thus, this disappearance repeats the scheme of self-transparency or the myth of presence, of art as well, of art as divine. As for the rest, it is the rest, the remainder, that which remains of art when the myth of self-presence has been interrupted, when the without has cut off sense, when is passes, out of, sense and does not simply make no sense. To think art without sense, without presence, and without being would be to take that step beyond which precisely does not go. 575. Beyond, does not conclude a movement from art to being, and always, to the end, of art. 576. Chapter 17. The side step, from Heidegger to Derrida. Picasso is said to have told this story about his visit to an artist's studio. The artist showed him one of his paintings and asked Picasso to be lenient with it. "I'm still working on it, it's not yet fully executed." Picasso savagely replied, "Executing it would be humane." 326. It is with this anecdote that J.B. Pontalis opens his final contribution to the final issue of the Nouvelle Revue de Psychanalyse, an issue that is also a deliverance, with the review ending, finishing, itself off, as in a suicide, but a beautiful suicide, committed beautifully, like death in antiquity or the voluntary death that Nietzsche praises, with the title Incompletion. A bit later in his text, which is also a meditation on the art of the fragment, Pontalis evokes Chekhov's death, Chekhov who is supposed to have said, "Ich sterbe," in German in the text, if I can put it thus. He says I am dying in German, then, not only because one cannot say, although this is what ever fully executed work of art says, I am dead, but because one cannot say it in one's own language. If there is not proper word for one's own proper death, it is because there is no death proper. That is so even though Heidegger tells us, from beyond the grave, that on the contrary there is nothing but that, or that death is the most proper thing in the world. It is not that I particularly prefer incomplete works, like romantic ruins, like the Temple of Philosophy Gerard de Nerval speaks of. If Sylvie, this unfinished building is already nothing but a ruin, and its steps, out of joint, are overgrown with brambles. Thinking is always, as Jean-Luc Nancy says, a finite thought, and in this very respect for finitude is never complete. Thinking is not a work, not even a work of art, since a work is only a work when complete, fully executed, when the last word has been spoken, when it has reached its end, been brought to term or to its telos. For Aristotle, energia is synonymous with entelligia, having oneself as end. The end of thinking is not a telos, but rather something like an inner limit that forbids any closure on itself. Maybe the steps of this edifice that is philosophy are disjointed, out of joint. The steps are uneven, they are shattered joints. But here it would be a question of whether philosophy can still be shaped into a system, transformed into a work, even a work of art or of architectonics, whether there is one unified philosophy or tradition that could be identified as such, as Western metaphysics. Has philosophy come to its end, and if so, what are we supposed to do? What task remains for us, to bury it? This question should be reminiscent of the title of a lecture Heidegger gave in 1964, The End of Philosophy and the Task of Thought. Heidegger claims that philosophy has exhausted all of its possibility, since, metaphysics being the same as Platonism, and Nietzsche having characterized his philosophy as a reversal of Platonism, holding that with his reversal of metaphysics, the extreme possibility of philosophy had been reached. However, the end of philosophy would mean that it has entered its final stage, like that of cancer, only on the condition that we do not understand what an end is, properly speaking. 578. The old signification of our word end means the same as place. From one end to the other means from one place to another. The end of philosophy is that place in which the totality of its history in its extreme possibility gathers itself. End as completion means this gathering. 327. From this point, this end, a pathway must be able to lead to the other end, by which I mean what Heidegger called der Ende Anfang, the other beginning. Now all of this is already well known, and I do not want to comment once again on Heidegger's philosophy, if only because we should not, according to Heidegger himself, be able to speak of Heidegger's philosophy. This does not mean that I would blindly follow Heidegger on his way or take for granted that he did, in fact, achieve this step back, returning from metaphysics to its hidden essence, also perhaps a spectre returning from the beyond, that is the unthought of philosophy, and that would therefore require another kind of thinking. We must ask, first, whether such a step is possible, and then, although it is the same question, if this step does not repeat the philosophical mode of thinking, that is, return to an essence or to a more fundamental ground that is hidden and that, because it runs aground, becomes an abyss. But when I speak of a repetition of the principle, I should also insist that every repetition as repetition is an alteration, a different step. This leads me to the thing itself and to repeat my chapter title, The Different Step, from Heidegger to Derrida. Beyond the undecidable ambiguity of the step or not, name or syncategorum, I must translate or, if that is impossible, refer what we, in English, call the issue to what I have just said about the end of philosophy. If metaphysics is declared closed, in a kind of performative utterance, with Heidegger, is this actually the case, or should we not understand differently the step that passes metaphysics by? For this different step, we must step over into another thinking of difference itself, a thinking of difference. Before taking another step, I will first summarize what is at stake in the question of difference. In this preliminary step, I will take as a guideline Rodolphe Gasque's book, Inventions of Difference. 328. The title is quite paradoxical, since the book begins with the affirmation that in a certain branch of literary criticism difference has become the key term. A quick glance at recent book titles reveal the term not only opposed to everything, but in everything. 82. Gasque argues that difference, in metaphysics, stems from identity, and that what takes place from Parmenides to Hegel, and beyond, is a relative liberation in which difference, rather than being effaced in the face of identity, is shown to have its only meaningful place within identity. Gask, 85. For example, when Hegel spoke of the identity and non-identity, thus of the identity and difference, this shows how restricted the function of difference is at the heart of the dialectical process. It has a relative freedom, relative with respect to identity. Difference is allowed only to the extent that it in turn allows identity the possibility of having a content, of not being identical to pure being, that is, of not being an abstract identity or the void of nothingness. Identity, therefore, is not only at the starting point but at the end of the process, or it is at the end because it was already posited speculatively from the beginning. If we understand metaphysics as the unity of a single history going from one end to the other, then metaphysics is born of the violence that consists in reducing the other simply by naming it the other. From Plato, who reduced the other to the law of the same, the idea, to Hegelian dialectics, in which the other is no less excluded, precisely by being included, becoming a simple moment that is not yet and yet that is already mediated in advance, difference is always already recuperated, digested, incorporated, unlimited incorporated. It has always been kept at a distance, as if it constituted an essential threat to the integrity and wholeness of self-identity, that is, of being, and thought, since identity is first of all the identity of being and thought. Since unity, even if it is not the same, not homogeneous, presides over the relationship, the one will always express what the other is or should be, even if it is in its name. Consequently, the one still represents the other, even or especially as such, on the common ground of being, presence. I simplify here, but it should nonetheless be stressed that the other of presence is not simply an absence, which is an other presence, a transformed presence, nor is the other a not in the sense of a negative. For this reason, the thinking of difference must not be thought as a negative ontology. For negation has always been a powerful means by which to reduce difference in dualistic schemes. Contradictions and oppositions are the very means by which identity comes into its own, itself, as the totality controlling differences that have been reduced to homogeneous binary oppositions. Even calling what cannot be conceived of inconceivable because it never returns to itself in the identity of presence and the presence of identity is still a speculative tour de force. To leave the inconceivable without a name would already be a first step, provided that one does not stop there, as if it were enough to float in the empty blue sky of the ineffable. There is nothing ineffable there, even if there is nothing immediately comprehensible there either. 581. Identity is the philosophy name for difference, but in such a way that difference, once it is posited, exposed, presented, expressed, is already forgotten. In Heidegger's terms, metaphysics is nothing other than the history of such a forgetting, the forgetting of being as this difference. The question I will ask is whether such an oblivion is effaced or surpassed by a thinking that endeavors to think difference as such, or whether the very fact of speaking of difference as such does not once again come down to falling back under the domination of identity, whereas identity cannot be identity without passing by way of the other, the internal difference by means of which something can be self-identical. But first, what is ontological difference? In fact, it is not a difference at all, at least not between two kinds of things, two kinds of beings. Not only is it not a distinction posited by understanding and so a difference that could be understood in the traditional way, where one compares two different things against a common ground, ontological difference is not a distinction at all. Gask puts this well when he defines difference as a difference between dissimilars that have nothing in common but that are ultimately the same. Gask, 91. Heidegger always insists on the irreducible difference separating the same and the similar. Being and beings do not differ from the other as a chair differs from a table. For such, ontic, differences are subject to the unity of a genus, and being is clearly not a genus. It is the schlechten transcendens, the absolutely transcendent, and is not commensurable or homogeneous with beings. Being is not, only beings, chairs, televisions, and even God, are. This not, whose first name or forename, before the name, in what is metaphysics, was nothingness, qualifies being as different from any being. With regard to beings, then, being is nothing. It is not a thing, a being among others. But that does not mean that being is absolutely nothing at all. On the 582 contrary, as everything, being has always been thought by metaphysics as supreme being, which allowed theology to seize upon it, but being is the supreme being only insofar as it is the being of beings, the most being part in beings. That implies putting aside ontic difference, for, with regard to the supremacy of being, any particular being is disregarded as being only a being, not the being. The supremacy of being does not result from a particularity or from a specific quality that would differentiate being from all other beings. On the contrary, the difference in being results from its indifference to any ontic difference, that is, comes from its absolute generality. This means that metaphysics is only a theology because it is first an ontology, and not the reverse. In identity and difference, Heidegger cites an example with a restriction that plays on the German word for example, Beispiel. Nowhere in beings can we find a correct example for the essence of being, probably because the essence of being is play, Spiel, itself, identity and difference. 58. The example, and the play on the word example in which the game is played out, comes from Hegel. Someone enters a shop to buy fruit. He is offered apples, pears, cherries, and grapes. But he refuses them all. What he wants is fruit, not apples or pears, but simply fruit. Likewise, it is even more impossible to find anything like being in its universality. At the same time, without being and its generality, no single thing, for example a fruit, would ever be. Being a fruit is not itself fruit, but without this being, no fruit can ever be, so that, in the end, not only is being not nothing, it alone is properly, beings being only what are not, properly speaking, meon. Now, what can we say about ontological difference? Could we say that this difference is something? No. That is why difference has never been properly thought as such in metaphysics. Heidegger writes that forgetting belongs to difference, for difference was destined to be forgotten. How can one? 583. Not forget nothing, or, at least, that which is not a thing, not an umbrella, for instance? Heidegger tried to step back from being, as the being of beings, as the proper identity giving ground and legitimacy to any being, in order to think difference for itself, as such, or, as he puts it in time and being, to think being without any concern for beings. But is it possible to think difference for itself? Does difference have a self, that is, ultimately, an identity? Or does it not rather differ from and in itself? If this is the case, we can understand the necessity of thinking difference differently, the necessity of that different difference called difference. This other name for difference corresponds to the necessity of rethinking the relation of difference to identity, and, of questioning the possibility of an identity of difference as such. The as of the as such is no longer self-evident. As Gask puts it, difference as such lacks the quality not only of being, but of propriety as well, and to such an extent that no as such is appropriate to it. To think it remains therefore an infinite task. Gask, 103. Further investigation would show that, in Heidegger's attempt to free difference, and being, from its forgetting, that is, from its link with onto theology, a repetition of the metaphysical gesture that I would very roughly qualify as identification is performed. Heidegger himself was conscious of this danger when, at the end of Identity and Difference, he wrote that the step would remain incomplete because our Western languages are all in their own way languages of metaphysical thinking. Identity and Difference, 66. We already have a simple example of this in the as, als. To think difference as difference is already to think it in terms of logos, of gathering, of identity, or of unity. If it is true that ontological difference is not a distinction stemming from understanding in the restricted sense of the German Verstand, does it therefore have absolutely nothing to do with comprehension, Verstehen, of meaning? 584. Especially with the self-understanding of the meaning of being as it has been determined in being and time. If Dasein has been chosen as the only being to have access to being, it is because Dasein has the sense or meaning of being, can in advance and always already understand being by relating and acting not only to its own being, but toward other beings. For Dasein only is there an other, and this is so because Dasein has the sense or meaning of difference, that is, of being. Dasein is different from other beings, animals, objects. This is clear inasmuch as Dasein is marked by negation and exists for death. How, in this respect, could difference be something absolutely incomprehensible, but likewise, and symmetrically, how is a self-understanding, an understanding of inner difference that constitutes identity proper, the upside of Dasein, possible? Self-understanding is not self-evident. Let us recall the last words attributed to Hegel on his deathbed. His was a brutal, senseless death. Like all death, cholera has no dialectical meaning. There are two versions of the same story, if it is one. The first version is told by Heine, the second by Kierkegaard. I touch here upon the comical side of our philosophers. They constantly complain about not being understood. As Hegel was lying on his deathbed, he said discontented, and he did not understand me either. In his concluding unscientific postscript to Philosophical Fragments, Kierkegaard writes, Hegel must have died upon saying these words, saying that no one but the person who misunderstood him understood him, and if Hegel was speaking of himself. 329. Is it possible to understand oneself? Is not an other always necessary for that? Likewise, can one give oneself, this giving being understood in all senses of the word, including that in which giving leads to physical, sexual possession? Can one give, offer, oneself, as a witness of one's own death or of one's survival? Who understands whom? A part should be more than the totality in order to grasp itself as such, as self and other. These are questions that should be answered, for, questions that bind us to an infinite responsibility toward ourself as, toward, the other, toward ourself as including the other in ourself. Thus, what I am saying is understood or should be understood as included and understood in a language, my own language. My own language, and yet it belongs to me less than I belong to it. To speak English, I must already be in a generality common to all those who understand English. Before even being able to say or write a word, I would always already be taken, caught and taken like a prisoner, in what comprehends, or takes, me, and other who share this understanding, without, for all that, being sure of understanding myself in it. Thinking takes place in language, but this place is anything but indifferent to what takes place in it. There I at least a passage from one to the other, and vice versa, so that neither could be isolated nor taken for itself without including the other in this self. The same is true of Dasein's understanding of the meaning of being. But then, how can they be different from one another and the same as to the difference itself, which puts them at an equal distance from beings? This question leads Derrida's critique of the privilege accorded to Dasein, that is, ultimately, to human beings, even if not conceived of in terms of subjectivity. I will return to that later. For the moment, I only want to pass from Heidegger's conception of difference to the other one, Derrida's. First, we have to know whether such a passage is possible, and then, whether it constitutes a linear, homogeneous progression, or whether it is rather an abrupt disconnection, something like a gap, a difference that could not be thought without thinking difference. 586. Differently, to the point that meaning could no longer pass through it. And yet we must make meaning pass through it, for a difference whose meaning we do not understand would no longer be difference. To pass from Heidegger to Derrida there will not be the same striking gap to pass over as there is, for example, on the way from Rimbaud to Heidegger, since what difference there is not that between two worlds as incommensurate as poetry and philosophy. Heidegger and Derrida do indeed belong to the same world, if it can called a world. They are both philosophers. Of course, they are rather peculiar philosophers, since neither of them completely understands himself as being only a philosopher. It is even this non-understanding that brings them together, puts them on the same wavelength, that of a certain discrepancy with regard to discourse, conceptual language, and the philosophical tradition from its beginning. Neither can any longer recognize nor identify himself in a figure or code constituted by a corpus that reflects back to him something essentially troubling. To dismantle the representations or covers that block access to the thing itself is the task explicitly required of destruction in being and time. In this sense, it is almost too obvious that deconstruction, at least as a word or concept, comes from Heideggerian destruction. For example, I cite this passage from Toward the Question of Being. 587. The lack of reflection began already in 1927 with the superficial misunderstanding of destruction such as it is discussed in Being and Time, a notion that has no other intention, as a deconstruction, of representations that have become banal and void, than to win back the experiences of being that are at the very origin of those of metaphysics. 330. In Politics of Friendship, Derrida cites a passage from What is Philosophy, where Heidegger repeats that destruction does not signify the demolition but the deconstruction, the clearing, the putting aside, of historical statements. 92. If it takes an extra step in this direction, it is not to add to the radicalism of destruction but, on the contrary, to cast doubt upon this very radicalism. Is there beneath the representations that have become banal and used up something else, something more fundamental to which we should return, an origin? It could be said that the deconstruction of the supplementary turn of the origin, the deconstruction of the return to a one and single origin, sharply check destruction. This sharp check shows an absolute limit in the movement of going to the ground, and running aground there. If the word deconstruction indeed comes from destruction, just as the word difference is a simple medication of the word difference, this does not then mean that the thing is the same. Is there in fact any sense in establishing an origin for a movement that tends to deconstruct the very notion of origin? If there is indeed some sense in passing from Heidegger to Derrida, it is more difficult to assert if this passage would constitute a progression, and in what sense or direction. Here the bond that is tradition, even in the disruption of tradition, which can itself become tradition, is not enough to explain everything, and especially cannot bring back the passage to the comforting scheme of filiation and genealogy. Derrida has never stopped insisting upon the distance in relation to the Heideggerian problematics that he has marked in all the essays he has published, a distance that is marked in both content and form, so that in reading only one of his texts we can see that it does not look like text with a Heideggerian filiation. Positions, 71. In this, I agree with Gask when he discusses an argument by John Caputo, according to whom Derrida, in his reading of Heidegger, produces confusion, so that not only does Derrida appear Heideggerian, but a certain dissemination has already taken place in Heidegger's text. Consequently, it becomes impossible to establish strictly what is Heidegger's properly or what is Derrida's own. Gask, 79. But I would first be tempted to reply, what does it really matter? Is it of any essential concern for us to delimit what is the property of each, his copyright, when difference does not issue from the proper and when deconstruction does not belong to anyone, not even itself? However, this argument is erroneous insofar as the very word difference was invented in order to make it differ, in a strictly unheard of manner, from simple difference. Not only is it different by the alteration of a simple letter, a silent letter, moreover, so that this is an unheard of difference, it refers to a double root in the Latin word, itself different from the Greek word diaphora to which Heidegger refers most often, differa, so that a temporalizing effect is added, to differ as to differ, to the dimension of space. This multiplication of different meanings in the same word is not the most important point. What is crucial is that all these meanings, including others that I cannot evoke here, are different from each other to the extent that they cannot be united in a single, simple root, even if this root were hidden. When Derrida speaks of a cluster of various heterogeneous meanings, he does not presuppose their possible unification or synthesis. Not only does difference not have a single meaning, but, since it has 589 several meanings that are irreducibly heterogeneous to one another, the word ultimately deconstructs the entire system of meaning in language, a system that is grounded in unity and self-identity. This does not mean that it has no meaning at all, but that it is not a word and not a concept either. For this reason as well, difference does not belong to the NZ of being, meaning, logos. But I insist, that does not imply nonsense, which ultimately is submitted to the same law of the unity of sense, if only for the simple reason that nonsense is nonsense only in opposition and contradiction to sense, and because contradiction or negation is another branch of the binary logic of identity, the principle of identity as the principle of non-contradiction. As the condition of possibility of sense, meaning, difference is also its condition of impossible as a single sense that would be identical to itself. Difference is the strict limit of what it lets be. It cannot present itself, or is present only in the way a ghost or a trace is, a trace that can only be effaced to allow any present difference to present itself. Such is the Archie trace, which no archaeological, because logical in the first place, search ever discover, and which can never be discovered, to return to the example of Hegel. One could object that difference is really nothing but an illusion stemming from the impossibility of complying with the minimal law of any coherent, that is, logical, discourse, an ancient law already formulated by Plato and Aristotle. According to this law, a discourse, a logos, must at least be a discourse on something, must speak of something, must be a logos tenos. Phenomenology complies with this minimal law, even when this something is not a thing, is not an apparent phenomenon. The introduction to being and time already tells us that, what must absolutely be shown, the true phenomenon, is obviously what at first and most of the time does not show itself, that is 590. That which proximally and for the most part does not show itself, and belongs to it so essentially as to constitute its meaning and its ground. BT, 59. In the language of fundamental ontology, phenomenological showing must unconceal the being of beings. Being withdraws in beings, it belongs to the being in giving it sense and foundation without ever showing itself in the way the being appears. Even when scientific demonstration is not possible, some sort of showing is required to present the thing to be thought, the theme. And even if, for Heidegger of time and being, the main point is not to attend to a logical series of arguments but to follow in the steps of showing, dem Gang des Gens zu folgen, even if it is not a matter of taking this different step, Gens, to show, is not a demonstration, and there is nothing to be demonstrated in either being or time since neither is a being nor a matter of a statement, a presentation is still required in order that thinking be a thinking of. On the contrary, difference being not only not a being but unable to present itself, and, therefore, to be presented, and residing within the horizon of being, and therefore of logos, not being a question of the principle of exposition, it seems that to think this unheard of difference is to think nothing at all, would not be a thinking. At least not a philosophical thinking, laying claim to truth. As far as thought and truth are concerned, difference would mark out a radical difference from the philosophical stage. This is quite a familial scene, taking the classical turn of a parricide, which, since Plato, is inscribed in and as the philosophical scene par excellence. But parricide is not truly parricide unless there is incest too. The philosophical competition in which the truth is disputed bears witness to what is at stake. But Derridean suspicion concerns precisely these stakes, they are what he puts in jeopardy. Truth is at stake, and this is why Derrida, like Heidegger, remains above all a philosopher. Only. 591. Contrary to Heidegger, Derrida no longer maintains any claim to truth, at least not in the same way. He gives his attention to truth without giving himself over to it. And he makes no pretension to detaining it, to having or possessing it, in a soul and in a body, as Rimbaud says. Pretension is the demand, the claim to a title, a privilege, a right. To pretend to something is to aspire to it, to desire what by rights should be returned to us. Pretension is a firm and affirmed intention to return what is pretended to the self. But as it must affirm itself and, therefore, must pass through language, the original intention, resulting from a pure intentionality or unfissured wanting to say, risks getting taken in within the game of language, and languaging, risks being taken in, misled, there, and thus risks missing the intended object in taking it for the word, which also has pretensions to being. The final truth does not always show up for the appointment, or if it does show up, surrenders, disappointed. Truth barely missed being truth in missing being. And on account of this always possible and thus necessary failing, those who make pretensions to truth also return with their hands empty, become pretentious. In different terms, the conception is always a deception, 331 just as the concept always risks being a decept, a theft of meaning and therefore of a heritage. To take up the title of a book by Derrida, it is a question of this right to philosophy, of the right to the truth that is the philosophical pretension. Without having recourse to etymology as a universal password, I will, however, recall that to pretend comes from the Latin verb pretendere, to hold near to present, therefore. Any immediate presentations is a pretension, a claim which a presumption to immediate presence. To pretend is to hold in the near, an intentionality inscribed in the beginning of phenomenology, which fosters the 331 deception as in false friend, a traitor that passes for something it is not. 592. Privilege of presence. In a sense, the pretension to immediacy is by right always founded in philosophy. Radical and generalized Cartesian doubt is the most patent example. Naivete, the state of nature, natural consciousness, etc., must be submitted to the suspicion that at root is skepsis. But the philosophical approach only suspects naturalness in order better to base its own pretensions. Philosophy pretends in that it acts as if it knew, while it knows that it does not know, and thus already knows. As though knowing that one does not know were already knowing something. Everything in Heidegger's approach is reminiscent of philosophical suspicion. We could even say that he carried the suspicion to the extreme, the point of no return, to the point of being suspicious about truth itself. But this is still a quest and a request for truth, a question and questioning of the essence of truth. Yet when Derrida questions Heidegger, it is precisely to suspect him of privileging the question itself, of the quest for a more original truth, one truer than nature, that is, than this philosophical met-nature. For example, of spirit is subtitled Heidegger and the question, since what is really in question, as Derrida puts it, is the subtitle of my book, The Question of the Question, which is almost constantly privileged by Heidegger as the piety of thinking, points, 183. If the question is almost always privileged by Heidegger, it is because he almost goes back on this in taking hearing/understanding, listening to, understanding the other and thus oneself in the other as preceding the privilege of Fragen, questioning. The who question turns upon the precedence of the question, which is also that of Dasein, that being privileged in the quest for the meaning of being because it and it alone can question. The question therefore turns upon the return of humanism in the thinking that pretended to dethrone the human being of his pretensions, to be a subject, a reasonable animal endowed with logos, etc. However, in a reverse end. 593. Complementary gesture, Derrida constantly insists on the necessity of the question as a prerequisite for deconstruction, including the deconstruction of the precedence of the question. I will cite, for example, this passage from the beginning of Grammatology. It is indeed the question of being that Heidegger poses to metaphysics. And with it the question of the truth, of sense, of the logos. The incessant meditation upon that question does not restore confidence. On the contrary, it dislodges the confidence at its own depth, which, being a matter of the meaning of being, is more difficult than is often believed. 22. To hear/understand the other, one must begin by no longer hearing/understanding oneself. We must remain silent, efface the self and thus return to speech, give it back, to itself, here, the logos that has been confiscated by the tradition and become logocentrism. The whole difficulty of this restitution is contained in this silent voice, these dead letters. An immense, infinite task of deciphering, of translating, in short, of what we might call Heideggerian hermeneutics, is thus opened, engaging, quite simply, the meaning of reading, the reading of meaning, its very meaning as a necessary disorientation. This happens in such a way that we can understand Derrida's uneasiness, even his anxiety, when, after some summary and by no means clear investigations, it is suggested that we conclude with a "do not read Heidegger. It is forbidden." Is it dangerous? This command is all the more peremptory in that it stems from ignorance. We must not read Heidegger because he has been declared unreadable, which comes down to wanting to do away with him. As a single counter-example, I take the following declaration by Derrida, briefly: 1. To think, speak, write, the logos before these oppositions, before voice and meaning, phone, Seemanian, another history of philosophy. Let's read Heidegger, for example, points, 179. 594. Derrida, like Heidegger, tries to think logos or difference before conceptual and metaphysical oppositions, in which logos, the source of all oppositions, itself becomes the single master term of the opposition. If Derrida put quotation marks around the before, it is because he read the word in another way, does not relate it to a historical before, to this Anfang that would be the origin of the history, of being, identified by Heidegger as that of the Occident. This is another before, and another forward, before saying, as well, but if the place of this before cannot be situated in either time, even in a more original temporality, or space, an archaic Greece, it is no less a before, a kind of archie. Otherwise, why call the trace of the other archie trace? I refer to another passage from Grammatology, where we can read. For example, the value of a transcendental archie must make its necessity felt before my emphasis letting itself be erased. The concept of archie trace must comply with both that necessity and that erasure. 61. There is a double right here, the right to philosophical necessity and to its erasure, which does not efface the philosophical but displaces it, deposes it to give right droit to what law droit has excluded. It is in this way that Derrida's double science can be read. If there is no way leading out of the enclosure of metaphysics, however, no language other than that of metaphysics, if there is no difference except as the forgetting of difference, precisely because archie-difference is not and can never be present as such, if one cannot pass from one side, the metaphysical, to the other, which is not simply non-metaphysical, it is precisely in this point, of no passage, this threshold, or step, not taken, the impossibility of passing from one to the other without taking a leap, that 595. Something takes place. This something is named with an untranslatable word, since it is an invention of the proper passance. This invention would like to translate the passage in which sense is suspended, not annihilated, but interrupted, open to its very opening. There is no sense without passance. There is no sense, or difference, existing by itself, no sense of sense. But again, that does not mean that there is no sense at all, or that difference, which opens the possibility of sense but does not constitute sense as its metaphysical ground or even as its transcendental condition, would be nothing but an empty word. Difference simply cannot be reduced to a word, whether it be proper or figurative. Regarding language, the possibility of a difference between a proper and an improper, metaphorical, sense, the possibility of a passage or translation from one to the other, rests on the impossibility of a clear-cut difference, the impossibility of making any decision in favor of one or the other. The passage is also that across the line. I refer here to Heidegger's Über die Linie, about the line, which is itself a sort of suspensive citation, adding quotation marks similar to those put around the word spirit to Ernst Junger's title, in which the Über clearly has the value of a beyond. In his title, then, Heidegger himself would have returned upon his overcoming of metaphysics, that is, of nihilism, inscribing a warning there, do not step beyond this zero line, but only about, on, concerning, up against it. To pass beyond this line would be to pass beyond the desert, which essentially has no measure. It would be to pass beyond the there is no present that opens all the ground less precisely because they refuse to pass over this unique step, not taken, and take this refusal of the heroic gesture of getting ahead of ourselves, of trying to be absolutely modern, refuse the temptation to move on to something else too quickly, refuse the temptation to pass over to the other side. 596. And thus to fall into the abyss. It is a matter of casting doubt on the possibility of a reversal that would take place through the abyss, at least that reversal Heidegger, from a reading of these lines from Mnemosyne, named turning. Yes, before them the gods/mortals reached the abyss. And so, that turn/with them, SW 2.1, 193. That turns, yes, but in what direction? Is it in the right direction, the direction Heidegger wanted, that of a return into presence, the true meaning, that has been forgotten, of being as having come into presence? Or rather, has there ever been presence that was not fissured, ruined in the abyss? And is true presence not the founding myth, the myth of a full, undamaged origin that is self-present? To reverse, therefore, would not be to return to the origin, to pass into it, but simply to remain or resist. From a fundamentalist Heideggerian point of view, this resistance will appear retarded, slow, not having taken the leap, deferring the moment of the true. But what if every instant, even the flash, Augenblick, of the event, Aranis, must defer itself and differ from itself and pass into an endingness? We must insist upon this, such is the different/differing step, the step deferring and differing from presence, proper, presence to and of the true. In the explanatory exposition of the seminar devoted to his lecture Time and Being, Heidegger distinguishes two features of thought. Thought is understanding, Verstehen denken, and explication, Auslegend denken. Heidegger then immediately asks if, in general, explication, or interpretation, hermeneia, can characterize that thought in which taking up the question of being once and for all is the issue. Understanding and ation are structures of Dasein that are clearly exposed in being and time. The distinction is inherited from Dilthey and as such is only suitable up to a certain point. The structure of understanding and of interpretation is prerequisite for meaning or sense, is its pre-sense. It is anticipation as the donation of sense, but there is no 597 sense without being there, and, consequently, there is no being without Dasein. 332. That is why thought, in that it takes what is given to it into care and establishes itself in a relation of receptivity and thus of finitude, remains preparatory. It is preparatory in the double sense that it can never do anything but predict come before what is already coming upon it, always taking it by surprise, and in that it comes from this very coming, that is, in the end, thought can never appear to itself, never think itself, but always spends itself in thinking itself because it is dispensed with by the very thing in view of which it is thought. The anteriority of understanding as the anticipating project of meaning is nothing but the result of the a priori of the donation itself. We thus understand Heidegger's insistence, his defense against expositions. Exposition is a secondary mode of explication. It has to do with words and not with the thing itself. What is more, it is only interested in always disclosed beings. Even when apophantic, exposition remains derived. That is clear when I stand before a clay painting or even when I hear a poem by Truckle. Neither one nor the other, presents anything that has already been disclosed. As concerns them, it is as though we were in the middle of New York City, we do not understand a thing. But at the same time, we are no less on the lookout for or concerned by what is happening. On the contrary, we are taken by something that understands us in advance, even though this thing is almost nothing at all, the little piece of yellow wall in front of which Bergotte died in Marcel Proust's In Search of Lost Time. To be taken thus, dispossessed of self in order to attain a more proper self than one's self, such is the movement Heidegger has in view under the name Aranis. If only we could understand this word, a common word still in use in everyday German, event. Of course, Heidegger says that Aranis is not an event in the sense that we speak of historical events, like the European market. But can one withdraw entirely from common language? If Aranis is a hapax that is entirely incommensurate to all common dwelling, is language not the house of being? Or have we landed upon the intransmissible idiom, be it that of the proper itself? Things become even more complicated when we consider the peculiar way in which Heidegger decomposes the word, Aranis, and discovers in it the proper, eigen. Does this proper name therefore name what is most proper, the making come into the proper? But we must not forget that all making come is also an origin or provenance, Aranis comes into its own, as word, through everyday language. This appropriation of language presupposed that in the before language is not proper. It is this very impropriety that makes all appropriation possible. In the same way, if we say that the Aranis is a reciprocal connection of appropriation between being and human beings, we say nothing at all inasmuch as neither, if we can even think them separately, in themselves, properly has a proper, or own, before this appropriation, and inasmuch as this appropriation is the event for being as for human beings, the event that makes language itself proper. Let us read the following passage from On Time and Being, where Heidegger comments upon himself, seeking to make himself understood. 599. We understand this step at first as an away from, weg von, and as a toward, hinzu. Thus, Heidegger's thinking would be the movement away from the unconcealment of beings to go toward unconcealment as such, which remains hidden in unconcealed beings. Yet something completely different is thought in the title Step Back, Schritt zurück. The step back draws back before, gains distance from that which wants to come close. The gaining of distance is a de-distancing, Entfernung, the liberation allowing what is to be thought to approach. On Time and Being, 32. The Schritt zurück is by no means a retrocession toward a more proper ground, toward being as meaning and foundation. It is not a question of disclosing what is withdrawing in what is approaching, being in beings. It is rather a question of drawing back before this proximity, of gaining some distance, of liberating oneself not only from beings, but from being as the being of, or in, beings. Entfernung is to be understood in a different way from in being and time, since it is not related to intra-worldly beings. In Identity and Difference, Heidegger uses the same word to explain the meaning of the step back. By Entfernung, we free the matter of thinking, being as difference, and we let it present itself to us in a face-to-face that can remain without an object. Identity and Difference, 55-56. Being as difference is not an object to be contemplated or represented by a subject, but it still present itself anyway, coming close, and for this reason, coming into its own proper, into presence. However, Entfernung can also be thought as a distancing, that is, of beings or of being as the being of beings, for the Aranis, the event, is that there is no being or time except inasmuch as both are not, that is, inasmuch as they are dispossessed of all propriety/property. This formulation is still misleading, for to be dispossessed of what one has, one must first of all have that. Yet what is peculiar about the dispossession proper to the Aranis is that it 600 takes nothing away, but on the contrary gives. To understand the event of propriation, we must begin no longer to understand anything about it. We must be expropriated, though an expropriation in the sense of the Enteignus or Entfernung that liberates the distance in propriation itself, opens a spacing there. This is not a simple alienation or even the process of a negativity. On the one hand, there is no result, and on the other hand, nothing is properly lost, or this loss announces what is proper to the gift, that it abandons itself entirely and without reservation, abandons itself in the gift and as gift. It is in this way that we must understand the forgetting of being as its proper sending, its generosity. Being forgets itself in what is, and thus being does not itself appear, or disappears in being. Being outdistances appearing, leaving it behind with a leap, with an origin, but an origin that ultimately cannot be exposed as such and in the light of the as such. Insofar as the destination of being now lies in the offering of time, and insofar as both being and time lie in the Aranis, the proper feature is announced in the propriating, namely, that it withdraws its most proper feature from endless unconcealment. If we think from the standpoint of propriation, this means that it expropriates itself from itself in the aforementioned sense. Expropriation belongs to appropriation as such. By it expropriation, appropriation does not renounce itself, but keeps its propriety/property. 333. The as itself becomes interminable as such. It was first said to be specious, verfanglich. In other words, one could get caught there several times and in several senses of being caught, as well, to be caught in a trap, or caught up in a text. Being as, als, Aranis could signify, first, a new thesis on being, a continuation of metaphysics, then. But if we take a step back, returning from being as the being of beings to being as difference, then being, as the being of beings, is part O of the Aranis and would even be a genus of Aranis rather than Aranis being a genus of being, on time and being. 22. Why the conditional would be? Because, being is not, properly speaking, and is not a genus, and most of all, because it could not be said properly, at least not with the verb to be. Aranis would be perhaps, but cannot be, anything whatsoever, because it may be, gives being, as such. But by the same token, does it make sense to speak of the as such concerning what gives it being? Does it make sense to speak of Aranis as such, properly speaking, and the as such is the mark of propriation taking place in and as language, as it is put in al? Being disappears in the Aranis. In the expression being as Aranis, the as now signifies, being, letting come into presence destined in the propriation event, time held in the propriation event. Time and being are event in the Aranis. And Aranis itself? Can we still say something about the Aranis? On time and being, 22 to 23. No, not really, not as such. Propriation immediately turns into expropriation. But how does it happen that, turning into expropriation, propriation keeps its propriety? Why do we say that expropriation belongs to propriation, as such, if there is no propriation as such? And why not say the reverse, propriation belongs to expropriation? Is it because there is even less an expropriation as such? But is this not to recognize that propriation is more than the expropriation that belongs to it, as the whole is bigger than the part? And does the movement of propriation not recall the appropriation by sublation, Aufhebung? In alienating itself in the other, not an other absolutely. 602. But already its other, propriation could keep, bewahren, itself, its proper, so that in the end there is in fact no loss. The Aranis saves itself through its Aranis, its most proper, as the absolute is saved by the negativity at the heart of its procedure of self-manifestation and self-production. and the property owner always reigns over the whole transaction. What is yours is already mine. The property owner is not the same, to be sure, he is not an absolute subject, not a human being. Nonetheless, if there is awareness and if it gives being, it is only on the condition that there is someone to receive this gift. Thus a human being, if we call him Dasein or not, takes the place of being in taking the place of its event. The placeholder remains there like the only one who could accept this present, that is to say, let it be spoken. In a note at the end of the essay Difference, Derrida writes, "Difference is not a process of appropriation in any sense whatsoever. It is neither its position, appropriation, nor its negation, expropriation, but the other. Consequently, no more so than being is it a species of the genus awareness." 334. The reason why difference, this difference that is older than ontological difference and thus being, older because it does not belong to the age or to the epoch of the history of being, cannot be sublated in appropriation, a sublation Heidegger represents in the form of an ostrag, at once difference and conciliation, is simply that not only is difference, like its homonym, not, but it is not even an appropriate word, not a name. 334 Jacques Derrida, Difference, in Margins of Philosophy, Tr. Allen Bass, Chicago. University of Chicago Press, 1982, 27. 603. Older than being itself, such a difference has no name in our language. But we already know that if it is unnameable, it is not provisionally so, not because our language has not yet found or received this name, or because we would have to seek it in another language, outside the finite system of our own. It is rather because there is no name for it at all, not even the name of essence or of being, not even that of difference, which is not a name. What we know, or what we would know if it were simply a question here of something to know, is that there has never been, never will be, a unique word, a master name. 335. Before concluding, a conclusion that must remain open, and therefore will not conclude proper speaking, I want to give a final example of the name of the difference. As we know, the late Heidegger preferred the word Unterschied to difference. The difference between these two names for difference is not really important, since Unterschied names the same thing as difference, a foreign word in German that could be retranslated literally as Ostrag. 336 In the last text of On the Way to Language, Heidegger tries to think Unterschied beyond ontological difference, as a difference between two terms that cannot be identified separately or, a fortiori, reduced to one another. Unterschied is, first, what carries, tragt, but in a double way. It carries to full term. Ostragt ein Kind Ostragen means to give birth to a child, carry a pregnancy to term. Post Ostragen means to deliver the mail, and the ostriger is the postal carrier who delivers what belongs to X or Y. Ostrag is a delivery and a deliverance, but we can also take the very literally, to carry away, out of, to its term or terminus. Thus, in carrying the letter or being from Heidegger to Derrida, for example, something gets lost, a letter, at least, though a silent letter, true enough, the E in 604. Difference. But something is gained as well, this very mutism, or the step, not, gained. The difference carries out world in its worlding, carries out things in their thinging. Thus carrying them out, it carries them toward one another. PLT, 202. In delivering each, posted in the distance from the other, world, in its worlding, and things, in their thinging, difference brings them together, brings them into relation, carries them home, safe and sound, so that they correspond to each other, are appropriate and appropriated. They are appropriated by this very placing apart, and are not only appropriated but reconciled, reunited in difference itself, whose proper name is pain. But what is pain? Pain rends. It is the rift. But it does not tear apart into dispersive fragments. Pain indeed tears asunder, it separates, yet so that at the same time it draws everything to itself, gathers it to itself. Its rending, as a separating that gathers, is at the same time that drawing which, like the pen drawing of a plan or sketch, draws and joins together what is held apart in separation. Pain is the joining agent in the rending that divides and gathers. Pain is the joining of the rift. The joining is the threshold. It settles the between, the middle of the two that are separated in it. Pain joins the rift of the difference. Pain is the difference itself. PLT, 204. I will limit myself to emphasizing the double movement that it itself structured into a single, uniting movement. First, scheiden, to cut, or separate, since scheid is a case, a sheath, and also a vagina, we must not forget, is to gather together by the very fact of separating. Then, and at the same time, tearing, it is also a tracing, a design, offerus, is a drawing toward the self, toward this very feature in which the difference are united, making it perhaps an 605. Attraction of opposites, united not as likenesses, they are maintained at an extreme distance from one another, but jointed, folded into a single fold that is the very difference that, like a threshold or a between, keeps the difference at once separated and reunited. The possibility of a single support comes from pain, which acts as a pulling, zug, and a relation, bezug, but is one and has the very oneness of a support, and therefore a sort of subject. Of course, this is not a human subject, although, even if Heidegger refuses to consider it psychologically, that it is substantialized or nominalized, pain would be open only to the beings that are capable of experiencing being as such. Animals have a poor experience of world. More important than this possibility of a subject hidden behind the name pain, more important even than the oneness of difference, is the final movement of reconciliation of the difference in difference itself. In the end, if difference expropriates, PLT, 206, on time and being, 29, the thing by delivering it to its other, the world, this expropriation, writes Heidegger in a way that recalls what he said about Arrhenius in On Time and Being, removes, steals nothing from the thing, it removes the thing into its proper, that a world remains. The essential word is removes, enthet, in which we can hear an echo of aufheben. 337 we could translate it as to depose. But this time it is a question of a deposition as a deposit one makes at the bank. The thing is delivered, placed in its proper, from now on, you can count on it. Nothing will be lost of it, so we can sleep well. The question remains, where does the central place given to man stem from in such a game? Does not the cohabitation of being and the human, even if it not ontic, furnish the possible foundation of metaphysics? The human is close to being, and vice versa, since it is to the human alone that the event, of presence, addresses itself. And if it already addresses itself in utterances, and even as speech, are we not back at the privilege that gives that definition, the proper name of the human, the being who has the gift of speech? Is not proximity, drawing near, the reign of language? Is it not what the metaphor of the near as proper betrays in turn? But is this really a metaphor, and what is a metaphor properly speaking? It could be said that the privilege of the human being does not reside in the fact that, among animals, humans are closer to what is. On the contrary, Heidegger has shown since 1929 that Dasein is a being of the far away, marked by distance. It is precisely in the opening of such a distance, of which death is the proper, that is to say, also the metaphorical, figure, that presence and proximity can concern humans, approach them more than any other being that is caught in the circle of the world of life. We might well ask what an experience of death as death signifies for a being that is never in the first place defined by its belonging to life. We must also recognize that it is only by way of this depositioning of the proper name of the human into that necessarily more metaphorical or poetic name mortals that the cohabitation of the human and death can be understood. It can be understood thus, even though death escapes all comprehension, escapes all meaning, and thus, contrary to what Heidegger posited in Being and Time, escapes all more or less. 607. Hermeneutic approaches. That death makes no sense, does not adhere to common sense, at least, opens the possibility for an other sense, but only as possibility, eventuality. And at bottom, but there is not bottom, no foundation here, nothing for us to take hold of and to stem from, possibility is greater than reality, even though possibility possesses nothing either by right or in reality. Possibility is richer than reality in that the less it is realized, the bigger it grows, bearing a child in a certain way, but without a womb. Such is, maybe, for we may no longer say anything but maybe, the extent that tends toward these parts of the near and distant, when wanting to say is suspended in order to want only that, maybe may be said, without being said. 608. Chapter 18. The name of being. That which is the most difficult to find is, as the proper and the near, what we must look for the longest. And as long as it is being looked for, it is never lost. Any hasty and hurried search is not a search but a wild wandering about from one thing to another. The constant suspense of meditation belongs to the search. Meditation is like the withheld breath of modesty facing the awaited marvel. The search, properly speaking, is a constant hesitation, not the hesitation of someone who is simply perplexed and indecisive, but the hesitating of someone who is simply perplexed and indecisive, but the hesitating of someone who dwells a long time, takes his time, looks in front of and behind himself, because he is seeking and dwelling in experience. The discovery and the appropriation of the proper are one with the dwelling of the step. GA 52, 123-24. Heidegger brought back a testimony from his brief stay in Greece that has recently been published under the title Aufenthalt, Sojourns. 338. It is an atypical text in which from the very first page descriptions that are reduced to the essential alternate with reflections guided by a fixed idea. Heidegger cites 4 lines from Hölderlin's elegy Bread and Wine and asks why Hölderlin did not need such an experience, a real experience of the world of the islands, that is, of Greece. Hölderlin, who began with Hyperion, subtitled The Hermit of Greece, nonetheless writes clearly in the foreword to the novel, as for the theatre of action, it is not new, and I admit to having once had the naivete to think of displacing it, SW 3, 5. If he did not do so, it is because he was persuaded that Greece was still the only theatre that was suitable for the elegiac character of Hyperion, in short, for technical reasons, literary conventions, SW 3, 5. The law of genre imposed the Greek canon, which was certainly not new, but for this very reason was proven and appropriate. This is as much as to say that for the poet Greece is a fiction. This fiction serves principally to make reality, German reality, seen in its true light, that is to say, as someone Greek landed in modern times might see it, somewhat as Hölderlin asked, how can one be German? The result is catastrophic indeed. They have been barbarians for a long time, rendered more barbarian by their zeal, their science, and even their religion, which is profoundly incapable of feeling the divine, empty and discordant like the debris of a discarded vase. SW 3, 153. Hölderlin did not need to see Greece, though not at all for the reason invoked by Heidegger. He had already seen Greece, recalled it through the coming of the approaching God. No, what Hölderlin knew was that Greece, such as it determines our whole world in its advance, does not exist, has never been anything other than our invention. And he knew that it is from this fiction that we must be liberated in order to learn to make free use of the proper, that is to say, of the Greek in us. From the beginning, we are kindly reminded that Heidegger was never a tourist. And yet it is indeed a tour, an organized cruise, of Greece that the thinker finds himself offered in the guise of a present by his faithful companion. It is a question of going to sea and of going on a tour in Greece, in other 610 words, in advance, of a return, a return to the sources of the thought of being. Heidegger did not decide to go and see this without reticence. He was afraid of being disappointed. Not that he expected a revelation, an exotic, foreign world. He did not go there to disorient himself. On the contrary, he went principally to verify his own experience, to encounter ancient Greece such as he imagined it but which he refused to believe was only pure invention, for then the path of thinking, denkweg, would have been but a path of mistakes, irrweg. 339. We can be reassured that after a deceptive and even alarming beginning illumination will come. In Venice, the cultural and touristy place that remains quite incapable of showing a path, everything was aged but not ancient. 340 Everything was past, but there was no Joacines, nothing that remains for an expectation, a future. For if despite the fleeing of the gods and the devouring of its world Greece can still shine through its ruins with an incomparable brilliance, it is in accordance with that expectation, the glance thrown in front, Vorblick, that for Hölderlin metamorphosed what had been in a present, or, in his language as it is understood by Heidegger, in attending toward, Gegenwart. Expectation thus reigns over this voyage from the beginning. But expectation has its own roads. Here, it is not directed toward a future but toward a past, which is in itself already strange enough. What is sought is not situated. 611. In front of us but behind us. A glance that directs itself backward, Rückblick, is thus necessary, even though it is nothing other than the anticipatory glance. How is that possible? It is position if what the glance is drawn toward and what is thus expected always already remains in view because it is at the very origin of the sight. Sight calls what is to be seen and makes it come, all the while giving it seat and foundation. The glance is drawn toward presence, the already seen déjà vu. We can, at any rate, only look for what we already know, be this in a veiled manner, sojourns, too. This experience is in no way an adventure, we have come here only to seek confirmation of what we already know. And as a result, knowledge, since the Greeks, has always expressed itself as a having seen, in advance, a recognition. Sight constitutes much more than a simple medium. It is rather the horizon at the heart of which Greece will be able to appear as what it was, this having been that addresses itself at once as origin, but veiled, deformed by what has come after, technology, and the recourse to a possible turning, when the glance makes itself memory, Andenken, and not forgetting. In fact, what expectation is directed toward is not only already in view, but resides entirely in the view, or rather in what makes it possible, what bestows it. This is an essential nuance, for it makes the distinction between pure and simple description and experience, properly speaking. The whole question is thus to see, what seeing is. Corfu, the first island in sight, offers nothing worthy of being seen, the first glance, and Blick, did not want to coincide with what the poet figured in Book 6 of the Odyssey, what had been felt and expected did not appear, sojourns, 5. The landscape seems more Italian than Greek. The same disappointment returns at Ithaca, is that Ulysses home? Once again, what shows itself does not stick to the image, build, that the reader of Homer had. 612. Before his eyes, vor dem Blick, for a half-century. But is it not therefore time to revise this image, to start seeing the thing itself directly, forgetting all presuppositions? Is that not the condition of all phenomenological experience? It is not a question of an ideal landscape or a historical painting, Geschichtsbild, that is just as ideal or bookish, but of a world, of a specific Dasein. As the phenomenological principle of principles puts it, then, to grasp the phenomenon, we must not only suspend all presuppositions, but put the observer between brackets, even if this is never totally possible. This is necessary, however, on the condition that we think in terms of observation. But that is what Heidegger refuses to do from the start. There is no question of being an observer, even a faithful, competent, and cultivated one, Sometimes he refuses to get out in order to go and see. In a certain way, he does not need to, since he has already seen or already has in view what he is going to see. But he does not need to because we are not dealing with the same vision. To observe is in advance to take what is going to appear in the field of vision as object, placed there before for the subject. Thus, the observer sees nothing of what is opposed to him except what he has proposed to himself. He sees nothing of the thing itself, sees nothing but preformed views of the world. There is but a step from the observer, even the scrupulous, objective viewer, to the tourist, who sees nothing other than what is placed at his disposition by the technical device of putting in place. Heidegger is not a tourist and does not want to be one. There is certainly a fair bit of pride in this will to be separate from the herd. But Heidegger does not remain blind to tourism, which appears to him not only a plague of the era of masses, but first of all a sign of the technical transformation of our world. Still, it is through such a world that he himself sized up that he intends to. 613. Encounter the properly Greek world and Dasein. Far from putting himself at a distance from modern desolation, Heidegger consecrates long meditations to that desolation, meditations that appear displaced in such a framework, especially for an aesthete who would rather deal with nothing but the authentically Greek. From the perspective of a recollecting thought, of all its distance, which alone permits the proximity to what has departed but remains no less present in its own way, the aesthete and the tourist are but the two opposite and complementary faces of a single phenomenon, a bit like subject and object. Neither tourist nor aesthete, Heidegger intends to see Greece itself, such as it first was for itself and not for us, even though, by the same token, an us becomes accessible only through it. Ithaca still disappoints expectation, since instead of the Greek, there we are in the presence of a piece of the Orient, of Byzantine sojourns, 7, in the figure of the priest. Will Olympia, that magic place of celebrations gathering all of Greece together, be the site in which the encounter takes place? But we have stumbled upon a completely ordinary village that new, half-finished buildings, American tourist hotels, disfigured still more, sojourns, 8. 341. This is a regrettable entry into the matter, all the more so since almost nothing remains of the site, only a few powerful columns overturned by a superhuman force, sojourns, 8. This is an occasion to send the archaeologists back to their excavations. They cannot reach what was built there because, for the Greek world, building in no way signified constructing, piling even gigantic stone blocks one upon the other, but first of all meant blessing, consecrating. But the sacred is not a matter of archaeology, or, at least, is a matter of another archaeology, that of a logos attentive to the arche, the initial Anfang, the great beginning. A first flash of the awaited apparition shows itself not in the place itself but in the museum. But we know that the museum destroys presence through the re-presentation that transforms it into a simple spectacle. Heidegger gives a precise example of this alienation. The pediments of temples were not meant to be seen face to face and at the height of humans but from below and at a great height. Thus, they were not for men, but their appearing in a flood of calm addressed itself as an offering to the glance of the invisible God, sojourns, 10. Or is this glance of the invisible rather that of thought, a thought that chooses what it pleases to consider as properly Greek? It will disdain the Hermes of Praxiteles, which is, however, of the highest quality, because it is no longer archaic but already close to the decline. Moreover, it is thought and thought alone that opens not only the glance but, first, the horizon, literally the circle view, Gesichtskrace, within which the works and gestures of the Greek people must appear. Thus, even if he was not a sculptor, Parmenides makes the appearance of the temple possible. Why? That will become clear soon. The glance is guided by thought, and thought is bestowed by the glance, but another glance. Theatre is one aspect of it, the theatre of Epidaurus, which is nonetheless reduced to silence. Moving back in time, the voyage arrives at the island of Crete. but there again, it is not the Greek that appears, but the Oriental Egyptian way of being, sojourns. 14. Ornamentation is associated with the enigma, so that Heidegger says, disconnected, perhaps there is a direct relationship between the labyrinth and luxury, sojourns. 14. He responds with one of his constant resources, the recourse to the origin of words. As adjective. 615. Luxus means that something is disturbed from its place, displaced and disconnected, sojourns. 15. Dislocated. This displacement also presides in the maze, in German, Irrgarten, literally, a garden of mistakes in which one becomes lost. Cretan luxury, which we could reproach for its Baroque spirit, though in removing the tormented character from the Baroque, wants to shine for itself, it is a pure brightness that has nothing to disclose or conceal. At Rhodes, Heidegger straight refuses to disembark. He wants to meditate, above all, on the proximity of the Asian and what it brought to the Greek world, an obscure fire of which the flame was placed in clarity and measure by the couple Deichten Denken. This fire, for Heraclitus, animates the cosmos, which Heidegger, conforming to the origin of the word, thinks first of all as finery, the brightness that leads something to appear, sojourns. 17. This brightness is the gold of presence, of being. But it itself, and with it what was waited for, the great beginning, does not appear except at the moment in which the voyager disembarks on the island of Delos. Is it this island that instigates this flash of light, evening? But Delos is desolate, nothing but ruins. 342. However, this abandonment is not a pure decline, verfall. For a word, a demand, Anspruch, rises up, a statement that addresses the awaited destiny. A promise. This statement is nothing other, we read with a certain astonishment, than the very name of the island that reveals itself as doubly proper, as the proper name of the proper itself. 616. The island is named Delos, with diaresis the manifest, the appearing, that which gathers everything together in its open, that by its appearing conceals everything again in one present, Gegenwart. Sojourns. 19. It is not without use to recall the paragraph of being and time in which the preconcept of phenomenology is determined, legein ta phenomena, speak the phenomenon, is according to Aristotle, delaun, asigni, formed from the word delos, manifest. To say is to manifest. And this is what the island of Delos, in that it is what it says, in its proper name, manifests to the highest degree, on the condition, obviously, that we accept the etymology of the island at face value. But an ill-humored spirit who would once again denounce the recourse to false etymologies, as with the name of truth, Iosisa, in order to make a bid for philosophical power would only demonstrate his own blindness in view of the blinding evidence manifested by the proper name, in its accordance with thought's preliminary view. The awaited encounter took place because for once the name is suitable, is in accordance with what manifests itself. Olympia was no longer in any way Olympian, all the less so since the name had been misused and obscured by the modern Olympic Games that for Heidegger no longer had anything to do with the pan-Hellenic celebrations gathering the people together around their gods and not simply their athletes. Crete remained pre-Hellenic. Rhodes was the island of roses, but the roses are in no way specifically Greek or ontological. Ithaca was indeed the name of Ulysses' island, but that was only a bookish reference. To be a proper name, the name cannot simply designate in the manner of a signpost, remaining external to its signified, it must be the designated phenomenon. And it is all the more convincing or manifest that the name Delos is given as the name of phenomenon itself, the name of the manifest. That this 617 be a sleight of hand, even that of a counterfeit, is of little importance, does not the homonymy suffice to sanction the discovery? This is not, however, pure and simple nominalism. It is not because the noun means manifest that it manifests the thing as the manifest. There is neither cause nor effect here, but an encounter, an affinity that for a long time has been the very sign of truth. But is adequation, of the thing with the name or representation, not a concept derivative of truth and, as such, rejected as inessential in relation to the original truth, aletheia, which manifests precisely the onomological manifestation of delos? Or, rather, have we forced the trait too much in accusing the name, and it alone, of being an opening sign, of making a sign toward and thus disclosing the thing itself? Is it not Heidegger himself who writes that we are barely able to think what conceals itself in the names of the island? Is it not as sacred name that the island is the sacred island, the milieu of Greece? What withdraws itself is a duality, a duplicity that nonetheless comes to crown itself in a single fold, that of disclosing and of concealing, in the image of the double birth of Apollo and Artemis, brother and sister, in the adverse unity of a single, divided origin. Both the clairvoyant God, who all at once sends off his luminous trait, and his sister, who on the contrary, is at home, dwelling in obscure wildness, but no less lets her trait fly against whoever would attempt to see her naked, both have a unique way of being present, powerful approach and sudden disappearance in the distance. Sojourns, 19. Their common heimat, home, is that of the trait, of the arrow that signs and shows, zeig end. Shows what? In order to say that, we would need a glance thrown in front, beyond even what is given, present. This glance, which only poets and thinkers will have deployed, is accomplished as nomination, aletheia. For it is aletheia that looks, that is, addresses the glance and gives sight and thus the capability to name to all thought and poetry. 618. All poeticizing, dichten, and thinking, denken, is looked at, angeblickt, by it in advance. In this it is itself included in the looking ahead, voorblik, of the mortal. Aletheia is glanced at, erblickt, but not properly thought in its properness. Consequently, aletheia remains unthought, unquestioned as to its provenance. Sojourns, 20. What were the Greeks lacking to think aletheia in its properness? They indeed named it, and this name is itself the authentic name of Greek dosion, the word properly speaking, since it is also the word for saying, be it mythos, here translated by sage, then logos, which is itself concealing, keeping the fundamental trait of aletheia. Sojourns, 20. But this trait is itself not truly thought, it remains out of the field, of sight, or of speech. After having identified aletheia with the hearth of the world, after having linked this hearth to the Heraclitan fire that shines as a cosmos, the brightness and order of appearing, which comes down to concentrating everything, what will later be called truth, beauty and being, in the same horizon, that of the same, Heidegger, who has just found confirmation of his long meditations at Delos and thus can return satisfied, nonetheless feels the need to linger longer. His long preparation is finally going to open the glance and thus accord dwelling properly speaking, not in such or such a place, even though this is in its way a locality, a place name, the very place of naming, but in the true locality of all place, the dwelling in aletheia. This experience holds a big surprise for us. To make the experience of dwelling in aletheia and of this latter as that which accord dwelling means the disclosing of the glance as the invisible in all things, which liberates every present in simply placing it in visibility and perceptibility and maintaining it there, in that invisibleness that, like unconcealing concealing, abstains from all sensible materialization. Sojourns, 22. 619. The dwelling of dwelling, the place of place, aletheia is also the sense of sense, and of that sense perfection that is sight. As such, it is indeed the invisible in all beings, but also what makes all beings visible. But then, we do not see what the difference between it and the Platonic idea, it too invisible in that it is the source of all seeing, might be. In what would it differ from what modern philosophers call the a priori, and what I call presense, what is in advance present in everything present, in that it gives sense and, here, visibility and perceptibility to everything. Does it not lead back to the ultimate metaphysical distinction of the sensible and the non-sensible, the intelligible, which means perceptible only by the metaphor of the eye of the nous, of thought? In what way would even the translation of idea as idea be unfaithful if such perception abstains from all sensible materialization Versenlichung? Do these questions concern the secret of aletheia, or do they only show why the secret must escape even the Greeks, that is, that people that nevertheless had openly made its dwelling in the open? What remains unthought in the open? Its provenance, Heidegger says. But how can one ask where the from where of everything that comes, into presence, comes from? Can this retrocession toward the origin of the origin only be envisages, and from what point of view? In what seeing dies the invisible show itself? We get a first response in the oracular speech that has already been cited many times, that of the god of Delphi through the mouth of Heraclitus, fragment 93. Heidegger translates it thus: it neither reveals nor conceals but shows. Showing, zaine, is the key to the enigma because it is a making seen that, as such, veils and keeps what is veiled, sojourns, 21. The important thing is this: as such, to make seen is not to reveal the thing itself. It is to veil it in the given view, but at the same time this is not hiding either, sign what is given to. 620. Be seen is indeed the thing itself and no thing else. The thing hides itself and shows itself at the same time, just as it itself is, like its open view, manifest. To hide would be the Egyptian mode in which everything refers to something else and in which sense finally always remains withdrawn, incapable of being found, like the exit from the labyrinth, which precisely has no outside, everything is labyrinthine. On the contrary, for the Greek mode of existence everything is outside, exposed in an open view, osahen, which at the same time permits the inside to be purely sheltered, invisible because in the visible, and nowhere else, the invisible in everything, visible, and that is nothing other than the being manifest of the manifest, the as such. But where the invisible is most manifest, and thus most guarded, is in speech, precisely because it is in speech that exposed sense comes to regi, art itself without ever going elsewhere. Speech regi, ards in that it indicates in its very saying what has already come out, manifest. But if everything is manifest, it is as such, as manifest, that it remains veiled. Speech, and moreover nomination, carries out this veiling, preserving the secret of unveiling. A name does not reveal what it names, but does not dissimulate it either. Rather, it shows. A name installs and retains what has come into being in the light of the as such in which it can sojourn, stay, shine. In Heidegger's sojourns, this mysterious power of the name again finds a notable place, when upon leaving Athens the boat draws alongside the island of Aegean. The name of the temple will be a guide. 621. Already the name of the archi-ancient divinity Apphia, the non-appearing, withdrawing herself from appearance, the disappearing, names what aletheia says. Thus the goddess Apphia keeps/guards the enigma of aletheia. Sojourns, 29. The name keeps the secret. Apphia is probably a terrestrial divinity, and the earth itself is thought by Heidegger as what refuses to appear, the concealed. In the origin of the work of art, the truth is said to be essentially terrestrial. A bit later, Heidegger cites a line from the poem Greece, where Hölderlin evokes Delphi in the figure of the navel of the earth. Nothing but ruins of Delphi, of its site, remain, Heidegger says. The region itself discovered itself under the high heavens, as the temple of this place, sojourns, 31. The region opens the space in which mortals can institute their works because it keeps the secret, it is that a part that makes sharing possible, kara. Heidegger does not content himself with calling Greece the world of islands. Even though attached to the continent, Greece is entirely a single island. It is the magic moment of the departure that metamorphoses it thus, der Abschied von ihm wurde sie aus seinem Ankunft, the departure, the separation that takes leave of Greece, becomes its coming, its arrival, sojourns, 33. Greece comes to dwell, that is, to situate itself in a delimited figure. Greece is an island in that it is separated from the rest of the world not by mountains but by the departure or sending of a destiny, the first destiny as such and therefore the only great beginning. This sharing has been assigned, that is to say, properly, marked by the sign of the sign, marked as such. And it dwells and remains a sign even though the gods have departed. Greece opens the secret of a dwelling beyond the realm of technical equipment because the secret is dwelling, our future by the very fact that the glance remains suspended and thus kept there. 622. Aletheia is suspended forgetting, stopped, held in a stance, a stature or a statue, an erection. If we compare aphaia and aletheia, it appears that appearance is a theft, a disappearance. The presence of the most present, the Greek gods, is that of the ephemeral Greek miracle, of what is departed, of the deceased who precisely cannot come except in his departure, abschied. Inversely, if aletheia holds itself back from appearing, it is thus that it maintains itself, but for what destiny? That is nowhere said. And it must not be said, if saying signifies making appear. Thus saying is a reserve in a double sense, a prohibition, to unveil the secret of disclosing, along with the resource that keeps the same secret in its aphasic purity, a secret for which there is no place to be said and whose saying will not take place. The secret must not be said because the saying fails, if I may say so. But we will only be able to fail the word and thus betray the word's lack, like its already exposed secret, as the most manifestness itself, being. Being is the name of the secret, as the name is the being of the secret. And the secret is nothing other than the name of being, a name all the more secret for saying nothing, nothing other than what must be, secret, and fails being, the secret. 623. Chapter 19. Epilogue, the unity of Heidegger's thought. There is a certain plausibility in seeing the later Heidegger as essentially a poetic thinker. His own lectures on Hölderlin repeatedly draw attention to the kinship between poetry and thinking, even asserting that thinking is a co-poetizing, and, of course, the lectures on Hölderlin themselves demonstrate Heidegger's view that philosophy has important business amongst the poets. Not only this, but Heidegger's own thinking becomes increasingly poeticized, as in his description of the jug that, in the act of pouring, makes present the footfold. In The Thinker as Poet, from the collection From the Experience of Thinking, Heidegger presents some of his characteristic thoughts in poetic form. In thinking all things become solitary and slow. Plt. 9. Writes the thinker, in words that once more provoked Adorno's sarcasm. 343. Also relevant in this context is Heidegger's translation of the Parmenides fragment, and the concern expressed in his discussion of its grammatical form to make us aware of modes of speaking and writing that elude the net of propositional logic, yet which, Heidegger claims, are not thereby unthinking or lacking in rigor. 624. In a very broad sense, then, it might seem justifiable to see the later Heidegger as a poetic rather than as a narrowly philosophical thinker, whose genius, if genius it is to evoke, to suggest, to hint, and to lure rather than to argue or to assert. Ambiguity and inconclusiveness are, in this perspective, not so much signs of Heidegger's failure to think clearly as part of the script. Two comments from Gerald L. Bruns nicely capture the quality I am trying to suggest. His writings on language and poetry do not represent the unfolding of a theory. They are rather a lingering with the subject matter, where lingering means holding back, not seeking advancement or mastery, refusing to determine the subject conceptually, acknowledging Parmenides' judgment that everything that lies before us is ambiguous. 344. The folly of trying to follow closely, his later writings, comes out very forcefully when you try to stop, because there is no natural stopping place, no place of arrival, where everything falls into place and you can say, well now that's done, and I'm glad it's over. 345. If that judgment stands it will, of course, put Heidegger beyond consideration for some philosophers, and bring him into the orbit of deconstruction, as Bruns in fact argues. Yet if the later Heidegger not only concerns himself with poetry but also lectures and writes in a way that is, however loosely, describable as poetic, this does not mean the simple neglect of philosophy. It is not as if Heidegger has given up philosophy in order to devote himself to poetry. Rather, the move to a more poetic subject matter and form of expression is itself positioned by his understanding of the history and crisis of philosophy. Does it follow from this that we must now change tack and, instead of categorizing Heidegger as a poet, charge him with subordinating poetry to philosophy? Is Heidegger, after all, simply reenacting the Hegelian trope of seeing in art the merely external or sensuous form of inner, spiritual truth? Or, more subtly, the Schellingian approach that, while elevating the aesthetic intuition above all form of ratiocinative reflection, nevertheless turns art itself into a kind of philosophy? In other words, does positioning art philosophically inevitably mean deciding in advance on the question as to whether art and art's figurative mode of expression are simply another way of expressing the same thing as philosophy? Heidegger, however, consistently refuses to adopt any kind of hierarchization. The poet is not higher than the thinker or the statesman, or vice versa. All are equal but different. How, then, can we articulate that difference? Heidegger's way is, at this point, characteristically circular. Art may, at first, seem to be the more original, since it is art that, as active bringing forth, first gives thinking its matter, i.e., something to think about. Language is the matter of thinking and the aim of thinking is to let language itself speak, but the essence of language, language's own primordial speaking, is to be heard precisely in poetic diction. Yet, and this is where the argument turns back upon itself in a self-supporting circle, poetic diction is what it is as thought, since we could never say that there was a kind of poetry that was not already thinking. Poetry is never thoughtless in the manner of an animal or a stone. 626. Although, as we have seen, the full meaning of the poetic word overreaches the poet himself. It is not something he possesses but is something spoken by him. In this respect the thinker has the possibility of understanding the poet better than he understands himself. Heidegger, we know, had no problems with circular procedures in thinking, so we may not be able to hold out much hope of getting out of this particular circle. Nevertheless, we may take it to another level by recalling how, for Heidegger, thinking is always governed by what is unthought, and this in two ways. Firstly, all serious thinking is an attempt to reach beyond that with which we are already familiar, that which we already know, and to grapple with what we have not yet understood. Thinking, in other words, is aroused by puzzlement, by aporia. But, secondly, and this may be regarded as a particular application of the previous point, the unthought is what governs interpretation, in that the thinking interpretation of a great thinker does not seek merely to extract and reformulate the content of the work under consideration, but to look beyond the work itself to the original puzzlement that inflamed the thinker's own passion for thought. So, too, in the case of poetry. The thinking interpreter is not concerned solely with what the poet says nor even the how of its being said. What matters is the attempt to think what the poet himself did not think and did not say in the poem, what overreaches the poet's self-consciousness and the formal content of the work. It might be objected that, even if this does not lead to a subordination of poetry to thinking a la Hegel or Schelling, it may nevertheless end by giving philosophy the last word. This is how Veronique F6ti, a stern critic of Heidegger's approach to poetry, sees it. Heidegger's insistence on the essential unsaid as the unitary source of textual configuration repudiates. 627. Unreadability, the antidote to totalization. 346. For Fadi it seems that the poetic element in poetry has to do precisely with the way in which poetry challenges our assumptions about meaning and readability. This is why, for example, Poetry is the best language we have for addressing the tragic and for posing the possibility of the radical and irreconcilable rupture in consciousness highlighted by tragedy. It is for such reasons that she sees Heidegger's failure to rise to the challenge of Auschwitz as symptomatic, a failure epitomized in his non-meeting with Paul Celan. Heidegger's totalizing view, she says, ensures in advance against any such fatal rupture in meaning. Her remarks are, intentionally, hostile, but, looking at it from the side of philosophy, might we not argue, by analogy with Kant's assumption concerning the intelligibility of the world as a whole, that philosophy does indeed have a duty to humanity and to itself to press the claims of readability and to refuse the opt-out of allowing in advance for any lacunae, any moments of sheer nonsense in discourse? And if this conjures up the shades of rationalistic hubris, we should not immediately conflate this insistence on meaningfulness with totalizing rationalism in a narrow sense. To insist on the principle of wholeness and to claim to have comprehended the totality are two very different things. In this connection it is important once more to note that Heidegger's distinctive way of defining the role of the thinker in relation to poetry focuses on the thinker's search for what is unthought in the work, and this already puts a block on any simplistic reduction of the complexity and ambiguity of the work to any determinate system of meaning, idealistic or materialistic as the case may be. For the unthought, as we have heard Heidegger claim, is immeasurably deep, and, as he also insists, every revealing is at the same time also a concealing, truth is untruth. The process of interpretation, then, cannot be brought to a halt by producing a final philosophical truth as the true meaning of the work. Every interpretation is provisional, but, and this, I think, expresses Heidegger's philosophical commitment in a positive sense, the infinite delay in reaching an end to interpretation does not mean that we simply surrender the possibility of meaning. Thought is led ever onwards by the guiding conviction that there is something to be thought, something to understand in each and every poem or human production, in every experience of the world. Philosophy in the narrow sense of what is currently practiced in university departments of philosophy, will not, of course, be able to do all the work of interpretation, which will inevitably devolve upon the various disciplines, especially the interpretative disciplines of the humanities. Philosophy can, however, and, arguably, must, seek to stimulate the conscience, the will to meaningfulness, of the interpretative disciplines, to say never give up on the effort to make sense, to understand, no matter how obscure, how uncharted, how tedious, or how impossible the search may seem. Seeing it like this brings Heidegger close to deconstruction, with its practice of breaking open any and every closed system of meanings, but it also suggests why Heidegger cannot be counted as a simple deconstructionist, and, perhaps, why deconstruction itself, or any theory or practice of sheer difference, cannot dispense with some kind of relation, however polemical, to the principle of meaningfulness. As Bruns puts it, if the later Heidegger is closer to Derrida than we often suspect, particularly when Heidegger is caricatured as the oracle. 629. Of a colossally inflated principle of being, Derrida is also closer to Heidegger than many Derridians allow. 347. In 1975, just a year before his death, the publication of a complete edition of Heidegger's works began. This edition will eventually comprise not only all of his previously published writings, but also a considerable number of unpublished manuscripts from various periods in his philosophical career and the lecture series that he presented at the universities of Marburg and Freiburg in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Since the first volume of this edition appeared, a considerable number of these lecture series have been published, and they constitute a resource of the first importance for anyone, and not just graduate students and scholars, interested in the evolution of Heidegger's thought. This is especially the case for those lecture series that fall into the period in which Heidegger was working out of the position he presented in Being and Time, 1927, as well as those presented in the years immediately thereafter. In the present study of Heidegger's thought, I have drawn extensively on these new publications, and it is the main thesis of this chapter. As the chapter title indicates, That thesis has to do with the unity of Heidegger's thought. By this I mean the unity of his thought through the turning, or care, that is usually supposed to separate the thought of the later period from that of being and time. It has become common practice among interpreters of Heidegger's philosophy to base themselves mainly on the writings that follow this turning, and even to push the divorce of the later from the earlier writings to the point of consigning being and time to a supposititious Cartesian and Kantian period in Heidegger's philosophical career. There was, however, no such period, and it is my contention that if we misconstrue being and time by assimilating its distinctive theses to those of modern transcendental subjectivism, we will not be able to understand the character of the reorientation of Heidegger's thought that did in fact take place from the mid-1930s onward. In asserting the unity of Heidegger's thought, I am not, therefore, denying that such a reorientation took place. What I am saying is that the discontinuity that this reorientation involves can be understood only against the background of an even deeper continuity that runs through all the periods of Heidegger's thought. I also try to show that the central concepts of being and time survive that reorientation instead of simply being replaced, as is now often assumed, and that it is the way the relationship between certain of these concepts is reconstrued that accounts for the sharply different tonalities of the later writings. There were, I argue, serious difficulties connected with the ontological theses of being and time, and Heidegger, who was certainly never very open about the emendations of his own theses that he undertook, appears to have responded to these tensions within his own conceptual scheme by shifting the weight of emphasis from one term to another within his central distinctions. He did not, however, abandon the distinctions themselves or, what would have amounted to much the same thing, the requirement that each term in these distinctions be linked to the other. It is this fact that obliges us to reject the prevailing interpretations of the care as a replacement of one set of concepts by another. 631. A. The unity of Dasein. Being and time begins with an evocation of the question of being, and it is made clear that it is the concept of being as such that the book as a whole is to be concerned with. In the portions of the book that were published, however, Heidegger was concerned mainly with another matter that was said to be a necessary preliminary to the question of being, and this was the question about the character of the entity that asked the question of being. This was the entity to which Heidegger gave the generic name Dasein. The analysis of Dasein is the topic with which the first of the two sections of Part I that we have deals. Even the second, which is entitled Dasein and Temporality, and in which the concept of temporality was to prepare the transition from Dasein to being as such, really extends that analysis without making it all clear how the transition itself would take place. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that Heidegger's references to being as such in Being and Time have been treated as unredeemed promissory notes, or that many commentators have concluded that the concept of being could not be reached by the route through Dasein that Heidegger chose to follow in Being and Time. Once this conclusion is accepted, it is taken to explain Heidegger's failure to complete that work, and his subsequent writings come to be viewed as setting forth a conception of being that is altogether independent of Dasein and that can be approached only by a quite different route of thought. The trouble with this view is that by treating being as something that lies beyond the horizon of being and time as we have it, it runs the risk of confusing what Heidegger means by being with various traditional concepts of being that he explicitly repudiates. In fact, there are a number of characterizations of being as such in Being and Time, and these make it quite clear that what Heidegger has in mind when he speaks of being as such is 632. Something radically different from the traditional notions that the term is most likely to bring to our minds. The distinctive features of Heidegger's construal of being as such in Being and Time can best be delineated in terms of the contrast between being and entities that he establishes there. He tells us that, for his purposes at least, being is always the being of entities, but that it is not itself an entity. When he says that being is always the being of entities and amplifies the statement by saying that being is what determines entities as entities, it would be natural to suppose that being must be the defining and thus the essential property of entities, that which makes them entities. It seems quite clear, however, that when Heidegger denies that being itself is an entity, he is also excluding the possibility of its being understood as what we ordinarily mean by the notion of a property of an entity. From the lectures of the period we also know that being as such is prior to the fateful distinction that Western philosophy has made between being as essence and being as existence, a distinction that, in Heidegger's view, preempts any further inquiry into the unitary sense of being as such that it presupposes. But if being as such is not itself an entity or a property of an entity, in what sense can it be the being of entities as Heidegger insists it is? Being and time does not contain an explicit answer to this question. What Heidegger does say is that we must approach being as such through an inquiry into a certain kind of entity that is privileged in its relation to it. This entity is Dasein, and it is extremely important to understand that while this is the generic name for a kind of entity, there are indefinitely many entities that belong to this kind. These are the same entities, extension ally, that we ordinarily refer to as human beings. If there ever was an real question about the plurality and individuality of the 633 entities to which Heidegger applies the term Dasein, that question is unequivocally settled in the lecture by the Manlocutions, among them ein Dasein, that Heidegger uses there and that makes sense only on the assumption that there are many such entities. 348 What is of most immediate relevance with respect to the character of this entity, however, is the fact that it not only asks the question of being, but does so out of a prior inarticulate familiarity that it has, Heidegger tells us, with being as such. This claim on his part is subject to serious misconstrual if we assume that being here is to be taken in some traditional sense as essence and that Heidegger is therefore asserting that we have a preconceptual understanding of the summum genus under which the entities that make up the world, ourselves included, fall as so many kinds. What he is really saying is quite different, and it is something that is both logically prior to and presupposed by any such typically metaphysical claims as this. What is distinctive of the kind of entity that Dasein is in the first instance the fact that other entities are there for it in a way in which no entity, Heidegger's example is a chair and a wall, is ever there for another such entity that is not of the Dasein type. His way of expressing this foundational fact about Dasein, itself an expression that means being there, is to say that Dasein is in the world in the mode of spatial inclusion do not. To this, it should be added that the entities that are there for Dasein are there as entities, and it is this fact that is of primary importance for any effort to understand the sense in which being as such is the being of entities. The fact that they are there as entities is something that can be understood only by reference to the special character of Dasein, which is such. 634. That it uncovers or clears entities, and it is as so uncovered or cleared that they become part of the world in the very special sense of that term that Heidegger employs. The world in this sense is not just the totality of entities as it is ordinarily held to be. It is the totality of entities as uncovered or present. This notion of presence is the most general term that Heidegger uses to convey the status that accrues to entities that are uncovered or cleared, and in his lectures from the period of being and time he uses the terms presens and Anwesenheit for this purpose. The first of these later drops out of use, but the latter was to remain a central concept of Heidegger's philosophy in all its periods and, it must also be said, a prime source of confusion as to his intentions in his use of the concept of being as such. The formulation that I have found most helpful in trying to express what I take to be the main thesis of being and time is to say that existence as the mode of being of Dasein is the ground of presence as the mode of being of the world and of entities understood as forming part of the world in Heidegger's sense of that term. The term existence is also being used here in a very special sense that draws heavily on its Greek etymology, which has to do with standing out or outside. In this sense of to exist, not all actual entities can be said to exist. But only those entities that have a world and uncover themselves as so uncovering other entities can be said to exist in this sense, a sense that is substantially the same as that of the concept of transcendence, which Heidegger also introduces in this context. Just how this dependence of presence upon existence is to be understood is a complex matter, and it is made more so by the active and free character of the entity that is Dasein. The world or Dasein is the milieu not just of presence but of possibility as well and, more specifically, of the possibilities that correspond to the choices a particular Dasein can make and to the action it can perform. Precisely because Dasein is conceived in these terms, it might 635. Seem tempting to suppose that among other things that it does is its grounding of presence. Such a claim, however, would invite a dangerous confusion between the ontic and the ontological levels of Dasein's agency, the kind object confusion in fact that makes it seem proper to speak of that grounding as a kind of creation or production of presence by Dasein. The point here is that Dasein has no choice at all about its being in the world or about its active character, its unavoidably having to do this or that if only through an action, and so, although choice and action are central to the way existence grounds presence, Dasein grounds presence no matter what it does. It does not, in other words, have the option of not being in the world and thus of not choosing or acting and not grounding presence, so it is inappropriate to speak of these ontological features of Dasein as though they were ontic matters and as though grounding presence were comparable to this or that action which it undertakes or not as it pleases. Or to make the same point in still another way, it is made quite clear in Being and Time that a certain kind of entity, Dasein, is always and necessarily linked to something that is not an entity at all, namely, presence. In Being and Time it was already evident that being, as Heidegger interprets it there, is tied to Dasein and thus to existence in much the same way as the world, again in Heidegger's sense of the terms, is. As he puts it, being is only in the understanding of those entities to which an understanding of something like being belongs, and these entities are, of course, those to which the concept of Dasein applies. Being and Time, 228, Basic Problems, 19, GA 24, 25. This thesis is asserted with the greatest possible emphasis in the lectures of the period. In fact, Heidegger goes so far as to speak of being itself as existing, that is, as having the mode of being of Dasein. He even declares that being is grounding in an entity, namely Dasein. Basic Problems, 229, GA 24, 318. It is also made explicit in the lectures that being itself is presence. 636. The presence of entities to the kind of entity whose mode of being is existence and that therefore grounds the presence of those entities. Now this thesis that equates being with presence has given rise to a good deal of confusion, because it has not been distinguished from another formulation of what sounds very much like the same thesis but in fact is not and serves quite different purposes. I am referring here to the fact that Heidegger on occasion cites the equating of being with presence, and Wesenheit, as a misconception of being that he accordingly rejects. Thanks to the publication of the lectures from 1927, which contain the substance of what Heidegger evidently intended to include in the crucially important third section of Part I of Being and Time, the section called Time and Being that was never published, we are now in a position to understand how both these positions taken by Heidegger are compatible. The equating of being with presence on the part of the Greeks was faulty because they did not have any understanding of the temporal character of being. They simply equated presence with the present tense and the now, and the conception of time that was worked out by Aristotle, and that determined the course of all subsequent Western thinking about time, construed time as a manifold of nows. As Heidegger tries to show in a long analysis of the Aristotelian theory of time that introduces his own treatment of time and being, this altogether obscures the distinctive character of the now, which is at once a having been and an about to be, and is thus closely bound up with both the past and the future. I will not try to do justice here to the richness of Heidegger's constructive account of what he calls the phenomenological chronology of being. What is of fundamental importance in it for the purposes of this study is the notion that being cannot be identified with the is of the present tense, no matter how disguised, or with the mode of presence that corresponds to it. Instead, being is 637. Complexly articulated in the way that the system of tenses expresses, and there is no possibility of simplifying this complex ordering in favor of a single one of its modalities. The analysis of this articulation of being into its various modalities is ontology, and perhaps the most radical claim that Heidegger makes is that ontology has an essentially temporal character. This is because the distinctions it explicates among the modalities of being, between the is and the is not and between is possible and not possibly, have to be understood in temporal terms. The articulated structures of being are thus inextricably bound up with the distinctions of the past, present, and future that are comprised in our own temporality as this was characterized in being and time. What is thus necessarily what will have been, and what is also what has or has not been and what will or will not be. But these temporal qualifications of the articulations of being also articulate presence, which is, therefore, not just a matter of the static immediacy of the present tense. To put this point in a maximally paradoxical way, presence also comprises absence. It takes the form of the has been and will be as well as of the is, and the being of the entities that form part of the world of Dasein is understood in just this ecstatic mode that characterizes the temporality of Dasein. In psychological terms, we would speak here of memory and expection, but it is just this psychological mode of description that Heidegger avoids because it obscures what most needs attention for the purposes of ontology. Instead, he speaks of the presence of such entities as the presence to the entity, Dasein, that is itself temporal in the way that makes this presence possible. This presence is also declared to be the being of those entities, once it is accepted that the concept of being is complexly articulated in the manner that has been described and that corresponds to the set of temporal distinctions that Dasein itself deploys. 638. It may be helpful at this point to relate these theses of Heidegger to a controversy that has been going on for a good many years in our own philosophical province. This concerns the issue as to whether the world is made up of things or of facts. The more widely accepted view at the present time is, I think, that the world is an aggregate of things or, as Heidegger would say, of entities, and that facts or states of affairs are not to be included among the contents of the world but rather viewed as being in some sense the artifacts of language. Since the is that is an essential constituent of facts and states of affairs is assumed to belong most naturally in a proposition, and propositions, for these purposes at least, are taken to be somehow outside the world that is an aggregate of things, it is thought proper to deny any such prepositional character to the world and to the things that make it up. There is reason to think that the notion of language as it occurs in this context may be a pseudo-naturalistic stand-in for the transcendental and thus extramundane subject that philosophers are now unwilling to acknowledge as such but nevertheless continue to cultivate under more discrete terms of reference such as these. However that may be, it is clear that Heidegger holds just the opposite view, namely, that the world is made up of states of affairs, usually of highly pragmatic character, and that the very possibility of presence is bound up with something's being something or other. He also denies with great vigor any suggestion that this is character is in any way a projection, linguistic or otherwise, of a subject that would thus have to be understood as having a prior familiarity with mere things, and he does so in a way that is somewhere reminiscent of Seller's insistence on the rock-bottom prepositional character of the datum. 349. Whatever one's stand on this issue, it must be acknowledged that it is extremely difficult to adhere with absolute consistency to one or the other of the two rival views. There are, after all, considerations on both sides that cannot be simply dismissed. Even Heidegger himself turns out in the lectures to be less than completely consistent in his espousal of the view that the world is the totality of pragmatic involvements, Bewandtnisse, these are surely states of affairs, and he goes so far as to speak of entities or things as coming into the world and taking on the character of instrumentality, or Zuhandenheit, that is, a becoming part of states of affairs. Clearly no one could speak in this way without some kind of understanding of entities as independent of any being, any is, that may supervene upon them. But if we so understand them, they can hardly be denied a place, if not in the world as Heidegger wants to use that term, then in the world as it is ordinarily understood. It should also be noted that if he wants to speak in this way, Heidegger must have been using both concepts of world without acknowledging that this is the case, and that would amount to a grave incoherency in his scheme. A discussion of these matters occurs in a lecture series from 1929 to 30 published as The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, World, Finitude, Solitariness. This discussion is of quite exceptional interest because in it Heidegger takes up the question of the independence of being from, and its dependence on, Dasein in terms of just this contrast between entities and entities qualified by the is. This contrast itself is first placed in the closest possible relationship to what Heidegger calls is saying, ist sagen, that is, to saying that this is such and such, that is not so and that is, GA 29/30, 518. This is saying expressly includes both saying what something is and saying that it is, and the is occurring in both is therefore more fundamental than the distinction of essence and existence that emerges. 640. From it, the distinction between being and entities is thus constantly made use of by us, but without our having any explicit understanding of what this distinction really involves. From this Heidegger concludes, it is now we who bring about Wahlsehen this distinction, instead it happens geschieht with us as the primal happening Grundgeschehen of our Dasein, GA 29/30, 518-19. If this distinction did not happen, then we could not even, in obliviousness to the distinction, devote ourselves, initially and for the most part, to entities alone. For precisely in order to experience what and how an entity in each case is in itself as the entity that it is, we have to understand already, even though not conceptually, matters like the whatness Wasein and the thatness das Sein of entities. This distinction not only happens continuously, but it must also have already happened if we desire to experience entities in their being such and such so und so sen. We do not learn, and certainly not subsequently, anything about being from entities, wherever and however we come at them, stand already in the light of being. Taken metaphysically, the distinction thus stands at the beginning of Dasein itself. Man thus always stands in the possibility of asking, what is that? And is it really or is it not? GA 29/30, 519. The essential point these passages make is that being, in the distinction between being and entities, is coordinate and coeval with Dasein and that Dasein is accordingly always already conversant with the what and the that as implicit articulations, Gliedrungen, of entities and thereby of its world. Plainly, being, so understood, is in no sense the creature or the handiwork, gemacht, of Dasein or man, and in this sense being may be said to enjoy the independence vis-a-vis Dasein that Heidegger is so concerned to preserve. The status thus accorded to being, moreover, does not require any duplication of the presence or clearing that is constituted by Dasein. It is also evident that within the one clearing, the one world, that is affected by the happening of this. 641. Distinction between being and entities. The truth character of being stands in an intimate relationship to the articulation that the is in all its modalities brings to entities. This is not because, as might ordinarily be supposed, truth is a property of propositions and thus presupposes the logical form of the latter. Heidegger's claim is rather that, in the world as the milieu of presence in which we have to do with them, entities always already are, in the several modalities of which the verb to be that eventually expresses them is susceptible. Truth, as the presence of entities in what might appropriately be called their being, is thus both prepredicative and prelogical in the sense of being prior to language and judgment. It is not, in other words, as though, apart from language, presence could only be a beam of light playing over an unstructured entity or thing. What is present is always an entity as such, and it is as being such and such that it is understood. This apple, for example, is understood as being here in front of me and not in the bag I left in my car, and this pencil as not making a dark enough mark on the paper. The difference between an entity and an entity's being, whether in the mode of the what or the that, is thus not one that arises with the insertion of entities into propositions by language. It is one that is implicit in any form of presence as such. In presence, something is there and it there as a such and such. Neither its being there nor its being such and such, what we eventually conceptualize as its existence and its essence, can be simply identified with the entity in question itself. The picture of a presence to which logical form would have to be subsequently added with the advent of language is therefore mistaken, at least in the sense that it treats such form as something wholly new for which there is no analogue in presence as such. What I find so impressive in this discussion is the sensitivity Heidegger shows to the considerations that motivate both sides in the controversy about 642. Being and entities, or, in our dialect, between facts and things. The view he defends here is essentially the same one that he formulated in Being and Time, but it is expressed with more care and with a notable avoidance of those adaptations of ontic verbs like to project, entwerfen, to ontological purposes that tended to give a Nietzschean flavor to so much of what was said about the various functions of Dasein in that work. I, for one, could wish that Heidegger had persevered in this kind of ontological analysis rather than resorting to the quite different strategies he was to adopt in his later period for avoiding just these excesses and the ambiguities to which they give rise. I will say more on this point later, and I will try to show what the significance of these considerations was for the evolution of Heidegger's later manner. What I want to emphasize first, however, is that quite apart from this source of potential difficulty, and even if Heidegger had maintained the eminently balanced style of the lectures I have just referred to, there were serious difficulties in the way of the position he had set forth in the period of Being and Time. The source of these difficulties lies in the period of Being and Time that the rapprochement of being as such with existence, and thus with Dasein as the entity whose mode of being is existence, had become so close as to be virtually complete. The extent of that rapprochement is indicated not only by the fact that both being and truth are declared to exist and are thereby assimilated to the mode of being of Dasein, but also that they are both characterized as finite and so akin to Dasein in this fundamental respect as well. It is, in other words, quite possible that there should not be any being or any truth, and if there were no Dasein, there could not be. But if there is no gap between being as such and Dasein, how can it any longer be maintained that being is not an entity as Dasein is? Notice, by the way, that the same question arises in the case of Heidegger's treatment of the concept of the world, which is also said not to be an entity and nevertheless is explicitly made an ontological appendage of Dasein, that is, dependent upon 643. The existence of the latter as a kind of entity. It is important to note in just this connection, where the dependence of the world upon Dasein is so unambiguously asserted, that Heidegger is at some pains in his lectures to make it clear that the dependence runs the other way as well, and that man, der Mensch, would not be man in the sense of Dasein unless he had a world being defined more as one's experiential totality. Even so, in the period of Being and Time it is the dependence of being as presence upon Dasein, an entity, that is far more emphatically insisted upon, and what that emphasis does is to endanger the status of being as not itself an entity. More specifically, the source of the difficulty in both these cases is that being as such is singular and common, koinon, as the world also is, while Dasein is plural and particular, and if being is to retain these characters, it quite obviously cannot be identified with each individual Dasein. If each Dasein itself constituted being as such and thus its own milieu of presence, there would be a plurality of such milieus and the sense in which singularity and commonness could qualify being as presence would become wholly mysterious. One alternative here would be to say that being in Heidegger's sense is independent of Dasein as such. Being as presence does not, after all, begin to exist with the birth of a particular human being, and it survives the death of each one of us, as long as we are replaced by others. It is a real question, however, whether in Being and Time Heidegger had developed the conceptual instruments he would need to give an account of the dual status of being as both independent of individual Dasein and dependent on Dasein generically and collectively. Such an account would have to rest on a much more strongly developed theory of Mitsein, or being with, than Heidegger ever actually developed, and though I have tried to show that the elements of 644 such a theory are in fact present in the writings and lectures of that period, they were not developed in this direction. B. Heidegger's theoretical difficulties. It thus appears that the fundamental difficulty facing Heidegger in attempting to effect the turn to the theory of being as such was that he had associated being too closely with individual Dasein and as a result was unable to reconcile the singularity and unity of the one with the plurality of the other. But to this difficulty there was added another, to which I have already alluded. The Heidegger of being and time had made the world and thus being as presence a space of possibilities and of possibilities that were coordinate with the Selbstheit, the selfness, of Dasein, and being as such therefore had to be understood in the closest possible connection with the projects of individual Dasein. The freedom in which such projects are generated, and the indefinitely extensive variety of content by which these are characterized, unquestionably add a further dimension to the problem of safeguarding the unity and singularity of being as presence, although it does not seem that this would be an insuperable difficulty for a deeply conceived theory of Mitsein. As things turn out, however, Heidegger dealt with this difficulty by simply dropping the active and projective character of Dasein from his theory of being as presence from the mid-1930s onward. This profound and fateful shift was never acknowledged or explained, and this circumstance makes it very difficult not to conclude that the reasons for it lay in Heidegger's life as it intersected the events of the time rather than in any necessity revealed by philosophical reflection. It is certainly significant that the shift toward the 645 quietism of the later period came immediately after the one deplorable sortie that Heidegger made into the public world, and it has seemed obvious to those who, like Hannah Arendt, were close to Heidegger that this new quietism was his reaction to the inevitable disappointment of his naive expectations that the Nazi revolution would somehow proceed under the banners of resoluteness and authenticity. In philosophical terms, however, his way of dealing with the difficulties generated by his conception of presence as grounded in existence was to distance the former from the latter. This meant reorienting his conception of being in such a way as to assert as complete an independence of being from entities as possible. More specifically, it meant making being as presence independent of kind of entity, Dasein, in whose mode of being, existence, it has been grounded. If this is the way the turning through which Heidegger's thought passed is to be understood, then one could appropriately formulate its import as the thesis that presence is the ground of existence rather than the other way around. What is of most fundamental importance, however, although it seems to have been largely missed in the critical literature, is that the concept of being does itself change. From the An Introduction to Metaphysics in 1936 to Time and Being in 1962, being as such is identified with presence. It follows that the whole picture of Heidegger's philosophical evolution that represents him as having tried to reach being as such by the route of Dasein in being and time, and then, after failing in that effort, setting out again by another route, is simply wrong. The change that occurs is that Heidegger from the mid-1930s on tries to conceive being as presence in such a way as to keep it clear of just those features of entities, that is, of Dasein, that would endanger its unity and singularity and commonness. This is a momentous shift, but one that is compatible with end. 646. Ensures the kind of continuity in his thought that I have in mind in speaking of the unity of Heidegger's thought. One of the things that make it harder to discern what is going on in Heidegger's later writings and often effectively obscures the central difficulty I have just described is the philosopher's preoccupation with another related but nevertheless quite different theme. In Being and Time it was argued that there is a constitutional disposition on the part of Dasein to avoid acknowledging the distinctive character of its own mode of being, and to do so by assimilating itself to the mode of being of entities within the world. As Heidegger puts it, Dasein understands itself as a special kind of spiritual thing. This effort of self-obscuration is associated with an ontology of substance, and especially of mental substance, that has the serious disadvantage of making the existence of an external world problematic, since the only immediate objects of consciousness, another concept that goes with the contrast between the outer and the inner that this ontology generates, are the inner states of this mental substance, which are supposed to represent that external world, but without our ever being able to be sure whether or not they really do. What has just been described is, of course, the Cartesian scheme of which the cornerstone is the worldless subject. It is this interpretation of the being of consciousness that being and time criticized and replaced with a radically different conception of the subject, the existing subject, as Heidegger puts it, as Dasein. There was, however, nothing in this powerful critique of Cartesian subjectivism to suggest that human agency was in any way the source of the special locus of this kind of subjectivism, as has already been pointed out. In Being and Time such agency plays a central role in the project character of being as presence. 647. From the mid-1930s onward Heidegger greatly expands his conception of philosophical subjectivism, and he does so in such a way as to include within it every conception of human agency as having any such role in the constitution of the being of entities. Such conceptions are now associated with the modern aspiration to be the final judge of what is and what is not, and thus to create or produce being itself. Heidegger does not, of course, say that this is what he himself came close to doing in Being and Time, but in some of his rather cryptic remarks about the reasons for not completing that work he seems to imply as much. It looks very much as though Heidegger, in a period of sharp disillusionment with human agency, resorted to quite drastic expedients to avoid these ambiguities. Instead of working more carefully the relevant distinctions within a theory of Dasein as coeval with being as presence along the lines sketched in his lectures entitled The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, he appears to have simply severed the ties that link agency to the understanding of being and to have made the relationship of human beings to being as presence entirely a matter of receiving something that agency has no part in constituting. Moreover, human agency in almost all its forms, especially those of modern technology, is now described in a way that associates it with the obscuration of being as such through the substitution for it of all the many surrogates that modern thought has proposed, the will to power, the world spirit, and so on. Characteristically, even this perverse exercise of human agency is not finally allowed to retain the character of an action imputable to human beings. Instead, Heidegger insists it is a part of the history not of man, Mensch, but of being itself, which in a certain epoch, our own, announces itself by withholding itself, and it does so in a way that is quite beyond our control. 648. Although all of these matters, especially the many facets that the eclipse of being assumes, dominate most of the later writings, they by no means exhaust the philosophical significance of the later writings. It is evident that Heidegger was still struggling with the problem of the unity and singularity of being as presence in its relation to the plurality of the entities that understand being or, in the language he favored in his later period, think it. There are immense problems associated with any attempt to conceive being as presence as somehow radically independent of and prior to the entities that are now held to receive it. A careful study of the language Heidegger devises for the purpose of rendering the character of this relationship clearly shows the strain that this task imposes on his language. One famous crux for such inquiries is the passage in the introduction to What is Metaphysics?, which Heidegger first published in 1944, long after the work to which it was an introduction had appeared, GA 9, 306, NN 2, 3. In the first edition of the introduction, in the course of a discussion of the relation of being as such to entities, which of course include Dasein, although it is not explicitly mentioned, Heidegger stated that being might well be, West, without entities, and that would mean without Dasein as one such entity. In subsequent editions, however, this was changed to its opposite, and it was said that being never is without entities. This is only an especially dramatic example of the difficulty that Heidegger was quite evidently having in replacing the thesis that existence is the ground of presence with the thesis that presence is the ground of existence. The evidence for this is so pervasive that it seems that one can say that in those works Heidegger is testing the limits of the independence of being as presence from Dasein, even though the semi-prophetic tonalities of many of these writings do not exactly suggest that any kind of experiment is going forward. The pattern that emerges from a close analysis of these writings is one in which a strong initial assertion of the independence of being as presence is subsequently qualified in quite substantial. 649. ways which in effect reintroduce the element of dependence upon Dasein that was initially denied. These qualifications are very similar to those that, in the period of being and time, limited the independence of Dasein by showing that it was as dependent upon being as presence and upon the world as they were upon it. It as though two radically different metaphors, neither wholly satisfactory for its purpose, were both being qualified in way that points to an eventual equivalence of what is to be said by means of them, although there is not linguistic instrument that expresses the convergence itself. See language as access to being. By way of illustrating and justifying the claim that I have just made, I want to take up one major theme of Heidegger's later thought and show how the continuing tensions of which I have written manifest themselves in that domain. The theme I have chosen is that of language. Although Lang was a dominant interest of Heidegger's throughout his career, it unquestionably assumed a special importance in the later period. It is, moreover, this aspect of his later thought that has commanded the widest interest among our 21st century contemporaries. Some of the theses about language attributed to Heidegger have been taken up by critics and theorists of literature and are still central to the controversies going on in that area of thought. The theory of literature has recently been passing through a time of pronounced revulsion from the concept of the subject in all its classical manifestations. Just as in contemporary philosophy, from which this attitude seems to have passed to literature, language has come to be regarded as one medium in which the matters that have been traditionally been dealt with in the vocabulary of the subject can be treated without incurring unwelcome philosophical 650 commitments. Language, after all, has the advantage of not being private in principle as so many mental functions have been supposed to be, and because it is not controlled by purely individual decisions and preferences, it lends itself to a form of generalizing description of the rules to which individual speakers must be subject if they are to use language at all. In a sense, one could say that in language a kind of reconciliation is brought about between the plurality of speakers and the singularity of the medium in which, as speakers, they move. It also appears that this takes place in a way that accords to the latter a marked precedence over the former, a precedence that would be, at least superficially, in keeping with the orientation of Heidegger's later thought. In what follows, I will try to show that in spite of its great importance in Heidegger's later thought, it is by no means the case that language simply replaces existence or Dasein, as is often assumed to be the case. What happens is rather that in the shift from existence as the ground of presence to presence as the ground of existence, language comes to be incorporated into Heidegger's ontology in a different way that corresponds to this new order of priority. It can be shown, however, that even in this new ordering the tensions between existence and presence maintain themselves, and that any thought of a complete independence of the one from the other, of presence from existence or of language from speech, is not something that one can attribute to Heidegger. The question that Heidegger raises again and again in his later discussions of language is whether we really understand at all adequately what language is. We assume that we do and that language is a kind of datum with which everyone is familiar at the outset. The words for language in the Western European languages show that the understanding we claim to have is one that associates primarily with the production of speech, stem-like Verlautbarung, by certain parts of our bodies and with the communication that is thereby 651 achieved. Understood in this way as a certain form of human activity, language quite naturally comes to be thought of as something that we bring into being or create. It is this view of language that Heidegger is most concerned to discredit. It is therefore essential that he show that language has some status other than that of the utteredness, Hinausgesprochenheit, of discourse or speech, which he had declared it to be in being and time. This might suggest that it is Heidegger's own earlier views of language that are being corrected, but this is true only up to a point. Discourse, and derivatively language, were unambiguously described in being and time as a modality of the uncovering of entities as entities. The whole strategy of the treatment of language there was to show that at every point it is embedded in and presupposes existence as the mode of being of the entity, Dasein, that is itself conversant with being understood as the uncoveredness, or unconcealedness, or presence of entities as entities. There is no reason to suppose that in his later writings on language Heidegger wanted to repudiate these theses of being and time or to conflate them with crudely naturalistic conceptions of language. It looks, instead, as though within this general conception of the uncovering character of discourse and language, it was the earlier notion of the way discourse and language are related to one another that was found to be in need of revision. It is true that the term discourse, read, drops out of the later writings in favor of the word language, sprach. With the former, the picture of the individual human speaker and of language as what he produces by his speech or discourse also disappears, and it is replaced by a picture of language as that out of which such an individual speaker speaks and upon which he depends in multiple ways that need describing. This might seem to be itself a conventional enough picture, but any notion of language as a syntactic or semantic system that has to be in place if individual speech acts are to be as the background. 652. Against which the latter take place. Language understood as that upon which discourse depends is described by him as a showing, zaine, that reaches into all regions of presence and lets what is in each case present appear and misappear verschijnen out of them, GA 12, 243. This is in marked contrast to the view taken in Being and Time that discourse contributes to uncovering entities as entities but only as a further articulation of an uncoveredness that has already been realized independently of it. In behalf of language as contrasted with discourse, Heidegger now makes the much stronger claim that it is the word that first brings a thing into its is and lets a thing be as a thing, GA 12, 177, 220. This conception of language as realizing our primary access to being is one that contemporary thought finds deeply congenial in the many contrasting version in which it has been proposed. But this apparent consonance of Heidegger's position with current predilections can prove to be very misleading. This is because the language that Heidegger characterizes in this way is not, in the first instance, a language with a grammar and a vocabulary such as English or Chinese is, and it is not, therefore, to the constraining influence of such features of language that Heidegger is attributing our apprehension of being. Instead, the enlarged significance that he now attributes to language is due primarily to his seeming description of presence and thus being in terms that assimilate both to language. It is also equally language itself that is being understood in terms of presence. What this comes to is a claim that the unitary presence of entities as entities is best understood as a kind of saying, sagen, and that, as this saying, language is, in its unitary essence, prior to all individual speakers and all natural, and artificial, languages in the same way that presence itself is prior to all particular perceptions, memories, choices, and so on. Extravagant as such a claim will inevitably seem, it has been 653. Anticipated by remarks that were made earlier about presence as having, not to be sure a prepositional character, but one that might be called proto-propositional in the sense that it constitutes the milieu of truth within which what an entity is can eventually find expression in an assertion of some kind. At the same time, it must be conceded that the mistrust with which this dramatic expansion of the domain of language meets is understandable. There have been so many naive theories of the identity of word and thing, and of a natural language that is somehow laid down in the order of creation, that one inevitably approaches with a good deal of caution any theory that, like Heidegger's, may sound as though it were invoking conceptions of this order. It may be helpful, therefore, to approach Heidegger's later treatment of language via theses from the earlier period that prepare the ground for the much closer association of presence with language in the later period. One clue is provided by the thesis defended in Being and Time that meaning is an essential character of the world and that, as such, meaning is prior to both discourse and language understood as deriving from discourse. If, independently of any act of interpretation, in Heidegger's sense, or discourse, we understand how to ride a bicycle or to catch a fish, our world to that extent bears the instrumental meaning that corresponds to these forms of understanding and competence on our part. This meaningful character of the world can then be expressed as it's saying something to us. Such a saying is obviously silent or mute because there is no speaker in the ordinary sense, that is no act of expression or communication. but if it is admissible to speak of the meaningfulness of the world as a kind of silent saying, then it will also be appropriate to describe the relationship of human beings to that saying as one of hearing. In his later writings on language, Heidegger assigns great importance to this notion of hearing and goes so far as to assert that the speaking of human beings is always 654 and necessarily preceded by a hearing in this sense. This is a hearing of the saying in which presence is realized, and because language in the broadest sense is just this presence and the saying, Heidegger can say not only that language itself speaks but that we hear the speaking of language, das sprechende Sprache, GA 12, 243. The difficulty for this way of understanding Heidegger's conception of a language as in some radical way prior to expression and communication on the part of human beings is that in the later writings where this conception is put forward, the notion of Zuhandenheit as the instrumental meaningfulness of the world is in abeyance. Indeed, the notion itself of the world, on the occasions when it is employed at all, is understood as what Heidegger now calls the Fünffold, das Gewirr, or world fünffold that is made up of the earth, the sky, man, and the gods. This conception is developed in a way that one can only call mythic, and its philosophical import is therefore far from clear. The pairing of sky and earth would seem to correspond to the contrast between the openness of being as presence and the closure of things, and man who defines himself as such in some sort of relationship to the gods is, instead of being the ground of the world, incorporated into the play of all these elements in the fünffold with one another. There is no reason to suppose that Heidegger no longer recognizes the kind of prior instrumental meaningfulness of the world that was so central to his account of Dasein, but it now appears to be encompassed within the wider play of the elements of the fünffold. Heidegger also describes the later as Gegeneinanderüber, a reciprocity of linkages in which each of the regions of the world fünffold is open for the others, open as if hiding itself, GA 12, 199. In the later writings, it is this play of reciprocity among the regions of the fünffold that is understood as the saying by which man is addressed and to which any utterance of his must be 655. Understood as responding. This is really another way of saying that man is addressed not just by the world in the earlier sense of that term in which he was its ground, but by being as that which lets what is present be present and, in the case of the earth, present precisely as that which close itself off from presence. It is as though man, instead of being spoken to only by the ontic, but implicitly ontological, instrumentalities of his world, were also being addressed by the explicitly ontological saying of the world, the fünffold, as such. To say explicitly ontological here does not mean that this saying is a bit of philosophical ventriloquism in which man is the real speaker. The case is rather that the elements in what is said themselves do the saying. It is what they say that man hears, and he can hear what they say because he can understand being as that which lets be present. He does not himself organize the world as a fünffold any more than he constitutes the distinction between being and entities. Instead, because we human beings have been admitted to the domain of language das Sprachwesen, we cannot step out of it so as to view it from some other standpoint. As a result, we catch sight of Erblichen language only insofar as we are regarded angeblickt by it, GA 12, 254. Although there is much that is unclear and problematic in this notion of the fünffold, it is only the notion of language as prior to human utterance as such that will be examined here. In evaluating that claim, there can be no doubt that in speaking of our understanding of language as having to shift from language as something we do to language as something by which we are sustained in some sense encompassed, Heidegger is expressing in his own way the sense that all students of language must have of the element of dependency that characterizes the relationship between the individual speaker and the language he speaks. This dependency is usually associated with the rule-governed character of language, and our sense of submitting blindly to those. 656. Rules can become so strong that it is as though out language were speaking us rather than we, the language. That is an idiom that Heidegger himself uses, but he does not do so as a way of testifying to the rule-governed character of language. The language that itself speaks is not one that is ordered by syntactical and semantic rules, it would be a serious mistake as well as an encouragement to mystification to apply what Heidegger says about language as the play of the foothold to natural languages as conceived in naturalistic terms. As he uses it, the notion of language as that out of which we speak expresses that our utterance is possible only within the milieu of presence, and that the structure of presence as the foothold forms the indispensable context for every natural or constructed language and thus for the utterances of those who speak each such language. Indeed, Heidegger is even willing to go so far as to declare that language is the house of being, and it is by dwelling in this house that man exists. Ga 9, 333. He adds that this house of being has also come to pass erignet and been fitted together gefügt by being itself. Although the priority of language to man thus appears to be asserted in the strongest possible form, it is notable that in the same context man is spoken of as the shepherd of being, and it is stated that as he dwells within language as the house of being, he also protects the truth of being to which he belongs. Ga 9, 333. Since the notion of protection immediately suggests that of a need, in this case, as before, a need on the part of being for man, it is evident once again that the relationship between being as presence and existence, which, in the course of Heidegger's discussion of language, may appear to be so one-sidedly a dependency of the former on the latter, is a good deal more ambiguous than at first appeared. The question is thus whether, if language is somehow prior to human utterance, it must also follow that language and its saying are independent of. 657. Man. This in turn is really just a new version of the question about the possible independence of presence from existence. In this new form that ties it to language, it sounds more than usually strange because, as has been pointed out, we imagine that the language that might be prior to or independent of man is a language like English or French or some common distillate of all such natural languages, and this idea of there being such a language independently of the existence of human beings seems too incongruous to be taken seriously. But even when we are clear that the language we are talking about here is not a language in this sense, but rather the ontological context of presence that is required for language as more familiarly understood, the question still remains. Fortunately, it is one to which Heidegger directly addressed himself. And the saying itself? Is it something separated from our speaking sprechen and which we could reach only by throwing a bridge over to it? Or is the saying rather the stream of silence that itself connects its banks, its saying and our resaying, as it forms them? Our usual conceptions of language fall short here. Are we not running the danger, if we try to conceive the nature of language das Sprachwesen on the basis of saying, that we will raise language up into a fantastic being that exists in itself but that we can find nowhere as long as we reflect soberly on language? After all, language remains unmistakably bound to human speech. Certainly. But of what type is this bond? Whence and how does its binding character obtain? Language requires braucht human speech, and it is nevertheless not the mere creature gemacht of our speech activity. Ga 12, 244. This passage makes clear that although Heidegger's way of describing language often makes it sound as though some stronger kind of independence of language from human speech were intended, the kind he is really talking about is consistent with languages being bound to human speech. We have here, in other words, much the same pattern as before of an apparent assertion of a 658 radical form of priority, in this case, of language, as formerly of being as presence, that is then qualified by an acknowledgement of a dependence on something human. It thus emerges that what is really important is the special character of the dependence that is only apparently being denied. It is, in the first place, reciprocal, since without language man could not be man any more than language could be language. This is also a dependence that is such that what is dependent, in this case language, is nonetheless not created by that on which it is dependent and is not subject to any arbitrary form of control that that latter would like to assert over it. The fundamental articulation of the world foothold is one that all speech and every natural language necessarily register and preserve, just as, according to the Heidegger of being and time, discourse and thus language presupposed the structure of being in the world. Just how this independence with independence is to be understood may not be altogether clear, but it is not to be explained by any notion of language as a thing in itself. It is interesting in this connection that Heidegger says that not just language as the silent play of the world fourfold, but language as what is uttered by human beings can come to look as though it were separated from speaking and speakers and did not belong to them. In both cases, however, this appearance is misleading, and there can no more be a language without speakers than there can be a fourfold without man. What I have been trying to suggest in the course of this closing examination of the way Heidegger deals with language in his later writings is that it is in terms of an interdependence of language and speech that we should understand the distinctive difference between these writings and those of the period of being and time. Writ large, this would also be the interdependence of presence and existence, and the thesis of this epilogue is that the unity of Heidegger's thought must be understood as his continuing effort to find a 659 satisfactory way of bringing that interdependence to conceptual expression. Whether he was successful in this effort is another question. Clearly, the unity of which I write is more a matter of philosophical intention than it is of full realization, and it is constantly threatened by the sharp incompatibilities between the antithetical strategies that he deployed at different times. It also has to be conceded that matters are not made easier by Heidegger's rooted unwillingness to acknowledge the revisionary character of some of his successive approaches to this matter. In my view, one of the main sources of the difficulties he encounters is his failure to follow up some of the clues that suggest a much stronger role for intersubjectivity, for zaine, in the way the interdependence of existence and presence is to be conceived. But that is a topic for another study. What I have proposed here is a way of understanding Heidegger's philosophical career in terms of a kind of unity that we will inevitably fail to grasp as long as his concept of being is construed otherwise than in terms of the concept of presence with which he associated it from the beginning. I would also suggest that if this unitary interpretation of the problematic of Heidegger's thought were to inform our understanding of what he represents within philosophy, both philosophy and we would stand to gain. One further concluding comment. Whatever else may be said for or against him, Heidegger was a spellbinding teacher. Many of his works, perhaps the majority, come to us as the texts of lectures. His commitment to teaching and, especially, to university teaching, even if this became the occasion of his greatest miscalculation, distinguished him from many of the writers and thinkers who stamped his own thought, Kierkegaard, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Hölderlin, and those early thinkers who lived before the foundation of the 660 Academy. In this connection, much of what Heidegger says about thinking, about philosophy, and about hermeneutics need not only, be read as signposts pointing us towards the ontological heights, but as extremely pithy, quite practical, and almost commonsensical instructions for students in any discipline. Take for example his insistence on the point that a great thinker thinks only one single thought. True or not, do we not, as teachers, continually encourage our students to seek a unitary, cohesive approach in their study of any great thinker, rather than merely listing 12 important points in the teaching of Plato, Kant, or Heidegger? Is this so very far from being a practical expression of what Heidegger proposes as a fundamental principle? And, just maybe, expressing it as a fundamental principle might actually be the best way to get students to adopt it as a practical directive. Perhaps Heidegger's pedagogical instructions culminate in the maxim that we should never settle for second-hand opinions but should learn to think, slowly, carefully, and in dialogue with the great thinkers of the past, yet also to think for ourselves, and this, of course, is above all true when we are faced with a teacher as imposing as Heidegger. In the end, Heidegger is able to have it both ways, to see past and present together, and to see time in its pure state. At these moments of presence, we have two probes in time the way we have 2 feet on the ground and 2 eyes watching space. What would otherwise be a meticulously analytic explanation in his earlier thought is suddenly set in motion and brought to life through Aranis, the side of being's revelation, as being appropriates man and makes him Dasein. The experience of time becomes iridescent, like a soap bubble, like the plumage of certain birds, like an oil film on water. This enlarged double vision of the world projected in time embodies a parallax view. It provides a 661 sense of depth resulting from a displacement of Dasein himself, until finally, what arises from the heightened reality is a world that glistens in time.